Li Fan accidentally binds the blind box signing system. The big hotel with market value of 2 billion. The group worth 50 billion. All kinds of mansions and luxury cars. All of them can be opened. Chapter 1 Farewell to an Unlucky Life. The system comes to help. Magic City. By the Juanhong Group's golf course. Li Fan was picking up the balls hit by the guests one by one into a bag. He and his girlfriend Shin Wonwon had already reached the stage of talking about marriage. That's why he secretly found a part-time job as a golf maintenance person, with the aim of earning more of his wife's capital. When he thought of his happy life in the future, Li Fan felt energized all of a sudden. Not far away on the golf course, a pair of men and women were sticking close together. The man was teaching the woman how to play the game. Looking so in love, Li Fan was envious to death inside. However, the next second, he froze in place on the spot, because he realized that the woman who was held in the man's arms was actually his girlfriend. Shin Wonwon, what's going on between you and this man? Li Fan was furious and rushed over with a bag of balls. Li Fan? Since you saw me, then I have nothing to hide. I've wanted to break up with you for a long time. Shin Wonwon didn't even give Li Fan a proper look, her whole body sticking even tighter to the man beside her. Now that I'm already with Brother Hao, he's the son of the Huifeng Group, the kind that is worth tens of millions of dollars. A punk like you with no money and no power is no match for a single toe of someone else's. Go away. Don't pester me anymore. After Shin Wonwon finished, she even kissed Suzy Heo with a special face of shyness. Suzy Heo looked at Li Fan condescendingly, his expression full of sarcasm. Taking out a few more large cash bills from his wallet, he said, "So you're that loser, huh? Now that Wonwon is my woman, and I'm a decent person, this amount of money will be taken as a thank you gift for taking care of her for so long." Li Fan clenched his fists raw and looked at the two with flames of hatred in his eyes. He slammed the golf bag in his hand fiercely at the two men, then left without looking back. In the 3 years that he had been with Shin Wonwon, which one of her wants had he not satisfied her? In order to buy her those luxury bags, he did not dare to spend more than $10 a meal. Every month's salary is almost all handed over to her. I didn't expect to get such an ending. Li Fan's grief and anger were mixed, but his feet were in a hurry. Just now with the two arguing, their own official duties are almost late. The woman is gone. His career cannot follow along with the funeral. After taking a long breath, Li Fan stepped into the large chain superstore where he worked. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Humph, how dare you come back? See for yourself how much damage you've caused to the company. As soon as Li Fan stepped into the office, he saw Ren Dawei, the superstore manager, pointing at dozens of crates of broken eggs and cursing at him. Li Fan was the purchaser of this superstore. What Ren Dawei was pointing at now was the goods that he had signed up for only yesterday. But before, he had clearly put the eggs in the storeroom properly. How could it suddenly shatter into this state? Manager, I clearly checked that the goods were fine yesterday. This, humph, Li Fan. You don't have to weasel your way out of this. You have to admit when you've done something wrong. Pushing around here, are you just not wanting to pay for it? The neighboring class Fan sure opened his mouth with open teeth and claws, with an appearance of biting the bullet that it was Li Fan who had caused the trouble. Looking at the situation in front of him, Li Fan immediately understood what was going on. Ren Dawei is Fan Shure's own uncle. Usually not less cover him to help him wipe his ass. These eggs are 80% broken by Fan Shure. Now the two of them were singing in unison, just to make themselves eat this dumb loss. Li Fan had just been holding his breath because of being cuckolded. Now these people want to screw him over? The door is not even there. Manager, what proof do you have that I broke these eggs? I can never admit to something I haven't done. Li Fan's counterattack immediately caused Ren Dawei to burst into flames. He was the manager of the superstore, and now a small purchasing clerk dared to yell at him. You signed for the goods. I don't care what evidence you have. Anyway, either pay up or get lost. The co-workers who gathered around the scene to watch the fun couldn't help but whisper. This meaning of the manager. It's obvious that he wants Li Fan to take the blame. Who told the storeroom to have no surveillance? He'll just consider himself unlucky. But I clearly saw Fan Shure go into the storeroom this morning. Do you think it will? Keep your voice down. If you keep your mouth shut, you'll be the one who loses money later. Discussion was discussion, but not a single person came out to say a word for Li Fan. Li Fan couldn't stop sneering inwardly. A short morning had allowed him to see the coldness and warmth of people all over again. However, he was not a brainless fool. In order to prevent a situation like today's, he had long ago secretly installed a hidden camera in the storeroom. Li Fan calmly looked at the crowd, then displayed the surveillance video that he had pulled up on his cell phone in front of them. On the screen, Fan Shure slipped, and his 200-pound body suddenly slammed heavily on the eggs that had been built up in boxes. With a rumbling sound, the eggs all shattered, and the egg liquid even soaked the ground. Li Fan, you're despicable. Seeing the video, Fan Shi immediately pointed at Li Fan and cursed out loud. He had thought that as long as his uncle stepped in, he would be able to make Li Fan obediently take the pot over. But he didn't realize that he had actually kept this hand. Ren Dawe's face was also very ugly, but how about he had to help his own nephew? Li Fan, what you're doing is completely destroying the unity amongst your co-workers. And who gave you permission to install a camera in the storeroom? Even if you didn't break these eggs, you should at least pay 90% of the responsibility. Why don't you put a warning sign there for such fragile items? You don't want to pay for it? Fine. Go directly to the personnel office to apply for separation. Then pack up your stuff and get out. Just leave. As if who cares to work under you? The one who harbors a related person. Li Fan puked at Ren Dawei. Backhandedly, he sent the things that Ren Dawei had done in the storeroom before when he was looking for a woman to do it to the company group. Another copy was sent to his wife as well. Li Fan. Amidst Ren Dawei's fear-filled roar, Li Fan packed up his things and walked out of the superstore without looking back. On the way home, a series of blows made Li Fan sigh. How majestic he was just now. How anxious he was now. It's not easy to find a job these days. I really don't know where I'm going next. Ding! A host has been detected that meets the matching conditions of the blind box signing system. System loading. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. May I ask if the host is bound to this system? An inexplicable mechanical voice sounded in his head, and Li Fan instantly froze in place. Was he hallucinating? System? Wasn't that a golden finger that only appeared in novels? It seemed like he really hadn't rested well recently. Li Fan vigorously shook his head, and hearing no sound again, he took another step. Detecting host dullness, this system is about to start binding itself. Binding successful. Blind box signing interface opened. Chapter 2. The first blind box signing and opening of the $2 billion Grand Hotel. In the next second, something like a smart screen appeared in front of Li Fan. I'll go. This is actually real. There really is a system. Li Fan jumped straight up in excitement. The heavens had really treated him well after all. Knowing that he had suffered a double blow to his love and career today, he sent himself a golden finger. With the system, those who had bullied and falsely accused him were nothing. The rules for using this system will now be introduced to the host. When the host signs in at the blind box sign-in page, he will be given the opportunity to open the blind box and obtain the corresponding items inside. All items opened can be circulated reasonably and legally in the real world. All items opened can be circulated reasonably and legally in the real world. The check-in page will be refreshed at midnight every day, after which the items of the previous day's blind box will be overwritten and will not appear again. In principle, the check-in page will only appear once a day. In principle, there will only be one sign-in opportunity per day. Li Fan listened to the system's introduction with great interest. According to the system's introduction, there would be one check-in opportunity today. Sure enough, after Li Fan floated the idea of signing in, the smart screen in front of him suddenly popped up in the form of a gift box. Right underneath the gift box, there was also a pattern of a hand. Li Fan immediately printed his hand on it. The gift box emitted a burst of white light before a hotel model and text introduction appeared. Ding! Signed in successfully. Today's blind box item, Hilda Hotel. With a snap, a stack of title certificates suddenly appeared in the box Li Fan was holding in his hand. What he didn't expect was that the first blind box he opened, it was actually the most famous Hilda Hotel in Magic City. The market value of the Hilda Hotel was worth at least $2 billion. Building high-grade luxury is the first choice of many aristocrats and celebrities' hotel, and the location is located in the center of the city's most conspicuous place. I did not expect such a good thing, now actually free to their hands. Before their own landlord is always something up their rent. Now it is just right to return, directly live in their own hotel to go. Li Fan quickly packed up his things in the rental house. He also threw all of Shin Wenwen's things at the door, and then rushed to the Hilda Hotel. At the entrance of the Hilda Hotel, a few doormen saw Li Fan and immediately greeted him. Just now, in the moment Li Fan got the hotel side got the news of the acquisition. The manager immediately sent Li Fan's picture to every employee in the hotel. Hello Boss Li. The beauties at the front desk all bowed adoringly yet politely to welcome Li Fan. Boss Li, this is the top floor supreme suite with a sky garden for you. Please go this way. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. It was true that big hotels were different and thoughtful in their dealings. However, after Li Fan entered the elevator with the staff, Shin Wenwen and Gui Zihao also stepped into the door of Hilda Hotel together. Su Zihao didn't just come here today to bring Shin Wenwen to flip the script. It was still to talk about cooperation with the hotel manager. Although he was the son of the Huifeng group, his grandfather, who held the power of the group, had always valued his capable cousin Su Shemu more. So what he was currently in charge of was only the travel company under his own group. If he could cooperate with a top hotel like Hilda Hotel, then Grandpa would definitely look at him differently and might just hand over more of his core business to himself. While Suzy Heo was calculating the thoughts in his heart, he put his arm around Shin Wonwon and went up to the premium suite on the penultimate floor. On the other side, Li Fan put away his luggage, but his stomach suddenly growled. I forgot to eat myself in the morning by those 2 outings. Just in time. Go and try the hotel's handiwork. Li Fan took the elevator down, but the elevator stopped at the penultimate floor. Opening the door, Suzy Heo was about to walk in with his arm around Shin Wonwon. Li Fan, why are you here? Didn't I tell you that we broke up? How long are you going to pester me? Shin Wonwon immediately yelled when she saw Li Fan appear. Li Fan looked at Shin Wonwon with the appearance of a shrew and was suddenly glad that he broke up with her. A vain and brainless woman like this was simply not worthy of her current self. I came down from my own suite. Who followed you? Your own suite? Li Fan, don't you even need to draft your big words? The penthouse suite of the Hilda Hotel. That's something that even dignitaries can't book. Even Brother How doesn't dare to say that he can stay in such a suite. How dare you talk big here? Shin Wonwon almost didn't die from Li Fan's anger. Before, she only thought that Li Fan was incapable, but she didn't expect that now this Li Fan was not only incapable but also loved to pretend. He doesn't have to be mentally deranged to this extent just because he broke up with himself, right? Wonwon, why are you angry with this kind of person? I guess Brother Li must have come here to work part-time as a janitor after picking up golf balls because he couldn't unravel the pot, right? Suzy Heo quirked up his mouth to look at Li Fan. No one could understand the value of this hotel better than him. Li Fan was covered in ground goods, and it was 80% that he was here to scrub the floor and change the sheets or something for the top suites. As for the talk of staying in the top suite, he completely took it as a joke, because those who can live in the top suite must be worth hundreds of millions of dollars at least. This was not something that an inferior person like Li Fan could touch. Li Fan laughed coldly. It seems that this hotel's vision of screening customers is still not up to scratch. It actually put in 2 unqualified mad dogs. Whether I stay in the top suite or not has nothing to do with you guys. On the contrary, it's you guys who have stunk up the air in this hotel of mine. So pack up your things and get out later. Li Fan calmly looked at the 2 men, a powerful aura radiating from his body. Suzy Heo became angry at once. This Li Fan really thought he could ride on his head? Returning his hotel and telling the 2 of them to roll? He couldn't help but strike, and then realized the surveillance in the elevator. He had come here to sign a contract. He couldn't let an insignificant person ruin his plans. Kid, you wait for me. I'll clean you up sooner or later. When the floor arrived, Suzy Heo viciously threw down a sentence to Li Fan and then went out with his arm around Shin Wonwon. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator door, he saw the hotel's Joe Bohai manager looking in his direction with an expectant face. Brother How? Look at that manager who keeps looking at you. It's true that the fame of the Weifeng group is great. Even the likes of the Hilda Hotel have to treat you respectfully. Shin Wonwon used a mushy voice to pat Suzy Heo on the back in his ear. Suzy Heo was really in a good mood after hearing this. This manager has such a good attitude. It seems that his cooperation this time is a sure thing. Joe Bohai's side had also happily stretched out his hands in a handshake position, walking straight towards Suzy Heo's side. Manager Joe. Suzy Heo hurriedly extended his hand as well. However, just at the moment when the 2 of them were about to touch, Manager Zhou's figure passed straight through him from the side and held Li Fan's hand with excitement. Chapter 3 The Hotel Hits the Face. 30 million Lamborghini poison arrives. Boss Li, I've been waiting for you after all this time. Joe Bohai excitedly shook Li Fan's hand, completely leaving behind the 2 Suzy Heo who had a pleasing face. The other guests in the entire restaurant level also looked over curiously. So this man is the new owner of Hilda Hotel? I didn't expect to be so young and handsome. Someone who can buy Hilda in one breath. It's estimated that his wealth must be at the tens of billions level anyways, right? But how is he dressed? What do you know? That's called low profile. The sound of the chattering discussion reached Shin Wonwon's ears, and she had an incredulous look on her face. Joe Bohai called Li Fan Boss Li? And these people said that Li Fan was the new owner of Hilda Hotel? How was this possible? Before, when he asked Li Fan to buy himself a bag, he would barely use a month's salary to get enough to buy it. Now in the blink of an eye, he can buy a multi-billion-dollar grand hotel? Monk who? Manager Zhou. You must not be fooled by him. Li Fan, he's just a supermarket buyer. I know best how much money he has. There's absolutely no way he's any kind of boss Li. Joe Bohai heard Shin Wonwon shouting a bunch of nonsense and denigrating Li Fan like this, fearing that he would be unhappy to hear it. Where is this woman from talking nonsense here? Security guard. Security. Joe Bohai turned around and wanted to call security to drive the 2 away. Although Suzy Heo was surprised, but looking at Li Fan's dress how he didn't look like a rich man, so he followed closely to vouch for Shin Wonwon's words. Manager Zhou. I'm from the Weifeng group. I can prove that what she said is true. If you have any leverage on Li Fan, I can help. Never let people say that you don't know people well because of him. When these words came out, Joe Bohai almost didn't get angry and laughed. Our boss Lee bought the hotel in black and white. You two outsiders will still know better than me as a manager? Still saying that he doesn't know people well? This is not clearly in front of boss Lee pit him it. His words immediately choked Suzy Heo and the two of them. Look at Joe Bohai's words look. Suzy Heo's heart began to panic. This Lee Fan, could it really be Hilda's boss? Then wouldn't this be a cooperation for himself? Shin Wonwon was also filled with shock. How could she not expect Lee Fan, who had just been dumped by herself, to turn into a billionaire with billions of dollars? Wouldn't she have missed out on a rich son-in-law for nothing? She instantly repented. Seeing that the two of them were instantly like quails who didn't dare to speak, Joe Bohai snorted coldly. Also, Mr. Su, as far as I know the current manager of the Huifeng Group is Miss Su, right? Your little travel company. How dare you clamor in front of our Hilda Hotel? Joe Bohai's words hit Suzy Heo's sore spot, and his face suddenly turned green for a while. Seeing the two men eat their words, Lee Fan's heart was finally a little more comfortable. This manager Zhou is a capable officer. Manager Zhou, I think it is still necessary for our hotel to strengthen the screening of guests. Otherwise it is not good to disturb other guests. As soon as Lee Fan's words left his mouth, Joe Bohai immediately understood. Security. Now immediately throw this pair of unqualified men and women out to me. Also, everyone remember, we, Hilda Hotel, will never allow any cooperation with such people. Several security guards quickly ran out to pick up Suzy Heo and Shin Wonwon like little chickens, completely ignoring their penitent pleas for forgiveness. They took the people away and directly threw them in front of the hotel. I'm really sorry Boss Lee. It's all my fault for not managing things properly, only to let these people disturb you. After resolving the two people, Joe Bohai hurriedly apologized to Lee Fan. It's not your fault. Just pay more attention in the future not to let unsavory people come and affect the hotel's business. Hearing Lee Fan's generous words, Joe Bohai could finally put his heart down. He immediately welcomed Lee Fan to the luxurious dining table in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The guests who were dining looked at manager Zhou's respectful manner towards Lee Fan, and they were all envious inside at once. Ding! Detected that the host has gained a large amount of goodwill. Obtaining an additional check-in opportunity. Limited to 10 minutes. Extra check-in opportunity? I didn't expect that the system would also provide opportunities to myself based on realistic feedback. After hearing the sound of the system informing about the time limit, Lee Fan hurriedly signed up in his mind. He imprinted his palm on it just like last time. The gift box opened. And this time, a car pattern surfaced. Holy, it's actually a Lamborghini Poison worth around $30 million. Lee Fan shouted out in his heart. If he remembered correctly, there were only 3 of this car worldwide. Ding! Lamborghini Poison has been issued for you. Storage location, Hilda Hotel main entrance. Suddenly, Lee Fan's coat pocket had an extra heavy object. It turned out to be Poison's car key, which looked rather plain. Lee Fan looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window, and sure enough, he caught a glimpse of the Lamborghini parked in front of the hotel. With that cool appearance and shining silver light, no wonder it was said that no man could refuse Poison. Lee Fan already felt his whole body boiling with blood just by looking at it. After casually eating something, Lee Fan couldn't wait to come downstairs wanting to drive for a good drive. However, as soon as he left the hotel entrance, Suzy Heo and Shin Wonwon ran towards him as if they were hungry wolves seeing meat. Boss Lee, just now I was all misled by this and that's why I said those big disrespectful words to you. Please forgive me. Our company really needs this cooperation. To show his innocence, Suzy Heo even slapped Shin Wonwon on the spot, as if he wanted to draw a line with her. No brother Fan, it was clearly him who instigated me not to give you a good face. In fact, I have always had you in my heart it's all Suzy Heo he forced me. Shin Wonwon saw that Suzy Heo had brushed himself off at once, and hated him to death in his heart. But on her face, she immediately pretended to be an innocent white lotus flower. She still thought that Lee Fan was the same as before. As long as she pampered and showed weakness, she would treat herself as a sweetheart again. After all, she was confident that all men would fall under her pomegranate skirt. However, Lee Fan wasn't interested in watching them bite the dog. A circle of people had already gathered around his Lamborghini. If this continued, he would not be able to leave later. Next to the Lamborghini, a few passers-by who knew how to drive had been completely unable to walk when they saw the Poison in front of them. I didn't expect to actually see a living Poison in my lifetime. No regrets in this life. What's more, some have already started to do a guided tour introduction. The lightweight design of the carbon fiber floor, the 6.5-liter 12-cylinder engine with 750 horsepower, the top speed of 355 kilometers per hour, and then look at the smooth body design, the high-quality interior. It's simply a work of art in the sports car world. Someone opened the cell phone live broadcast, and more than 10,000 people instantly flooded into the live broadcast room. Li Fan shook off Shin Wenwen's hand that grabbed his sleeve, and shot another chill-filled look at the two men. If I had known this would happen. I don't have time to watch you guys acting here. Get lost. Ignoring the two, he took a single stride forward and pressed the car key again. With a drop, the doors of the Lamborghini Poison instantly unfolded like the silver-gray wings of a celestial god. The Y-shaped horn headlights radiated an eye-catching, dazzling light to greet its owner as he arrived. The crowd looked towards Li Fan, who was walking towards the Poison, only to see that his footsteps were calm and strong, and he arrived next to the car door without any hurry. Chapter 4, surrounded at the high-speed rail station. Lamborghini carries back neighborhood sister. With a flash, Li Fan sat in the driver's seat of Poison. This move stunned the crowd at the scene. The pop-ups in the live stream opened by the roadie also increased rapidly. I'll go. This kid looks like he's only in his early 20s, and he's driving Poison at this age. He gave birth to my dream. People in their 20s are driving Lamborghinis while I can only drive four-wheeled bumper cars. Is this the gap between people? There was a loud bang in the sky and the old slave shined. God ho brother, make friends? My VX is 12,345. On the other side, Suzy Hayo's eyes dropped out in shock. The price of this car alone had already topped a few of his. Not to mention that this limited edition model could not be bought without some access. Li Fan's strength is far more exaggerated than he imagined. But Suzy Hayo was also a member of the Huifeng group. Although his own company is average, but his own industry to compete with Li Fan's strength is still there. What's more, just now he had begged him so much. This Li Fan was still so ungrateful. So at this time, he was not only surprised at Li Fan, but also full of overflowing hatred. Humph, wait until I get my hands on Huifeng, then I'll come back to clean you up properly. Suzy Hayo spat viciously in Li Fan's direction. He kicked Shin Wenwen again and then left without looking back. But the current Shin Wenwen didn't have the heart to retain any Suzy Hayo, because it was obvious that right now Li Fan was the Diamond King who was worth investing in. Besides, she had followed him for so many years before. She didn't believe that Li Fan could really be so heartless. So she quickly ran to Li Fan's car despite the gazes of the crowd. Brother Fan, I really know I'm wrong. Just forgive me. I'll make it up to you. Shin Wenwen said as she squirmed and shot a wink to Li Fan. Li Fan was so disgusted that he got goosebumps. Before, when he had no money, this woman had disliked herself. Now that she is rich and powerful, she knows that she is rushing to lick herself. He now suspected that he had been head-dropped before, and could actually endure such a woman for 3 years. The moment Shin Wenwen was about to touch the car door, Li Fan immediately spoke out to stop it. Don't touch my car. I'm too dirty. Slamming on the gas pedal, Shin Wenwen immediately collapsed to the ground in fear. Li Fan freely drove the Poison and disappeared into the crowd's view with a beautiful turn, leaving the crowd to look at Shin Wenwen, who couldn't climb up the ladder. With a look of disgust, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even ridiculed. This woman is also too shameless. Right. Seducing in public thanks to her. That's right. Fortunately my God's honorable brother has a good eye and wasn't cheated by her. Shin Wenwen, however, regarded the finger-pointing of the people around her as nothing, and her mind was full of thoughts about how to find another opportunity to get back together with Li Fan. On the center of the Magic City Avenue, Li Fan drove the Poison all the way. The cool wind caressing every inch of space inside his car made his heart feel free. This short one-day's experience was really richer than all of his past 20 years. He couldn't help but begin to look forward to his new life ahead. At this time, Li Fan's mother called him, and he opened the car system to answer. Son, do you remember our neighbor's Aunt Wang's daughter? It's the one you used to play with all the time. Oh, Chiener's sister. Ha, I remember. What's wrong, Mom? Your Aunt Wang said Chiener is going up to Magic City to look for a job, and it just so happens that I thought you'd be there too, so you can help take care of each other. She's almost at your high-speed train station at this point. You remember to go pick her up. The Chiener in Li Fan's mother's mouth was surnamed Ji, 2 or 3 years younger than Li Fan. In the past, when he was still in his hometown, Yi Chiener followed him like a follower all day long. It had been almost 6 or 7 years since he last saw her, although the two of them used to have a good relationship. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years. Li Fan was vaguely nervous inside. Then I'll stop by and pick her up now. Receiving Li Fan's affirmative reply, his mother began to nag him about her family. By the way, son, is everything alright on your own side lately? Hearing his mother's question, Li Fan hesitated for a while, but still did not tell what happened today. For one, he didn't want to worry his mother. Secondly, with this body of money that he now possessed, it was 80% likely that he would scare the old couple after saying it out. Everything is fine on my side. Don't worry, Mom. That's good. Your Aunt Wang called me over to play mahjong. Then you pay more attention to everything. And if you need anything, feel free to talk to your family. Li Fan's heart was warmed again after hearing his mother's words. In fact, his family was just an ordinary working family, but his parents always supported him unconditionally. Food and clothing from childhood never let him less others. Now that he was strong, he had to repay his parents more next. Thinking about it, Li Fan had already driven his car to the vicinity of the high-speed train station. A large group of people poured out from the station. As they passed by his poison, they couldn't help but slow down and take out their cell phones to take pictures. Li Fan flipped out Yi Qian'er's number that his mother had sent him. "Hello, is this Qian'er? I'm your brother Fan. I've arrived at the high-speed train station. Now you just head to a silver gray car." Yi Qian'er, who received the call, was following the crowd at the moment. Silver gray car? Could it be this one that everyone is surrounding? Can't be. This car looks so expensive. With apprehension, Yi Qian'er walked to the door of Poison's car and gently knocked on the window. The car window dropped, and Li Fan was instantly stunned by the lovely person who emerged in front of him. Melon face with soft black long straight, white skin with small features to form a pair of completely pure face. It is really a woman's big change. Before following their own skinny little girl is now growing so watery. Yi Qian'er's heart was also stirred when she saw Li Fan's familiar face. Brother Fan was still as handsome as she remembered. Only there were a few more points of a man's precipitated temperament. The car door opened upwards, and in the envious eyes of the crowd, Yi Qian'er sat on Poison's co-pilot. Soon, Li Fan drove Yi Qian'er to the Hilda Hotel to stay. When the receptionist saw that Li Fan had brought a beautiful girl back, they all had the presence of mind not to go forward to inquire. However, Li Fan brought Yi Qian'er directly to them. "Let's open a high-class suite for this Ms. Yi." Hearing that the two were actually separated, the eyes of several receptionists instantly lit up. On one hand, they felt that they had another chance. On the other hand was the surprise that their boss was actually such an honorable person. After all, the hotel receptionist had seen a lot of strange situations that could be a lot. "Okay, boss." Yi Qian'er originally wanted Li Fan not to break the bank and just give herself a room to stay in. Unexpectedly, the receptionist actually directly called Li Fan as the boss. Plus the luxury sports car just now. Is the current Fan still the same Fan she used to know? Chapter 5. 55% of Juanhong Group's shares. Teaching Yi Qian'er how to play golf. After helping Yi Qian'er settle down, Li Fan, who was tired for the day, returned to his room to rest. However, at this time, his spirit was unusually excited because it would soon be midnight on a new day, and he didn't know what goodies the new blind box signing would open for him. Once 0 o'clock arrived, the smart screen appeared on time. Ding! The blind box sign-in screen has been refreshed. In the next second, Li Fan excitedly jumped up from his bed. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's blind box item, 55% of Juanhong Group's shares. A safe box suddenly appeared on the bed, which was densely packed with various industrial information and equity books of Juanhong Group. Juanhong Group is exactly the group that belongs to the golf course that Li Fan worked part-time in previously. Although the main business of Juanhong Group is real estate, but also covers the information industry, finance, trade services, culture and art business and many other businesses, is a real all-round development enterprise. Such a big company, even if he only has dividends every year, he can at least earn billions of dollars. This is simply a proper successful person. And before Li Fan part-time job when he would like to personally on the golf course to play a game, just to make money has not been able to energy and time to really go to experience some. Now it was good that he was the first major shareholder of Juanhong Group, so it just so happened that he was going to inspect it. Right, it just so happens that I can also bring Qian'er along to have some fun. Li Fan quickly sent an invitation to Yi Qian'er. Yi Qian'er, who had just come out from the bathroom after taking a shower, was overjoyed when she saw the text message sent by Li Fan and hurriedly opened her suitcase to try on clothes suitable for a date. Early the next morning, Li Fan came to find Yi Qian'er to go out. Yi Qian'er was wearing a long white dress, which further emphasized her own pure temperament to the extreme. "Brother Fan, is it okay for me to dress like this?" Yi Qian'er didn't know why she was always unconsciously shy after seeing Li Fan this time. "Not bad, quite suitable for you." Yi Qian'er, who was appreciated by Li Fan, was overjoyed, thinking that she must wear this type of dress more often in the future. The two quickly arrived at the hospitality office of the golf course. Chen Ye, the supervisor of the hospitality office, was arranging her work at this time. She was wearing a tight professional outfit. Her figure was concave and convex, and her whole person exuded the temperament of a royal lady. As soon as she saw Li Fan, Chen Ye immediately went up to him with a big grin and hugged him to greet him. "You kid, how did you suddenly leave early last time? Why don't you say something to sister first?" Chen Ye was Li Fan's top boss who worked here part-time before. Although it was said to be a supervisor, Chen Ye had always taken care of him. Sometimes when Li Fan had something to do, she would do her best to help. So Li Fan had always been quite grateful to her. Before Li Fan could respond, Wang Fa, the general manager of the golf course, immediately welcomed him out from inside. Li Dong. Aga Li Dong, you came how also did not tell me in advance because Chenya had been in charge of the part-time employees before. Wang Fa did not know that Li Fan had worked here. Hearing Wang Fa address Li Fan, Chenya's entire body froze. She hurriedly took her hand off Li Fan's body. Li Dong, the handsome henchman that she had been taking care of before, was his real identity actually a director of the company she worked for? Could it be that? In fact, Li Fan had always been a rich second generation and had come here before to experience work at the grassroots level? But Li Fan clearly did not have any of the bad habits of a rich kid. Thinking of this, she suddenly admired Li Fan's character even more. Yi Qianer was still a bit sad because of Chenya's excessive intimacy with Li Fan. As a result, after hearing the manager here call Li Fan as Li Dong, her little mind that was just shocked yesterday was shocked again at this moment. Before, Li Fan's mother had clearly told her that Brother Fan was just an ordinary purchaser. Now it is the boss and the director. This is clearly a young and talented young man. She was now filled with uncontrollable admiration for Li Fan. After all, according to her original life path, an excellent man like this was an existence that could not be touched in a lifetime. Manager Wang is polite. I just thought I happened to be free to play some golf. Sister Ya took good care of me when I was working part-time here before, so I'm sure she'll arrange it very properly for me this time as well. Li Fan shook Wang Fa's hand and pretended to mention Chenya's help to him without thinking. Wang Fa was taken aback. He didn't realize that the director who was worth tens of billions of dollars had also worked at his tiny golf course. Luckily, his own men had not offended Li Fan ungratefully, or else he would have been in deep. Wang Fa, as a workplace veteran, naturally knew Li Fan's intention of mentioning Chenya had helped him, so he immediately cast an appreciative glance at Chenya and said, I see. Chenya is our old employee here. She has always done things properly. Li Dong, you have a discerning eye. This way, Chenya. You now go to the personnel there for promotion procedures. In the future the position of deputy manager here will be assumed by you. Chenya was immediately flattered. She knew that all this was Li Fan helping himself. The supervisor and the deputy manager didn't sound like a big difference in position level, but the annual salary and status were more than 10 times. Li Fan, who was a kid in Chenya's eyes, instantly became taller and taller, and she, who had always been domineering, rarely showed a few moments of a little woman's shyness. Li Fan was satisfied with Wang Fa's arrangement, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he took Yi Qianer to the court. Brother Fan, why is it that Auntie told me that you are a purchaser when you are so good? Yi Qianer is a little girl in the end. There are doubts in her heart that can't be held for long before she has to pour out. Well, I thought about keeping a low profile, so I didn't tell my mom about my current situation for the time being. So Qianer, I also have to trouble you to keep my secret as well. Li Fan subconsciously touched Yi Qianer's head like before. However, Yi Qianer swooshed her red face. Aha, Qianer will definitely keep it a secret for Brother Fan. On the court, Yi Qianer held the club and tried to swing it like the others. However, she kept failing to aim at the ball. She could only spit out her tongue towards Li Fan for help. Brother Fan, this is so hard. I don't know. Although Li Fan also knew a little bit about golf, but he had worked here part-time for so long before. He had seen pigs run before without eating pork. Come over here. I'll teach you. Li Fan smoothly grabbed Yi Qianer's hand and started teaching her to swing. The two people's bodies were close together. Li Fan was so focused on bringing Yi Qianer to aim for the swing that he didn't notice that the person inside his arms had completely blushed like a red tomato. Ding! Detected that the host is helping people. Get an additional opportunity to sign in once. Limited to 10 minutes. Li Fan immediately mimed signing in, and again took advantage of people not paying attention to stretch out his palm in the air. However, what was opened in the gift box was 5 cards. What is the meaning of this? Li Fan wondered. Ding! This blind box item, 5 chances to draw. Please ask the host to complete the lottery within 5 minutes. At this moment, not far away, a man wearing a gold chain was looking at the two men with displeasure and spat on the ground. Chapter 6, The Rich Bully Picks a Fight. Li Fan's ball skills are wide open, shocking the whole field. Li Fan hurriedly mumbled the draw in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of talent full opening potion, within 1 day of the statute of limitations. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an ancient book. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining unlimited storage space. Ding! Congratulations to the host on receiving $100,000 in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining $500 in cash. The items have been automatically put into the space for you and can be withdrawn at any time when you need them. Just as Li Fan was still wondering about these things, Su Dahai, who was wearing a gold chain, walked towards them with a face full of flesh. Yo, isn't this our beautiful school flower Qianer girl? How come she came to Magic City to play ball with men? Su Dahai was Yi Qian'er's notorious second-generation rich bully inside her university, and had been coveting her beauty and pursuing and harassing her before. But Yi Qian'er didn't like him at all, so she refused his advances every time. Seeing the intimate appearance of Yi Qian'er and Li Fan in front of him, Su Dahai was so jealous that he was on the verge of spitting fire. Humph. This woman pretends to be pure on the surface, but it's here in Magic City, on the body of the dress. Their own is not worse than the man in front of him. Right. Yi Qian'er saw Su Dahai subconsciously hide behind Li Fan. Her reaction. Li Fan immediately saw that Yi Qian'er not only has no good feelings for this man and even a bit disgusted, so he also took a step forward and reached out to protect Yi Qian'er. Are you looking for Qian'er for something? Just tell me directly if there is something. Su Dahai was very dissatisfied with Li Fan's heroic behavior of saving the beauty. He came here this time but wanted to make Li Fan lose completely and convincingly. There's nothing wrong. I just watched you guys play for half a day, and I thought I'd come and spar with you, brother. After his observation, this Li Fan was clearly a golf novice. He was different. He had been immersed in the course for many years, and his skills were notoriously good. Yi Qian'er's look of worshipping this man made him annoyed when he looked at him, so he specially came to make a date to fight, just to let Yi Qian'er take a good look at who in the end is the big hero worthy of her worship. If you lose, you'll kneel down and worship me as your master. Then let Yi Qian'er give me a kiss. How about it? Su Dahai. You're shameless. Yi Qian'er immediately cursed out, and tugged on Li Fan's sleeve in fear. What? You wouldn't be afraid to dare, would you? Su Dahai proudly irritated, and looked behind him at the several pugnacious men he had brought with him. He was sure to compete in this match today. Brother Fan, you don't compare with him. He was on our school's varsity golf team before. Basically no one can win against him. I don't want you to kneel to him. Seeing Su Dahai's arrogant look, and hearing Yi Qian'er say that no one could win against him before, Li Fan instantly came to a fighting spirit. Moreover, if he escaped today, if Yi Qian'er encountered Su Dahai again in the future, she might still be bullied by him. As her neighboring brother, how can this anger have to help her out? Okay, I'll compare. Brother Fan. Yi Qian'er's voice took on a crying tone. She really didn't want Brother Fan to lose face in front of Su Dahai. Qian'er, do you trust me? Li Fan asked softly. Yi Qian'er heard Li Fan ask this, and after calming down her mood, she still firmly nodded her head. I believe Brother Fan. Good. With a thought, Li Fan extracted the talent all-out potion he had just drawn from space. Instantly, a bottle of something like mineral water appeared in his hand. Hurry up. Grinding. Seeing that Li Fan was still drinking water to suppress his shock before the match, Su Dahai was even more confident of winning the match later. After the potion went down, Li Fan immediately felt that his whole body was filled with energy, and all kinds of playing styles and strokes about golf came into his mind in a steady stream. Su Dahai, if you lose, then I want you to kneel down and worship me as your master, and then promise that you will never be allowed to harass Qian'er again. Okay. Old me promise that if I lose, I will never come back to harass the schoolgirl lord again. Okay. Su Dahai answered with his mouth full without even thinking about it, because he thought that Li Fan's skill was simply impossible to beat himself, and asking him to kneel down for him? He wouldn't be surnamed Su if he didn't beat Li Fan to death later. In order to separate the winners and losers earlier, the two of them only chose to play 5 holes. At the beginning of the match, Su Dahai was so proud of himself that after a round of maneuvering, he shot a total of 18 strokes for the 5 holes. This has exceeded his previous best record. Su Dahai even more inflated. It seems that Yi Qian'er can only be his. As a result, Li Fan immediately killed him as soon as he started to shoot, and every ball was a hole-in-one. The skill of the ball made many guests stop and admire. Su Dahai even had a jaw-dropping expression. In all the years he had been playing golf, he had never seen anyone who could score a hole-in-one twice in a row, not to mention the fact that Li Fan had made a hole-in-one on each of his 5 shots. In the end, Li Fan won big. Brother Fan, you're great. Yi Qian'er couldn't help but run up and hug Li Fan. The crowd of onlookers also couldn't help but applaud continuously. This ball skill is simply out of this world. After so many years on the court, this is the first time I've seen such a perfect maneuver. Yes, such a level even if you enter the national team. It's still a level that can be hung in minutes. Seeing the crowd and Yi Qian'er praising Li Fan, Su Dahai was furious and humiliated to the extreme. Obviously, he was going to teach this Li Fan a good lesson. How come he was now letting him out of the limelight instead? You guys, hold him down. I'm going to give him a good beating. Su Dahai immediately changed his face and greeted his bodyguards over. Su Dahai, what are you doing? How can you still turn your face away when you've lost? How despicable. Seeing how shameless Su Dahai was, Yi Qian'er couldn't care less about being scared and hurriedly tried to pull Li Fan away. Li Dong, are you alright? Li Dong, Wang Fa had just seen on the monitor that someone was making things difficult for Li Fan, and immediately called out for a team of security guards to rush towards the stadium. When Su Dahai saw that Wang Fa had brought a group of people, he thought that they had come to help him teach Li Fan a lesson together. Manager Wang, you don't have to bring so many people to teach this brat a lesson. A few of my bodyguards are more than enough. Before Su Dahai could finish his words, Wang Fa slapped him. Good you Su Dahai. Open your doggy eyes and see clearly for me. The one standing in front of you right now is our Juanheng Group's #1 shareholder, Chairman Li Family. SH. What? Su Dahai covered his face and looked incredulously at the calm Li Fan. This mediocre fellow was actually the chairman of Juanheng Group. The reason why Su Dahai could be so domineering was because his father was the boss of a small company under Juanheng Group. Now wouldn't he have offended his bread and butter through and through? He was immediately on a sliding knee. Master, I was wrong. You are not only my master, you are also my father. Please spare me, Dad. He crawled over on his knees again to kowtow 3 times to Yi Qianer. Miss Yi, everything is my fault. I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Please let Director Li spare me. Yi Qianer knew that Li Fan was powerful, but she didn't expect Li Fan to be powerful enough to make Su Dahai desperately beg for forgiveness. Every one of those boys who liked her in school before said that they would protect her. As a result, they didn't even dare to confront Su Dahai head-on with a single word. But Li Fan was able to make Su Dahai scared out of his wits just by standing there without doing anything. At this time, her feeling towards Li Fan had completely changed into a heartbeat that she couldn't restrain. Chapter 7, $10 billion bank card in hand. Private Secretary Julia on board. Li Fan looked at the wretched Su Dahai on the ground and snorted coldly. Humph. To be my disciple. You are not qualified. Manager Wang, you can take care of this person yourself. I will take Qianer away first. As soon as Li Fan pulled over Yi Qianer's hand, her heartbeat instantly beat extremely fast. You take your time, Li Dong. You can rest assured that I will do my job. After sending Li Fan away, Wang Fa immediately called Juanheng headquarters to explain the situation. Not a moment later, Su Hai's father called Su Hai. You rebellious son, who wouldn't you mess with to mess with the new director of Juanheng Group? Our family has been killed by you. Now I've been dismissed by Juanheng Group. Our whole family will wait for the northwest wind to drink. When Su Dahai heard the news, his whole body was powerless and paralyzed down bawling. Wang Fa, on the other hand, mercilessly called for someone to lift him up and threw him heavily onto the concrete ground outside the golf course. On the other side, Yi Qianer's hand was still being held by Li Fan. Only when he reached the door did Li Fan realize that he had been holding her hand for a bit too long. Sorry Qianer, for a moment I forgot that you've grown up. Seeing Li Fan let go of her hand, Yi Qianer's heart vaguely rose with some loss. She didn't want Li Fan to still want to treat her as a younger sister like before. Brother Fan, before Yi Qianer could say anything, a middle-aged man with a good instrumentation rushed over to stop him. Hello, little brother, this is my business card. You really played great on the court just now. I wonder if I can make friends with you. Meng Xingjie excitedly pulled out his business card and handed it to Li Fan. Li Fan's moves in the previous match had left him dumbfounded, and he had always appreciated these young people who had the drive and strength. Just now when he saw that it was almost over, he couldn't hold back and went to the restroom. But as soon as he came out, the people were all scattered. So it was good that he met him again at the door now. Li Fan politely took Meng Xingjie's business card. General manager of Run Star Department Store? As expected of a golf course that is famous for its business and socializing features, any random uncle is a person of status. Hello, Manager Meng. I'm Li Fan. I'll take this business card for now. We'll get together again when we have the chance. Okay. Seeing that Li Fan was young but knew how to be polite, Meng Xingjie felt that he had made the right friend. After saying goodbye to Meng Xingjie, Li Fan and Yi Qianer returned to the car. Director Shan Dehua, a high-ranking member of Juanheng Group, called Li Fan. Director Li, I wonder if you have the time to come to the company now, so that we can explain to you about the company's situation as well as the financial dividends. Okay, then I'll make a trip over there now. On the other side, Yi Qianer also received an interview notice from the delivery company. So Li Fan first drove Yi Qianer under an office building before going directly to the Juanheng Group office building. At the entrance of the building, the directors of Juanheng Group stood in 2 rows and waited eagerly. When Li Fan came down from the car, they immediately bowed to him in unison. Good day, Director Li. This is a big row. Get it? Li Fan nodded with satisfaction and was flanked by the crowd into the elevator. Is that the new major shareholder? Look at the side profile, so handsome and young looking. I really don't know if such an excellent man has a girlfriend. If not, I'll rush. Don't daydream. If it's just you, can he look at you? If they can't see me, can they see you? A few beautiful receptionists chirped in disgust, and almost pinched each other. Su Shemu, who had just come to Ju Eun-hung Group to finish her business and was ready to leave. Saw Lee Fan's back in the crowd and couldn't help but be curious as well. Is this the person who bought 55% of Ju Eun-hung Group's shares overnight? Why does he look so young? She couldn't help but somewhat look forward to dealing with him in the future. On the other side, Lee Fan was invited to the conference hall by director Shang Dua. There was no point in having too many people, so with a wave of Lee Fan's hand, the other directors retired. Director Lee, this is the bank card we made for you based on the dividends you are entitled to. There is $10 billion in it, you please accept it. Although these days Lee Fan had heard more than enough about sales and purchases in billions, but when he really got his hands on a bank card with $10 billion, he was still fiercely excited inside. This was $10 billion. Money that one would not be able to earn in tens of thousands of lifetimes originally. According to the company's annual profit sharing, you can get a dividend of $5 billion every quarter, and we will also regularly credit the card for you in the future. Not bad. $5 billion a quarter. Wouldn't that be $20 billion a year? A big group was indeed a big group. The shareholders' dividends alone would allow Lee Fan to earn a fortune, and he himself could realize complete wealth freedom with this sum alone. In order to facilitate your work and living arrangements, the group has also specially equipped a private secretary for you. Lee Dong. Julia, come in. With Shang Dehua's order, Julia stepped on her high heels and clattered in. Long curly chestnut-colored hair lined Julia's face extremely small, yet her features were thickly hung, and she looked a bit of a mixed-race temperament. A pair of long legs looked even more slender on her high heels, and she exuded a strong feminine flavor between her hands and feet. Hello Lee Dong. You can always order me if there's anything in the future. Although her face was voluptuous, Julia's demeanor was very professional and generous. Looking at her work ability was not bad. Lee Fan was very satisfied with this secretary of his. Seeing that Lee Fan still recognized his arrangement, Shang Dehua immediately handed Lee Fan the information on the tablet. Director Lee, these are some of our group's recent acquisitions and new businesses. Please take a look. Lee Fan immediately saw a familiar name on the tablet. Zhongqing Entertainment? Wasn't this the company Qianer mentioned earlier that she was going to interview? I didn't realize that it was already a company under Ju Eun-hung now. That's just right. Go over and support her yourself. Little girl out to look for a job. He can help or have to help more. Ju Eun-hung Group. Lee Fan understood more or less. After explaining a few things to Shang Dong and Julia, Lee Fan quickly arrived at Star Entertainment. When he came to the door and wanted to go in, he suddenly received a text message from Yi Qianer. Brother Fan, save me. The person who interviewed me said he wants to subvert me. Seeing Yi Qianer's distress message, Lee Fan immediately rushed into the company. His mother and Auntie Wang had asked him to take care of Yi Qianer, and he could not let her fall into danger. Mr. Sir, you can't barge in. A few people tried to stop Lee Fan. However, the talent all-out potion in Lee Fan's body was still in effect, and he easily avoided the blocking crowd. No, don't! Yi Qianer's voice came from the room at the end of the corridor. Lee Fan ran over with an arrow step and viciously kicked open the locked door of the room. Chapter 8 Entertainment Company Great Show of Strength, and took Yi Qianer into his arms. Brother Fan. Seeing Lee Fan appear, Yi Qianer was as excited as seeing a savior from the sky. She immediately cried and jumped into Lee Fan's arms. Fortunately, Lee Fan came in time. Yi Qianer was fine except for her hair, which was a bit messy. Lu Ziming, who had wanted to plot against Yi Qianer, was furious when he saw that his good deed was ruined. Who the hell are you? Who allowed you to come in? How are you guys watching the door? He immediately cursed at a few other employees. It's really not our fault, Minister. It's this man, he had to barge in. We can't stop. How to stop? You hallowed entertainment company. This is how you bully a girl who came for an interview, right? Lee Fan looked at Yi Qianer crying like a frightened bunny in his arms. He was heartbroken. Our company's own business. What do you care if you're an outsider? Get lost if you're sensible, or I won't guarantee that you'll be able to get out of this door. Lu Ziming threatened without changing his face, and reached out to pull Yi Qianer. However, with one strike, Lee Fan broke his wrist. Lu Ziming's miserable scream instantly filled the entire space. The others were also so frightened that they retreated several steps. Good you, Yi Qianer. Today you let someone do this to me. I will make sure that the entire industry will block you, and I will also put material to completely discredit you. Don't you forget, I'm the head of PR here. Creating a public opinion war is as simple as drinking water to me. If you don't let your man release me, I, Lu Ziming, will do what I say. Yi Qianer was completely shocked by these words from Lu Ziming. Could it be that her career was going to be ruined before it even started? She subconsciously wanted Lee Fan to let Lu Ziming go, but Lee Fan didn't take these threats in his eyes. He grabbed Lu Ziming's other hand again, and with a twist of his two crossed hands, Lu Ziming's two big arms were instantly both fractured, and hung down helplessly like drooping ears of wheat. Ah! Pig-killing screams rang out as Lu Ziming fell to his knees in pain. The others saw that Li Fan was not a person to be messed with. You pushed me and I pushed you. None of them dared to come up and rescue Lu Ziming. Brother Fan, I'm fine now. Otherwise let's forget about it. Yi Qianer hurriedly came out to stop Li Fan. She also didn't want to get Li Fan into trouble because of herself. Don't worry Qianer, I will definitely give you justice today. Li Fan dialed Julia. Julia, you immediately tell the boss of All Star Entertainment to get his ass over here and meet me now. I'm in their interview room right now. Not a moment later, a balding middle-aged man came running in hot and bothered. The eyes of Lu Ziming, who was in pain on the ground, lit up with hope. Dad, you came just in time. This brat who came out of nowhere beat me up like this. You must avenge me. Lu Hongwei followed Lu Ziming's gaze. Only then did he realize that the brat his son was talking about was Chairman Li, the major shareholder who had just called from the headquarters to say that he wanted to see him. Coupled with Yi Qianer's tear-stained face, he instantly understood the situation at hand. His own son bullied to the group director's woman. This is not dead. On this side, Lu Ziming was being complacent. When Lu Hongwei suddenly kicked on him. Let you bully other girls. I will kill you this not. The crowd and Lu Ziming were all stunned. Usually Lu Hongwei valued his baby son the most. He turned a blind eye to anything more excessive. How come he suddenly taught Lu Ziming a lesson today? Our company was easily valued and acquired by Juanhong Group. In front of Chairman Li, you are still acting in such a reckless manner, really disgracing our company. The moment Lu Hongwei said this, the people present were shocked beyond words. They had indeed heard that Juanhong Group had recently had 55% of its shares acquired by a mysterious shareholder, leaping to become Juanhong Group's new spokesperson. But no one had thought that such an outstanding figure would actually be this young man with athletic hands in front of them all. Yi Qianer is even more completely confused. How which of the industry are related to Brother Fan these days when she came to Mordor? If it wasn't for Brother Fan, she might have been bullied to wherever she went. She was so moved that she couldn't help but hug Li Fan tightly in his arms. Li Fan also thought it was Yi Qianer see this situation is afraid. Also back to embrace her, lightly pat her back to express comfort. Okay, no need to pretend in front of me. Today all the employees involved in this matter are dismissed. You as the boss of his son's evil behavior does not act. The crime is aggravated. Hurry up to pack up your things to roll. I will let the head office immediately send someone to take over. After putting down a call, Li Fan took off his jacket and wrapped Yi Qianer in his arms before escorting her away, leaving behind a room full of regretful employees and Lu Hongwei who was punching and kicking Lu Ziming. Brother Fan, I want to go to the restroom first to wash my face. Will you wait for me here? Yi Qianer had cried so much that her makeup was splattered because of the shock. She didn't want Li Fan to keep looking at her ugly appearance. Okay, you go. Li Fan stood by the pillar not far from the restroom, and not long after, another lowly Hun-looking girl passed in front of him. She was wearing headphones, so for a moment she didn't even notice that she had dropped her cell phone. Li Fan hurriedly helped her pick it up and found that the interface was stuck on the personal profile of a live broadcast platform. Princess Tiger's tooth? Looks like an anchor. He went up and patted the girl's shoulder, and showed her the cell phone in his hand. Ah, thank you. If it wasn't for you I probably would have lost this cell phone. The girl smiled gratefully at Li Fan, and her two small tiger teeth popped out at once. No wonder it's called Princess Tiger Teeth. It's really like her name, Li Fan thought to himself. Not long after the girls left, Yi Qianer also came out, seeing that she wasn't in good shape. So Li Fan drove her back to the hotel to let her have a good rest, while he himself went back to his room to organize the things he had recently obtained. When he was at the golf course, he was just focusing on cleaning up that Su Dahai, and he didn't know what he could do with that ancient book he drew out in the afternoon. Li Fan moved his mind, and instantly an ancient book that was so old that it seemed to be falling off appeared in his hands. Ritual rhyme strategy? What is this thing? The font is quite clear. Just as Li Fan wanted to open the ancient book and study it, his cell phone rang. The one who called was his good buddy from college, Lu Tao. Li Fan, how have you been doing lately? Your brother, I'm getting married. Tomorrow is the engagement banquet for me and my wife. You must remember to come. Good guy, you're getting married. Congratulations. I didn't expect that the kid who was the latest to fall in love in the dormitory at that time would now be the first to marry his wife instead. Hearing Lu Tao's good news, Li Fan was truly happy for him. Don't worry, I will definitely go to support you and your daughter-in-law. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan called Julia to ask her to help him prepare a gift. After arranging everything, Li Fan took a look at the time just before 12 o'clock sharp. The smart screen appeared and he immediately signed in. Chapter 9, $5 billion Villa as New Home. Being upstaged in schoolgirls past. Ding. Successful check-in. Today's blind box item, a set of top villas in the center of Kings Park. Kings Park. It's the #1 rich man's mansion area in Magic City. The people who live in it are all non-rich, and every villa in it is a detached one. And there are no townhouses or duplexes here at all. And the system also said that he got the top villa in the center. So wouldn't it be even more powerful? Li Fan immediately picked up his phone to look up the origin of the top villa in the center of King Hot Garden. A world-class designer's work, because of its extremely high value, has always served as the linchpin of King's Heights Mansion. It is a status symbol that many rich people tend to rush to, and only those who are extremely wealthy enjoy the qualification to purchase. Li Fan took another look at the price of the villa. 5 billion yuan. Properly the first tier of expensive villas in China. Now Li Fan can understand why this center top villa is a myth in the hearts of the rich people. And then rich people can rarely directly smash out 5 billion to buy a villa. Right. Good. Just this hotel also tired of living. This finally have a real belong to their own home. After attending Lu Tao's engagement banquet tomorrow, he will immediately lift the room to go. The next morning, Li Fan was woken up by Julia's knock on the door. Boss, this is the gift you asked me to prepare. Unlike last time's lazy look, today Julia had coiled her curly hair up, adding a few more points of competence. She handed Li Fan the gift bag in her hand that looked very high fashion, which contained a very small and exquisite box. Li Fan opened it and saw that it was a jadeite with good color. It was a take it or leave it item. Good job, Julia. Thank you boss for the compliment. This is all what I should have done. Julia, who was praised by Li Fan, was very happy. After all, she herself felt honored to be able to work for such an excellent and handsome boss. Putting on the customized suit that Julia had called for, Li Fan tidied up a bit more and then set off in his own poison. When he was almost there in the next street, Li Fan skimmed his eyes and saw that the front of the hotel where Lu Tao held his engagement banquet was already full of densely packed cars, so he parked his poison in a nearby street and then hiked to the front of the hotel again. Vancy, long time no see handsome again. As soon as Lu Tao saw Li Fan, he immediately greeted him with pleasantries. The entrance of the hotel was filled with Li Fan's college classmates, all of whom were talking and laughing as they greeted Li Fan. Suddenly, a BMW 740 stopped in front of the crowd. Li Fan's old classmate, Hong Su, walked down from the car with a big stride. Old classmate, happy engagement. Hong Su's big bang instantly attracted everyone's attention, and several students sucked in cool air when they saw the car he drove. Wow, Hong Su was driving a BMW now. I remember this one is almost $1.5 million, right? I didn't expect Hong Su to do well after graduation. The crowd's marvelous voice made Hong Su very popular. Today he made a high-profile appearance. In order to let himself and the school flower Cheng Yuzheng good show some, before in the class, Cheng Yuzheng full of eyes or that empty skin Li Fan, but now he has become famous. Cheng Yuzheng, if a smart, should be clear that now only he is suitable for her. Hong Su hurriedly used his eyes to look for Cheng Yuzheng's position. Who knows that the school flower did not find, but first saw his enemy Li Fan. Seeing that Li Fan didn't have a name brand logo on his body, he was even more complacent, revealing the Rolex on his hand and walking towards Lu Tao. Lu Tao, where is Yu Qing? How come I haven't seen her? She was still abroad when I contacted her. I guess she couldn't make it here. Hearing Lu Tao's answer, Hong Su revealed a disappointed look visible to the naked eye. The other students were also filled with regret. What? Lord School Flower isn't coming. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of her face again, but the one who feels the most pity here should be Li Fan, right? The crowd looked at Li Fan with ambiguous eyes. Previously in the university, Li Fan and Cheng Yuzheng were famous for their talent, and Cheng Yuzheng had pursued Li Fan with such fanfare that the person concerned should also be unforgettable in his heart. It's all in the past. Everyone stop poking fun at me. Li Fan hurriedly snorted. In fact, he was also a bit curious about Cheng Yuzheng's current situation. Before in the university he had already been with Xin Wenwen from an outside school, so he deliberately kept a distance from Cheng Yuzheng. If he had known Xin Wenwen's true colors and chose to be with Cheng Yuzheng, would it be a different ending today? Alright, everyone stop embarrassing Fancy. It's almost time. Let's all go to the restaurant and eat something first. Lu Tao a greeting. Only then everyone took back their gossiping mind from Li Fan. Only Hong Su still had a resentful look secretly staring at Li Fan. Everyone followed Lu Tao to one of the halls on the second floor of the hotel. Wow, brother Tao is awesome. He actually managed to pack the second level hall of Yunxiang Hotel. Once they entered the hall, the students were amazed by the arrangement in front of them. Yunxiang Hotel is notoriously difficult to book a hotel in Magic City. Inside the individual halls are divided into 5 levels. Ordinary diners can often only be booked to the first level of the hall. Can be booked on the second level has been considered a bit of connections and financial strength. Above the third level is only those business bosses or something only qualified to book to get, which is the most difficult to book when the 5th level hall. To book to the 5th level hall, that at least have to be hundreds of millions of family members to be able to get on the threshold. Lu Tao smiled and responded to the compliments of his classmates. Wrapping up this second-level haul can cost him a lot of effort. Just the booking fee spent tens of thousands of dollars, not to mention the layout and dishes. Seeing this scene, Hong Su knew his chance to show off had come. Lu Tao, if you had said that you want to come to Yunshan Hotel, I would have asked the old boss friend I know to book the third-class hall here for you. Brother, I can still easily help you with this. When these words came out, the other students all cast envious gazes. Hong Su, now you can call yourself a brother to those old bosses? It's really not easy. That's right, the BMW just now is also. Now Hong Su should be the best in our class, right? No, everyone is flattering. Hong Su pretended to be modest and couldn't help but look at Li Fan's expression. Who knew that Li Fan actually had an unmoved face? Then he could only take the initiative again. This time he took out a very long gift bag. By the way, Lu Tao, I also brought you and your daughter-in-law an engagement. The gazes of the crowd were once again drawn to him. Such a big gift? It feels like a good thing at first glance. Hong Su, with this fortune, the gift that he took out would definitely kill the room. In everyone's expectant eyes, Hong Su unfolded his gift, a super long ancient scroll. Wow, this ancient painting is worth a lot of money at a glance. No, it's just almost $100,000. After hearing Hong Su's answer, everyone sucked in a breath. It was just an engagement. Hong Su actually gave out a gift of almost $100,000. This was also too generous. Hong Su was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction, so he immediately turned his words around. Li Fan, Lu Tao used to be your good buddy. I don't know what kind of gift you brought for him this time? Bring it out and let us all have a look. Hong Tao said complimentary words on the surface, but in fact, he couldn't wait to see Li Fan being crushed by himself. Following his question, the crowd also looked at Li Fan curiously, even though none of them thought that Li Fan would be able to come up with a more expensive gift than what Hong Su was holding. Chapter 10, Engagement for a Brother. $5 million worth of Imperial Green Emerald. Seeing that everyone was curious about his gift, Li Fan wasn't going to hide it either. Although he wasn't too sure exactly how much the piece of emerald Julia had prepared for herself was worth. It should be a few thousand at least. He took out the gift bag and handed it to Lu Tao. Thanks, brother, have a heart. Lu Tao happily accepted the gift. What Li Fan sent was a valuable thought for him, and Hong Su's desire to make Li Fan suffer was too obvious, so Lu Tao immediately clasped Li Fan's gift behind his back. He didn't want his good brother to lose face in front of his classmates because of these irrelevant things. Lu Tao, what are you hiding it for? Let everyone see what Li Fan sent you, so that everyone can be happy for you. Hong Su immediately grabbed the gift bag in Lu Tao's hand and quickly took out the box inside. When the other students saw that the gift box Hong Su took out was so small, they all wrote their disappointment on their faces. Hong Su was even more smug and immediately opened the gift box. A shiny green emerald appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ha, so it's an emerald. Li Fan, this thing shouldn't be cheap either, right? The good student immediately asked. Should be, almost a few $1,000s. A small token of appreciation Lu Tao. Li Fan could only blindly guess an answer. Hearing Li Fan's answer, this time Hong Su was completely swollen to the core. Li Fan, brother, if I say you this is not enough, you and Lu Tao relationship is so good, just take a few $1,000s of things to send? You have no money to borrow with me. Otherwise you see how disgraceful it is to let Lu Tao. Lu Tao hurriedly wanted to come out to refute Hong Su's words. However, at this time, a friend of Lu Tao's wife, too, rushed over with an excited face. Imperial Green Jadeite. There's actually this color of Imperial Green Jadeite here. too picked up the gift box and watched it as if he was mesmerized, and couldn't help but TSK and TSK while watching it. Sorry everyone, my friend is an expert in jewelry research, so he can't move once he sees something good. Lu Tao's wife rushed over to explain. However, Hong Su was disdainful. Little brother, you don't have to look like you haven't seen the world like this. If you want this kind of emerald I can just send you a handful. Send me a handful? Do you know how much this kind of Emperor Green Jadeite is worth? This is at least $5 million from the auction of the top Emperor Green. What? $5 million? The students present were instantly stunned. Lu Tao was even more so as his entire mouth was open and about to fall to the ground. Hong Su was also shocked, but he still forced himself to be calm. What are you talking nonsense about? Something this size can be worth $5 million. Who are you fooling? Besides, who knows if you're really a jewelry expert? But before Atu could retort, someone among his classmates had already silently raised his cell phone and said, "What this man said is true. He is indeed a treasure connoisseur specializing in jewelry." In the cell phone screen, Atu's personal Baidu introduction was listed. Now everyone's eyes were filled with infinite surprise and admiration as they looked at Li Fan. This was $5 million. It was equivalent to directly sending a set of house in a second-tier city. This kind of heroic act made the crowd was envious of Lu Tao. Lu Tao also did not think that his good brother is now actually powerful to this extent. A gift of $5 million said to be given. Then wouldn't Li Fan's own wealth have reached a level they couldn't imagine? Fanzi, take this thing back. It's too expensive for me to accept. Lu Tao immediately wanted to return the emerald to Li Fan. There's no reason to take back a gift I gave out. And Hong Su is right. You are my brother. I deserve to give you a big gift. Just accept it at ease. Li Fan also did not think that Julia prepared a gift actually so heavyweight. Although this amount of money is nothing for him now, but it is a little too high profile. Now it is better to hurry up and mix this part over. Looking at the situation in front of him, Hong Su was dumbfounded. 5 million. His outside that car are only 1.5 million. This time he was disgraced to the grandmother's house. The first time I saw you, I was so happy to see you. I was so happy to see you. Congratulations to the host's success. Extra opportunity to get a blind box sign-in. Li Fan couldn't help but woohoo in his heart. And while the crowd was still immersed in the atmosphere of being bludgeoned by the emerald price, he quietly pressed his handprint in the air. Ding! This blind box item, ownership of Yunxiang Hotel. This came at too timely a time. This way he could use the 5th level hall directly for Lu Tao's engagement banquet. His brother's honor must be given in full. Li Fan looked at the information of Yunxiang Hotel stored in the space, memorized the number of the manager here, and was about to dial it when Shin Wenwen opened the door and ran straight towards him. Brother Fan, how come you came to the engagement banquet and didn't bring me along? Shin Wenwen had been thinking about how she could take Li Fan back over the past few days. And then she learned through her acquaintances that Li Fan's brother was going to organize an engagement banquet. So this time she was riveted to retake Li Fan. So she specially dressed up like a flower peacock just to get a hit. Although Shin Wenwen's character is not good, but her posture is still okay. Seeing the beautiful woman take the initiative to yell out Li Fan's name, most of the students who didn't understand the situation were all envious. What are you doing here? We've already broken up. Stop pestering me. Seeing Shin Wenwen appear, Li Fan's face was full of disgust and his tone was even full of dislike. Brother Fan, how long are you going to be angry with me? I'll apologize to you, okay? Besides, if you can't let go of me, how come you didn't find a new woman after you broke up with me? You must still have me in your heart, right? Shin Wenwen yelled regardless. As long as she could get back her golden son-in-law, she didn't care about her face at all. Li Fan's face was so cold that water could drip out of it, and he was ready to call security to drive this disgusting woman away. At this moment, another gentle but firm voice rang out at the door. Who says Li Fan doesn't have a girlfriend now? The crowd all looked in the direction of the voice, and the person who came was actually Chang Yuqing, the school beauty they had previously mentioned at the front door of the hotel. Chang Yuqing's head of big waves fell fluffily on her shoulders. The red knitted halter on her upper body lined her originally snow-white skin, and her wide-legged bell-bottomed pants added a bit of Hong Kong style. The whole person was as beautiful as a movie star in the 80s or 90s. In her contrast, Shin Wenwen instantly turned into an ugly duckling that was not worth mentioning. That's the school flower adult. How come she's even more beautiful than before? Wait, listening to her. Could it be that she is Li Fan's girlfriend now? Chapter 11 exposing the identity of the owner of Yunxiang Hotel, carrying the schoolgirl upstairs to her home. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Chang Yuqing walked to Li Fan's side with a firm pace and took the initiative to wrap her arms around him again. This young lady you see clearly now, right? Brother Fan, he already has me, so I advise you to stop stalking him here. Chang Yuqing righteously warned towards Shin Wenwen. Yesterday when Lu Tao invited her to come to the engagement banquet, she was busy with a very important job abroad. However, thinking that it was highly likely that she would be able to meet Li Fan at the engagement banquet, she still bought a plane ticket overnight and flew back. I didn't expect to really let her see Li Fan, and from Li Fan's attitude towards Shin Wenwen it's not difficult to see the fact that the two of them have broken up. This woman is so stalking Li Fan. Of course, they want to help him get rid of this trouble. Seeing the woman who was 100 times more beautiful than herself actually said that she herself was Li Fan's new girlfriend, Shin Wenwen's hope of getting back together that was still remaining inside her heart completely collapsed, and she immediately launched into a frenzy regardless of what she was doing. You vixen! You actually took advantage of the situation when I was fighting with Brother Fan. I'm going to claw your harmful face. When it was too late, Shin Wenwen was immediately about to rush up and grab Chang Yuqing's face. Chang Yuqing was shocked and hurriedly hid in Li Fan's arms. Li Fan easily brought Chang Yuqing to avoid Shin Wenwen's attack, and Lu Tao immediately brought a few people to stop the crazy Shin Wenwen. Li Fan immediately called the manager of the Yunxiang Hotel Jiang. He cannot let Shin Wenwen, this crazy woman, spoiled his brother's engagement party. After receiving the call, Mr. Jiang immediately rushed here, and two security guards sharply picked up Shin Wenwen and sent her to the police station for provoking trouble in a public place. However, The scene had already been shattered by Shen Wenwen, and several tables had even been overturned. I'm really sorry everyone. It's all because our security measures weren't in place, so please also move to the new hall we've prepared for you all. Although Lu Tao was also in a bad mood because of this mess, there was really only one way to change the hall at the moment, so all of them followed Manager Jiang outside. However, unlike what they had envisioned, Manager Jiang did not take them to another hall on the same floor, but instead led them to an exclusive elevator that was golden in color. Could it be to the third level hall? Lu Tao thought to himself. Wouldn't this be even more advantageous for him? Thinking this way, his mood instantly improved. However, the elevator did not stop until it stopped at the 5th floor of Yunxiang Hotel. Level 5 hall is here. Everyone inside please. As soon as the words level 5 hall came out, an elevator full of students couldn't stand still. Lu Tao even shrugged it off with a flattered face. Manager Jiang, you can actually just give us a new level 2 hall. There's really no need for a level 5 hall. The main thing is that he does not know that this level 5 hall does not need to add money. Then even if he works for several lifetimes, he will not be able to pay back. Manager Jiang immediately saw Lu Tao's real concern. Mr. Lu, you don't have to worry. Level 5 hall is our Yunxiang Hotel free to you. Besides, you are our boss Li's classmates. Not to mention today, even if you want to be free of charge in the level 5 hall for the whole month, there is no problem at all. What? Boss Li? Along with Lu Tao's surprised voice, everyone also cast their gazes on Li Fan. Within this bunch of people, Li Fan was the only one with the surname Li, plus the fact that he took out $5 million of jadeite as a gift just now. Who else could the owner of this Yunxiang Hotel be besides him? Manager Jiang, the arrangements are good. You tell them to serve all the dishes and stop delaying my brother's engagement banquet. Okay, Boss Li. Li Fan was used to the surprised gazes of others and quickly gave instructions to Manager Jiang. Manager Jiang hurriedly invited the people into the hall before running down the other walking staircase himself to order the back kitchen. Chang Yuqing, who had been following Li Fan closely just now, could not help but be a bit dumbfounded when she saw such a scene. Although she had left the country after college, she had been in and out of some of the so-called upper-class circles, so she naturally knew the status of Yunxiang Hotel, but she didn't expect that Li Fan had actually become the owner of Yunxiang Hotel now. After no other interference after the engagement party is very smooth, Lu Tao is to pick up the wineglass has been grasping Li Fan grateful to say thank you. He was thinking of giving his daughter-in-law a row before, and he can get to the level 2 hall has been very difficult. Did not expect to dip Li Fan's light? Actually can go to this level 5 hall to see the world. His own wife was happy, and in the future, he would have more confidence in front of his in-laws. Brothers, come, I toast you. Lu Tao excitedly downed a cup and a glass. However, Li Fan had just driven here, so he could only reject Lu Tao over and over again. Brother Tao, don't make things difficult for Brother Fan. I'll drink for him. Cheng Yuqing took the wine that Lu Tao handed to Li Fan and drank it all in one go. Her bold and unassuming appearance received unanimous praise from her classmates on the spot. Worthy of being the school flower adult. It's just strength. Lord School Flower, this is too protective of Li Fan. It's not fair. Being stuffed with a mouthful of dog food for nothing. Hong Su looked at the intimate appearance of Cheng Yuqing and Li Fan in front of him, and inwardly he was stifled. He also wanted to pick up the wineglass and drink it all in one go. Then remembered that he drove a car, and suddenly remembered that he didn't see Li Fan driving in front of the door just now, so he wouldn't have the chance to drive Cheng Yuqing home later. Then look at Cheng Yuqing now drinking a face of charming. His heart suddenly played a reckoning too, so not moving, has been staring at Cheng Yuqing this side of the dynamic. After a few rounds of fun, the engagement banquet was almost over. The crowd left the hotel and prepared to leave one by one at the entrance. And just now, under Hong Su's close watch, he realized that Li Fan had left for a while and now had been missing, so he immediately drove his BMW over in front of the crowd. Yuqing, it's not convenient to take a taxi now. Why don't you take my car and go? Cheng Yuqing subconsciously was about to refuse. However, before she could make a sound, the students standing with her at the entrance of the hotel suddenly let out a collective gasp. I'll go. That sports car is too cool. It's even driving in our direction. It's a Lamborghini. Lamborghini's poison. With a steady brake, Li Fan drove his poison to the door. Only after rolling down the windows did the crowd see that it was Li Fan sitting inside. At this moment, Hansu's BMW was completely turned into dregs in front of Li Fan's poison. Yuqing, get in the car. I'll send you back. Cheng Yuqing was thrilled inside when she heard Li Fan's greeting. She hurriedly nodded and sat on the co-pilot, then followed Li Fan in the envious gazes of the crowd. In the car, under the atmosphere of the music, Cheng Yuqing was already drunk, and now her whole little face was even more red. Yuqing, report your home address. I'll send you back. 606. Building 5. Longwan Century. After Cheng Yuqing answered such a sentence, She quickly huffed and puffed and fell asleep. Li Fan looked at the side of her face, usually looking at the energetic schoolgirl who was always full of fighting spirit. Now falling asleep, this kind of unguarded look is cute. Poison's horsepower was strong, and it didn't take long to arrive downstairs at Chang Yuqing's house. Yuqing, it's here. Li Fan shook Chang Yuqing, but the other party did not have the slightest intention of waking up. He couldn't help but shake his head, then came to the passenger side and brought Chang Yuqing upstairs in a princess carry. Chapter 12, helping Su Shallow Mo to solve the old man who touched the porcelain. Mentioning the house 5 billion large villa, Li Fan carried Chang Yuqing to the door of her house and used her fingerprints to open the door lock again. After helping Chang Yuqing take off her shoes, he saw that she still showed absolutely no signs of waking up, so he had to gently hold her up so that she could lie flat on the sofa. However, just as Li Fan was planning to leave, Chang Yuqing grabbed his wrist. The soft little hand grabbed himself. Li Fan certainly did not feel nothing in his heart. Moreover, Chang Yuqing's cheeks had been flushed red after she got drunk, and her full cheeks were as tempting as a peach. He ruffled Chang Yuqing's hair that was scattered on her face, and all of a sudden Chang Yuqing grunted like a kitten. The sound tickled Li Fan's heart, but it also instantly brought him to his senses. Taking advantage of the situation was not his style. In the future, if the two of them were really in love, it would be too late to go further. Li Fan broke Chang Yuqing's hand with a little force, and found her a quilt to cover her, then closed the door and left. Inside the door, Chang Yuqing sat up from the sofa with a grimace. What a fool, walking away when the opportunity was right in front of you. Or is it that the current Li Fan can't see himself anymore? The more Chang Yuqing thought about it, the more depressed she became, so she simply fell headfirst into the sofa. Returning back to his car, Li Fan remembered that he still had the task of going to pick up the house today, so he immediately set off towards King Hot Garden. After passing through a few street intersections, a Ferrari that was driving well suddenly braked in front of him, and if it wasn't for Li Fan's quick reflexes, he would have rear-ended it. What's wrong with this person? Li Fan angrily got out of the car to check the situation. At this time, Su Shemu, who wore a high ponytail, crossed over from the Ferrari. If He Qianers was the pure school flower in the university, then the woman in front of her was the cool campus goddess. Seeing that it was a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament, Li Fan's anger subsided for the most part before he had a chance to send it out. However, the Su Shallow Mo in front of her was not a good thing. An old man ran from in front of her car and pointed at her nose and scolded her angrily. How are you driving, are you? I tell you, if you don't give me a few tens of thousands of dollars as medical expenses, I will rely on you not to leave. That old man finished saying that he immediately sat down in front of Su Shemu's car, with a look that others can't do anything about him. Su Shanyan Mu angry can't. Just now is clearly this old man himself riding an electric car to her car. They do not allow him to compensate for the money even if he also in turn blackmailed up their own? You are clearly touching porcelain. So what? Anyway, you don't have any evidence. Hurry up. Give me a few tens of thousands of dollars and I'll pretend this didn't happen. Otherwise you won't be able to leave here today. The old man proudly looked at Su Xiangmu. This woman looks like a thin-skinned. He does not matter. Anyway, he has a lot of time to spend with her. Su Xiangmu really by the old man pinched the psychology, and she has been facing the company and outside those customers. Rarely encountered this with the scoundrel reasoning situation. A moment of aggrieved tears cannot help but to flow out. Old man, you bully a woman in broad daylight. Is this appropriate? Li Fan couldn't stand it anymore and walked up to relieve Su Shemu. Su Shemu followed the voice and looked over. Although she felt that Li Fan looked a little familiar, she couldn't think of exactly where she had seen him specifically. Sir, thank you for speaking up for me, but meeting this kind of person is considered my bad luck. I'd better give him some money to get rid of it. Su Shemu has never been a person who likes to trouble others, and now that she saw Li Fan, who was a stranger, helping her out, she was even more upset, so she wanted to go back to the car to get the money. The old man looked at her performance as very smug. This is right, well, spend money to eliminate disaster, quasi-right beauty. Wait, miss, you are not forgetting that you have the most crucial evidence in your car? What? Su Shemu turned her head with a puzzled face when she heard Li Fan's words. The old man, on the other hand, instantly exploded. There's nothing for you to do here. If you continue to be nosy, I will blackmail you together. However, Li Fan did not put the impotent and furious old man in his eyes. Miss, haven't you forgotten that you still have a car recorder in your car? Hearing Li Fan say this, Su Shemu only realized at once. Right, car recorder cannot prove their innocence. She just panicked and was too troublesome, and actually forgot such a basic thing. I'll call someone to come to the trailer now. Old man, you wait to be arrested. Su Shemu all of a sudden back to cheerful, glaring at the old man who touched the porcelain. The old man had no choice but to hurry to drag his own electric car to hurry to run away. After all, Such a luxury car he cannot afford to pay. Really thank you. Just now a moment of panic. Fortunately you reminded me. Su Shemu hurried over to thank Li Fan. Small matter. Right miss, where is this going? I just happened to be going home. It's Jinghahao Yuan. Li Fan's eyes instantly lit up. Such a coincidence. My home is also there. Now I just happen to be going over to pick up my room. Su Shemu nodded in surprise, but inwardly, she was a bit puzzled, because as far as she knew, she hadn't heard of anyone buying a new house in Jinghahao Yuan recently. This was a rich and powerful area. It was inevitable that there would be business or favors between each other, so whoever bought which villa would often be the first to be known by everyone. But Su Shemu still maintained a decent look on her face. Since this is the case, otherwise miss, take my car and go together. Then here you call someone to tow away and deal with it, isn't it? Su Xiangmu also felt that what Li Fan said was somewhat reasonable, so she gladly got into Li Fan's car. Su Shallow Mo in the end has seen the world. When she saw the poison she was only slightly surprised, then she suppressed her heart. Soon, Li Fan drove Su Shanmu to King Hope Garden. The chief executive of the mansion was standing at the door. When Su Shemu saw him, he just nodded slightly towards her. When he got a good look at Li Fan in the poison driver's seat, his expression immediately changed to one of respectful trepidation, and he immediately ran to Li Fan's side of the car window and solemnly bowed. Mr. Li, we have taken care of your villa, and the others are waiting outside the villa for your grand entrance. Seeing the chief responsible person looking so fussed, Su Shemu was full of doubts. Wasn't it just to bring up the room and move in? I haven't seen the person in charge show this kind of look to anyone before. Ah, good. Then I'll drive the car directly in now. Okay, Mr. Li. Then I'll go to the villa side to inform them first. After the chief responsible person finished speaking, he immediately took 2 or 3 people and ran towards the mansion. Su Shemu's inner doubts grew bigger and bigger. Aren't all the villas in here the same? Or does this Mr. Li have some special status? In the blink of an eye, Su Xiangmu had already been sent to the entrance of her own villa by Li Fan. Ms. Su, it's fate to meet again. Su Shallow Mo hurriedly nodded her head and thanked Li Fan. However, the next direction Li Fan drove to really startled her. What Li Fan was heading to now was actually the center villa in the mansion garden that even the top tycoons would find it difficult to take down. Chapter 13, Staying in a Top Villa? Princess Tiger's teeth live streaming being bullied. Su Shemu looked at Poison's departing figure and stood frozen in place for a long time before coming back to her senses. Unexpectedly, this man who kindly helped himself was actually the new owner of the top villa, and it was no wonder that just now she had been unable to match the person up, because it would be hard for a normal person to imagine that such a top villa would be bought by a young man. On the other hand, Li Fan had already driven his car to the front of his villa. 2 columns of employees were standing straight in front of the villa door at this time to welcome Li Fan. Everyone, quickly applaud and warmly welcome the new owner of our center's top villa, Mr. Li. The person in charge gave an order and thunderous applause instantly rang out. Li Fan had to wave his hand to indicate that it was okay. The big villa deserves to be a big villa. As soon as he entered the door, he was specially equipped with a hot spring to enter the house. If not for the fact that there were still a lot of people now, Li Fan really wanted to jump in immediately to wash away his fatigue. Once inside, Li Fan realized that the top villa, which looks similar to other ordinary villas outside, is actually powerful in where. Inside the design is the use of open living room through the whole house. Sofa lamps and so on are the lowest, also on hundreds of thousands of brand. Private theater, terrace garden, ozone swimming pool, sauna and so on. Everything simply can be said to be a small tourist palace. There was also a large garden at the back of the villa, where specialized incense masters were shuttling in and out to light up suitable incense. As far as Li Fan knew, hiring an incense master to light incense for the garden alone would cost at least 200,000 yuan a month. Li Fan sniffed the fragrance of the space and felt relaxed and happy. So this is the life of the rich. It was really too good. Mr. Li, if you need any help at any time you can find me. You will always be the primary service object of our Jinghahao Yuan. After the person in charge bowed deeply towards Li Fan, he left with the crowd, just in time for Li Fan to enjoy his big villa all by himself. At dinner time, the chef who used to work in a 5-star hotel prepared a room full of dishes for Li Fan. Li Fan had a very enjoyable meal, but it was hard to avoid being a bit cold when he stayed alone in such a big villa. So he watched the live broadcast on his own special 150-inch TV. The girl he met last time seems to be the anchor to come? Li Fan thought about it for a while. It seems to be called something like Tiger Princess? With his memory, Li Fan really found the anchor named Princess Tiger's Tooth on a certain sound. But the number of fans is not much. Almost 1,000. Click on the avatar. Is indeed the previous girl. Li Fan is curious to open the live room. Tiger Princess real face value and body are good. I do not know when the live room is live what kind of content. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Tiger Princess crisply shouted out Li Fan's ID. Welcome, Invincible God Ho, brother into the live broadcast room. Brother want to listen to any songs? Tiger's Tooth can sing them all for brother yo. It was hard for a newcomer to come in. Princess Tiger's Tooth immediately welcomed. To be able to keep one is one. Otherwise the training fees that one owes to the guild really don't know when they will be able to pay them back. So it's a singing anchor. Li Fan immediately sent out 10 carnival. Princess Tiger Tooth froze for a moment. She hadn't even done anything yet. How come this brother swiped the money? Thank you, Invincible God Ho, brother, for sending out 10 carnivals. Brother, hurry up and sing. Just sing a random song that you're good at. Okay, then I'll sing Red Beans for brother. Princess Tigress cleared her throat, and before long the timbre of her brittle singing voice floated out, and a fine taste could also taste a few points of the youthful sentiment that belonged uniquely to a young girl. I didn't expect this girl to sing well. Li Fan immediately threw out another 10 carnival. Tiger Princess was flattered. Usually not many people will come to her live room, let alone a few tens of thousands of such a large sum of money. Oh no, there is still one, but that person is a greasy uncle. With the eyes of this brother who does not make requests cannot be compared. This side of the Tiger Princess was thinking of that man for a while in disgust when the I am king user entered the live broadcast room. Speak of the devil. This person is the greasy uncle mentioned by Princess Tiger's Teeth. Originally, each live room had its own original attributes, but this, I am king, relying on his high rank and ability to swipe money, came to Tiger Tooth Princess's live room 3 times to harass her to get her to do a rubbing dance for himself. Tiger Princess, today I'll brush 50 carnival for you. How about you dance for the guys to see? As expected, I am the king, started the regular clamoring again. A few of Princess Tiger Tooth's hardcore fans immediately jumped out to protect her. Why is it you harassing maniac again? If you want to see dancing, go watch it in another live room. Right. Get out of here. Don't come and harass our Tiger Princess. The I am king on the other side of the screen snorted coldly. He had been watching live streams for so many years, and had long been clear about what kind of virtues these women had behind them. Now pretending to be reserved, as long as the money is in place, is still not willing to do anything? So he immediately threw out 50 carnivals. Princess Tiger's Tooth? I've already brushed the gift. Now the one with the highest rank and the most financial power here is me. Don't give your face away. Being rich is terrific. Everyone report him. Right. We can't let Princess Tiger's Teeth be threatened by him. The fans immediately asked the administrators to kick him out. Yet the administrators didn't do anything at all. A call was made into Princess Tiger's spare phone. Tiger's Tooth. This, I am king, is now your biggest gold master. So hurry up and do what he wants. Otherwise, when will you be able to pay back the money you owe our guild? And don't forget, these accounts come with interest. Coax him well. Not only will you be able to pay back the money, you'll also be able to eat and drink yourself, which is not good. But there is nothing but, told you to do it. Otherwise, by then, we will use all of these shares to offset your debt. You do not want to take back a penny. With a clang, the agent in charge of Princess Tiger Tooth immediately hung up the phone, leaving Princess Tiger Tooth alone. She was aggrieved. Just now, Li Fan left to take a look at other people's live rooms, and found that the other anchors' live rooms were too able to live. Staggering, he instead preferred the quiet and gentle style of Princess Tiger's Teeth. As a result, when he re-entered the room, he saw a screen full of quarrelsome pop-ups and the aggrieved face of Princess Tiger's Tooth, who wanted to cry. Good guy. How come after leaving for a while this little Tiger Tooth is still being bullied? Li Fan immediately swiped out 100 carnival. I'm going. Brother Shinhao is back. He also swiped 100 carnival at once. Wouldn't this be spending 300,000 at once? Brother Godho is mighty. Quickly beat that bastard down. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to celebrate. Maybe this, Invincible Godho, and that, I'm a king, are all the way to the top? In a screen full of rapid-fire pop-ups, the heat in the live broadcast room suddenly began to increase. Chapter 14, Invincible Divine Hero, out to crush. His name resounded through the live broadcast platform. Princess Tiger's Teeth was also surprised and delighted to see Invincible Divine Hero return. However, it was also true that she didn't know this brother's true nature. If he was just as stinky as, I am king, then she really didn't have any way back at all. Amidst the speculations of the crowd, Li Fan spoke. Princess Tiger's Tooth? Just sing your song in peace. If anyone tries to find trouble with you, I, Invincible God Ho, will be the first to disagree. Invincible God Ho, as pop-up immediately ushered in a wave of revelry. I knew Brother Godho was a good person. Whoever compared Brother Godho to that bastard here just now stand out for me. You've insulted Brother Godho. Long live Brother Godho. Princess Tigress was also touched. She didn't realize that she now had a big brother who could shelter her. However, I am king wasn't a good guy. He hadn't gotten a woman he couldn't get his hands on after watching live streams for so many years. What kind of bull ***** godly man? How dare you come here to stir up my scene? Thinking that just because your name is Divine Hero, you really think you're a divine hero, don't you? I have a lot of money. How dare you clamor in front of me with a level 10 number? The fans in the live broadcast room who were originally elated were suddenly a bit worried. That bastard is a level 60. Can Brother Shinhao beat him? Although the king's aid is not a good thing, but spending money that is really ruthless. The last time he was in another anchor that was swiped 500 carnival. Although Princess Tiger's Tooth was grateful that Invincible God's hero had stood up for her, but she also didn't want the other party to be pitted with so much money by that I am king because of her. Brother God Ho, it's okay if you really can't reward later. I'll just jump if he wants me to. There is no way to meet the requirements that you don't want in the live broadcasting room. Who told her to eat this bowl of rice? Hear that? No God Ho. No ability to hurry up and roll. If you really fight with me I will not be merciful. I am king looked at his cell phone screen with a smug face. Today he was able to make Princess Tiger's Tooth dance. And some other day he will be able to bring her to bed. The thought of this was so beautiful in his heart. Li Fan was annoyed when he looked at that Wang Bang roly-poly. Moreover, he is now a well-deserved god. Just right. Let this ungrateful bastard be his first target. Stop whining and come fight immediately. I'll definitely beat you to the point where your mother won't recognize you. Li Fan quickly charged 100 million sound coins. Money was something he had plenty of right now. I am king was provoked and also immediately dumped 200 carnival regardless. He was a rich second generation in real life. He had prepared a $10 million limit for himself as soon as he entered this PK. He didn't believe that account he had never even seen could beat him. I'll go. 200 carnival. That bastard is so hateful as soon as he opens the game. Brother Shinhao, go on. We believe you can do it. Li Fan didn't say anything, and flung out 400 carnival right after him. Brother Godho really is a ruthless man. Twice as many as Wang bastard in one hit. Princess Tiger's Tooth was so moved that she hurriedly thanked. Thank you brother, invincible godly man, for the 400 carnivals. Seeing Princess Tiger's Tooth completely treating herself as nothing, I am king, was completely enraged. He immediately flung out another 500 carnivals, which resulted in Li Fan flinging out 1,000. Every time, I am king, dumped as many as he could, Li Fan would hit him with twice as many carnivals. For a while, Princess Tiger's entire live room was filled with carnivals and didn't stop, and people from other live rooms also came to see her. Everyone wanted to see which divine hero could press the famous, I am the king, to fight, and there was no lack of other talented anchors who wanted to come and dig the big brother. On the other side, I am king, had already started cursing. Damn, what kind of crazy person is this? If I really lose to him today, how will I be able to mix in certain sound in the future? Gritting his teeth, I am king, played 2000 carnival. Damn. Picking up an anchor actually made him spend so much money. When he got Tiger's Tooth, he had to be satisfied enough. Did I read it right? Wang bastard hit 2,000 carnivals? Wouldn't that be 6 million renminbi? The anchor made a fortune in this round. A lot of anchors who came to catch the big man were so red-eyed. The dividends came down to a set of houses. Why didn't they have such a good life? This looks like Brother Shinhao will definitely lose. That's right. He played so fiercely in front of him. Now he should also have no money. It's true that the live broadcast overlord still has to look at Brother Wang. Brother Wang is mighty. After these 2,000 carnival baptisms, the people on the pop-up screen had almost all gone sideways to, I am king. Only a few of Princess Tiger's fans were still struggling. My god, Ho brother hasn't even started yet, what's your hurry? That's right. My brother Shinhao will definitely be able to beat that stinking bastard. However, I am the king. Lapdogs immediately cursed at Princess Tiger's fans, and more people flooded into the live room to watch the battle. And for a while, Princess Tiger's live room had risen to the first place in the real-time rankings. Princess Tiger's Tooth is also very nervous at this time. So many people. If Invincible God lost, then their own dancing appearance will be seen by more people. Although she also knows that Godho has already helped himself to earn back a lot of face. He should not ask for anything, but she still hoped that this game Godho can hold out. Although look at this situation is probably impossible. I am the king, at this time is not satisfied just to see the tiger teeth dance what rubbing the edge of the dance. Spent so much money, do not let themselves cool how can? So he issued on the public screen, Tiger Teeth. Today master to you brush so much money. Dance cannot be enough, right? Tell you what, if that bull ***** Godho loses, you'll come out on an offline date with me. Princess Tiger's fans instantly exploded. Bastard, you're shameless you. You clearly didn't ask for this when you were PK just now. What do you mean now? Princess Tiger's Tooth, don't listen to him. This kind of person definitely doesn't have good intentions. The other good people were of course unconcerned about the matter and desperately cooed. Ha ha ha. Congratulations in advance to Brother Wang for taking the anchor. Brother Wang, get her. The brothers support you. I Am King looked greedily at Princess Tiger Tooth's face from the other end of the screen, the reflection clearly reflecting his lewd mouth. Princess Tiger's face was ugly because of his words. If I Am King won his request, even if his own is not willing, the guild side will definitely force himself to go on a date with him. And what will happen then, cutie? All knew. She was so anxious that she was about to cry out. And in her heart she couldn't stop looking forward to Invincible Divine Hero winning this game. On the other side, Li Fan's cell phone was stuck for half a day because of the fire in the live broadcast room. Damn, this crappy cell phone is giving me a card when it matters. These days I only cared about collecting the property of the big head and forgot to change these small personal objects to a new one. It was only after a while that Li Fan finally saw the normal display of the live room again. He pointed his finger and 10,000 carnivals immediately airborne on the screen of the live broadcast room. Chapter 15, throwing away $30 million. Billions of dollars in annual revenue. Runstar department store to hand. When 10,000 carnivals appeared on the screen, the entire broadcast room fell into silence. A moment later, the entire screen was filled with surprised fans going wild. I'll go. 10,000 carnivals. Isn't that $30 million when converted into RMB? It's really worthy of being my brother Godho. Bull. Princess Tiger's Tooth, this is a clean sweep. The lapdogs of I Am King were also too shocked to speak anymore. And at I Am King's home, the cell phone he was holding also fell to the ground with a bang. This guy actually swiped 10,000 carnival in one shot. How rich does this guy have to be to spend it like this? Princess Tigress was so moved that tears flowed out of her eyes. Thank you, invincible godly hero, brother. From now on, Tiger Tooth will do whatever you say. Princess Tiger's Tooth still had a kind of inexplicable shyness when she said this. The other anchors even immediately clicked on Li Fan's personal avatar and sent private messages to him. Brother Godho, also come to my live room to play if your fine people need you a lot too. Brother Shinhao, as long as you brush me with gifts, I'll do anything. What's more, some of them even sent their otherworldly beautiful photos. Li Fan sked and shook his head. It was true that money is what makes the ghost push the mill. One by one, two by two, they all grabbed to pounce on him. For a while, Li Fan's cell phone seemed to be bursting. Among the crowd of private messages, Li Fan finally saw the content of Princess Tiger's private message. Thank you, brother Godho, or let's both add a V. Li Fan quickly sent his VX number over, and the two successfully added their friends. The live broadcast room was still bustling with activity. As Princess Tiger Tooth's fans surged and all began to surround I Am King. I Am King was scolded so much that he had to announce on his personal profile that he was temporarily withdrawing from the network, and then he grayed out and went offline. On the other hand, the ID name, Invincible Godho, was completely on fire on a certain sound live broadcast. Everyone knows that a mysterious god hero to an anchor a game on the brush nearly 50 million gifts. Tiger Princess is a leap into the top 5 of the anchor list. Princess Tiger's Tooth looked at Li Fan's WeChat avatar and was overwhelmed with emotion. Just now, she was still a nameless little anchor who was coerced by people, but in the end, she turned into a famous big anchor all of a sudden. Now she could not only pay back the money owed to the guild, but also realized financial freedom. All of this was brought to her by that godly Ho brother who she had never met. Good day, brother Godho, my real name is Ding Yi-chun. Just call me Yi-chun. After adding her friends, Princess Tigress immediately sent a message to Li Fan to introduce herself. Brother Godho, may I ask why you're helping me out so much? Ding Yi-chun was really a bit curious. Today this godly Ho brother was like a god from the sky. He had never heard of such a mysterious character in a certain voice before. How come he brushed so many gifts for himself as soon as he arrived? Li Fan didn't hold back a smile at this end of the screen. Actually, I've seen you before. Seen me? Where? Ding Yi-chun thought out of her mind but also didn't realize when she had seen this kind of tycoon. Yet it took half a day to wait for Li Fan's reply. It seemed that this godly brother didn't want to reveal too much about himself. So Ding Yi-chun wisely said goodnight to Li Fan and then didn't continue the conversation. On this side, Li Fan watched the 12 o'clock pointer arrive, and momentarily forgot about chatting with Ding Yi-chun. He hurriedly started signing in. Ding. Today's blind box item, Runstar department store building. Hearing the name of the building broadcast out by the system, Li Fan vaguely felt how it sounded a bit familiar. Isn't this the building where the uncle was the general manager of the golf course last time? This is a good feeling. Then tomorrow we can go and catch up with him. This kind of department store should have a yearly income of almost several $billion. Although compared to the previous Juanhong group, it's not enough, but it's still a huge amount of money. Li Fan comfortably crossed his feet on the sofa, and seeing the interface where Ding Yi-chun said goodnight just now, he also returned a good night in passing. On the other hand, Ding Yi-chun, who originally had no hope of receiving a reply, was so happy that she couldn't sleep when she saw Li Fan's reply. The next morning, Li Fan drove his poison to Ruinqing department store. At a time when the real economy was slumping, the Runstar department store still had the largest customer traffic in the entire Magic City. Li Fan took out the business card given by Meng Xingjie last time, and just as he was about to dial out, he encountered Meng Xingjie, who was on inspection. Older brother Li Fan, you came to see me today on purpose? Meng Xingjie was excited as soon as he saw Li Fan. After giving this little friend his business card last time, he hadn't contacted him for a long time, and he thought that he couldn't look at a middle-aged man as old as himself. Li Fan nodded and shook hands again and exchanged pleasantries with Meng Xingjie. Let's go, old brother. I'll show you this Runstar department store of ours. If there's anything you want, you can also tell me directly. Old brother will send you. Meng Xingjie treated Li Fan with that warmth, completely without the superiority of those in high positions. Li Fan couldn't stop nodding inwardly. With such a down-to-earth manager who treats people as equals, helping himself to look after the building, he doesn't have anything to worry about. But old brother, I may not be able to accompany you to stroll for too long. I received a notice from above in the morning, saying that this department store building of ours has been bought by a mysterious tycoon, and I don't know how this new boss is like. If he's the kind of meticulous workaholic, then I'll probably have to be told off if I accompany you to stroll. Meng Xingjie covered his face with a tragic expression. So, you still don't know who the new boss of your building is? Li Fan asked with amusement. If Meng Xingjie knew that he was that boss, there was no telling what kind of expression he would have. Just now, I wanted to go to the office to read the information, but it's not you who came. Anyway, I guess that the new boss should be, because he won't come here so soon, so I thought to greet you first. Hearing Meng Xingjie's answer, Li Fan nodded without moving, thinking that this is good. Otherwise, if Meng Xingjie knew his identity in advance, there is no way to see Meng Xingjie's real side. The two of them were talking and laughing as they walked. Suddenly, another middle-aged man who was about the same age as Meng Xingjie walked over, and when he saw Li Fan, his eyes brought a few moments of respect and trepidation. The visitor was none other than Huang Shi, the deputy general manager of Runstar department store. He only saw that he immediately bowed towards Li Fan and greeted Meng Xingjie with a smile on his face. Manager Meng, so you've already met the boss. I was just about to come and report the boss's information to you. Meng Xingjie was confused by Huang Shi's words. Where is the boss? I haven't seen it. Meng Xingjie's words similarly dumbfounded Huang Shi. The boss is right next to you and you're still asking me? Isn't this person beside you the new boss of our Runstar department store? Boss Li Fan Li? Huang Shi took the information from his cell phone to Meng Xingjie, and after Meng Xingjie saw the information and photos displayed inside, his entire body was completely stupefied. Chapter 16, Helping Princess Tiger's Teeth Drive Away Harassers. Big Boss's identity revealed. Li, Boss Li. Meng Xingjie turned his head with an awkward smile. Just now he actually said bad things about his new boss in front of Li Fan. Isn't this jumping into the fire pit by himself? After knowing Li Fan's real identity, Meng Xingjie's inner emotions were very complicated. Just now he looked at his little friend who was still very close to him, but now how to have a sense of distance. I'm really sorry, Boss Li. I just spoke out of turn, but I definitely didn't mean to offend you. As expected by Li Fan, after his identity was exposed, Meng Xingjie treated him with constraint and deference. Manager Meng, it's good that you still talk to me like you did before. Boss or not boss is raw. Meng Xingjie wiped his sweat. He would like to be addressed as a senior brother like before, but his mental quality did not allow it. Boss Li, you flattered me. I call you this way, I am also more comfortable. Li Fan was helpless. Really, this is the trouble of rich people? It still sounded oddly Versailles, but he really should give Meng Xingjie some time to adapt to it first. Alright, then you guys go and get busy first. I'll just casually stroll around by myself. Meng Xingjie hurriedly left with Huang Shi. Not that he was really afraid of Li Fan, but the little friend he knew suddenly changed into his big boss, so he had to slow down a bit before he could face it. Li Fan himself in the Runstar department store shopping a few laps. However, in the third floor, he suddenly saw a man is pulling a girl. That girl, from a distance, looked a bit familiar. It seemed to be Princess Tiger's Teeth. Li Fan hurriedly approached to make sure that it was indeed her. What are you doing? Let go of that girl. Li Fan quickly stepped forward to pull the boy away, and again protected Ding Yi-chun behind himself. What's the matter with you? Get the hell out of my way. Tiger Tooth, weren't you a bully last night? Today I'd like to see if that godly brother of yours will come to your rescue. The man finished speaking and was about to pounce on Ding Yi-chun again. Ding Yi-chun was so scared that she ducked behind Li Fan a few more times. You're that Wang Bang? Li Fan looked at the lewd and unpleasant man in front of him and was sure of it in his heart. You're the bastard. Lousy is called, I am the king. How could you know that? Damn it. I blame the guy who swiped the carnival for making such a big deal out of it. Now any passerby can recognize me. Kid, even if you recognize me, I advise you not to mind your own business. After all, my wealth, you saw it clearly last night. I am the king, used his finger to point at Li Fan. Li Fan quickly broke off that outstretched finger of his. The screams immediately resounded throughout the building. Meng Xingjie saw Li Fan being harassed a few floors below and immediately rushed up with a few security guards. Boss Li, are you alright? Who dares to act wild in our Run-Star department store? A few of you tie him up for me. I am king, was instantly furious. Do you guys know who I am? I'm the son of the owner of an entire floor of boutique men's clothing in the department store. Which one of you dares to touch me? Meng Xingjie couldn't help but snort at this arrogant statement. Still the owner's son? Then do you know who this one in front of you is again? I am the king, looked doubtfully at the Li Fan that Meng Xingjie was pointing at. He himself had never seen him in Run-Star before. Who can he be? At most he's just a passing minion. He's the new boss of our entire Run-Star department store. When Meng Xingjie said this, the I am king and Ding Yichun present were shocked. So young, the new boss of Run-Star department store? I am king, was even more suffocated to death inside. Being pressed by a tycoon better than himself for 2 consecutive days. What kind of luck did this tiger tooth princess have? He didn't dare to have any more struggles and let the security guards throw him out of the building. Finally safe. Ding Yichun gratefully thanked Li Fan. Thank you, sir. Or how about I treat you to dinner as a thank you for protecting me? Li Fan gladly accepted. And the two of them went to the garden restaurant on the top floor of Run-Star department store nearby. But when she saw the price on the menu, Ding Yichun instantly wilted. The food here was too expensive. The cheapest steak was actually 10,000 to start with. Although she had made a lot of money from last night's live broadcast, but if she was so profligate, she wouldn't be able to live for long after she paid back the money. Seeing Ding Yichun's face, Li Fan understood what was going on at once. Don't worry about it. No one in this entire building has dared to charge us for this table yet. Ding Yichun looked embarrassed, not realizing that she had invited her benefactor for dinner and spent it on someone else's face. She immediately lowered her head even lower. However, after a few dishes were served, and the two of them chatted and ate, the constriction in Ding Yichun's body was finally removed. I'm really thankful to you today, Mr. Li. If it wasn't for you, that stinking bastard wouldn't even know where to drag me to. Although you saved me today, but I'm sorry, I already have someone else in mind. And that person you should also know is the invincible divine hero who helped me out last night. Oh, Li Fan took a sip of red wine and pretended a face of curiosity. I didn't expect this girl to be so innocent, actually speaking about her favorite man directly in front of another man. However, from this, it could also be seen that Ding Yichun was not a person who only valued money, because now with Li Fan's explicit identity, it was more than enough compared to the financial power that Invincible God's hero had shown online. Why do you like him? Of course it's because he's the first man to treat me so well. Since I've been on live for so long, the men I've encountered have been all those things as soon as they opened their mouths, and they didn't even pretend to be anything more than that. And he, even after swiping so much money for me, he didn't ask me to do things I didn't like. Even the VX was only added by him because I took the initiative to go to him. And he would even compliment me for singing so well. And I felt that he was the man that really understood me, and would really take care of me. Li Fan looked at Ding Yichun with a look of a little girl committing nymphomania and couldn't help but say, aren't you afraid that he's the big bad wolf with deep pockets who will trick you first and then eat you dry? He's not what you say he is. Mr. Li, I won't let you talk about my godly brother like that just because you saved me. Ding Yichun was instantly so angry that her face bulged. Since you think he's so good, why don't you ask him where he is right now and see if he'll reply to you first? What the heck? Right now, people are still only monogamously in love with him. How can they have the qualifications to check on him? Maybe he just happens to see it and just happens to reply back? Li Fan held up the red wine in his hand, and his words were also very compelling. Hearing Li Fan's words, Ding Yichun really ghosted the message. She had a nervous face. Suddenly, a ding-dong beep sounded. Li Fan lifted up the chat interface in his cell phone, and a handsome face approached Ding Yichun straight away. I'm right in front of you. Hello there, dear Princess Tigress. Chapter 17. Exchange with Tiger's sister in the car and get a fall from the superstore. Your last night's got home brother? Ding Yichun's eyes widened in shock. How could she not have imagined that her heart's desire for her beloved was sitting right in front of her eyes at this moment? Then, she had just told her heart to him so unobtrusively. Now wouldn't he have heard it all? Ding Yichun's face turned red with shame. In the course of the meal that followed, Ding Yichun obviously spoke much less, but her little face stayed flushed. After the two of them finished their meal and left, Li Fan originally thought of driving her home, but then remembered that he had just drank alcohol. Let's sit in the car for a while, and I'll call a chauffeur to take you home later. Ding Yichun nodded shyly, and Li Fan clicked on a lyrical piece of music. Ding Ichuan silently gazed at Li Fan's side face and subconsciously came up for a kiss. Under the rendering of the alcohol and music atmosphere, Li Fan was also somewhat moved. So he quickly kissed back, and the two of them were instantly close to each other. Inside the car, ambiguous atmosphere filled. A few hours later, Li Fan called a chauffeur to send Ding Ichuan downstairs to her house. On the way, Li Fan kept reminiscing about the warmth just now. Now that he was powerful, it was true that he should just invest more and enjoy more. Ding detected that the host has realized the true meaning of life, and has been given an additional opportunity to sign in with a blind box. I didn't expect the system to also consider this to be the true meaning of life. Li Fan excitedly opened the sign-in. Ding! This blind box check-in item, full link chain supermarket group. Fu Lian chain of superstores. The very superstore that Li Fan worked at before. Before he was targeted in 100 different ways. Now that he has become their top boss. I don't know what the reaction of those two evil people will be. The corner of Li Fan's mouth wiped up a smile, and let the chauffeur drive the car directly to the superstore where he used to work. At this time, in the office of the superstore, a few co-workers were standing by the window looking at the scenery, when suddenly, a Lamborghini broke into their line of sight. I go, this is a rich kid coming, such a flamboyant car, at least a few million, right? Would it be too extravagant to drive a sports car to the supermarket? Wait, why does the guy coming down from the car look so much like Li Fan? Really? Really? Let me see. More and more co-workers gathered around the window, and Ren Dawei immediately became angry when he saw how the employees were all unmotivated to work. You guys are going against the grain. What are you doing here during work hours if you're not at your posts? Uncle, come and see. Downstairs Li Fan seems to have come to our store in a Lamborghini. Ren Dawei looked disdainful. Is he the only one? He's just a chauffeur. So hurry up and go back to your positions. Otherwise, I'll have you all fired just like him. After Ren Dawei finished speaking, he still quietly went to the window to take a look. At this time, Li Fan had already come down from the poison and walked to the entrance of the superstore, and the nearby passers-by were looking at his back whispering full of admiration. But Ren Dawei does not put this in the eyes. He does not believe that in just a few days this Li Fan can become a dragon and phoenix among people. He probably just rented a car and came back to pretend. Young people are young people, only care about these useless fame. Ren Dawei returned to his seat and crossed his legs to read the account book. Suddenly, with a bang, the office door was kicked straight open. Who? Ren Dawei was furious, and as soon as he stood up, he saw a spirited Li Fan. Yo, isn't this the kid who was fired by me before? What? Come to revisit the old place to reminisce about the past? Ren Dawei originally thought that if Li Fan was properly strolling around his as a guest, he wouldn't make things difficult for him, but now he actually barged straight into the office. Previously, because of that surveillance call from him himself, his wife had been yelling and clamoring for a divorce all day long, and his entire family life had been messed up by him, so he was worried that he had no place to take out his anger. Li Fan, now that you are no longer an employee here, how dare you trespass here? Then I'm going to have our security section arrest you and send you to jail. Fanshur also cooperated with Ren Dawei in accusing Li Fan. That's right, you've been sacked and you still dare to come back to cause trouble? I'll crush you to death with the Tarzan press now. Saying that, Fanshur rushed towards Li Fan. However, with a slap, Li Fan threw Fanshur up. Fanshur's 200-pound figure stumbled and flattened all 7 or 8 computers in the office. It's your turn to waste your words here. I came here today to clean up you pests. Ren Dawei was dumbfounded all of a sudden when he saw Li Fan flinging Fanshur away. What are the rest of you standing around for? Still go up and help. Throw this Li Fan out of here. Ren Dawei yelled at his remaining co-workers. However, the others had seen Li Fan's power and they all dared not move. So Li Fan took the opportunity to approach and give Ren Dawei 2 more slaps. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. So I'm sending you an extra slap to make you remember. Both sides of Ren Dawei's face instantly swelled up like a beehive dog, drooling as he spoke. Quickly call the police, you guys. Just then, Ren Dawei's office landline in the office rang. I advise you to answer this call before deciding what to do next. Li Fan looked condescendingly at this manager who used to always give him little trips and was in a good mood. This phone number of Ren Dawei's was usually the one that headquarters would contact him through when there was something going on, so he didn't dare to delay and picked up the phone with a roll. Manager Ren Dawei, right? Fu Lian Group has just been acquired by a new boss. If he has gone to your superstore for inspection, remember to treat him well. The new boss's name is Li Fan. I've sent all his personal information to your mailbox. Remember to check it. You, what did you say his name is? Li Fan. Mr. Li. Is there any problem? No. At this point Ren Dawei's mind had already fallen into chaos, but he still wanted to struggle a little more. What if it just happens to be the same name? That's right, It must just happen to be the same name. Run Dewey couldn't wait to return to his workstation to open his mailbox. However, Li Fan's big headshot and personal information appeared in front of his eyes. This information was completely consistent with the information of Li Fan, who had been fired by him before. Ran Dewey's entire body slid down paralyzed, his eyes completely losing their light. How about it, Manager Ren? Now my words count? Li Fan took a chair and sat down. Ran Dewey hurriedly pulled Fanshire and crawled to Li Fan. Boss Li, what are your orders? You can just say. We will definitely do what we can do. At this moment, Fanshire and the other co-workers were stunned. When had Run Dewey ever been so lowly with someone? And he also called Li Fan as Boss Li. What kind of show is this? At the same time, every employee's cell phone beeped in all directions. The information about Li Fan's new boss had been transmitted from the headquarters to every employee's cell phone. Chapter 18 Farewell to the Past. Bar Happiness Packed Rave. After seeing the message on the cell phone, unbelievable intake of breath sounded in the office one after another. The eyes of all the people looking at Li Fan have taken on a bit of fear, and some are already recalling whether they have offended Li Fan before, and if they have, it is estimated that they will not be able to eat and walk. Other colleagues who have a clear conscience are excitedly looking at the show in front of them. They have long been Run Dewey and Fanshire, this pair of relations, to make a lot of pain. And now Li Fan back. It is best to the two pests to completely remove Run Dewey and Fanshire, because last time set up a trap Li Fan and expelled him. Thing is shivering. Li Fan today come raging. And just now each of their uncle and nephew to slap. How to see are to revenge. Ah, now you know you're afraid? How come you didn't know to be a good person in the first place? Run Dewey and Fanshire didn't dare to refute anything when they heard Li Fan's words, and their entire body was shaking like a sieve. Since Manager Rin said that I can do everything I say, then you guys should memorize my words now and start implementing them. I declare that the two black sheep, Manager Rin Dewey and Foreman Fanshire, are dismissed, and I'll soon have the headquarters send over a new foreman and manager. Everyone has no comments, right? The other co-workers immediately nodded their heads and moved like garlic, reveling inside. Boss Li, we were wrong. Ah, it was all a misunderstanding before, and I also paid the price of family discord for this. I beg you to spare us for the sake of having worked together before. Ran Dewey kowtowed 3 times to Li Fan, hoping to use this bitter trick to make Li Fan let himself go. Isn't family discord your own cause, and now you want to pin it on me? You also know that I used to work with you. Then you should understand that you and Fanshire didn't end up unjustly today. Hurry up and pack up your things and get out. I don't want to say it a second time. Li Fan gave another ultimatum. Ran Dewey now that was called a regret. Had I known that I should not be dog-eyed before, nor should I have harbored his own nephew. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world, and now he can only obediently pack his bags like Fanshire. In front of the crowd, he left the office in a state of dismay, just as he did on the day Li Fan was kicked out. Although the co-workers were happy to see the two leave, they couldn't help but worry about their own situation. After all, they really hadn't lent a helping hand to Li Fan before. Everyone remember, work well in the future. Don't engage in something that's not there, or else you'll end up like the two of them. Li Fan left after putting down such a sentence. The hearts of the other co-workers were finally put down, and they all admired Li Fan's broad-mindedness. Although Li Fan did have anger towards them, but everyone was a bitter laborer before. Who could really stand up for anyone? In the workplace of the real world, no one comes to trip you up on purpose. That's what burns the incense. That's why Li Fan had thought of only dealing with those two black sheep before he came here. And he wouldn't go back and persecute those who were in the same kind of situation as him before just because he was now developed. When he walked out of the door of the superstore, Li Fan felt a sense of relief. This time he could be considered to have completely done justice to all the injustices of the past, and next he just needed to completely start a new life. He sat into the poison and immediately transferred $1 million to his mother. Not long after, his mother Lin Xilian's phone immediately called. Son, did you win the lottery? Why did you suddenly give the family such a large sum of money? Where did you get this money? Let's just be honest. We can't do those bad things. As expected, just as Li Fan guessed, his mother was frightened by this large sum of money. Mom, just rest assured. Is your son someone who would do bad things? I recently cooperated with a friend to start a business and made some money. So of course I had to give my family the good news first. That's good. Lin Xilian was also overjoyed to hear that her son was now so prosperous. After exchanging a few pleasantries with his mother, Li Fan hung up the phone. Li Fan sat in the car as the sun set in the west, momentarily making him feel a lot of emotions. He thought about it and prepared to go to a bar to have a good time. The prosperous Magic City not only has the daytime traffic, there is also the nightlights and wine. God House Bar is a place that many young people in Magic City would come to. Li Fan came to the bar alone. To be honest, this is his first time to come to the bar, so inevitably some rusty uncomfortable. Wan Ro, the bar owner's wife, saw that he was a new face and took the initiative to bring him a glass of ice whiskey. For you. When Wan Ro handed Li Fan a drink, her jade fingers gently rubbed over his fingertips, her knitted brows and smile were all kinds of flavors. Li Fan raised his glass and gave a slight nod of thanks to Wan Ro. However, this scene was seen by Shi Wentian, a regular who had his heart set on Wan Ro. Where did the brat come from that dares to fish for my woman in my territory? Shi Wentian immediately brought a few punks around him to go over and block Li Fan, followed by a provocative look at Li Fan. Everyone, today, Shi Wentian, will cover the venue. Everyone's food and drinks will all be on my account. The men and women on the dance floor were all overjoyed when they heard that someone was buying drinks on the house. Shi Wentian's henchmen even brought everyone together to cheer Shi Wentian's name. Brother Tian, Brother Tian, Brother Tian. The scene in the bar became even hotter all of a sudden. Yet Wan Ro's brows furrowed. She was displeased with Shi Wentian's behavior of pretending to be expansive in front of her all day, but she couldn't say anything herself when she opened the door to do business, so she could only give Shi Wentian a smile. Shi Wentian was satisfied with the reaction Wan Ro gave herself and then kicked Li Fan's chair. Lao Zi has now chartered the venue, but looking at your face I find it annoying, so you can get lost. There is no place for you here. The several gangsters around him also revealed their body tattoos in an attempt to exert a sense of oppression on Li Fan. So you can just kick out customers by chartering a venue? Then I'll pay double. You, with your men, get lost. Li Fan took a sip of ice whiskey, the mellow flavor entering his throat, and the words he uttered were full of calmness. However, his calmness made Shi Manchi half dead. Damn you looking for death. Just with you also want a pack in my territory. Old 5 old 6. Give me a hand. The two punks beside Shi Wentian immediately responded. However, Li Fan was not flustered at all as he looked at the 5 or 6 absent-minded punks behind Shi Wentian. You guys, how much did he pay you? As long as you press these 3 down, I'll give you 3 times the price. Using money to combat violence. This was definitely the most effective way. Seeing that the few punks behind him actually really did falter a bit, Shi Wentian immediately slapped one of them hard on the back of the head. Are you guys crazy? You still believe him? If he's really rich, why does he still need to dilly-dally here? Li Fan sneered and took out the $10 billion bank card given by the Juanhong Group from his pocket. Chapter 19, 100 million bar package. Flavorful boss lady's heart. The bank card that Li Fan took out was the top black card of the 4 major international banks. Sha2 Bank. The dazzling black light and conspicuous logo instantly revealed the extraordinary nature of the owner. Wan Ro also couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. This is the black card of Sha2 Bank? Legend has it that the person who owns this kind of card must be worth at least $10 billion. Wan Ro's words quickly helped Li Fan situate his identity as a tycoon. How about it? Do you believe it now? Li Fan gave a wink to the few punks behind Shi Wentian, and the latter immediately took Shi Wentian into custody. Alright you guys, you've all turned against the sky haven't you? Shi Wentian roared out in anger when he saw the mutiny of his men. Boss, I'm sorry, but you should also be clear. Whoever has the money is the real boss. The punks immediately punched Shi Wentian twice to teach him a lesson after they finished speaking. In the noisy bar, besides the sounds of people partying, there were also the sounds of begging for mercy one after another. As for Li Fan, he just sat calmly and sipped his drink, elegantly like a nobleman. Seeing Shi Tian, who usually harassed her all the time, being taught such a bad lesson, Wan Ro was instantly filled with full admiration for Li Fan. Feeling Wan Ro's hot gaze, Li Fan also looked back. The boss's wife is looking at me like this. Is it because she wants me to spend some more? Li Fan asked jokingly. Which is not the case. It's just that you're just too handsome to move your eyes. This was the first time Li Fan had encountered this kind of woman who played straight ball. Not to mention it was quite a novelty. Then bring out all of your most expensive wines here. I'll treat everyone to a good time. Sir, a bottle of our most expensive wine costs at least $5 million. Are you sure you really want it? Wan Ro has been running the bar for so long, but it is unheard of for him to say that he wants to buy all the most expensive wines as soon as he arrives. Take it. You don't have to worry about the money. Wan Ro listened to Li Fan's command and quickly took out the 10 sets of wine from the bottom of the box, which was calculated to be almost nearly $100 million. Everyone, today we have a godly boss in our bar. He treats everyone to the top of the line blue tea. There was money to be made. Wan Ro was of course happy, and she would also make this money spent by Li Fan worth it, so she immediately helped him to announce it at the scene. After all, spending money is not like doing charity. This kind of thing is naturally to know the more people the better. The real money spent on it is actually often the prestige, this kind of nebulous but exceptionally important thing. After hearing Wan Ro's words, another burst of cheers erupted in the bar. They all knew what a top bar's top press wine meant. Divine hero. God ho! God ho! Li Fan was naturally in a great mood as he listened to the compliments of the crowd. After all, money could really buy a lot of happiness. This night, Li Fan finally realized what it was like to be the kind of flamboyant youth who spent money recklessly. Money, let him become the most generous and confident person. Also let him understand that the essence of this species of people really does not have any difference. At nightfall, the bar crowd dispersed, and Li Fan got up and prepared to go home. Wait, sir, Wanro called out to Li Fan and trotted up from behind, taking the white paper in her hand again and kissing it to put it into the front breast pocket on Li Fan's suit. This is my phone number. If you miss me, you can contact me anytime. Wanro's words were ambiguous, but every adult could read the meaning of her words. Li Fan smiled and reached out to put his arm around Wanro's thin waist again, rubbing it for a moment before leaving. However, Li Fan's sitting still appearance made Wanro feel more interesting, and she began to look forward to her next encounter with Li Fan. The next morning, when Li Fan woke up, his head was still vaguely swollen from drinking too much. Looking at the sun already on his butt, he hurriedly called up the system panel. It's a good thing I didn't sleep through the night. It's so close, or else I'll lose a lot if I miss today's sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's blind box item, Super Invincible Gift Pack. What the hell? Li Fan thought for a moment that there was a bug in the system because he signed in too late. Li Fan reached out and clicked, and the gift pack instantly exploded on the screen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Xi'an neighborhood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Yuan blue and white vase. Ding! Congratulations to the host on receiving an all-powerful empowerment pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a private yacht. Xi'an district Li Fan is heard of. I heard is just built a short time ago the top of the district. The standard is now on the market Thompson Epine, specializing in large and top-floor duplex type. The house interior also invited the top designers to carry on the fine decoration. Easy to carry a bag at any time to move in. Yuan Qinghua vase Li Fan is not too clear about what exactly is a thing, but it looks like it is a valuable blue and white porcelain. So Li Fan thought of a move. Received it into the space. Private yacht also needless to say, is the small kind, just convenient to bring their own 3 or 5 friends traveling kind. Of the 4 things opened in the gift package, the most puzzling one was the all-purpose empowerment Dan. A black, round pill like a mellitus. System, what is this thing? You're not going to trap me, are you? Li Fan made an effort to sniff the flavor. The strange smell came out. Anyone who saw it would have to worry a little. Please don't worry about the host consuming it. It will have a miraculous effect. Oh. Li Fan put the omnipotent empowerment pill into his mouth with confidence. And in no time, the pill melted into a stream of gas-like invasion into Li Fan's body. He immediately felt that his entire body was much more relaxed, and his muscles seemed to have risen a bit, and he became more energized. What's going on here? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of empowerment each in medical Dao value, martial Dao value, literary Dao value, and charisma value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a system upgrade. A personal panel will be opened for the host. A screen slightly smaller than the previous smart screen appeared in front of Li Fan. The following is the host's personal panel information. Medical value, 10. Martial arts, 60. Literary Dao value, 40. Charm value, 80. Li Fan looked at the information panel in front of him to support the good guy. Now wouldn't he still have to evolve? Curious, he ran to the mirror to scrutinize his changes. His entire stance had visibly straightened up. His entire skin seemed to have returned to its youthful state when he was in college. And the few gray hairs on his original temples had all disappeared. And these changes are very subtle. Cannot say where the change, but Li Fan as the whole person looks handsome and young a lot. Just as Li Fan was admiring himself, Yi Qianer called, "Brother Fan, I'm glad that you've helped me so much during this period of time, but Magic City might not be too suitable for me, so I'm ready to go back to my hometown. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time." Yi Qianer actually didn't want to leave herself, but since the last interview, she had been repeatedly unsuccessful in interviewing for other companies, and she didn't have much money left on her. If she continued like this, she would really become a freeloader rubbing up against Li Fan, and her upbringing wouldn't allow her to do so. At this time, Li Fan remembered that after the last time he solved the guy who wanted to subterfuge, because of the wave of things coming one after another, he had forgotten about the important matter of Yi Qianer looking for a job. "Qianer, don't be in a hurry. Pack up. I'll go over to pick you up. Everything has been arranged by me." Although Yi Qianer didn't want to trouble Li Fan anymore, but strangely enough, at this moment she couldn't say a word of refusal. It was probably because she still wanted to see Fan once more, even if it was just a farewell before parting. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qianer opened her own closet and put on the white dress that was praised by Li Fan last time. Chapter 20, help Yi Qianer get her job done and take over the whole neighborhood as a gift. Li Fan drove the poison to the front of his hotel. Yi Qianer was also waiting at the door early, and when she saw Li Fan, she was shocked for a moment. How is it that after just a few days of not seeing him, Brother Fan has become so much more handsome than before? Now that Li Fan looked like a star, there were people who believed in him even if he said he was a star. Originally, Li Fan's poison was very striking, and that appearance after lowering the car window even caused passers-by to take pictures. Qianer, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. At this time, Yi Qianer only came back to her senses from Li Fan's handsomeness and hurriedly got into the car. Brother Fan, where are you taking me? Li Fan, however, didn't answer Yi Qianer's question, but directly brought her to the downstairs of that building of Zhongxing Entertainment. This place is? The place where I interviewed before. Yi Qianer got down from the car. However, the eyes that looked towards the building were fearful. It was obvious that the shadow left by the last time was too big for her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Li Fan reached out and pulled over Yi Qianer's hand. Her wide palm wrapped around her slender fingers. Yi Qianer's heart began to flutter again. When she arrived at the Star's Entertainment, the receptionist at the door immediately popped up when she saw that it was Li Fan. Good day, Boss Li. Even the eyes that looked at Yi Qianer were respectful. Other employees passing by also stopped and bowed to greet Li Fan and Yi Qianer. Call out the new manager. Li Fan commanded at one of the employees, and the other didn't dare to delay and immediately ran in to call the manager. Right, Qianer, the last time you came for an interview, which position did you interview for? I interviewed for a print modeling about. Yi Qianer answered in a small voice. At this time, the new manager also rushed over in a hurry. This friend of mine came here to interview before. Graphic modeling about. Manager, you give her an arrangement. Good Lu. We will draw up a contract for your friend to the boss now. The new manager immediately led a few employees to the office to busy themselves. Yi Qianer, however, looked a little embarrassed. Brother Fan, this is not good, right? This will make them think that you've given me a back door, right? I don't want to do something that will damage your reputation. Silly Qianer, do you think that everything else in this world is fair? Yi Qianer looked at Li Fan in disbelief. Which of those rich people's children weren't paved the way by their parents from a young age? And how many of those powerful people can really not have opened a convenient door for their acquaintances? And not only did they do so, but they also in turn had to borrow public opinion to preach what they believed the poor should have in terms of integrity and fairness, while they themselves, on the other hand, have used their own resources to achieve prosperity for generations. With Yi Qianer's simple nature, she listened to this although it was cloudy, but she still nodded her head in ignorance. Li Fan nodded and picked up his coffee and took a sip. The wealth that suddenly swarmed him not only allowed him to enjoy a life he had never had before, but also gained a new sense of life. It was also as if he had broken free from an invisible cage, and he was not as rigidly cognizant of many things as he had been before. At this time, the new manager had also drawn up the contract and hurriedly ran over with it. Ms. Yi, right? Your contract we have drawn up. Don't worry, in the future in the graphic modeling piece, we will definitely pour out our resources to cultivate you, as long as we work together. I believe that with your beauty and self-management, you will definitely be able to become a supermodel that will set the country on fire. Yi Qianer was flattered. If she were to put it aside before, where could she get this kind of treatment? Money can make the devil push the mill. Dipped in Li Fan's light, Yi Qianer also somewhat understand this truth. The opportunity came in front of her. Yi Qianer didn't squirm anymore. She immediately signed and stamped. From today onwards, she can officially start her modeling career. Congratulations, Qianer. Thank you, Brother Fan. By the way, manager, I would like to ask if I can get a little advance on my salary? Before the new manager could answer, Li Fan poked his head in first. Qianer, if you're short of money, just tell me directly. Brother Fan can lend you first. No, I mainly think that it's not good to keep living in the hotel room you opened for me. One night is too expensive. And now that I've found a job, it's only right to rent a house with my own money. Li Fan couldn't help but touch Yi Qianer's head. This little girl was always so understanding. However, it's really not good to let her live in the hotel all the time. It's inevitable that people will come and go, but it's still more crowded than a normal residence. By the way, they are not just get a neighborhood well, directly draw a set to Qianer Live, and then just deal with the other rent out. The best of both worlds. Qianer, live this thing you don't have to worry about. Just in time, to celebrate you find a job. Brother Fan send you a gift. Gift? What gift? You'll know if you follow me. Li Fan pulled up Yi Qianer's hand, and left with a few employees with an eye gesture. I'm really envious of that Miss Yi, actually being able to make our boss treat her so well. Don't be sour. Can you have someone else's Miss Yi's face and body? The talking employees looked at the backs of the two leaving with envy, all hoping that they could be another Cinderella chosen by Li Fan. On the other hand, Yi Qian'er's heart was so soft the moment her hand was pulled over by Li Fan. Warmth came from her palm and her feelings for Brother Fan were about to overflow. But what kind of gift would Brother Fan actually give himself? She also wanted to give Li Fan a gift that was her own heart. With this thought in mind, Yi Qian'er had been rehearsing her confession over and over inside after sitting on the poison. Li Fan was also excited at this time because he was going to see the neighborhood he owned, so he didn't notice Yi Qian'er's perversity in the slightest. Driving the car to the entrance of the Jixin neighborhood, however, the security guard stopped Li Fan. "Hello, our neighborhood has been purchased by a private party. Idle people are exempted from entering. Thank you for your cooperation." Li Fan was stopped, but he was not annoyed at all. The security guard stopping him just proved that this neighborhood property was quite responsible. So Li Fan thought a move. From the space of the district's real estate certificates are all transferred out. With a rumble, a large cardboard box appeared out of thin air on Poison's backseat. Yi Qian'er was also startled by the sudden ringing sound, turned around and looked. How did an extra box appear? Obviously when she got on the car she didn't see it. Li Fan casually grabbed a handful in the box and lit it up in front of the security guard. "Is this what you're talking about? I am the owner of this neighborhood." The security guard was shocked. This man in front of him who looked like a playboy was actually the mysterious rich man who bought their entire neighborhood. If this man was a second-generation rich man, then how rich did their family have to be? "Okay, owner boss. I'll call our manager over to interface with you now." The security guard hurriedly asked his colleague to press open the stop bar, and went back to call the manager in a hurry. Chapter 21 Yi Qian'er's Confession. Re-encountering old friends in the neighborhood. Li Fan drove the poison directly to the downstairs of the building that had a penthouse duplex, took Yi Qian'er straight up to the top floor, and opened the door again with the key in space. Wow! This place is also too big and too beautiful. As soon as she entered the door, Yi Qian'er was surprised by the exquisite decoration of the top floor duplex. The crystal chandelier refracted and flashed a high-level light and shadow texture. The Italian imported sofa was big and soft. All kinds of intelligent home appliances were readily available, and the decoration style was luxurious and dazzling, which said that it was a castle in a dream. "Qian'er, you will live here in the future. Rent and other things do not need to be moved. Anyway, so many houses. I empty is also empty, because before has been their own that top villa to feed the taste. So Li Fan see in front of this big duplex but think it is also like that." Yi Qian'er has been touched at this time. Hesitant for a long time, the words also finally want to open up at this moment. "Fan brother, in fact, what's wrong? Qian'er is not satisfied with this house?" "Not." Yi Qian'er hurriedly shook her head. "Actually I want to say." Yi Qian'er bit her lip and finally said the words in her heart. "Brother Fan, what I actually want to say is that I've liked you for a long time." Yi Qian'er's voice became louder because of her excitement, and the confession sound was extraordinarily obvious in the slightly empty room. Li Fan was a bit frozen when he heard Yi Qian'er's confession. Previously, he had always regarded this girl as his sister. Although Yi Qian'er was indeed beautiful and sweet, and was also very considerate of him, but he had not thought about it in this regard. Now Yi Qian'er confessed to him, so he had to re-recognize to see Yi Qian'er from another angle. Yi Qian'er was so shy that she shrunk to a corner of the sofa and buried her head low. Li Fan had to sit over as well. "Qian'er, are you telling the truth? You like me?" Yi Qian'er lowered her head and nodded, raising a pair of eyes as wet as a deer's, her eyes full of teenage love. In the face of such a beautiful maiden confessing to him, Li Fan was certainly not indifferent. He began to approach Yi Qian'er, and the distance between the two grew closer and closer, so close that even their breaths seemed to be mingling. Yi Qian'er closed her eyes expectantly. Then before she could wait for the imagined closeness, a stirring knock sounded outside the door. "Boss Li, are you inside?" "Boss Li, I'm Manager Lin from the property here. I've brought my staff to report to you." Li Fan had no choice but to retreat back to his body. Both of them were a little embarrassed by the sudden interruption in the atmosphere. Coming. Li Fan rubbed his brow and walked to open the door. However, what met his eyes was actually a distant but familiar face from memory. "Lin Xiaohu, why are you here?" Li Fan was so excited that he went forward and patted his former friend's shoulder. Lin Xiaohu at the doorway was also shocked to see this face of Li Fan. He had thought that the owner of the cell just happened to have the same name as his former friend, but he did not expect that it was really that Li Fan. "Li Fan, are you the owner of our neighborhood?" "Boss Li." Li Fan nodded. He and Lin Xiaohu were best friends in junior high school. Only later Lin Xiaohu moved away, and the two of them disconnected over time. Getting a positive reply, Lin Xiaohu looked at Li Fan's expression of joy mixed with a trace of respect. Can buy their neighborhood people? That the degree of wealth is not what he can imagine. So how they are still polite, some insurance. However, Li Fan did not have the inexplicable feeling of superiority after being rich that he had imagined. "Qian'er, come and look. Who is here?" "Yi Qian'er, who was shy just now because the ambiguous atmosphere was interrupted, heard Li Fan greet himself and had to straighten up her grooming and walked out. Lin Xiaohu's eyes lit up again when he saw the visitor. Qianer? Brother Xiaohu? The three of them used to live close to each other, and Yi Qianer hadn't been brought along by Li Fan to play with Lin Xiaohu, so Yi Qianer and Lin Xiaohu were also considered half-old friends. Lin Xiaohu immediately threw the two a look that he understood everything. It seems like our Qianer sister's wish for many years this has come true, ah? Lin Xiaohu joked, before he could see that this Yi Qianer all-day-long brother behind Li Fan must be like Li Fan. Did not expect that now the two are really together. Brother Xiaohu, don't make fun of me, I'm not even close to Brother Fan. Although Yi Qianer's tone was an explanation, but listening carefully there was also a little bit of pouting towards Li Fan. Li Fan also only realized at this time that he used to be a simpleton. Even his own straight brother can see that Yi Qianer is interested in himself, and he has always thought that people only take himself as a brother. Since we are all destined to reunite today, it's a rare opportunity. Or let's go out for a meal together. My treat. Li Fan immediately greeted the two. Lin Xiaohu and Yi Qianer both readily agreed. When they came to the entrance of the neighborhood, Lin Xiaohu's expression was still a bit shocked for a while when he saw Li Fan's poisonous car. As a property manager, he had seen a lot of tycoons and whatnot, so when he saw Li Fan's car, of course he could tell at a glance what price it was. I didn't realize that his good friend had developed to such a level now. On one hand Lin Xiaohu was really happy for Li Fan, but on the other hand he couldn't help but worry. Now he is helping others to manage the neighborhood property. In the end, he and Li Fan is the relationship between superior and subordinate. Thinking of this, he cannot help but be a bit formal, and the conversation with the two people is not as casual as before. Li Fan brought the two to the Fairview Grand Hotel, which was known for its food flavor, and booked another oversized box. Soon, the clear soup bird's nest made from bird's nest, the Buddha jumping over the wall with rich ingredients, the yellow stewed shark's fin with complicated procedures, and the yellow fish and dunking soup made from 300,000 pieces of yellow fish were brought up by the waiter. Sir, please enjoy your meal. The well-trained waiter thoughtfully arranged the tableware for the three of them before pushing the cart and leaving the box. Eat? What's the point of staying? However, Lin Xiaohu was hesitant to put down his chopsticks. Brother Fan, you go ahead. Looking at the way Lin Xiaohu was polite with himself, Li Fan could probably guess the reasons for this. He had no choice but to put down his chopsticks first, before Lin Xiaohu followed and also took some. The three of them ate politely, exchanging pleasantries about some embarrassing childhood stories, but Lin Xiaohu always seemed to have a layer of diaphragm between him and the two of them, and even jokes were very careful. However, just at this moment, a few sounds of arguing suddenly came from outside the box. Old me used to eat in this box all the time. Today you're telling me there's no room? I'd like to see who dares to use old me's box. Get lost. With a bang, a tinfoil permed man kicked open the door of the box. His black eyes were so heavy that they could fall to the ground. The clothes on his body were branded but they were worn crookedly, and the whole person's outlook was that of a slovenly person. Seeing the visitor, Lin Xiaohu's face suddenly became very ugly, and his body couldn't help but shake. Li Fan noticed Lin Xiaohu's abnormality and also looked towards the doorway, recognizing at a glance that it was the school bully Wang Jiechang who had bullied Lin Xiaohu in junior high school. Chapter 22, Standing Up for His Best Friend and Throwing $1 billion to buy the Fairview Hotel. Mr. Wang, this box has really been booked. Please don't disturb the other guests' meal. The waitress lady, facing the bully like Wang Jiechang, didn't know how to deal with it for a moment, and her voice to stop it couldn't help but be tinted with some crying due to fear. Who in the entire Jinsho doesn't know that this box is my exclusive? Besides, the cost of this box is at least $100,000. Who has the financial power like me to be able to charter this place? Wang Jiechan gave an output to the waitress lady, and only after he had yelled enough did he look over to Li Fan's side. This time, he saw a face he was quite familiar with. Yo yo yo, isn't this the punk Lin Xiaohu that I got dropped out of school in the first place? What? Is this developed now? You've actually gotten into the top box in the Fairview Hotel? Wang Jiechang went up wistfully. However, he was immediately rebuked by Li Fan. Wang Jiechang, clean your mouth. Do you still think that this is a middle school where you can do whatever you want? Hearing Li Fan's voice, Wang Jiechang immediately turned his gaze over. Who do I think it is? Why do you want to stand up for your good brother now? Let me tell you, you two are just a bunch of social dregs. You couldn't resist me in school before, and now you'll still have to be bullied by me as well. Wang Jiechang was smug, not apologizing for what he had done in the past, and was even quite proud of himself. Lin Xiaohu clenched his fists under the table. He hated the unfairness of this world. Those who used to bully others, not only were they not punished when they grew up, they even lived a life that was 100 times better than before. Only those who were bullied remained alone. abandoned in the abyss, unable to extricate themselves. Li Fan's face was also hard to see because of Wang Jiechang's words. In the past, he was not able to protect his brother, but now he was a completely different person from before. The revenge that he didn't help his brother before, he had to get it back today. Li Fan, who had been empowered by his martial arts value, jumped into the air and flashed in front of Wang Jiechang in no time at all. A flying kick kicked Wang Jiechang's head, and immediately kicked away his 4 front teeth. His already obscene and ugly face suddenly had a leaky mouth, and blood flowed out of his mouth without stopping. Li actually dared to 7 me. Because of the leaking wind, Wang Jiechang couldn't even say a semantically accurate sentence. I'm not just kicking you, I'm also going to beat you. Li Fan opened his bow left and right and slapped Wang Jiechang 20 times on each of his 2 cheeks respectively. Guest, you'd better stop hitting him, otherwise our boss will definitely blame me. The waitress lady was afraid that things would get bigger and bigger and that she would not be able to eat it later, so she rushed up to stop Li Fan. Don't worry, your boss won't blame you. Li Fan pulled out the black card in his pocket and said to the waitress lady, now call your boss over and say that I'm going to buy this restaurant of his. What? The crowd present couldn't believe their ears. Buy the Fairview Grand Hotel? The $1 billion Fairview Grand Hotel? Really? The waitress lady couldn't believe it and reconfirmed. That's right, just call your boss here. Wang Jiechang, who was lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, but his mouth was still cursing. Who the hell do you think you are? And buy this hotel? That's $1 billion, not $10. The waitress lady looked at Wang Jiechang on the ground, and also looked at Li Fan's face that was not to be trifled with, and could only stomp her feet and run to call the boss. Over here, Lin Xiaohu looked at Wang Jiechang and still couldn't help but feel a pang of fear inside. Brother Fan, otherwise we'd better change a piece of land. Li Fan reached out and patted his shoulder. Xiaohu, don't worry, today I will make sure that this bastard will not dare to bully you in the future. Not a moment later, the owner of the Fairview Grand Hotel ran in a hurry. The moment he saw Wang Jiechang lying on the ground, his heart instantly cooled by half. This Wang Jiechang was an old customer who had spent money at his place, and I heard that he was also the only son of a certain company owner. Now he was bullied in his own restaurant. This is not all on his head. The boss rushed over to help Wang Jiechang up, but inexplicably freaked out when he saw Li Fan's aura-rich eyes. Who is this person? How come the aura is so powerful? You are the boss, right? Li Fan asked. The boss didn't know what Li Fan was from, so he could only nod cautiously. Yes, guest, I am the boss here. I don't know if you and Mr. Wang have any misunderstanding. Anything can be discussed. Li Fan, however, interrupted the boss's peacemaker quotes and handed the black card to the boss. Now, I'm going to buy this hotel of yours. Settle it immediately. The boss's eyes went straight when he saw the black card in Li Fan's hand. That was the top black card of Sand Investment Bank. He could guarantee that there wouldn't be more than 3 people in Mordor who had this card. But guest, do you really want this hotel of mine? This is not a small amount of money. The boss showed a difficult look. Not that he could not afford to give up this hotel. How he has to earn, but once out of more than $1 billion to buy a hotel. And then rich people have to weigh it. And this guest has not the slightest intention to bargain with him. In fact, the reason why Li Fan wants to buy this hotel, not just for his brother Xiaohu out of this anger, which also has his own business considerations, the Yunxiang Hotel that he had drawn before, although it had a long-standing reputation in Magic City because of the level 1 to 5 halls of honor, but in terms of the flavor of the dishes, it was far inferior to the Jinxiu Grand Hotel, which had a history. In this way, after Li Fan acquired Jinxiu, he could make the 2 hotels cooperate and link up, making up for each other's shortcomings, which would surely allow both hotels to go to the next level. This would also be equivalent to making a favorable investment himself. I can still afford to pay more than $1 billion. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and go through the formalities. Seeing Li Fan so calm and confident, the boss didn't dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly ordered. Ding! Your account has received $1 billion. Along with the boss's cell phone beep, everyone else present was stunned. The waitress' little sister didn't expect that the guest who had just clashed with Wang Jiechang was actually a top tycoon who spent $1 billion as if it were $10. Luckily, she didn't go and embarrass Li Fan's table of guests just now because of Wang Jiechang's rampage. Yi Qianer cast adoring starry eyes at Li Fan as always. As long as there was a place where her brother Fan was present, the only ones who would be taught a lesson would be those evil people who were looking for a fight. Lin Xiaohu was shocked and touched at this moment. He didn't think that Li Fan would actually throw out $1 billion at once in order to give himself a head start. When he thought about how he was still upset with him just now, he felt regretful. It was clear that Li Fan's affection for him had never changed. Wang Jiechang, who was lying on the ground, on the other hand, his entire body was dumbfounded. This $1 billion meant that it was easy as pie for Li Fan to get him killed. Chapter 23, Memories of Youthful Dreams. Private yacht date with Yi Qianer. Wang Jiechang took advantage of the crowd's inattention to move to the door on his hands and knees. However, just as his body was about to safely leave the box, his hair was viciously grabbed by Li Fan. Wasn't Mr. Wang still rampant just now? How come now? Instead, he's being a deserter? No. How could I dare, Brother Fan? Wang Jiechang looked at Li Fan with a pleasing toothless smile, hoping that he would let himself off the hook. The person who could take out $1 billion at once. It was easy to get him killed. Even if Wang Jiechang used to be very rampant, he knew that he couldn't afford to mess with a behemoth like Li Fan with this little life. Humph. Now you know to act like a dog's leg? Too late. Li Fan plucked out a disgusted glance at Wang Jiechang and grabbed his hair to Lin Xiaohu. Kneel down and repent for your own sins, both past and present. Wang Jiechang's teeth were gnashing with hatred. All along only he had bullied others. Now he actually had to make him apologize to someone he had bullied. How could he still be a man in the future if this was spread out? Didn't you hear me? Li Fan roared. Wang Jiechang shivered in fear and could only move to Lin Xiaohu on his knees one step at a time. However, his raised face was still defiant, even glaring at Lin Xiaohu with a threatening look in his eyes. Lin Xiaohu's body still couldn't help but tremble a little because of the stress reaction from being bullied before. He glanced at Li Fan, only to see Li Fan throw him a nod of encouragement filled with strength and trust. Lin Xiaohu looked at Wang Jiechang's ugly and still imposing face and gathered enough courage. A slap smacked down hard. The right half of Wang Jiechang's face instantly swelled up like a hill. You dare to hit me. Wang Jiechang was infuriated and subconsciously roared out in anger. Lin Xiaohu didn't choose to dodge again this time, but yelled back in a louder way than him. I'm hitting you. A pig and dog, that's worse than a dog. I'm not only going to take revenge for myself today, but also for those classmates who were bullied by you before. Ruthlessly, Wang Jiechang looked at the fuming Lin Xiaohu, a face of disbelief. For a moment, one by one the fists fell on Wang Jiechang's face, with Lin Xiaohu's squeezed years of anger. Hitting and hitting, it was as if those heaviness in the corners of his heart finally loosened up quite a bit at this moment. Not a moment later, Wang Jiechang's face was already unrecognizable, filled with a swollen pig-head-like appearance. Remember, if you bully the weak again in the future, there will be no end to you. Li Fan added a kick of his own after Lin Xiaohu had finished venting, and with a look over, the boss had the good sense to have someone take Wang Jiechang away and throw him out. However, after Wang Jiechang left, Lin Xiaohu couldn't help but cry, as if he wanted to cry all the grievances of those years. Li Fan, as a brother, of course, silently poured him a glass of wine and pinched some vegetables into his bowl. Yi Qianer, on the other hand, was very good and ate her own food silently at the side. After a while, Lin Xiaohu finally recovered from his excitement. Brother Fan, this cup is my toast to you. Lin Xiaohu raised the wine glass in front of him and drank it all in one go. Li Fan followed closely behind. There was no need to say much between brothers. The words were all in the wine. But just now, Brother Fan, that kick of yours really made me dream back in time. Li Fan looked at Lin Xiaohu suspiciously, not knowing where he was coming from with this statement. It was back then, when both of us were on the varsity soccer team. Your flying legs were famous. Lin Xiaohu smiled as he recalled. I remember that too. There were always so many people looking for Brother Fan to play soccer back then, causing Brother Fan to have no time to play with me. Yi Qianer also recalled those times and pretended to be angry. So you're talking about those times, ah? Li Fan's thoughts drifted back to his 13th year as the two spoke. At that time, the school's soccer team was considered to be the more famous sports team in the school, and he was the captain of the soccer team, and his self-created flying leg was bluffing a large number of schoolmates, and he didn't expect that this had passed more than 10 years. Li Fan's heart is infinite emotion. Youth is like this. When you recall, it has been away from you infinitely far, but that period of youth that really existed. Now think about it, also still let a person's blood surging it. At the beginning of his ambition or to play to the national team, and then because of the academic and objective existence of the national team level, his dream also gradually disappeared in the river of time. Li Fan raised his wineglass to clink a glass with Lin Xiaohu again, for the sake of their once lost dream. Wait, this dream might have another way of realization for him now. Li Fan sobered up all of a sudden. Although it was too late for him to become a soccer player, he could form a team of his own, then let them play out of the country and into the world. He himself completely had the capital conditions to do so now. And if one really cultivated such a team, one's earnings that would also be a huge amount. Let's do it. Li Fan's sudden impassioned cry startled both Lin Xiaohu and Yi Qianer. Brother Fan, just do what? Yi Qianer flashed her big eyes and asked suspiciously. However, Li Fan just smiled. You guys will know after a while. Lin Xiaohu was also puzzled, but this brother of his has always had ideas, and he As a friend, just had to stand firmly on his side. Then I wish you success. Brother. Little Tiger's auspicious words. When the time comes to do it, there's no shortage of people like you. Previously in the varsity team, although Xiaohu's qualifications were relatively average, he was very gifted in his ability to coordinate and lay out a tournament, and was a very good tournament military advisor. Lin Xiaohu had a face of uncertainty, but seeing how secretive Li Fan was, he suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask any further questions. The three of them ended the meal talking and laughing. Xiaohu, take my car and go. I'll find a chauffeur and send you back on the way. No, I won't be a light bulb. Lin Xiaohu looked at Yi Qianer and Li Fan and joked. As expected, Yi Qianer's face was red again. Li Fan was in the mood for alcohol, and seeing Yi Qianer's red face, he swept her into his arms. Yi Qianer was immediately so shy that she buried her face into Li Fan's coat. TSK, 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 I've already eaten enough just now. I didn't expect to be fed dog food by you guys now. Lin Xiaohu purposely put on an expression of being soured to death, and after saying goodbye to the two, he went back home by himself, looking at Yi Qianer in his arms, and looking at the stars shining brightly in the sky. The romantic factor in Li Fan's body began to bubble up. Qianer, are you in a hurry to go home? Do you want to go somewhere with me? Not in a hurry. I'll go wherever Brother Fan goes. Li Fan smiled at his words, made a phone call and arrived at the pier with Yi Qianer. By the pier, a luxurious and compact private yacht was parked at the mouth of the shore. With one force, Li Fan carried Yi Qianer to the yacht. Chapter 24, the large gymnasium arrives and saves Su Shemu her cousin. The sea breeze was slightly cool, and Li Fan's privately owned yacht was swimming freely in the night sea. Li Fan hugged Yi Qianer and lay on the deck. The sea breeze blew Yi Qianer a little cold, and she ducked into Li Fan's arms again. The sky was full of stars sprinkled down, as if covering them with a nice silk quilt. Qianer, do you want it? Follow me. My side. Yi Qianer immediately stretched out her fingers to block Li Fan's lips. Brother Fan, you don't need to say anything. I understand. Li Fan, this kind of talented and rich man, if she said that she can really concentrate on one person for her a small Yi Qianer, she herself will not believe it. So before she confessed she had thought about it long ago, even though she knew that there would be other women around Fan in the future, she still had to boldly show her feelings. She likes Li Fan has been a whole 10 years or so, almost occupying most of her life, and after she came to Magic City, those that Li Fan helped her, are more than countable. So even if she could only get some favor and compassion from Li Fan, she felt that it was enough. Thinking about these, Yi Qianer reversed her previous passive shyness. She took the initiative to kiss the corner of Li Fan's mouth. Li Fan's inner feelings moved, turned back to cover her. Although the night wind is cool, but the two people's body and mind is hot to the extreme. Infinite love flow. In the moonlight illumination, more and more fascinating desire to move people. A number of hours later, Yi Qianer's unguarded sleeping face fell in Li Fan's eyes. Looks very cute. Li Fan got up and smoked a cigarette. The intelligence screen appeared in front of him on time. Ding! Sign in successfully. Today's blind box item, a large gymnasium in the center of Magic City. It's true that what you think comes what you want. Li Fan had to suspect that this system was a roundworm in his stomach. Li Fan has been to the Magic City Center's gymnasium a few times, which not only has a diving hall, badminton hall, table tennis, volleyball and other basic training grounds, but also has a large area of grass in front of its interior that is specifically used for soccer training. It was just the thing to satisfy Li Fan's idea of wanting to form a soccer team. The next morning, Yi Qianer woke up from Li Fan's arms. Seeing herself and Li Fan, Yi Qianer was shy. Last night she had dared to be so bold thanks entirely to the help of alcohol, and now that she had woken up, she was naturally embarrassed as an afterthought. Li Fan couldn't help but pinch Yi Qianer's cheeks. You know you're embarrassed now? I also don't know who kept pestering me to call me Brother Fan last night. Nasty. Yi Qianer pouted and lightly hammered Li Fan's chest. Let's go. I'll send you to work. Yi Qianer quickly and simply cleaned up, drew a light makeup and got off the yacht, sitting on Li Fan's poison. In a burst of speeding, Yi Qianer was soon sent to the downstairs of Fan Xing Entertainment. Li Fan leaned over to help Yi Qianer undo her seatbelt, and Yi Qianer took advantage of her inattentiveness to sneak another kiss on Li Fan's face, then got out of the car quickly and ran away. This girl. Li Fan couldn't help but laugh before driving to the gymnasium. In the gymnasium, on the runway of the playground, there were several groups of 15 and 16-year-old kids performing physical fitness tests. A sense of youthful vigor came over them, and even Li Fan felt a lot younger. However, just as Li Fan was looking at the youthful and energetic faces on the playground, a boy's pale face attracted his attention. Ever since the medical Dao value was assigned, he could always vaguely detect the so-called sickness aura from people who were not in good health. The boy who was now in his field of vision, Li Fan clearly felt that his life aura had become a bit weak, As expected, in no time, the boy fell straight to the ground. Please make way. Li Fan hurriedly came to the boy's side. At this moment, there were others who were shocked and alarmed by the boy's situation. There was still a little bit of breath left, so Li Fan quickly tapped on a few acupoints and then started doing cardiac resuscitation. Cough, cough. It didn't take long for the boy to regain consciousness and the blood on his face slowly returned. Are you alright, Hentai? The coach in charge of them rushed over and was finally relieved to see that Hentai was awake. Thank you, sir. You're the one who saved Hengtai. Aren't you? The coach hurriedly shook over Li Fan's hand to express his gratitude. Small matter, not enough to worry about, but it's your little brother. Your cardiorespiratory function is not very good. It's best not to overly participate in training with too much intensity. This time it's your good luck. But the next time you do this again you might not be so lucky. The boy named Hengtai was scared to death when he heard Li Fan's words, with a palpitating look on his face. Cousin, I almost died just now. Oh, luckily this gentleman saved me. Hengtai suddenly saw Su Shemu, who happened to come over from the crowd, and hurriedly ran over to seek comfort. So are you alright now, Hengtai? Su Shemu worriedly rushed to check Hengtai up, and hurried over to say thank you to the person who had saved Hengtai. It was only when she saw Li Fan, who had saved her cousin, that she exclaimed in shock. It's you? Li Fan sniffed and looked over, and also instantly recognized Su Shanmu, whom he had helped. Chapter 25. The elevator accident appeared, comforting Su Shemu in her arms. It's you, Miss Su? Su Shemu hurriedly nodded, reaching over to shake hands with Li Fan. For Li Fan she was impressed beyond belief. The owner of the top center villa. It was hard to forget even if she wanted to, but what she didn't expect was that the two situations where she met Li Fan were in situations where she was helped by him. Thank you for saving my brother. Su Shemu still had a high regard for this cousin, and it was also him who recommended his cousin to join the training team here before. So if anything really happened, he would be a sinner in the family. After seeing that Hengtai was fine, Su Shemu took the initiative to invite Li Fan to take a walk on the playground. By the way, Mr. Li, you came here today? I came to see the specifics of this gymnasium of my own, and by the way, to do the examination for the next team to be run. What? You're saying this gym is yours? Yeah. What's the problem? Nope. No. After the shock, Su Shemu also quickly came back to her senses. People are all the top godly heroes of Jinghaoyuan. Having a gymnasium isn't too uncommon. Just she still can't help but measure up the man beside her. Although she has been running the family business for many years, but she has never seen such a man who buys the origin of the land in the West and East. She can't help but be curious. Mr. Li, you said you want to run a team next? Is it convenient to reveal what type of team? A soccer team is just that. These words made Su Shemu even more puzzled. Forming a soccer team? Although there was room for interest in forming one's own team, but this kind of upfront investment in a soccer team was extremely large. And now there were still rich second generation willing to go to great lengths to do this? Because Li Fan is too young. So Su Shemu automatically put him in the column of the rich second generation. And even the top mansion is also considered to be their family's property. Moreover, a mysterious big family like this that she had never even heard of was definitely richer than any of the tycoons in her cognizance. The truly top-ranking rich families were all extremely low-key, not an existence that could be touched by an ordinary rich family like theirs. But if one could become friends with the offspring of such a family, it would be a great benefit to one's business. In that case, I just happen to know a top soccer coach on my side. If Mr. Li you need it, I can help you to introduce it. Su Shemu pretended to casually mention such a mouthful. Oh, top soccer coach? That's a good feeling. If there's a ready-made coach, one doesn't need to go through a lot of trouble to find one. Ms. Su also asked you to make an appointment for the two of us if it's convenient. Then Mr. Li can come back to the company with me. I'll call him over right now. Li Fan slightly nodded his head to express his gratitude, and then the two of them arrived at the Hui Phone Group together. Seeing the four big words Hui Phone Group on the office building, Li Fan inexplicably felt familiar. Seeing that his boss had brought back such a handsome guy, the passing employees and receptionists couldn't help but whisper. One of the employees who had been acting as an eyesore for Su Ziheo even immediately called Su Ziheo to report the matter. Su Shemu's office was on the top floor, so the two of them walked into Su Shemu's special private elevator. However, after the elevator ran for a dozen floors, it suddenly stopped. What is this situation? At this time, Su Shemu was still calm. She pressed the emergency button. Then the emergency button did not respond. I'm really sorry, Mr. Li, letting you encounter such a thing as soon as you arrived. It's fine. Minor malfunctions are inevitable. Ms. Su doesn't need to be worried. Li Fan was naturally not worried. With his current martial arts skills, even if the elevator descended sharply, he could still ensure that he and Su Xiangmu were safe and sound. Su Shemu could only try to dial the phone. However, there was no signal at all from the phone in the elevator. Li Fan obviously felt Su Xiangmu's agitation. However, before he could speak out to comfort her, there was a rumbling sound, and the entire elevator suddenly plunged into darkness after shaking violently for a moment. Ah! Su Xiangmu subconsciously screamed out. Li Fan wanted to go over and pat her shoulder to calm her down. Then as soon as he touched Su Xiangmu's body, he clearly felt Su Xiangmu trembling in great fear. Li Fan turned on the flashlight and realized that Su Xiangmu was already pale and even had a bit of difficulty breathing. This looked very much like the symptoms of claustrophobia. Ah, Miss Su? Miss Su, are you alright? However, because of the excessive panic, Su Xiangmu was already unable to utter a single word. Li Fan didn't care about male and female, and hurriedly put Su Xiangmu in his arms, trying to give her a sense of security. Then he relied on his own medical aura to calm Su's fear and anxiety. Although Su Xiangmu still couldn't say a word, she was obviously less scared and her breathing gradually stabilized in Li Fan's arms. Hang in there, Ms. Su. We'll be out soon. Su Xiangmu couldn't help but shrink into Li Fan's arms. A few minutes later, a maintenance worker finally came. Miss Su, are you alright in there? Miss Su was very uncomfortable right now. You guys quickly open the door. Li Fan replied out loud in place of Su Xiangmu, who couldn't open her mouth. Okay, we will immediately pry the door open. It was only after a while that the elevator door was finally opened. Li Fan picked up Su Xiangmu and walked out. I go. Who is that man? Why is he holding Mr. Su? And Boss Su is still so close to him. Yeah, I've been here for so many years. I haven't seen any man so close to Mr. Su. And this man is so handsome. He really matches our Mr. Su. The people gathered outside were talking a lot. At this time, Su Ziheo, who received the news and rushed here, saw the man who walked out from the elevator and was violently shocked. Wasn't this the Li Fan who had made him lose face in public before? Moreover, he was still holding his cousin who was suppressing him at every turn. Now wouldn't he be able to get all of them at once? Su Ziheo hurriedly picked up his cell phone and took a picture of Li Fan hugging Su Xiangmu. The demeanor was frivolous and the relationship was ambiguous. Su Ziheo looked at the photos in his cell phone and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. On the other hand, Li Fan hugged Su Xiangmu to the open-air cafe not far from their company. Su Xiangmu, who breathed in fresh air, slowly recovered and hurriedly adjusted herself, looking at Li Fan with an apologetic face. I'm really sorry, Mr. Li. I've made you laugh. It's fine. But Miss Su, are you claustrophobic? Su Xiangmu nodded her head in embarrassment. Ever since she was once locked into her family's small attic for a day and a night by her own cousin Su Ziheo when she was a child, she suffered from this problem. Usually it was fine, but as long as she encountered a small enclosed environment like the one just now, she couldn't stop shivering and being afraid. Chapter 26, Su Ziheo tattletale behind his back, accidentally becoming good friends with Grandpa Su Xiangmu. Su Xiangmu still had a palpitating face. Li Fan hurriedly probed her forehead with his hand. The sudden contact made Su Xiangmu confused for a moment, and remembering the intimate scene between the two in the elevator just now, Su Xiangmu's face became hotter for a moment. It's still a little hot. Sit and rest a little more. Su Xiangmu heard Li Fan's words that was called an embarrassment. Now he was clearly because he was too shy to. Today it looks like I can't introduce the coach to you, Mr. Li. Let's do it this way. I'll go back first, and wait for the next time to help you make an appointment with the coach. Su Xiangmu quickly made a sound and then immediately ran away without looking back. Li Fan was left with a confused face. This girl recovered quite quickly. Li Fan shook his head and laughed, then drove the poison himself and prepared to go home. In the Su family mansion, Su Ziheo held his cell phone with an intolerant expression and came to his grandfather Su Jinglai. Grandpa, look people on the internet are saying that cousin's sister doesn't know how to behave. She's cuddling with a guy in public, and even cursed our Huifeng group. Under Su Ziheo's worried expression on the surface, he hid an uncontrollable smugness. This news is what he purposely made. He gave the captured photo to a reporter in the most famous local big mouth gossip newspaper. That reporter really didn't let himself down. In just a few hours, this peach color news has already climbed up to the top 5 of the hot searches. What? Su Jinglai was in disbelief. He had the most trust in his granddaughter. It was unlikely that she would do something that would hurt the group's reputation. Su Jinglai received the cell phone handed over by Su Zihao. The photo of Li Fan holding Su Xiangmu immediately entered his line of sight. But this photo was taken in a very sneaky way. The man holding his granddaughter only had a back and a hairstyle, whereas his granddaughter's face was seen clearly. It was hard not to think that the man was directing himself. Grandpa, why is cousin's sister so inattentive? She's sitting in the position of president of the Huifeng group, but she actually does things so little for the sake of the group. She even openly gets so close to a man in public. This completely disregards the image of Huifeng group. If it was me, there is absolutely no way I would have done such a thing. Su Ziheo smugly used this opportunity to stomp on Su Xiangmu. Su Xiangmu had never been able to let him catch anything. now that he had managed to grasp the opportunity. Of course he had to stomp on her in front of Grandpa. Enough! Stop it! Su Jinglai angrily pestled his cane on the ground. His granddaughter, she knew well, would not do something that would fall on deaf ears for no reason. It must have been that mysterious man who confused his granddaughter and made her lose her mind. Thinking of this, Su Jinglai was furious. Although previously Su Shemu had been submerged in her work and did not want to look for a partner had made him worried, but it was not like just any man was worthy of his granddaughter. I know about this matter. You go back first. Su Jinglai interrupted Su Ziheo's move of wanting to continue adding more fuel to the fire and directly drove him away. Although Su Ziheo was unwilling, he could only give up. Then I'll go back first, Grandpa. Su Jinglai nodded and immediately called for his butler after Su Ziheo left. Old Chen, go check out this man in the photo and see what he's really about. Actually daring to hit my granddaughter with his ideas. Yes, master. Old Chen immediately left without stopping to investigate. The more Su Jinglai thought about it, the more angry he became. So he left the villa to take a break in the residential area. However, the house leaks and it rains all night long. Without taking a few steps, Su Jinglai broke his foot when he stepped over a stone. Ouch! Hey! Li Fan, who had just returned, heard the voice of the old man on the side of the road shouting in pain and hurried over. Old man, are you alright? Li Fan helped Su Jinglai up and checked him again. There was only a slight bruise. It didn't look like anything serious. Li Fan took out the silver needle that the system had given himself as a self-provision needle and gave Su Jinglai a few stabs, and the bruises quickly dissipated. Before Su Jinglai could stop this strange young man's actions, he felt that the pain in his foot was gone all of a sudden. Little brother, you can still treat people? A little bit, old man. You're much better now, right? Much better, much better. Su Jinglai happily moved his feet, not realizing that there was actually someone who knew medical skills living in Jinghahao Yuan. And looking at the car that Li Fan drove, Su Jinglai judged that this young man was indeed the owner of this place. At this time is the afternoon when the sun is the strongest. Su Jinglai although feet cured, but the forehead suddenly because of the heat out of a big sweat. Li Fan didn't have a fan in his hand, so he called out the ancient book in the space and fanned Su Jinglai. Su Jinglai was very satisfied with this polite and respectful young man. Only when he wanted to exchange pleasantries with Li Fan did he realize that the thing the other party was fanning himself with was actually the original edition of the ritual rhymes. He hurriedly snatched it from Li Fan's hand. Little brother, you actually used this ritual rhyme strategy to fan yourself. This is too much of a waste. Su Jinglai babishly took the ancient book and scrutinized it like a treasure. Old man, you like this ancient book? Then you can just take it away. I don't need it anyway, Li Fan said rather generously. Su Jinglia's eyes widened when he heard this. You're giving it to me? Do you know what this is and how much it is worth? In fact, the ritual rhymes to say the price was fine for Su Jinglai. The main thing was that this thing had an extremely high collector's value. This original version of the book is the only one. The degree of preciousness that is not cover. It seems that the old man you are very knowledgeable about ancient books. Then all the more reason for me to give this ancient book to someone who truly understands its value. Hearing Li Fan's words, Su Jinglai appreciated the young man in front of him even more. Are you serious? This one book is nearly $30 million if you sell it. $30 million? It was rather similar to his own poison. I didn't expect this ancient book to be worth so much, but for the current him, it was okay. Old man, you can hold it with confidence. Just take it as a testimony that we have made a friend. You kid, have the courage. Su Jinglai happily accepted Li Fan's ritual rhymes, but his eyes began to measure Li Fan. This young man had a good-looking face. He was also the owner of this Jinghahao Yuan, and he was so generous and polite. He was a good match for his granddaughter, and as long as he paired this young man with his granddaughter, those white boys who pestered his granddaughter from who knows where would have no room for maneuver. Very well, it's decided. Su Jinglai looked at his prospective granddaughter-in-law with satisfaction. His bad mood just now was swept away, and his eyes were full of appreciation and optimism as he looked at Li Fan. Chapter 27 OpenAI Company 500,000 original shares appeared in the auction. When Li Fan arrived home in the evening, his own cell phone received an invitation to the auction. Dear owners of King Hot Garden, we sincerely invite you to attend the antique auction in 3 days. All kinds of rare auction items are available. At the same time, we warmly welcome owners to provide antiques for auction. We wish you to find your favorite things on the auction night. We are waiting for your arrival. Sure enough, the mansion neighborhood is just different from the ordinary ones. Even the reunion activities are in the form of antique auctions that cost a lot of money. Li Fan clicked the OK button. Anyway, he now has the leisure and money. There is no harm in going to see. By the way, you can provide your own auction. There seems to be a blue and white porcelain vase in the space. I don't know how much that thing is worth. Just take it to the auction. So Li Fan attached his own porcelain vase information to the invitation reply page. Once midnight on the dot arrived, Li Fan signed in. Ding! Sign in successful. Blind box item, 500,000 original shares of online intelligent AI company. AI company? Sounds pretty high-tech. Li Fan made an inquiry on the cell phone page and found that it was a startup company, and it was still the kind that was not well known. However, Li Fan believed in the system's vision, and what it gave him was definitely something good. So even though he hadn't seen any revenue yet, Li Fan was still happy. Early the next morning, Su Shemu sent a message to Li Fan, telling him that she had made an appointment for him with the soccer coach. After Li Fan met the soccer coach, the two of them hit it off right away, and their attitudes towards soccer and their business philosophy towards the team were surprisingly the same. So Li Fan immediately hired the soccer coach and asked him to open the selection for the elite soccer players. In the next 2 days Li Fan opened a $5 billion alumni charitable foundation, a fidelity spray and a $30 billion luxury cruise ship company by signing in. The other two he could understand. It was this fidelity mist. Li Fan was filled with confusion when he heard the name. Fidelity spray? System? What does this thing mainly do? Li Fan was really puzzled. Host, you only need to use the fidelity spray to spray on the things you own. You can guarantee that everything you own is always genuine. Even if someone tries to tamper with it, everything will automatically turn genuine. Li Fan was still listening with a half understanding, and how this thing didn't sound very useful. Ding! Your belongings have been automatically sprayed with fidelity spray. Li Fan saw that the system was playing with itself quite happily, so he didn't pursue it any further. Soon, it was the day of the auction. The day before the auction, the organizer of the auction had already informed each participating owner via email of the lots that would appear this time, as well as the lots provided by those owners themselves. Li Fan's blue and white porcelain vase was on the list, and it was even the grand finale. However, he only realized when he arrived at the scene that there were also two acquaintances at the auction, Su Shemu and Su Ziheo. Although Su Ziheo was not happy with Su Xiangmu, Su Xiangmu treated her several brothers equally, so she still brought Su Ziheo over to greet Li Fan. Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to come to the auction as well. Introduce, this is my cousin Su Ziheo. Li Fan still maintained a polite expression towards Su Shemu. However, when he saw Su Ziheo, he quickly replaced it with a disdainful sneer. Miss Su's younger brother I did meet a long time ago, only that it didn't leave any good impression. Looking at Li Fan's uncharacteristic attitude, Su Shemu immediately saw that this cousin of his and Li Fan seemed to have a bit of a grudge on him. Su Ziheo's eyes towards Li Fan were also not friendly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was now below Su Shemu, he wouldn't have come over to greet Li Fan. Moreover, what's so great about this Li Fan? He wasn't just the owner of Yunshan Hotel. Besides, he has prepared a gift for him today, just waiting for the crowd to be seated to watch the show together. Thinking of this, Su Ziheo was in a good mood, strutting towards his own position. Su Shemu could only nod to Li Fan in embarrassment, and then also went to his own seat. The auction started. The ones who came were all owners of Kingho Pao Yuan. All of them were rich people. So one by one, two by two, they were dressed up in a very dignified manner. One by one, the auction passed, one after another. Some people called for the price, but there was not much competition. This kind of auction, is to put it bluntly, is to give the owners in the mansion to provide the occasion to socialize. The things in the auction is also a level of spending a little money. Li Fan did not expect his blue and white porcelain vase to make it to the grand finale, and although he was a little curious about how much his stuff would fetch, he was also a little depressed when he saw that he had no room to play. During the intermission, the organizers invited a magician to perform for everyone. Don't say that the big change became quite impressive. Next, the lot we are going to bring out is the grand finale of this time, a Yuan Qinghua plum vase from Li Fan's owner. The lights hit Li Fan, and the surrounding audience all curiously looked his way. However, before the auctioneer could announce the entry into the auction, Su Ziheo stood up in a hurry, pointing at the blue and white porcelain vase on the stage and shouting, "This Yuan cyanotite plum vase is a fake. Everyone, don't be fooled by this person." At these words, there was a commotion in the auction room. "Ziheo, what are you doing? Quickly sit down." Su Shemu did not expect Su Ziheo, who had been sitting quietly beside him just now, to suddenly come this way, and was shocked and ashamed in his heart. If his own cousin made such a mess, he still didn't know what Li Fan was going to think of himself. "I think this owner said not unreasonable. We all know this kind of auction is to play around. This blue and white porcelain vase owner all of a sudden come up with a starting price of at least 100 million things out. Indeed a little suspicious. Yes, in fact, I myself just now also a little suspicious, only because they are owners, so I did not say out. You also don't say. That bottle pattern does look a bit fake. Li Fan found out that people who follow rumors are really everywhere. Just now these people are still quiet as a chicken, and now when they hear Suzy Heo say so, one or two of them have to follow and step on a foot to show themselves as if they are so powerful. Also asked why he took out 100 million yuan blue and white vase? Of course it is because this is the only thing he has at the lowest price. Is this the generation gap between the godly and the ordinary rich? Li Fan's heart was tired but inexplicably had a great feeling. Moreover, Suzy Heo had clearly jumped the wolves himself with this outburst. Otherwise, how could he jump out and say that his stuff was fake when everyone was fine with it in the beginning? 80% of it was that he couldn't get himself out in the open. So he wanted to use the measure of stealing chickens and dogs to defame himself first. Chapter 28, Suzy Heo is defeated. The blue and white porcelain vase is real, but Li Fan wasn't worried at all. After all, the system had sprayed his stuff with fidelity spray a long time ago last time. He wanted to see how this Suzy Heo was going to make a fool of himself. If you guys don't believe me, you can call the appraiser up right now, so you'll know if what I'm saying is true or not. Suzy Heo had a confident look on his face. His methods were absolutely foolproof. He must make Li Fan lose face this time. Li Fan looked at him as if he saw a clown jumping on his feet, calmly crossing his legs to see what kind of circus he would make. The auctioneer had no choice but to go backstage and invite the appraiser up. Originally, we had all of these auction items checked by a professional testing organization before they went on stage. But if everyone is really worried, we'll just have to check them again. The appraiser ran up to inspect in a hurry. After inspecting it for half a day, the look was that of an elusive one. It also revealed a few moments of doubt. Everyone, this yuan cyanotype plum vase is indeed authentic and unmistakable. The appraiser had just praised the high value of this blue and white porcelain vase before the auction started. He really didn't understand how he suddenly called himself up to check it again for good reason. Hearing this, Suzy Heo's degree of surprise was greater than everyone present. How is this possible? Appraiser, do you want to take a closer look? The appraiser had no choice but to carefully appraise it again. This blue and white porcelain vase is indeed authentic. The old man has checked it back and forth several times. And this blue and white porcelain vase is not only authentic, or color in the first tier of things. Everyone just rest assured that the shot is. As soon as the appraiser's words came out, the people who had just followed Li Fan to say that his item was fake instantly stopped talking and started to make up for themselves. It's all because the light was too dim just now. I looked away. Yeah. Now that it's lit up and taken a look, the color of this bottle is really good. Several owners even bragged and acted out with each other there. Li Fan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. These people's faces really changed faster than turning a book. However, Suzy Heo had an expression of how he couldn't accept it. How is this possible? This thing he just has to be fake. Just now, Suzy Heo realized that he almost said something and hurriedly closed his mic. But Li Fan wouldn't let him frame himself like that. Mr. Su, what did you clearly just now? Could it be that you tampered with my stuff? Li Fan coldly questioned out loud, and as soon as he spoke out, those owners sitting around truly felt the power of Li Fan's aura and unquestionable. What are you bloodthirsty about? I didn't do anything. Don't you dare try to put a hatchet on my head. Suzy Heo's face was filled with panic that was visible to the naked eye. Su Shemu instantly saw that this matter was 80% done by this cousin of his. In the past, when Suzy Heo lied, he would reveal this kind of nervous look of the evil one. Oh, so Mr. Su didn't do anything? Then I am curious. Just now the auctioneer is obviously going to start to enter the auction process. How Su Gongzi you a moment on the fiery eyes to see that this blue and white porcelain vase is a fake it? Li Fan immediately questioned forcefully. The owners present also came back to their senses and talked. Right. How can he determine at once that this blue and white porcelain vase is fake? Even the appraisal masters have to meticulously check so many times before they dare to determine the authenticity. This little brother's instantly decisive look is indeed suspicious. Seeing the complete change of the wind direction in the room, Suzy Heo's face was suddenly green for a while and white for a while. He obviously came to see Li Fan's jokes. How did it turn into his own jokes now? This side of Suzy Heo has not thought of a good speech for himself. The background of the auction table, there suddenly heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and then a vase with the stage looks exactly the same as the yuan blue and white plum vase roll out. The magician's hand hurriedly tried to pull the bottle, but failed to do so, and instead, his entire body was exposed to the eyes of everyone at the scene. You fool! How did you run out by yourself? Suzy Heo subconsciously shouted out as he watched the magician make a bad move. However, this shout was to completely situate his own underhanded tactics. That I now know how Mr. Su managed to discuss the truth and falsehood at a glance. Together with the magician who conspired to try to steal the sky, Li Fan spoke out sarcastically, a blow completely hitting Suzy Heo's face. The magician was scared to death and stood still with his head tightly lowered. Moreover, he couldn't understand how what appeared on the stage could still be the real thing when he had clearly switched the bottles just now. The crowd sighed in all directions. filled with disgusted curses at Su Ziheo's disgraceful behavior. Su Ziheo was scolded to the point of shame and ran away in a puff of smoke. Next, the auction went on smoothly, and even because of this farce of authenticity, Li Fan's Yuan Qinghua plum vase ended up being auctioned off for nearly $300 million. Although the money is not much, but Li Fan not only hit the face but also let the value of the blue and white porcelain vase tripled. This heart is called a beauty. Just as Li Fan was about to leave, Su Shemu came over with an embarrassed face. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect Zihao that he would actually do such a thing. As his cousin, I also have a failure of discipline. I apologize to you Mr. Li on his behalf. Miss Su, you are not to blame for this. It's rather that cousin of yours. Although you are good for him, he doesn't necessarily respect you as his sister. What Li Fan said Su Shemu naturally knows. Growing up in their kind of family is just like this. It will always be because of the interests and some things that lead to some indifference between the relatives. He himself is also used to it for so many years. Two people together out of the field. However, in passing through the threshold, Su Xiangmu accidentally broke his foot, and unsteady to Li Fan's arms flung. Su Xiangmu immediately became full of embarrassment. How could she make a fool of herself beside Li Fan? She hated to find a hole in the ground and go inside. Then she wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. However, Li Fan didn't mind her trouble at all. Instead, he even took over her leg and checked it. Sprained, plus some tendon misalignment. Li Fan covered his hand to where Su Shemu's ankle was positioned, and Su Shemu's face was shocked. This was the first time a man had touched her feet. Su Shemu was embarrassed to the extreme. Mr. Li, I'm fine. I'll just go back and put some medicine on myself later. Your bones are a bit misaligned. Moving again will make it worse. Li Fan couldn't help but hold Su Shemu's ankle tightly and twisted it with a slight force. Ah! Only a click could be heard, although it hurt for a split second. After Li Fan's maneuvering, Su Shemu was actually able to flexibly twist her ankle. Mr. Li, you even know how to bruise? You are also too powerful. Su Xiangmu looked at Li Fan, her eyes filled with a meaning of admiration that she couldn't hide. Chapter 29, wrapping down the shoe wall for Su Shemu, asking her to help with the tie in the fitting room. Alright, try to see if you can still walk now. Su Shemu nodded and began to walk carefully. However, without taking 2 steps, the heel of the high heel on her right foot snapped off. Her entire weight was unsteady, and she looked like she was about to fall towards the ground. Li Fan was quick, reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, gently resting it. The two of them were close to each other with their upper bodies, their eyes facing each other. Su Shemu hurriedly wanted to stand up, however the broken shoes did not allow it. Without saying a word, Li Fan picked up Su Shemu and stuffed her into his car. I'll take you to buy a new pair. Su Shemu had always been the manager who called the shots in the company, and now a man appeared to overbearingly arrange things for her. Logically, she should be feeling offended. However, she didn't. On the contrary, she was also a little bit flustered, enjoying this feeling of being arranged very much. Li Fan's unquestionable attitude with his excellent side face, but also to see Su Shemu heart feel sweet. With a step on the gas, soon Li Fan brought Su Xiama to the nearest department store. Miss Su, see if there is anything you like. Li Fan helped Su Xiangmu to sit on the sofa in front of a shoe cabinet. Although Su Xiangmu is an exquisitely dressed female elite in the eyes of others. However, in fact, all along her clothing has been arranged by her own assistant, so now letting her look at a whole side of the shoe cabinet, she is also having a hard time. Li Fan looked at Su Shemu's hesitation, and opened his mouth towards the sales clerk. Let's do it this way. You wrap up this whole wall that meets this young lady's size for me. When these words came out, not only the sales clerk in the store, even Su Shannon was shocked. Although she was the president of the Huifeng group, she was usually very thrifty, and all the money she earned was put into her family's property, so she had never tried to spend money like this. So Li Fan this time, really hit her heart hard. Is this what it feels like to be loved? Sir, are you sure you want the whole wall of shoes? The salesman hadn't seen Li Fan's financial power, so his first reaction to this offer was disbelief. Of course, Li Fan handed out his card and entered his password again. The payment was successful. In an instant, the employees and customers in the store all looked over to Li Fan and Su Shanmu's side. There were envious and jealous eyes, as well as those who looked at their male companions with a dissatisfied face. How come they can't meet a man who treats them so well? Looking at Su Xiangmu, who was as beautiful as a star on the sofa, they called their eyes red. Mr. Li, there's really no need to break the bank so much. I'll just pick this pair. Su Shemu hurriedly picked up a pair of brown flats and smiled as she thanked Li Fan. Ms. Su, there is no return for what I bought. This pair you like, you wear them first. The others let them send someone to your home later and it will be fine. Li Fan's face was an expression that could not be refused. Su Shemu had to accept his good intentions. The salesman's eyes red to red. or very insightful to hurry to pack the shoes, and hurriedly called a truck, asked Su Xiangmu's address and then first help her send back. Su Xiangmu put on the shoes after a lot of convenience, but Li Fan just for her so broke the bank. They cannot be a little expression. Mr. Li, otherwise I'll send you a piece of clothing, as my return gift, how about it? Su Xiangmu unconsciously used a petulant tone, causing Li Fan's heart to itch. Just like this, Li Fan was pulled to a men's clothing specialty store by Su Xiangmu. Su Xiangmu immediately spotted a white shirt, and brought it over to compare on Li Fan's body. This one seems to fit you well, or you can try it on? Good. Li Fan took the clothes with a doting smile and went into the fitting room. Su Xiangmu felt her face was hot. Herself and Li Fan like this, in other people's eyes will be considered a couple. Su Xiangmu has been intoxicated with the affairs of the Huifeng group before. When she was small, she just kept studying hard, and when she grew up, she went straight into the company to work, and she hadn't fallen in love once since she grew up so big, so she would always unconsciously reveal her shy side as a little girl in front of Li Fan. In fact, she also hoped that she could freely show her womanly charms in front of Li Fan, but there was no way that she was really inexperienced. Ms. Su, are you still outside? Suddenly, Li Fan's voice came from the fitting room. I'm still in. What's wrong? Is something wrong? I'm not very good at tying my tie. Can you come in and help me? Su Xiangmu didn't think too much, knocked on the door and then entered the fitting room where Li Fan was. The space inside the fitting room was narrow. Su Xiangmu was face to face helping Li Fan to organize his tie. Both of their breaths were close at hand. Su Xiangmu was so shy that she regretted how Li Fan had just called herself in. She did not dare to raise her head to look at Li Fan, and could only stare at the hand in front of her face to organize her own tie. However, the more nervous she was, the more likely she was to make a mistake. Li Fan looked at her flustered appearance and couldn't help but smile. He could only grab Su Xiangmu's hand and teach her in what order to organize. After easily tying the tie, Su Xiangmu was about to turn around and open the door to go out in a hurry. However, Li Fan reached out his hand from behind her and directly pressed the door. Su Xiangmu was trapped between the door and his embrace. In fact, from the time he broke his foot, Li Fan could see that Su Xiangmu could not hide her shyness. The more this happened, the more Li Fan wanted to tease her. He also didn't expect that a thunderous-looking group stewardess would actually be a love white, so he wanted to tease her even more. Calling her to the fitting room was also his own intention. Mr. Li, isn't your tie already sorted out? Let's just hurry out. The temperature inside the fitting room rises. Su Xiangmu feels hot, and her heart beats thump 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 thump. Miss Su, have you never been in love? Li Fan's bold words instantly scared Su Xiangmu. Just now they were so respectful to each other outside. Now he is so single-minded all of a sudden? But if he just admits it, will he be easily taken? Su Xiangmu didn't dare to look back at Li Fan, and only dared to pretend to say in a haughty tone, so what if it is? So what if it's not? Li Fan suddenly leaned his body forward, his hot breath hitting Su Xiangmu's ears and neck. No, so what? It's just that if Miss Su needs it, I can be Miss Su's love practice object. Su Xiangmu was so aroused by these words that her hot breath went straight to the sky, and her body couldn't help but stiffen. Li Fan was very satisfied with Su Xiangmu's reaction, reached out and ran his hand through the few strands of broken hair around Su Xiangmu's neck. Then he twisted open the door of the fitting room in the right direction and stepped out of the fitting room himself first, leaving Su Xiangmu with a dumbfounded face. She followed him out. Chapter 30, System Upgrade. Going back to school with Chun Yuqing for the school celebration. Seeing the ambiguous gazes thrown by the bystanders, Su Xiangmu came back to her senses at once, and now she is completely unable to wash herself. I seem to have been completely pinned down. Su Xiangmu regretted that she had lost her head start, and was actually teased by Li Fan and made a fool of herself. The two of them are very tacitly agreed not to speak on the way back to send Su Xiangmu back. Li Fan is because he has already won, so give Su Xiangmu more time to react. And Su Xiangmu is because she hasn't thought of a good way to respond. When they arrived at the entrance of Su residence in Jinghahao Yuan, Su Xiangmu was about to get off the car in a hurry. Wait! Li Fan leaned over and helped Su Shannon unbuckle her seatbelt, and took the opportunity to kiss the corner of her mouth. Su Xiangmu's eyes widened all of a sudden, and her expression of being overwhelmed like a deer made Li Fan feel that she was even more adorable. I'll go back first. Su Xiangmu hurriedly got out of the car, and without having time to say goodbye to Li Fan, she immediately ran into her own mansion. Li Fan returned home, first went to the bathroom and took a shower, then signed in. Ding! Sign in successful. Today's blind box item, a Patek Philippe Ref 6300, a wristwatch. A wristwatch? It didn't sound too valuable. Li Fan picked up his cell phone and checked. Patek Philippe Ref 6300A, sold for $31 million. Limited to only one worldwide, about 250 million renminbi. I didn't expect a small watch to be about 100 million. Li Fan was satisfied and picked it up and tried it on his hand. Not bad. It fits. Ding. Detected that the system can be upgraded. May I ask if the host chooses to upgrade the system? Upgrade? Li Fan asked doubtfully. After the host upgrades the back of the system, this system will be transformed into a triggered mission type of reward. As long as the host completes the mission, the reward will no longer be in the form of a blind box once a day, but can be rewarded by infinitely completing the triggered mission within a day. That sounds rather good. Upgraded then. Upgrading the system for you in progress. System upgrade successful. Randomized gift packs issued. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a charm full scorecard. The card is being automatically activated for the host. What the hell? Ding. The charm card has been assigned. The current host's charm value, 100. Li Fan immediately felt that the whole person pulled up a lot. The abdomen became firm and powerful, and looked down. He actually had more 8-pack abs out of thin air. Just when Li Fan was planning to enjoy himself, Chang Yuqing, the college flower, called him on the video phone. Yuqing, what's wrong so late? At this time, Li Fan was only wearing a bath towel, and his upper body appeared in the cell phone screen. Chang Yuqing almost didn't hold the phone steady. She originally thought that Li Fan was just good looking, but she didn't expect that his body was actually this good. Li Fan adjusted his cell phone and a tragically handsome face appeared in the screen all of a sudden. Under the charisma value, the current Li Fan looked properly like the top stream of the entertainment industry's face value. His facial features and everything hadn't changed, but inexplicably, it was the level that made people look at him and think that he was a super handsome guy. Chang Yuqing was shocked by Li Fan's handsomeness, and only after a while did she remember the purpose of her call. Brother Fan, it's like this. I heard from my old classmates that tomorrow is the 50th anniversary of our alma mater's school day, so I thought of asking you if you want to go back to the school with me to have a look. In fact, Chang Yuqing had not much feelings for her alma mater. She just wanted to take this opportunity to ask Li Fan out. Moreover, the university is the place where they got along with each other before. Recalling the past green years, maybe Li Fan and herself can be closer again. Li Fan thought about it and thought it would be good to go back and have a look. It's fine. Besides, the school flower lady has specially come to invite me. Who am I to refuse? Hearing Li Fan's answer, Chang Yuqing was so happy in her heart. Okay brother Fan, then let's set off together tomorrow. You're still in the same neighborhood as last time, right? I'll pick you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Chang Yuqing nodded happily and shyly. The next morning, Li Fan smoothly picked up Chang Yuqing at her neighborhood. The weather was hot. Chang Yuqing wore a cool and breathable small halter on her upper body and a pair of denim hot pants on her lower body, looking very youthful and energetic. As soon as she sat in the car, she brought in an aroma of roses. You changed your perfume? The flavor is good. Chang Yuqing was overjoyed to hear Li Fan's compliments. This perfume was the dating chopper scent that she had specially picked for today, and it seemed that the counter girl's recommendation was really on point. Because their alma mater was on the outskirts of the city, it took them a while to arrive. Because it is a school day, so the school's entrance came a lot of cars. There was no lack of expensive luxury cars among them. However, all of these were immediately eclipsed after Li Fan's poison appeared. When Li Fan parked his car and Chang Yuqing got off together, the face value of the two was even more certainly stunning the crowd. Today the school celebration actually invited a star to come. The two of them were so handsome and beautiful, especially that man. It feels like it doesn't lose out to the top stream fresh meat that's popular right now. There were also a few college students who were more social bulls who had already gone over to ask for a photo with Li Fan and Chang Yuqing. Looking at the youthful faces, Li Fan instantly recalled his college days. However, his college days were spent in studying and busyness. At that time, in order to make his hand a little bit more generous, as soon as he was free, he had to run out to work part-time or something. So like what leisurely college life, Li Fan here at all never experienced. Even now, he is much younger and more energetic than he was then. So maybe this is the meaning of wealth. After taking pictures with several groups of people, Li Fan and Chang Yuqing finally entered the campus. The two of them were so eye-catching walking on the campus road that they were photographed wherever they went. Brother Fan, there just happens to be a speech in the auditorium. Or let's go there. Although being surrounded by people greatly satisfied Chang Yuqing's vanity, but wherever she went, she was seen by people, and there was no room for her to play if she wanted Li Fan to be closer. Li Fan nodded and the two of them came to the auditorium. On the lectern above the auditorium, a middle-aged man was speaking eloquently, and the banner behind him still had the words Xingning Alumni Charity Foundation written in large letters. Why does the name of this Alumni Charity Foundation seem a bit familiar? Li Fan muttered as he looked at the name of the foundation in front of him. Ding! Trigger mission, donate 1 billion yuan to your alma mater on the spot. You can return 10 times the amount after completing the mission. With the system's briefing, Li Fan finally reacted. This foundation was not exactly the one he had gotten before. Donate money and get a rebate? Then this is a good thing for him to do. Just as Li Fan was about to take a step forward, the middle-aged man standing on the stage saw Li Fan, and suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had found some treasures, and immediately raised the microphone in his hand to say something. Chapter 31. Donate $1 billion to your alma mater on the spot and be courted like a star. Everyone, the new director of our Xingning Alumni Charitable Foundation that I just mentioned. He happens to be here today. The middle-aged man on the stage was Zhang Haoran, the project manager of the charitable foundation, who had originally come here on behalf of the foundation to make an announcement, but he never expected to see the new director come to the scene. When the crowd heard his words, they were all in an uproar, because they all knew that the person behind such a high-profile foundation was definitely of an honorable status, so they all looked left and right, wanting to hurry and catch a glimpse of this new director's true colors. Then, let's use our warmest applause to invite our new director, Director Li Fan, to come up and say a few words. Zhang Haoran made an invitation gesture with his palm in Li Fan's direction. The lights immediately followed his line of sight and hit Li Fan and Chang Yuqing. Everyone was stunned by the radiant two. This kind of face, this kind of young look, was actually a director of a $5 billion level foundation. This was too terrifying, especially for these college students who were still on campus. Li Fan's appearance looked like he was obviously about the same age as them. Is this the difference between people? Chang Yuqing was also shocked and confused in her heart when she saw the light hitting this side. According to the man's words just now, could it be that Brother Fan was the new director he was talking about? But isn't Brother Fan the owner of Yunxian Hotel? How did he get involved with some kind of foundation? Or was it that all of these were actually Brother Fan's properties? Then in that case, Brother Fan is too unfathomable. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Fan had long since seen it all. It just so happened that the man giving the speech invited him up, and it wouldn't make his next move too abrupt. The lights of the auditorium spread out a carpet of light under Li Fan's feet, and Li Fan walked up to the speech stage without haste. Zhang Haoran respectfully handed Li Fan the microphone in his hand. Director Li, please. Li Fan nodded, cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Greetings, fellow students. Actually, I was also once a student of Magic City University, and I came here today because I just happened to coincidentally know about the opening of the school day, and I didn't think that I would just have the chance to come up here and speak to you all for a few moments. The principal with the presbyopic glasses was still excited and ready to listen to Li Fan, but he didn't expect the first sentence to dry him out. The director of the Xingning Charity Foundation was actually a student who had studied in his own school. How did one not know this at all? Such a powerful character. Of course he should be hung on the alumni honor roll to be greatly praised. He immediately turned back towards the Dean of Academic Affairs and instructed him to have the students from the news club take a few more pictures of Li Fan's speech, and then hang them in the most prominent position on the school road with a personal introduction, coupled with Li Fan's heaven-defying face value. This is the most useful enrollment brochure. Li Fan looked at the crowd under the stage as if he had seen himself back then, and he hadn't forgotten his triggering mission. I believe that everyone here must be very outstanding young talents, and I also know that you are living the best youthful moments of your lives. So here today, I have decided to donate 1 billion yuan to my alma mater, so that you can create more extraordinary and a more comfortable and beautiful environment. At these words, the principal was so shocked on the spot that his eyes fell out. He hurriedly asked the vice principal beside him to hold himself up. Vice principal, did I hear it right? Director Li said he would donate $1 billion to the school? You didn't hear it wrong. Principal, Director Li did say that. The entire auditorium was abuzz as the college students present looked at Li Fan with a look of adoration. This was $1 billion. It was more than enough to build dozens of their schools. Is this the world of successful people? I'm so impressed. Director Li, but we may not have $1 billion of cash flow at the moment. It may be a bit troublesome to implement. Zhang Haoran came to Li Fan's ear with a difficult face and reminded him. Don't worry, there was no intention to use the money from the foundation. Li Fan replied. After all, only by using his own money could the system recognize his for rebates. These words made Zhang Haoran startled again. Using his own money? Director Li could actually casually take out $1 billion of cash flow to donate. What a terrifying existence this was. After announcing this, Li Fan quickly went down to do the handover. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Received $10 billion in rebates. Li Fan opened the bank card interface in his cell phone. Individual $10 million. A total of 11 digits. Very doable. Director Li, your great kindness to our school is truly unforgettable. Having an outstanding alumnus like you is the pride of our entire school. The principal came over and shook Li Fan's hand excitedly, his words full of respect. Originally, Li Fan was a student of his school, yet now the principal was treating him with the same respect as if he was his elder. The power of money and status was truly extraordinary. Principal is polite. Li Fan just slightly nodded his head in a gesture, and Chang Yuqing immediately trotted to Li Fan's side. Brother Fan, you're fantastic too. Chang Yuqing boasted as her entire body took hold of Li Fan's arm. Although she couldn't be Li Fan's only woman, but at this moment she wanted to show everyone that she was a woman who could stand by his side. Zhang Haoran looked at the two of them as if they looked like a young couple in love, pulled out 2 movie tickets and walked over. Director Li, look, I didn't know you would come over today. I just happened to have 2 movie tickets here. Not worth anything, but I think it's quite suitable for you and this young lady. If you don't mind, please accept it. Or to make up for my faults of not being prepared today with empty hands, then thank you, Mr. Zhang. Before Li Fan could reply, Chang Yuqing immediately took the movie ticket for him first. This kind of great opportunity to spend time with Li Fan. Of course he had to grasp it himself, because Li Fan donated $1 billion at once. Many students spread the word. Everyone knew that there was such a handsome-looking godly man, so he and Chang Yuqing even took a lot of effort to get out of the school when they left. Phew, now I finally realize how those crazy star chasers feel. Chang Yuqing used her palm to fan the wind for Li Fan and herself, her tone complaining but her heart was happy. The two quickly arrived at a large movie theater near the school. Hello, this is our movie ticket. Chang Yuqing handed the ticket to the ticket inspector with a sweet face. At this moment, a strange man with his girlfriend inserted himself in front of Chang Yuqing. Check our tickets first. We're in a hurry, the strange man said and proudly glanced back at Chang Yuqing. What can you do to me, written all over his face. Li Fan walked over with the popcorn and coke he bought at the front desk, but saw Chang Yuqing's eyes red. Chapter 32, Free $1 million movie theater. And Chang Yuqing's flirtation with the clouds. What's going on? Brother Fan, there's a person who maliciously cut into our queue. Chang Yuqing hurriedly walked to Li Fan's side, her voice still carrying some aggression. The strange man in front of him heard the voice of complaint and remained unconcerned. When he turned around and saw Li Fan, although he was shocked by his appearance, he thought that this must be a white boy and became even more unscrupulous. Humph, what's wrong with me just cutting in line? If you have the ability, you can pack up the entire movie theater. If you don't have that kind of ability, you'll have to be obedient to be cut in line by me. The strange man also shockingly showed off his arm muscles. His girlfriend looked at him with a face of adoration, thinking that she really did not choose the wrong person. Such a masculine man is her favorite. Li Fan couldn't help but sneer when he heard the man's words. Wrapping up a movie theater was just a matter of spending pocket money for him. You cut in line and you still have a point? How shameless. Chang Yuqing couldn't bear it anymore, and her voice immediately attracted the attention of other customers. Seeing Chang Yuqing's aggrieved look, Li Fan clenched his fists. He just wanted to keep a low profile, but unfortunately these people didn't give him a chance. Ding! Trigger mission, let Chang Yuqing give the host a public kiss to gain ownership of this movie theater. Li Fan's eyes lit up. Did he hear it right? Just let Chang Yuqing kiss himself? Isn't that simple enough? Yuqing, can you give me a kiss now? Chang Yuqing was still furious with that strange man, but suddenly hearing this request from Li Fan, she was also stunned. Brother Fan, are you serious? Chang Yuqing confirmed doubtfully. Does Brother Fan want her to kiss him in front of so many people? Although she was a bit shy, it wasn't like she couldn't agree to it as long as it was what Brother Fan requested. Li Fan didn't say any more and just nodded. Alright then. Chang Yuqing took a deep breath and quickly kissed Li Fan on the cheek. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ownership of the movie theater is being distributed. With the movie theater successfully in hand, Li Fan started to make a big move. Stop! The strange man who had just finished checking his ticket and was about to enter froze in his steps and turned his head with a fierce face. What for? Looking for a fight, aren't you? I think you're the one looking for a fight, right? With a bang, Li Fan rushed forward with a quick punch. The man was immediately knocked out a few incisors. This punch is for everyone who was cut in line by you. Now, behave yourself and get the hell out. Li Fan flicked his sleeve. The whole person was calm and relaxed. Damn, you actually dared to hit me. The strange man came back to his senses and hurriedly wanted to come up to teach Li Fan a lesson. At this time, the theater manager with 3 security guards hurriedly ran up. Boss Li, are you alright? I'm fine. It's just that there's a queue jumper here who's rampant as hell. Is the security of our theater so bad now? How can we let these unsavory people affect the image of our theater? Li Fan sternly rebuked, and the theater manager could only accompany him. However, the other people on the sidelines were dumbfounded. The strange man also paused for a moment. How this fist didn't dare to punch out. You're the one who's sticking your nose in our customers' queue here, aren't you? Someone come, rack this man up and throw him out. Never allow him to step foot in here again. With a command from the theater manager, the strange man was immediately racked up. What are you guys doing to my boyfriend? Let go of him now. His girlfriend screamed defiantly, and was then also racked up. and both of them were unceremoniously thrown to the entrance of the theater. Humph. Letting him cut in line and still being godly. It's true that my brother Fan is still the best. Shan Yuqing was so happy that she gave Li Fan another kiss on the cheek. I'm really sorry, Boss Li. It's all because of my negligent management that I caused your unhappiness. Let's do it this way. I will book the Supreme Cinema Hall for you now. You and this young lady can just go in directly. The manager's words all fell on the ears of the onlookers, and they all had envious and jealous expressions. This movie theater's Supreme Cinema Hall costs at least $1 million a time. It was an unattainable existence for them. After all, no one would spend $1 million just to watch a movie. Yet this young man was actually able to use it for free. But who asked him to be the owner of this place? It's really a man for a man. There were several of the man's female companions looking at the boyfriend beside them that was getting worse and worse. Why did I follow a loser like you? Look at others. Baby, don't go. In a flash, the couples in the movie theater were unintentionally broken up by Li Fan. However, Li Fan didn't know about this. Now he had brought Shan Yuqing to the Supreme Cinema Hall, worthy of being a supreme movie hall. The sofas here are all high-class goods designed by Italian designers, and the projectors and curtains used are all at the level of hundreds of millions of dollars. As soon as he walked in, the whole theater hall also exudes a light fragrance, quite a mood-calming effect, but a fine smell and feel some ambiguous flirting atmosphere. It was indeed very suitable for him and Shan Yuqing. Moreover, due to the high level of the Supreme Cinema Hall, every time a new batch of guests are greeted here, the interior is thoroughly sterilized. All the cushions are replaced with new blankets, and the degree of cleanliness reaches a terrifying level. How is it? Do you like it here? Li Fan asked as he wrapped his arms around Shan Yuqing in his arms. Love it, Shan Yuqing said as she snuggled into Li Fan's seat. The entire venue was empty, yet only the two of them sat next to each other in the center of the hall. The big screen was playing a popular romantic movie, yet Shan Yuqing did not focus on the movie at all. She slowly approached Li Fan and blew in his ear. Li Fan understood, and their hands were not honest. The light reflected on the screen shook, accompanied by the dialogues in the movie. Both of them were intoxicated in the river of seductive love. The movie screening ended. Shan Yuqing straightened her clothes, slightly bowed her head shyly holding Li Fan's hand and walked out. Li Fan sent Shan Yuqing to her home downstairs and wanted to unbuckle her seatbelt but was pressed down on his hand again. Brother Fan, do you want to stop by my house and have a seat upstairs? Shan Yuqing winks and presses Li Fan's hand slightly harder. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. How come he didn't see that this schoolflower adult was so energetic before? It's just been a while since. He contemplated for a moment, swinging wildly between forceful and heartfelt. Ding! Special reward dropped. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a martial arts full score empowerment card. Activating automatically for you. Activation successful. Li Fan instantly felt full of power. It was easy to beat 100 of them. Not to mention this small claim made by Shan Yuqing. He undid Shan Yuqing's seatbelt with a lift of his hand and walked to the other side of the car door. Before Shan Yuqing could react, he directly picked her up and headed upstairs. Chapter 33, calling the top imperial chef to cook breakfast, and buying $10 million of jewelry when you say so. The next morning, Shan Yuqing woke up in Li Fan's arms. Morning. Li Fan appeared in front of Shan Yuqing with a handsome face, making her heart flutter early in the morning. She hurriedly shrunk towards Li Fan's arms. Good morning, Brother Fan. In Li Fan's arms, Shan Yuqing couldn't help but covet his scent. She wanted to ask a question, but knew that she shouldn't actually ask it. But she still couldn't help but ask. Brother Fan? What? Li Fan rubbed her hair, his eyes full of favor. It's just that. I want to ask what kind of relationship the two of us are considered to have right now. Shan Yuqing bit her teeth and asked out, looking at Li Fan hopefully. Li Fan was silent for a moment, but his face was not visible. Yuqing, do you know which kind of woman I like the most? Shan Yuqing looked over in puzzlement. I like intelligent women. The words were already there, and Shan Yuqing certainly wouldn't be stupid and unreasonable. I understand, Brother Fan. Although Shan Yuqing had disappointment on her face, she also knew that it was impossible for her to tie up Li Fan. She could only hug Li Fan harder and tighter, hoping to get more of him out of it. You're also tired from the night's labor, aren't you? Eat something good in the morning to make up for it. With a single phone call, Li Fan called over the team of top chefs who specialized in providing meals for himself at his villa. 10 minutes later, a huge group of people came in front of Shan Yuqing's room. There were so many people that they didn't even have a place to land. Brother Fan, this is? Oh, this is the chef who usually cooks for me. I called them over to make you some body tonic. Brother Fan, you are so good to me. Shan Yuqing immediately sent a fragrant kiss. She had been invited to dinner by quite a few rich kids before, so as soon as she saw the medals on the chefs who came to her home, she understood the gold content of this team of chefs. Hanging on the chef's uniform of the chef in the lead was the medallion of top imperial chef. These medallions were like the face of every chef, and with a rank like top imperial chef, the number of chefs in the country who had reached this rank would not be more than the fingers of one hand. To hire such a chef, the monthly salary would be at least $1 million per month, and the team of chefs led by him would only cook state banquet-level food for every meal. Thinking of this, Chang Yuqing immediately felt that the fact that she had just asked the question was too abrupt. To be able to hire this kind of chef, Li Fan's value was definitely so high that she couldn't imagine it, and she had just presumed to ask such a man with great wealth to recognize her position. She was too unintelligent. Luckily, Brother Fan wasn't someone who paid attention to such minutiae, or else the closeness she had managed to cultivate with Brother Fan would have been ruined by herself. On this side, Chang Yuqing had already reflected for several rounds in her heart. Over there, Li Fan was just leisurely playing with his cell phone, because the hiring price of these chefs was originally not within his consideration, and when he got that top-class villa, the property of King's Heights had already taken the initiative to help him arrange all of this. Mr. Li, breakfast has already been prepared for you and this young lady. May I ask if you would like to dine now? Li Fan nodded slightly, and the team of chefs listened and acted immediately. Boiling water cabbage, Yangzhou lion's head, canned duck with 3 treasures, and roasted skirts with garlic seeds were all served on bright and soft-colored porcelain bowls and plates, and were brought one by one in front of Li Fan and Chang Yuqing. Li Fan took a bowl of fish egg soup and handed it to Chang Yuqing. This is good for the body. You eat more. Upon hearing that it was good for the body, Chang Yuqing couldn't help but recall certain moments. It's all because Brother Fan is just too powerful, handsome and so forceful, it's really hard for him to resist. She revealed a sweet smile and accepted the soup. Thank you, Brother Fan. After eating, Li Fan took Chang Yuqing to a Chow Chow Fook jewelry store in a nearby department store. Being his woman, what's the point of having an empty neck and body? As soon as he entered the door, Li Fan smoothly pointed to several diamond necklaces and several pigeon egg-sized diamond rings hanging in the most conspicuous position of the display cabinet. These are placed in a conspicuous position of the jewelry products. Most of them are the best quality and price of the most expensive. Used to match his woman is barely possible. These, all wrap up for me. The service of the cabinet's sister heard a shock. They have seen a lot of guests, but also have not seen a come as wrap the most expensive jewelry rack of guests saw. Are you sure, guest? These are all wrapped down but almost nearly $10 million. Hearing the counter girl's words, Li Fan frowned. The counter ladies were relieved to see his expression. It looked like this man was going to retract his words just now. Luckily, this man wasn't that exaggerated, otherwise they would have been jealous of the woman beside him. Only $10 million? Then wrap these up first and I'll let her pick something else, Li Fan said with disinterest. The counter girls were dumbfounded. What do you mean only $10 million? This was $10 million. A huge sum of money that they wouldn't be able to earn in several lifetimes. How could it be as simple as drinking water in this young man's mouth? Swipe your card. Li Fan pulled out his black card and completely stunned the counter girls because of course they recognized the card. Although they hadn't seen it in past guests, they had heard about it during their training. The top black card of Shatu Bank. The standard for people with an annual income of nearly $100 billion. Okay, good. The counter attendant took Li Fan's card and processed the payment for him, looking at Chang Yuqing with eyes so thick that they were about to drip with envy. Ding! Trigger mission, by the Zhou Fu Town Store's treasure. You can get 60% of the shares of Zhou Fu Jewelry. Hearing the task communicated by the system, Li Fan realized that there was still a town store treasure here. No wonder he couldn't spend a few dollars after buying so many just now. Miss, I heard that you have the treasure of the town store here, right? Hearing Li Fan's question, the counter girl raised her head violently. It was true that every branch of their Chow Chow Fook would have a store's treasure that represented the characteristics of their own store. And the reason why it was called a store's treasure was naturally because with its high price, it was almost impossible for a guest to make a purchase. And now this man who just spent $10 million like spending a dollar, actually asked about the treasure of the town store at this moment. Could it be that he? No, this can't be right. After a fierce battle of thoughts, the counterkeeper spoke cautiously. Yes sir, we do have the treasure of the town store here, but if you are willing to buy it, we have to bring out the manager to talk to you. Oh okay, then you can call out your manager now. The counter girl's pupils shook. Okay, I'll go and ask our manager to come out right now. Please wait a moment. Chapter 34, 600 million for the town's treasure. Another top supercar is here. At this moment, Chang Yuqing climbed onto Li Fan's arm. Brother Fan, the ones you sent me just now are completely enough. You don't have to break the bank anymore. In Chang Yuqing's opinion, a smart woman should be able to know how to advance and retreat. And even more so, she should know how to accept good things as they come. My woman, naturally deserves the best. Li Fan's domineering words hit Chang Yuqing at once. Moreover, Li Fan still had shares to earn from buying the treasure of the store, so of course he had to take it himself. The jewelry store manager gasped and ran to the front hall after the counter sister. Just now, the counter sister went to tell him that someone wants to buy the treasure of the town store also scared him. He served here for so many years. A lot of people either simply do not have the conditions to know the treasure of the town store this time, or is aware of but knocking on the side of the thorough inquiries, but still do not dare to say that they want to buy. When he saw Li Fan's face, another burst of surprise. Too young, before their own and the Magic City's rich and powerful circle seems to have not seen such a character. However, since the other party knew the treasure of the town store, and just now bought $10 million of jewelry at once, it was definitely a hidden big shot. He had to be more careful now. Hello sir, may I ask if you want to know about the treasure of our town store? It's not to understand, it's to buy. Just say how much directly, I'll wrap it up. Li Fan's dry words blocked the manager at once. What? Don't even need to understand it to buy it directly. This. Okay, I will now first bring out the treasure of the town store for you. The manager went back to the inner room and opened several layers of security doors before taking out an item that was placed in a transparent display case. Inside lay spherical jewels that looked like purple gems. The manager strained his whole body to carefully hold it out. Sir, this is our store's treasure. Joey Star, please take a look. Although Li Fan didn't know about jewelry and these things, but from its color, he could see the high value of it. Joey Star is priced at 600 million yuan. Sir, if you regret it, manager discretionary words carefully said. Although the man in front of him is not expensive, but 600 million is also a large number of so the manager first to help Li Fan to Leia can come down the steps, or if these rich people flick the face, they are also unable to eat and walk 600 million, right? Swipe your card. However, before the manager finished his words, Li Fan calmly spoke. The manager could only take the card with a trembling hand. He really didn't expect this tycoon to come out with such a dry and generous hand. Now he not only won't offend anyone, he even broke the sales record of the branch. Okay, sir, we'll wrap up the Joey Star for you right away. After wrapping it, the manager respectfully handed the exquisite gold box to Li Fan, who just casually held it out to Chang Yuqing. Although Chang Yuqing took it, she was terrified in her heart. This was $600 million. Although Li Fan said it was given to her, but such a precious thing, she only dared to keep the first help Li Fan to keep up. What things to take? What things should not take her door clear very much? She also believes that only she maintains this kind of cleverness, in order to stay in their own admiration of Li Fan's side a little longer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtain 60% shares of Jojo Fu. Li Fan's heart was a turnip. 60% shares of Jojo Fu. At least worth 10 billion. 6 billion for 10 billion. Very cost effective. Li Fan was in a good mood and left with Chang Yuqing in his arms. After Li Fan left, the manager did not take long to receive the news that the group was bought 60% of the shares and the new chairman's information. Looking at the very familiar face on it, he had a look of fear. Luckily, he didn't offend that young man just now. Who would have thought that he would buy the treasure of the town store and then buy 60% of the shares of the whole group? The rich man's world. Really horrible like this. After sending Chang Yuqing back, Li Fan sat in his car and was planning to leave. Suddenly, there was a ding. Detected the host completing the Empty Glove White Wolf hidden mission. Obtained a Pagani Wind God. Empty gloves? Li Fan thought back for a moment. And rightly so, the 600 million spent at Chow Chow Fook would still be in his pocket by then. And it was indeed empty-handed. Wait, what did he just hear? The Pagani Wind God. That sports car god that costs nearly 100 million with only 3 in the world? Although 100 million wasn't much for Li Fan, the limited degree of this car was simply hard to buy even with money. And this period of time has been driving poison he is also a little tired of. No way. People, it is easy to get tired of the old poison experience for a long time. Naturally also become mosquito blood. And according to his current value, also really need a more worthy of his car. Due to system deployment, this Pagani Wind God is temporarily parked at the Magic City Center car dealership sports car show. So please go to pick up the car on your own. Host. At the thought of seeing his favorite car, Li Fan was excited. Although going to pick it up by himself was indeed a bit of a hassle. But he really couldn't wait to see this wind god for the first time. With a step on the gas pedal, Li Fan went straight to the Magic City Center car dealership. In the Magic City Center car dealership, there were a lot of people who came here because of the sports car. Among them, there were those who wanted to buy a car and those who simply came to have a look. When there were so many people, the service advisors and salesmen were a little too busy. As soon as Li Fan entered the door, he immediately walked towards the Pagani Wind God in the center of the car show. His car had already been lent to everyone for a long enough time, so he was going to drive it out and enjoy it himself next. Li Fan? Suddenly, a voice called out to Li Fan. Li Fan turned around to see that it was Su Li, the female classmate who confessed to him in high school and then was rejected. She was also holding a middle-aged man with a big belly. Something wrong? Li Fan's tone was cold. For his tablemate he had a bad impression. When Su Li confessed to him and was rejected, she was looking for Li Fan's trouble all day long, and she also made up some non-existent things all day long to tell the teacher about herself. Good in the back of the two did not do the same table. Su Li also gradually have a new goal, only did not come to harass themselves. I did not expect that I came to pick up the car today on a good day, but actually met such a bad luck person. Nothing, just see old classmates to say hello cannot? It looks like you're having an average day. You can only take advantage of this kind of car show to have a good time, right? Really poor it. Su Li full of brain only recognize what donkey brand, Hermes, Li Fan body what logo are not. Naturally, he played in the lowest grade. By the way, to introduce to you, this is my boyfriend Lin Zhuang. Today he is bringing me here to buy a car. Su Li leaned towards Lin Zhuang, while Lin Zhuang raised his nostrils proudly to look at people. What does it matter to me? Li Fan impatiently replied back, his mind only thinking about his own Pagani. Chapter 35 Car Show Facepalm. The owner of a $100 million Pagani Windjammer is him. Su Li was furious at Li Fan's reply. What do you mean it's none of his business? For people of noble status like them, how dare a poor devil like Li Fan not bow down? Originally, she had thought that if Li Fan had a good attitude this time, she would let Lin Zhuang buy him an electric car next door as a handout to him. But she didn't expect this Li Fan to be so insensitive. Brother Zhuang, look at him. How dare he look down on us? Su Li's whiny voice made Li Fan drop goosebumps. However, it was as if it was like heavenly music to Lin Zhuang. Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head and eat something nice. You brat! How dare you ignore my woman? Now you listen to me. I want you to get out immediately or I will not be polite. Li Fan sneered. Still being impolite to him? Then how are you going to be impolite to me? Lin Zhuang was infuriated by Li Fan's disdainful attitude. Could this kid not see how honorable he was? How dare he keep talking back here? I'm here this time, but I'm here to bring up a $5 million car for my Lily. Do you know what the concept of $5 million is? If you don't leave again, I'll let the sales manager come and whisk you away, and you'll be the one who loses face then. Su Li leaned on Lin Zhuang's shoulder with a shy face and looked at Li Fan with eyes full of complacency. It was fortunate that she didn't keep chasing after Li Fan because of his beauty in the beginning. Otherwise where would she have such a good day today? Li Fan, you've heard it clearly now, haven't you? Poor people are not welcome here yet. What the hell? $5 million to flaunt here. Li Fan's eyes were cold to the core. What did he expect? This amount of money was not even enough to cover a fraction of his own poison, and he was still acting like a big head here. At this time, a senior salesperson Yen Chuchu couldn't stand to watch. She immediately walked over quickly. Mr. Miss, please stop disturbing the normal exhibition viewing behavior of the other customers, or else I might have to trouble the guards to come over. She had just been observing from the side for half a day, and originally thought that the two groups of guests were old friends, but she didn't expect the words to become more and more excessive at the back. The Magic City Center car dealership is a prestigious car dealership in the whole country. If the word gets out that they allow unqualified guests to spread their wildness, then I don't know how much it will affect their brand image. No, what qualifications do you have as a salesman to point fingers at us? We're here to pick up a car. A $5 million car. Su Li, who was still overbearing, was furious when she saw the employees here so disrespectful. I'm sorry miss, even if you're here to buy the most expensive Pagani at our car show, we're still doing business. Yen Chuchu replied without being overbearing. This appearance fell in Li Fan's eyes, and he couldn't help but be filled with admiration. You! Su Li was furious and copied a palm to hit Yen Chuchu. Li Fan quickly grabbed it and ruthlessly threw it away. Su Li directly fell to the ground with a thud. You crazy hair enough? $5 million and you're still yakking here for half a day? Ms. Yen, right? I bought the car they were talking about. Li Fan looked at the nameplate on Yen Chuchu's chest and ordered. Yen Chuchu glanced at Su Li on the ground. She did hear yesterday that a customer had a fancy for a $5 million car, but it was only verbalized and no booking contract had been signed, so it was not considered a breach of contract for their car dealership. Okay, I'll go check it out for you right away. For this kind of dog-eyed buyer, she was also dissatisfied in her heart. If she could give these people a lesson she would be very happy to do so. Stepping on her clattering high heels, Yen Chuchu trotted all the way out. Li Fan, what kind of madness are you having? And buying our car? You're sick. Dreaming of going home to do it you? Su Li tore her heart and lungs roaring. What noble woman image was gone. Li Fan snapped a few slaps in the past. dealing with this kind of inexplicable evil people. He does not care what men and women it. Standing on the side of Lin Zhuang, although a fat meat is very big, but looking at Li Fan's robust appearance, that is not even dare to move. Sir, I found out. They bought a Rolls-Royce Obsidian. Yan Chuchu ran over anxiously. Her face was sporting a blush. Alright, I'll buy this car and give it to you. Li Fan calmly took out his black card. Yet Yan Chuchu was completely nonplussed. What did you say? Give it to me? She had a look of disbelief on her face. This gentleman is joking, right? How can anyone give a $5 million car to an unrelated stranger at the first sight of the meeting? Unless it's the kind that has too much money to spend. What Yan Chuchu didn't know was that Li Fan was indeed pretty much the kind of person who had too much money to spend. Yeah, brush it. With a ding, the sound of arrival suddenly appeared in the air. This time Su Li, who was originally sitting on the floor, was also stunned. How was this possible? How could Li Fan with this poor look possibly come up with $5 million? I know. You two must have colluded a long time ago, didn't you? Acting in front of us. I'll definitely complain to your manager about you. Su Li had an expression of sudden realization before she suddenly started crying. The staff of this car dealership actually joined with outsiders to victimize us honest customers. Is there any king's law left in this world? When the crowd heard the sound, they immediately gathered around like they were watching. Su Li immediately pounded her chest and smashed the ground. Where is your manager? Manager, quickly give us out to do justice. The pointing of the surrounding people annoyed Li Fan to no end. He also did not expect this Su Li actually so doggy. He has bought the car, can still have her evil place. The manager of the car dealership realized that something was wrong and hurriedly ran over following the sound. When he pushed aside the crowd to come to the center of the incident, immediately his eyes were shocked. You're the manager, right? Aga, you finally come. Look at how the employees under you are bullying us. However, the manager acted as if he didn't see Su Li on the ground and headed straight towards Li Fan. Mr. Li, so you came to pick up your car today? You didn't say so earlier. So our car dealership can prepare for it, isn't it? The crowd was baffled. On the ground, so big a woman was crying out there. This manager actually couldn't see it? Instead, he was so respectful to the young man who was accused. What kind of situation is this? Your Pagani Wind God configuration, we have all been arranged. You come today. Directly drive the car away on the line. The manager said as he pointed at the cool sports car in the center of the car show. The onlookers instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. The owner of that 100 million yuan worth Pagani Wind God that they could only look at and couldn't even touch was actually the young man in front of them who was almost in his 20s. Chapter 36, taking Yan Chuchu for a ride in a Pagani. Shocking the whole audience with her heavenly driving skills. Su Li, who was still howling, froze. If just now Li Fan still had the possibility of acting with the salesman, but now came the manager of the car dealership. Which car dealership can let their manager act like this? Could it be that Li Fan was really the owner of the Pagani Wind God? Manager, I did come here to pick up the car, but helplessly, I was pestered by two vicious dogs. They even said that the salesman from your car dealership and I were acting with each other. After hearing Li Fan's words, the manager could finally understand what was going on. He swept a glance at Su Li on the ground. Was this the woman who disturbed Mr. Li's mood? What a damned thing. If this woman caused Mr. Li to have a bad impression of his car dealership, then he would be guilty of a great sin. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. We'll take care of it right away. Security section. Hurry over here. The manager turned on the intercom with a serious face. Seeing that the manager was about to get real, Su Li and Lin Zhuang also panicked. Lily, quickly beg for mercy with that old classmate of yours. Brother Fan, just now I was actually thinking that I hadn't seen you for too long and was joking with you. Can you forgive us? Su Li completely lost her aura of wanting to eat people just now. Her face was full of humility. Joking? But I'm not joking. Li Fan gave a look to the manager, who immediately said to the rushing defense section, these two people are deliberately provoking trouble in the car show. Quickly take them away to report the case. Several defense section employees immediately set up Su Li and Lin Zhuang. Brother Fan, we were wrong. Brother, this is all because this woman deliberately provoked you. I was also completely abetted by her. Lin Zhuang began to push the pot all over Su Li. Li Fan let out a cold laugh. It really is a king's ass with a green bean. The degree of these two people's impecuniousness is also a perfect match. Amidst a chorus of pleas for mercy, the two were racked out, and silence was finally restored within the car show. Seeing that Li Fan made those two villains disappear completely without any effort, Yan Chuchu's heart was filled with admiration for him. She hurriedly took the key of that Rolls-Royce to Li Fan. Mr. Li, this is the key to the car you just bought. Li Fan, however, shook his head. I said I'm giving it to you. Take it yourself. Yan Chuchu was surprised, thinking that what Li Fan just said was actually true. How rich must this man be? Li Fan then took a big step towards the Pagani Wind God. The cool black body showed the king's dominance. Li Fan took the key from the manager. With a beep, the double-side doors of the Pagani rose from both sides like the wings of the king of bats, which matched Li Fan's temperament of having a 10-level aura. The male customers who came to see the car were envious one by two. The dream in their hearts was actually realized by a young man in his 20s. How could they not be sour? Li Fan tried his hand in the car. It was worthy of being a top-class car. It was really good. Li Fan was very satisfied. After handing over to the manager, he started the Pagani. The other customers who came to watch were left to watch their dream car get farther and farther away from them. Why aren't they the ones with money? Li Fan had just driven a few steps when Yen Chuchu panted and chased after him, handing Li Fan a business card with her contact information on it. Mr. Li, if there are any questions about the car in the future, you can contact me at any time. Looking at Yen Chuchu's somewhat shy appearance, Li Fan smiled and took her business card. There is no need to wait for the future. I wonder if Ms. Yan is interested in accompanying me now to experience the feeling of these two Pagani flying? Hearing Li Fan's invitation, Yen Chuchu looked flattered. She wanted to go very much in her heart, yet there were still realistic conditions constraining her. But, I'm still in office hours. The manager on the side immediately came over with great insight. Choo-choo, meeting the needs of the customer is the mission of each of our employees. You don't have to worry about this side of things. You can go as long as you want. Hurry up and get on the car, the manager said while also pushing Yen Chuchu to the side of the car door. Then, okay. Those co-workers of Yen Chuchu's were all red-eyed when they saw this scene. Yen Chuchu's life is also too good. I also want to have a rich second-generation brother to drive me out to play. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. On the other side, Yen Chuchu sat in the car in a restrained manner. As soon as she stepped on the gas pedal, the dazzling black car shadow immediately sped away, leaving behind an unattractive back of the rear of the car. On the highway, the strong horsepower of the windshield allows it to easily overtake a large number of moving vehicles. However, in the city where there is a speed limit, Li Fan felt that it was still less interesting to drive. Yen Chuchu saw Li Fan's expression and could probably guess his mood at this time. Mr. Li, I know that there is a racing mountain range near here that is specially provided for sports cars to practice their skills, so if you are interested you can also go directly there to test drive. Hearing Yen Chuchu's suggestion, Li Fan's eyes lit up. What a good suggestion. Then you sit tight. Let's set off now. After a burst of speeding, Li Fan arrived at the foot of the racing mountain range. The road in front of him was spacious and curved. Indeed a very suitable place for racing. Moreover, there were several sports cars in front of him in a secret battle, and it looked like a hot race was going on here. Li Fan was eager to give it a try and easily drove into the track. His martial arts value was already full, so he had already reached the level of talent pulling full marks in all sports competitions and maneuvers. At this moment, the Pagani wind god was like a part that had grown out of his body, and as long as his mind moved, the wind god was able to drive exactly as he wanted it to. With a whoosh, Li Fan had already surpassed most of the vehicles that were originally far ahead of him and immediately came to the third position. I'll go. Where did that car that's as fast as a bullet come from? Is there a participant driving such a car in today's race? Wait, I saw it clearly. That's a Pagani wind god. The overtaken racers looked with shocked faces at the cool wind god that immediately left them behind. One by one, the car enthusiasts and models watching the race were abuzz, taking out their cell phones to take photos and videos. Remember to include the Pagani behind me. Great. I'll be envied by a lot of people if this is posted online. The car models looked at the speeding Pagani with bated breath, all wanting to see clearly which rich second-generation rich man was sitting inside. If they could climb up to such a man, then they really wouldn't have to worry at all for the rest of their lives. It's too fast. It's really too fast. Pagani is a top-class sports car, yes, but to be able to drive the car out of this kind of skill and realm, the racer who maneuvered it is at least at the level of the national team. Did any of the national team players come today? Yao Long, the team coach, saw this and hurriedly inquired to the people around him. Chapter 37 Racing Cars Break Records. Female spectators and models are mesmerized. I haven't heard of any national team coming. The assistant next to Yao Long answered him. He sniffed and became more curious about the person driving the car in the Pagani. On the car track, the Pagani wind god was like lightning falling from the sky, speeding through the windy and whistling racing track. Li Fan grasped the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes relaxed and sharp. When he came to the last corner, his right hand gently turned the steering wheel, and the car body smoothly drew an ultra-perfect arc. The speed of the car did not decrease in the slightest, and gently and loosely overtook the two cars that were originally in front of him, and crossed the finish line in one fell swoop. This is just too perfect. This racer's result has already set the highest record since the establishment of our venue. On the high platform, the host shouted excitedly to announce Li Fan's result, and the scene was filled with another round of cheers. Everyone stretched their necks curiously. wanting to see what such a rich and powerful man would be like. The door of the Pagani wind got opened and Li Fan stepped out of the seat with one leg. The legs of the haute couture suit exuded an air of reserve, and the cut of the fitted top outlined Li Fan's lean and powerful body. Wow! Is it actually such a handsome man? Rich and powerful and handsome with a body. I must go and ask him for his contact information. Humph! Such a brother must be mine. You don't want to steal it from me. As soon as they saw Li Fan's real face, the people in the audience all silently let out a gasp. Several female spectators couldn't hold on any longer, looking at Li Fan with eyes full of admiration and yearning. Suddenly, the door on the other side of the Pagani opened. Yen Chuchu got down from the car, her legs still a little weak. She didn't expect Li Fan to be able to drive the car to that kind of speed. The adrenaline rush made her heart still beating wildly. When her feet hit the ground, Yen Chuchu was powerless for a moment. Li Fan rushed to help her, and she just slipped into Li Fan's embrace. Seeing that Li Fan's car actually came down with a woman, the female audience and models who were hoping to recognize Li Fan just now flashed chills in their eyes. How could a woman come down from godly brother Hao's car? How shameless! The cursing voices of the passers-by revealed a strong sense of jealousy, but they also had to recognize Yen Chuchu's good looks. Although it was a very ordinary hairstyle and work attire, it had a different flavor when worn on Yen Chuchu. A pair of long legs is in the suit skirt under the backdrop looks white and thin and long. Not powdered face skin translucent white. Small delicate features distribution is just right. Full 10 of natural beauty. Mr. Li, sorry to trouble you. Yen Chuchu hurriedly left from Li Fan's arms. It's fine. It's my duty to catch a beautiful woman. Hearing Li Fan's joking words, Yen Chuchu didn't hold back her laughter. Not far from the two of them on the side of the field, the second arriving racer, Luo Shuwei, came down from his car and looked at Li Fan's side with an indignant face. What the hell? Actually playing handsome in my territory. If it wasn't for that guy who suddenly came out and gave himself a fright, how could he have lost? Luo Shuwei's model girlfriend walked towards him with water in her hand, but her eyes stayed glued to Li Fan. With a snap, when his girlfriend handed him the water, she didn't notice that Luo Shuwei hadn't put his hand out because she was only focused on Li Fan, and she dropped the cup on the ground when she let go. What are you looking at? Your man is here. Luo Shuwei had a disgruntled face. What are you yelling at me for? Luo Shuwei's girlfriend immediately disliked back aggressively, then muttered in a low voice. You can't compare yourself to others, so you only take it out on women here. What did you say? Lousy will not be able to compare to him? As soon as Luo Shuwei heard his girlfriend's words, he was so angry that his face turned red. He would be no better than that wild boy from nowhere? What a joke! Then I'll show you who the hell is really capable. Slamming the water fiercely to the ground, Luo Shuwei came in front of Li Fan and Yen Chuchu with fury. After seeing the two men's appearance clearly, Luo Shuwei's inner hatred became even stronger. The man who looks like this is a gigolo. What real skill can he have? Then looking at Yen Chuchu's small face that could be pinched out of water, Luo Shuwei's dissatisfaction reached its peak. Where are you from? Who allowed you to enter our racetrack? Do you realize that it was because you disturbed my vision just now that I lost my first place position? Li Fan looked at Luo Shuwei, who had come to pick a fight, with an expression of disdain to the extreme. He hated people who were incapable and still acted like a crab all day long, fearing that no one else would see him. This brother, it's fine to cheat people, but don't cheat yourself. On that speed you drove like a turtle just now. It's good that I didn't say you were blocking the road. Luo Shuwei was accustomed to smooth sailing since he was a child, and he had long gotten used to the kind of occasions where everyone had to hold himself up on the racing track. And when he was disliked so much by Li Fan, his face immediately couldn't hang on to it. Just now it was clearly you who violated the rules of the race, which caused us to be affected by you to lose the race painfully. Isn't this point obvious to everyone? Luo Shuwei immediately looked to the audience for approval as he spoke, yet not a single person agreed with him. You guys, the silence of the scene hit Luo Shuwei hard in the face. There was no other way. He could only use other methods to prove his true level. Although you were the first to cross the line just now, you joined halfway through, so that game just now doesn't count at all. Besides, if you and I drove cars with the same model configuration, there's no telling who would have lost and who would have won. I think you only won first place because you have a good car. How about this? You change to a car with the same configuration as mine, and then we'll compete again alone. Luo Shuwei was satisfied with his proposal. That little white boy must have been able to take this first place because of the Pagani's own strong horsepower. If he were to talk about racing skills, he was confident that he was definitely the number one on this racing track. Hearing Luo Shuwei's proposal, Li Fan didn't even give him a look. The defeated underling really only has the toughest mouth on his entire body. Who are you to make me waste my time racing with you again? You. Oh, I see. You're not afraid, are you? That's right. After all, My racing strength is obvious to everyone. It's only human that you would be scared. Luo Shui saw that Li Fan didn't have the slightest intention to race with himself, so he hurriedly used the agitation method. Choo choo. Did you hear that? What? Yan Choo Choo looked at Li Fan with a puzzled expression. It seems like I keep hearing a dog barking, but how come I can't see it? Do you hear it? Seeing that Li Fan looked like he was really looking for a dog seriously, Yan Choo Choo couldn't even hold back her laughter. Chapter 38 Driving a race car until it flies and easily takes $1 billion. Who are you calling a dog? Luo Shui was furious. Whoever answers me I say. Li Fan pulled up Yan Choo Choo's hand. Choo choo. Let's go. There's no need to waste time on this kind of no-good person. Yan Choo Choo nodded. Looking at Luo Shui's exasperated face, she didn't hold back and laughed out again. Wait, this little brother. At this moment, Yao Long and his assistant hurried over. He had just been observing the conversation between Li Fan and Luo Shui from the side for a while, and to be honest, he was actually eager to see how far Li Fan could utilize the race-specific sports car if he didn't use the Pagani. Seeing that Luo Shui was incapable of leaving someone behind for the race, so he had no choice but to step in. Otherwise, you can have a match with Luo Shui. I will take out the $10 million that was supposed to be used for the next match as a reward for winning the match. I don't know if this condition is worth it for you to consider. Little brother? The assistant beside him got anxious when he heard that Yao Long actually wanted to bring $10 million to this unknown guy as a match bonus. Coach, our team is already strapped for funds. How can you spend so much for an outsider? Xiao Zhang, be polite. Don't talk about things you shouldn't. Yao Long immediately scolded. Xiao Zhang didn't even know how powerful Li Fan's skills were. According to his current level, buying a personal favor with only $10 million would be a big profit for them. If they can make good use of this opportunity to bring Li Fan into the fleet, the benefits that will be brought to the fleet in the future will definitely be immeasurably large. However, after Li Fan heard Yao Long's words, he didn't look the slightest bit shaken. After all, $10 million was really not enough for him right now. Pocket money that would be spent in minutes. What was so worthwhile for him to respond to the battle? Li Fan looked at his Pagani and was about to open his mouth. However, Yao Long opened his mouth first. Little brother, I know that with your wealth you definitely don't see the small amount of money, but look at everyone in the audience. They're all looking forward to seeing you show off your skills again. Li Fan looked in the direction he was pointing at, and indeed the crowd in the audience all had an expectant expression on their faces. Ding! Trigger mission, win the racing competition. Reward 1 billion cash. Good lord, 1 billion cash was still a bit attractive to Li Fan. Since the system had stepped in, there was no more reason for himself to refuse. Li Fan looked at Yao Long and nodded lightly. Let's start then. Seeing this, Luo Shui quickly called out. Humph. I will definitely use my super high car skills to defeat you later. However, Li Fan didn't pay any attention to him, but directly took Yan Choo Choo to choose a car. Luo Shui was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only put a vicious word in his heart that he would definitely beat this kid who didn't know the sky and the earth to death later on. Li Fan sat in the special car provided by the competition venue, and after a few touches, he had a very good idea in his own mind. He hadn't relied on a car to win just now, and any car looked like a fish out of water to him. At the starting point of the race, the beautiful flag waver raised the flag. The flag fell and the two cars set off at the same time. Humph, it's finally time for me to play, Luo Shui said to himself as he sat in his car. However, before he could finish his words, a red shadow quickly flew past his car. That's right, just flying. Mom, what kind of terrifying speed is this? The crowd in the audience could see even more clearly than Luo Shui. The car that Li Fan was driving was so fast that it had almost hovered over the ground. The friction of the ground had completely lost its effect on Li Fan's car. Where is this driving a car? It's clearly a flying machine. Every corner and drift is so silky smooth. I'm really kneeling down. Looking at the back of Li Fan's distant body, Luo Shui's entire body had frozen. Although he had tried his best to perform at his full level, he was still left far behind by Li Fan. When he had just finished a lap, Li Fan was already only 50 meters away from the finish line. With a whoosh, Li Fan smoothly crossed the line. What made the crowd suck in a breath of cool air was that at that fast speed, Li Fan's brakes were actually accurate and steady. Simply not too handsome. I'll go. Newton would be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin if he watched this race. I have no regrets in my life if I can see such a godly maneuver. Brother Rich, we love you. There were already many girls on the scene who had spontaneously organized themselves into a cheerleading team, singing and dancing in the audience, cheering wildly for Li Fan's victory. The men who were originally a bit unconvinced also had absolutely nothing to say at this time. With this kind of skill, the King of Heaven would have to be convinced. Too perfect. It's too perfect. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Yao Long watched the entire race, so fast that he almost didn't react, and his eyes actually glistened with some tears. Such an outstanding racer will definitely shock the entire world. Our Chinese racing finally has a future. On the other side, Yan Chuchu greeted Li Fan at the finish line. As soon as Li Fan got out of the car, Yan Chuchu pounced on him and hugged him. Mr. Li, you're great too. When she reacted to the fact that she had overstepped her bounds, Yan Chuchu had to hurriedly let go of her hand. Sorry Mr. Li, I was too excited. However, Li Fan grabbed her hand and brought it into his arms a little more. No need to apologize. I like celebrating like this. Yan Chuchu smiled shyly and hammered Li Fan's chest. Nasty. Li Fan couldn't help but smile as he looked at her delicate appearance. But he had to say that he did drive more soundly in this game. The first time he played because he was concerned about Yan Chuchu being in his car, so he only played a 50%. Now that he played 100%, he was very happy and satisfied. Congratulations to Mr. Li Fan for once again breaking the record he broke only a moment ago and becoming the winner of this competition, receiving a prize of $10 million. Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for receiving $1 billion in cash. Ding! The reward has been placed in the King's Hall Villa for you. $1 billion in cash. It's a good thing you have a big house, or else you wouldn't have room for all this money. Please ask Mr. Li Fan to come up to the stage to receive his award. $10 million? It's a waste not to take it. Li Fan leisurely walked up to the podium. As for Luo Shuai, he had already slipped away in a humiliating detour in the middle of the race, running away on his own without even picking up his girlfriend. Li Fan! Li Fan! Li Fan! The waves of sound from the audience covered one another, vowing to shout their admiration for Li Fan to the peak. Li Fan waved his hand and walked up to the podium, and the host held the check out to him with both hands. Let's cheer for our king of racing with the loudest applause again. Li Fan! Li Fan! Li Fan! Yan Chuchu stood at the bottom of the stage with her hands on her chest looking at Li Fan on the stage with an admiring face. Her heart was filled with indescribable palpitations. Chapter 39, 100 million annual salary to dig Li Fan to the fleet. Invited to dinner by Yan Chuchu, Li Fan took the prize money and stepped down from the stage. Yao Long rushed over with his assistant. Mr. Li, please stay. Hearing the voice, Li Fan and Yan Chuchu turned back. Something is wrong? It's like this, Mr. Li. My name is Yao Long. I'm a team coach here. Your racing skills are just too good. I dare say that the whole world won't be able to find someone with such high skills like you. Yao Long's eyes were full of admiration and his words became more and more impassioned. Li Fan smiled faintly as a way to thank him for his compliments. Now that he had a full score in martial arts, it could be said that he had reached the world's top level in every skill related to physical fitness. So it wasn't a surprise for a team coach to praise him. Our fleet is in great need of outstanding talents like you. I wonder if you have the will to join our team. Mr. Li? Li Fan frowned slightly at his words. He came here today by accident, just to experience his Pagani. He was too busy enjoying the good life. How would he have time to come here to join a racing team? Seeing that Li Fan didn't say anything for a while, Yao Long could only hurry to continue his persuasion. Mr. Li, if you are willing to join our team, we will give you a monthly salary of 10 million, and I believe that if you come, you will definitely be able to win the world championship by then. Although he could see that Li Fan was worth a lot of money, but no matter how rich he was, $10 million a month, the annual salary would be more than $100 million. With such good conditions he couldn't believe that Li Fan didn't have a hint of heart. $10 million? Li Fan asked. Yes. It's $10 million, and if you win the tournament, our side will offer other incentive bonuses and whatnot. Yao Long thought that Li Fan had been persuaded and was excited. It's also too little, right? Li Fan's words completely made Yao Long freeze. Too little? Was this Li Fan's fortune really that exaggerated? Li Fan scared his tongue in his heart. He just won a match and the system gave him 1 billion and 100 million a year. Who was he looking down on? Besides, he wasn't interested in becoming any world car god. It was still more fun for him to become the richest man in the world. Coach Yao, I appreciate your kindness, but I have little interest in becoming a racing driver, but you have given me new inspiration. I will look for you if I need you in the future. Yao Long was clouded by Li Fan's words. Then, we'll take our leave first. Li Fan didn't explain anymore, pulled Yan Chuchu and left. Sigh, it's really too bad, but it's normal for such a talented player to have his own temper. Yao Long looked at Li Fan's departing back and shook his head full of pity. On the other side, Yan Chuchu followed Li Fan with a leap of faith. Although she wasn't considered a vain person, when she saw everyone's eyes glued to her and Li Fan, her heart raised a small amount of complacency, while also carrying some psychedelic unreality. In just one day, Li Fan brought her too many novel experiences, inexplicably receiving a car worth $5 million, sitting in the passenger seat of a Pagani worth $100 million, following Li Fan to receive the envious gazes of the crowd. By the way, Mr. Lee, I don't know if you are interested in going to a place with me. Although that place is not a rich and noble place, but it has the fireworks of life. Yan Chuchu turned her head towards Li Fan and proposed. Oh, Miss Yan recommended a place. Then of course I will go. The two of them got into the car and started driving towards the place Yan Chuchu recommended. On a main road in the center of Magic City, the appearance of the Pagani immediately attracted the eyes of everyone. Although there are a lot of rich people in a place like Magic City where every inch of land is gold, but those who can drive a Pagani out on the street are also already at the level of a dragon amongst people. So no matter if it was a man, woman or child, when they saw the Pagani passing by, they couldn't help but take out their cell phones and take big pictures. After turning a few corners, Li Fan parked the car near a roadside noodle stall. This is a store that I often come back to patronize. Don't you see that it looks mediocre? But the taste is also ranked 1 or 2 in this Magic City. Yan Chuchu excitedly introduced to Li Fan about this place she brought him to. Li Fan nodded his head to show his approval of her words. He didn't expect Yan Chuchu to turn out to be such a grounded girl. Beautiful and pragmatic. Good. And this period of time those mountain delicacies he more or less ate are a bit annoying. Occasionally people are also to find the beginning of the heart well. Boss, too. Yan Chuchu greeted the lady boss of the stall. Yo, how come Chuchu is free to come today? This wouldn't be your boyfriend, right? The boss's wife looked at the man Yan Chuchu had brought with her. Her face filled with appreciation. The two of them looked like a truly talented couple. Hearing the boss lady's snide remarks, Yan Chuchu's face turned red. Boss lady, don't talk nonsense. We are just friends. After saying that, she also sneaked a glance at Li Fan. Li Fan reached out his hand and swept over Yan Chuchu and said, Boss lady, Chuchu, she is shy, so don't tease her. Fine, don't tease. The boss's wife threw a knowing expression at the two, causing Yan Chuchu to be even more at a loss as to what to do. The two came to sit at a street-side table. Mr. Lee, just now the boss's wife was just joking. Don't mind it. Yan Chuchu rubbed her hands together. She wasn't sure what Li Fan really meant right now, but she didn't want Li Fan to have a bad impression of her. Miss Yan, you mind a lot? No, wouldn't. Yan Chuchu lowered her head as she played with the chopsticks in her hand. Then I don't mind either. Li Fan's words caused Yan Chuchu's heart to flutter again. It seemed that Mr. Lee was also a bit interested in her. The noodle soup was served, and the two of them ate with laughter. At this time, a man with a work license passed by the stall and his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Li Fan. Li Fan? Li Fan looked up and it turned out to be Zhu Mao, his previous colleague from his internship company. When he thought that he didn't transfer to that internship company because he plagiarized the proposal from him, this person actually dared to come to say hello to him? Moreover, his license plate is still from that company. It seems that he is making a good living there. I really didn't expect you to be so miserable that you can only eat at this kind of roadside stall. Seeing Li Fan ignoring himself, Zhu Mao couldn't help but start to satirize Li Fan, especially after seeing Yan Chuchu across from him. It was so unfair that such a poor boy could actually have such a beautiful girl with him. Beautiful girl, your eye for people is too poor. Instead of following a man who only has a pair of skins to eat roadside stalls together, it would be better to drink coffee and eat high-class Western food with a successful man like me. Chapter 40, Former Colleagues Impersonate Pagani. Li Fan handsomely hits his face. This gentleman, please don't slander Mr. Lee here. Okay, you have no idea how good he is. Yan Chuchu was completely pissed off listening to Zhu Mao's one-liner. What was wrong with this person? Mr. Lee was generous and didn't bother with him. How does he have the face to keep pointing his finger at Mr. Lee all the time here? Li Fan, don't tell me. I really envy you. How come such a blind beauty can let you run into her? It's a pity. Even though I'm successful and famous, I'm not as lucky as you are for being a fool. Zhu Mao purposely used an exaggerated tone to praise Li Fan explicitly and disparage him implicitly. Zhu Mao, I also didn't expect that after so many years your character still stinks as much as it did back then. Li Fan put down the chopsticks in his hand and finally raised his head to look at Zhu Mao. The annoying flies kept buzzing here, making it impossible for him to eat properly. What are you talking about, Li Fan? Don't think that I can't fix you now that you're not in the company anymore. If I get you, a poor bastard like you can only lie down and get beaten up. Zhu Mao cursed and Li Fan directly flung his chopsticks and smacked him hard in the face. Li Fan, how dare you make a move? Zhu Mao was furious and wanted to run over with his bulky body in the next second. However, a few female college students suddenly stopped him. Hello sir, may I ask if that car parked next to you is yours? It's really cool. I wonder if we can take a picture with it. It was only then that Zhu Mao realized that he was actually next to a Pagani wind god. It was all because of that Li Fan. Just now he didn't realize that there was such a good thing beside him. Looking at the expectant expressions of several female college students, Zhu Mao coughed. This car is indeed mine, so go ahead and take a picture if you guys like it. Thank you so much. The college girls chirped and thanked Zhu Mao, then rushed to the side of the Pagani to take pictures. Mr. Li, him. Yan Chuchu was furious to see Zhu Mao's cheeky impersonation. However, Li Fan calmly patted her hand. Don't worry, Zhu Mao. Are you saying that this Pagani next to you is yours? That's of course. Otherwise it could still be yours? Uneducated hillbilly. Eating street stalls and still dare to have unrealistic dreams here? Zhu Mao had a smug look on his face. Although this Pagani really wasn't his, it was even more unlikely that it was Li Fan's. If this car was really his, why would he need to bring a woman to a roadside stall? Just as Zhu Mao was feeling smug, a woman who was wearing fur on a hot day but walked over with an enchanting stride, her face so heavy with makeup that it looked like a wall. Handsome man, I heard that the car parked next to it is yours? I wonder, would you be interested in taking me for a few laps? The woman threw a wink towards Zhu Mao, her body leaning towards him skillfully. Zhu Mao was instantly thrilled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation where a woman took the initiative to hit on him. Although it was not as good as the woman opposite Li Fan, but at least it made him gain back some face. But this car is also not his. What can be done about this? People's beautiful women have personally invited you? Zhu Mao, you can't be unable to do it, right? Li Fan wasn't in a hurry at all, and his face was filled with a mocking smile. This Zhu Mao didn't want to use his car to act like a fool. Then of course he had to help him out a bit. Who are you saying can't? Of course I can drive my car when I want to. Pretty girl, you'll go for a ride with me later. Zhu Mao even pinched the woman's waist as he said it. The woman immediately fell into his arms with a smile. Nasty. Yan Chuchu could also see at this time that Li Fan was deliberately playing tricks on Zhu Mao. She looked at Zhu Mao, who still didn't know anything and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, I've had enough of playing the monkey. Choo choo, let's go. Li Fan greeted Yan Chuchu, then turned his head towards the woman. Beauty, this pig-headed man can't take you anymore. Because, this car is mine. With a drop of sound, as Li Fan pressed the button of the key, the black wings of the Pagani unfolded, instantly capturing the eyes of the crowd on the road. Li Fan and Yan Chuchu walked over in full view of the crowd and then sat in the car. The female college students who were still taking pictures looked at Li Fan and the others with dumbfounded expressions, and then looked back at Zhu Mao, whose face was blue. At this moment, Zhu Mao was so shocked that his eyes were as big as duck eggs. This valuable sports car was actually Li Fan's. How could this be possible? The woman who was originally holding him was also stunned as she looked at Li Fan and Yan Chuchu with an expression of regret on her face. I'm really sorry. We just thought that the car belonged to the fat man standing there. The female college students hurriedly apologized towards Li Fan, while others had already started to spit on Zhu Mao. How is it that there are still such cheeky people nowadays? Not their own car and still saying it's theirs. This is too shameless. That's right. We were so sincere in bothering him just now, but we didn't realize that the car had nothing to do with that person at all. In comparison, the real owner of this car is too generous. It's simply not comparable to that kind of villain. The battle of the female college students at once said that Zhu Mao could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill in. The woman who still had only Zhu Mao in her eyes also had a sudden change in color and slapped Zhu Mao violently. Scum! I can't believe he's out there recruiting, wasting my feelings. She lifted her foot and kicked hard on Zhu Mao's guy before skimming her hair and raising her head. Li Fan slowly lowered the window. How about it, Zhu Mao? How does it feel to be the temporary owner of this Pagani? Zhu Mao's face had already reddened to the color of pig's liver at this time, but he no longer dared to be as arrogant as he was just now, because the Li Fan who was in front of him now, that was someone who could drive a $100 million sports car. Although he didn't know why Li Fan had become so rich, but reason told him that messing with a rich man would not end well, so he could only try his best to show a pleasing look. Li Fan, I was joking about those words just now. Of course I know this car is yours. It's just that we used to be so familiar with each other, so I thought I'd make a joke. You won't mind, right? Li Fan snorted coldly at his words and stepped on the gas. Immediately, the Pagani quickly and accurately dashed towards Zhu Mao before stopping at a distance of almost only 1 millimeter. Zhu Mao was instantly paralyzed with fear. Oops, this gas pedal started speeding up violently, Li Fan said falsely, and suddenly he acted as if he remembered something. Right, Zhu Mao, the company we worked with is under Juan Hong Group, right? Zhu Mao didn't know what Li Fan wanted to do. He could only nod his head with a face full of panic. Chapter 41, Dismissing an Evil Ex-Colleague. $1 billion in cash piled up in a villa. Good. Congratulations. You're getting driven. Li Fan smiled calmly, then stepped on the gas and left without looking back. Zhu Mao sat on the ground with a stunned face. Li Fan said he was going to be fired? Li Fan couldn't possibly be powerful enough to sway his company's arrangement. Could he? Zhu Mao sat on the floor. His entire expression was in fear. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He trembled as he picked up his cell phone. Hello? Zhu Mao, I asked you to go out and buy everyone a cup of coffee. And you actually dared to mess with our group's director above? If you don't want to do it, get the hell out of here. Now immediately come back right away and complete your exit formalities. Our company doesn't need assholes like you. With a snap, Shumao's cell phone fell to the ground. I didn't realize that what Li Fan said was actually true. And he was actually a director of Juanhong Group. He was now full of remorse. And he couldn't wait to die headfirst on this street. In the Pagani car, Yan Chuchu laughed daintily and poked fun at Li Fan. I didn't expect Mr. Li to turn out that you were so bad. I felt funny when I saw that evil man being played by you like that. She didn't hold back and laughed brightly a few more times. Li Fan turned his head sideways to see Yan Chuchu's openly laughing side face, and felt that her face became even more vivid and beautiful. Then Miss Chu Chu, do you like my badness? Li Fan deliberately teased Yan Chuchu and said, like it. Yan Chuchu also did not squirm. Her cheerful tone coupled with her heartstring-raising voice revealed her unique womanly charm. Li Fan drove a Pagani and drove Yan Chuchu to a drive-in theater by the sea. There were a lot of cars, but the most eye-catching one was Li Fan's Pagani. It was close to evening when they arrived, and after they chatted for a while, the movie started. It was a cheesy romance movie, yet it was perfect for the audience that came here. The next morning, Li Fan returned to his villa after sending Yan Chuchu to work. However, as soon as he entered the door, he almost tripped over bundles and bundles of cash. Looking at the mountain of banknotes piled up in front of him, Li Fan held his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? $1 billion in cash was now almost filling up his house. He immediately called Julia to come and take care of it. Not a moment later, Julia arrived, and she was also shocked by the situation in front of her. Although she is also a person who has seen a lot of rich people, but it is also the first time to see so much cash piled up in the house. Li Dong, it seems like we can only find a specialized bank to deal with it. Julia quickly called a bank. Half an hour later, several money trucks drove in from the main entrance of King's Heights residence. The other tycoons in the residence poked their heads out curiously to see. Although all the people living in this mansion were rich, they hadn't seen anyone who could make such a big commotion. Moreover, this money truck is also from the world's top bank, Shatu Bank. Can call such a level of bank personally to the customer's home? This person's degree of wealth is definitely greatly above them. They were all very curious about where the money truck was going to drive to, and for a while all of their eyes were glued to the money truck. Finally, the truck stopped in front of the center villa. At this time the onlookers of the rich finally put down their hearts. The original is the owner of the center of the villa. That's alright, can live on this is indeed a god of the level of people. Seeing everyone gushing over the center villa, the passing Su Jinglai also looked over curiously. Li Fan happened to come out of the house at this time. Su Jinglia's eyes immediately widened. The generous young man he met last time was actually the owner of the center villa. Originally, he thought that he was just an ordinary rich man, but this is great. He is a much better match for his granddaughter. Su Jinglai was overjoyed. And after a good inner pondering, he hurried back to his house. At the entrance of the center villa, Li Fan and the bank manager walked inside with a smile on their faces. Manager, this is the cash left in my house right now. It's estimated to be around almost $1 billion, so I'll trouble you to clear them all away, Li Fan said to the manager, pointing at the cash as if he was pointing at a cabbage. The manager who came out of the money pile was also shocked by the scene in front of him. $1 billion? Gosh lol, how rich does this have to be? Okay Mr. Li, we promise to do it for you in a sharp manner. You guys, come in and move the bills. The manager commanded a few strong bodyguards to help move the cash onto the money truck. A few people exhausted themselves for half a day before moving less than 1%. By the way Mr. Li, I don't know if you have any specific requirements and instructions for our bank's financial plan for storing this cash? Just mention it, we will definitely help you do what we can. Hearing the manager's impassioned words, Li Fan just faintly swept a glance at the cash. Just $1 billion. You guys can see for yourselves, and then just try to keep the higher profit as possible. The manager was astonished again. Although there were many people who had deposited large sums of money in the Sand Investment Bank, but the person who didn't care about money so much, the Mr. Li in front of him was the only one he had ever seen. Alright Mr. Li, then we will definitely operate with your best interests in mind. After the explanation, the manager quickly got busy with a few people. Li Fan was lying on the sofa and swiping his cell phone when suddenly, someone came knocking on the door. Li Fan went out to see that it was the old man he met last time. Su Jinglai has been some time since the last time he met Li Fan. Today once again close contact. At once found that he is handsome and spiritual again than last time. It was true that only a dragon and phoenix among men like this was worthy of that good granddaughter of his. Old man. What are you? It's really you, little old brother. Just now, I saw a whole bunch of people coming in and out, and I was wondering what they were doing. Nothing. I just want to invite you to my home for dinner. I wonder what you think. Su Jinglai bluntly put forward his invitation. Good. Li Fan was self-conscious that he was still kind of in tune with this old man, so it wouldn't hurt to get along more. As long as you are happy, I won't see you tonight at Villa 333. Su Jinglai immediately ran away after saying this, afraid that Li Fan would regret it. Number 333? Isn't this Su Shalomo's home? Could it be that this old man is actually Su Shemu's grandfather? Li Fan recalled and silently guessed. I didn't realize that I'm quite related to the Su family. Li Fan smiled faintly, then went back to get ready. By the time the money carriers had all cleared away the cash, the sky had completely darkened. Li Fan packed up a bit and went out to Villa 333. After knocking on the door, the one who came to open the door was Su Shemu. She looked surprised. Li Fan? You are looking for me? Ms. Su. Truth be told, I was invited here today. Invited? Su Shalomo was instantly confused. Su family besides her only Su Ziheo and Li Fan knew each other. But Su Ziheo and Li Fan were not dealing with each other. It was impossible that he would be invited to come. Chapter 42 Going to Su Shanmu's house for dinner. Su Ziheo framed and was repaired instead. Just when Su Shemu was still puzzled, Su Jinglai emerged from behind Su Shemu. Little old brother. You're here. Su Jinglai rushed out to greet him. Grandpa? You and Mr. Li this? Su Shemu looked at Su Jinglai with a puzzled face. Su Jinglai also looked back with a puzzled face. Shallow mo. How do you know that this little old brother of mine is surnamed Li? Of course I know it. We've both known each other for a long time. What? You two know each other? Su Jinglai, who was originally a stable old man, suddenly jumped 3 feet high in surprise. Then wouldn't this be a win-win situation? Yes, Grandpa Su. We know each other. Right now Li Fan also sort of understood the situation in front of him. It's good to recognize. It's good to know each other. Little old brother, don't stay standing outside. Shallow mo, you still don't hurry to invite people in. Su Jinglai said while pushing Su Shalomu towards Li Fan. The nanny served all the dishes and Su Jinglai took the opportunity to take out his own exclusive good wine. Come. Little old brother full. Su Shemu's face was a little embarrassed. This grandfather's mind was simply obvious. She had originally thought of taking her time with Li Fan, and she didn't know if Li Fan would have a worse impression of himself if her grandfather made this mess. However, Li Fan talked and laughed with Su Jinglai as if nothing had happened. This made Su Shemu feel relieved. Fortunately Li Fan did not have a bad opinion of himself. The three of them were eating to their heart's content. Su Ziheo just happened to have something to come to the Su residence. As soon as he entered, he saw his most hated Li Fan actually talking with his grandfather at the dinner table. Li Fan? Why are you here? Grandpa. He's the one who was rumored to be with cousin before. Su Ziheo immediately confessed. You mean, that elevator photo? Su Jinglai asked immediately as he came back to his senses. That's right. It's the one where the two of them were in a mess. Grandpa. You must not be fooled by this guy. Su Ziheo's eyes were burning with a thick blazing fire. It was good that this Li Fan himself didn't go to settle the score with him. He actually dared to come directly to the Su mansion. Now that Grandpa knows his true identity, he and Su Shalomo are going to die. Su Ziheo couldn't help but feel smug, the smile on his lips almost grinning to the sky. Good I really did not expect I didn't expect that you, Shalomo, would fall in love with little old brother so early. My old man supports you. The two of you should feel free to talk boldly. Su Jinglai was overjoyed. If he had known that the person he had photographed earlier was the little old brother in front of him, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to get them mixed up together. No, Grandpa. Wait. Su Shemu still wanted to open her mouth to explain. However, Li Fan pressed her hand down. Okay, Grandpa Su. We will honor your teachings. At this moment, Su Ziheo's entire person had been completely petrified on the spot. What was going on here? How was this completely different from the plot, he thought? Shouldn't Grandpa have immediately risen up and scolded the two? What was with this amiable look as if he viewed Li Fan as his granddaughter-in-law? Grandpa, the two of them have caused a lot of damage to the group. Are you senile? In an agitated manner, Su Ziheo blurted out words that belittled Su Jinglai. Su Jinglia's eyes full of cold light shot out, and Su Ziheo instantly wilted. It's not. Grandpa, I don't mean this. Alright, you don't gabble here. Little old brother's character I trust. Don't think I didn't find out. Last time this matter will ferment so big. Behind it can't be less of your push and pull. I've taken it as turning a blind eye. You actually dare to keep denigrating Asamu and little old brother in front of me. Su Ziheo, is it because I've been indulging you too much lately? It's what made you turn into such a guy who defames his own sister even without regard to the group's reputation. Su Jinglai was shocked and slammed the table. You come with me to the study now. He then resumed his usual demeanor and said to Su Shemu and Li Fan at the dining table. Old me had a great meal, so you young people can go and communicate with each other on your own. I'll go and clean up this brat now. Su Zihao looked at Su Jinglia's serious walk towards his appearance. His expression was that of a wimp. Grandpa, I was wrong. After Su Jinglai took Su Zihao away, the restaurant was quiet for a moment. I'm really sorry, Li Fan. Letting you see our family's joke. My grandfather, he just likes to joke around. You mustn't embarrass yourself. Su Shemu bowed her head with an apologetic face. Li Fan didn't return her words either. He just smiled faintly. I wonder if Miss Su has the time to accompany me outside for a walk to cool off. Su Shemu agreed, and the two of them left Su's house together. At this time, in the huge garden of King's Heights Garden, only the two of them were walking side by side. Su Shemu was actually a little apprehensive in her heart, especially when she recalled the last time she was kissed by Li Fan on the corner of her mouth. For this kind of thing, she really is not good at falling in love. So in the end, she can't decide whether to go in or go out. Not to mention the fact that Li Fan's appearance and strength and value were both ridiculously excellent. I'm sorry, because of the elevator you saved me, let you be misunderstood. Su Shemu felt it was still necessary to apologize to Li Fan. Li Fan, however, suddenly took Su Shemu's hand and then clasped his fingers together. This kind of intimate behavior that only happens between couples instantly made Su Shemu freeze. She could only obediently be held by Li Fan's hand. The two had a chat going around and around. However, both of them tacitly did not talk about topics between men and women. A strange and innocent sense of ambiguity spread between the two. Li Fan also had a long-lost stirring in his heart. Occasionally feeling this pure love feeling of clear water seems to be not bad. Afterward, Li Fan sent Su Shemu back to the door of her house. Miss Su, go back and help me thank Grandpa Su for his hospitality today. Su Shemu nodded her head in response. Looking at Li Fan's back as he left, Su Shemu felt that she was really being completely taken. But this feeling of being unable to grasp the loss of control of her mood was fascinating to her. She had been sensible for many years, and now that her only irrationality was being held in Li Fan's hands, it was at least better than being planted on other talentless and unethical men. Thinking of this, she also no longer dwell on what the first love of the sense of ceremony and sense of uniqueness. There is no way. Who asked her to fall in love with? Is Li Fan it? Su Shalom returned home. Hiding in the corner behind the door, Su Jinglai immediately rushed out and asked, How was it? How did you get along with little old brother? What, how is it? Grandpa, you don't follow the blind involvement, and you keep calling Mr. Li little old brother. So what do the two of us count as? Chapter 43, Renovating an Unbeatable Luxury Soccer Stadium, $100 billion airline in hand. Although Su Shanmu is a little bit blame tone, but in Su Jinglia's ears to hear this is a great news. He knows his own granddaughter. How to see instead his granddaughter on Li Fan up to heart very much. You young people's things I a bad old man also can't get involved too much. But shallow moa, meet the man you must try to catch. I see little old brother, this one is still very popular drops. You do not grasp the opportunity later on will wait for a large number of people with you to grab. Since childhood, Su Shemu was a child who was very much a fan of provocation. Su Jinglai immediately observed Su Shemu's expression after he finished speaking. Sure enough, after Su Jinglai made these crisis comments, her complexion tensed up in a fleshly manner. However, she herself knew clearly that her worrying here was of no use at all. Alright Grandpa, don't worry about it anymore. I'll look after it myself. Su Jinglai looked at Su Shemu's distressed appearance, so he just patted her shoulder and didn't say anything else. Early the next morning, soccer coach Mo Lin called Li Fan. Boss Li, I have already done the things you explained me to do before. Now that all the new members are in place, I wonder when you'll be free to come over and take a look. Not bad Mo Lin. So efficient, doing things for you. Boss Li, then I naturally have to do my best. Alright, then you guys prepare yourselves first. I'll be there in a while. Li Fan packed up and immediately headed to the gymnasium. Today happened to be a completely sunny day, and everyone training on the playground looked like they were in high spirits. The soccer team led by Mo Lin was also having their morning training at this time. Boss Li, seeing Li Fan's figure, Mo Lin immediately ran over. Those are the players we've selected. Players, come over and greet Boss Li. A column of team members neatly ran over to greet him, while one team member almost tripped over a protruding rock while passing the border between the playground and the road. Hello, Boss Li. Still, they immediately adjusted over. Li Fan turned around and looked at the environment of the playground. It seemed like this place needed to be refurbished, otherwise this wouldn't be safe for the team members. Ding! Trigger mission, refurbish the soccer field into invincible luxury mode. Completing the mission will earn you 55% of the shares of Hualien Airlines. Hualien Airlines? One of the top aviation groups in the world, with an annual revenue of nearly $100 billion. Then he must get it himself. Li Fan quickly called Julia. Julia, now immediately help me dispatch the best construction and decoration team in the country to the downtown stadium. I want to renovate the soccer field here. Okay, Director Lee, I'll do it for you right away. As soon as the phone hung up, Li Fan was already looking forward to it. The luxury model of the soccer field he has not seen yet. If it is done, not only can it be used for training in the future, but it can also be rented out as a Netflix attraction after it is completely unused later on. Li Fan can't help but admire his own mind. Not a moment later, a buzzing sound appeared over the soccer field. The crowd looked up and it turned out to be several helicopters. The main entrance of the stadium also rumbled in with several excavators. The transparent compartments of the trucks that followed were tons and tons of crystal diamonds. Li Dong, we're here. The construction captain jumped down from the ladder on the helicopter and landed in front of Li Fan. Dong Li, may I ask if you have any specific requirements for the soccer stadium renovation? You don't have to consider the budget for materials and costs. Just make it as luxurious as you can. Li Fan put forward the demand in a concise manner. Good Lu, guarantee to give you a luxurious soccer field. Brothers, dry up. With a command, the construction team immediately started working. Because of those conspicuous diamonds and crystals, a large number of onlookers gathered outside the stadium's fence. I didn't see it wrong. Is this place preparing to use diamonds to build soccer goals? What the hell? Let me see. It's still the top diamonds from the Schwarzkopf series. What a waste. The ground on the soccer field is actually made of top quality foreign grass. It's almost $10,000 a square meter. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, and there were even people who climbed up to high places just to take a look at this trenchant scene. In the soccer stadium, Li Fan, who was standing in the C position, was particularly conspicuous. Is that man the owner of this stadium? Did he arrange this decoration as well? I didn't expect there to be such a handsome and tasteful man in the world. Divine hero handsome man, quickly look over here. There were also people sneaking into the garbage heap behind the stadium, just to scavenge for some diamond waste material to sell for money. At the side of the stadium where more and more people were gathering, a girl who was biting a lollipop took a look at the environment of the stadium and the flamboyant Li Fan, and suddenly came up with an idea. Ding! Detected that the soccer stadium has been started. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 55% of the shares of Hualien Airlines. As the reward arrived, Li Fan was naturally happy inside, so he leisurely came to rest on a deck chair under an awning. At this time, the girl who was originally on the sidelines also tumbled in from the sidelines when no one was looking, and walked right up next to Li Fan. Sir, I want to do a business with you. Li Fan sat up from his recliner at the sound of the voice, and only after he got up did he see that the person who came was actually a girl who looked very young. The whole person looked very healthy and energetic. Her skin was translucent and glossy, and the casual clothes also wore a different texture on her. Oh, Miss might as well say it. Seeing that Li Fan wasn't a sightless one and would still listen to her speech, the girl felt that she really didn't look at the wrong person. Actually, it's like this, sir. My name is Ian Kaur. I came to you today because I want to apply for the position of the leader of the soccer team here. Oh, then I'm curious how you'll convince me to hire you. Li Fan looked at Ian Kaur in front of him. He really couldn't tell how many years of experience this girl could have in the soccer business at such a young age. I've been in the business for almost 5 years now, and the 2 soccer teams I've led before have finished 2nd and 3rd in the Chinese Super League, so I'm sure the experience I've accumulated over the years will allow me to lead this team you're handling now. Hearing Ian Kaur's answer, Li Fan was impressed with her. I didn't expect that a girl who looked so young would have been active in the soccer industry for so many years. Then why aren't you leading the previous team now? After Li Fan asked the question, a trace of not wanting to say anything flashed across Ian Kaur's face. On the one hand, the team is really out of money, and there are some other reasons that are not convenient to say here. Chapter 44, Ian Kaur applies for a job as a soccer leader and flies first class to date a flight attendant. Li Fan wasn't a gossipy person, and since Ian Kaur didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask anymore. Then, why did you want to come here to be a foreman again? Ian Kaur replied with a smile and pointed to the soccer field under construction. Because you have money. Li Fan did not expect Ian Kaur to answer so directly and frankly. You are quite direct. Being direct makes our communication smoother, doesn't it? And I can feel that Mr. and I should be on the same wavelength. Ian Kaur replied cheerfully and confidently. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh in admiration in his heart. It's true that people with excellent professional strength speak with confidence. Alright, then I will now officially congratulate Ms. Ian and welcome you as the leader of our team. Li Fan stood up and shook Ian Kaur's hand. Thank you. Ian Kaur thanked Li Fan before biting on her lollipop again and flipping back out from where she had originally flipped in. Still an interesting girl. Looking at the soccer field that was almost set up with the 7 or 8 renovation layout set points, Li Fan immediately remembered the reward he had just received. As a major shareholder of an airline, how could he not go and have a good experience of the flights under his company? Saying that he would do it, Li Fan quickly called the headquarters, picked up a first-class ticket and immediately headed to the airport. Subsequently, Li Fan entered the airplane through the VIP channel again. "Hello, please follow me over here." As soon as he boarded the plane, Li Fan saw a flight attendant with top-notch looks and figure. Lu Hansuang? Li Fan looked at her badge and silently memorized her name. Under her guidance, Li Fan went to his first-class seat. All the seats here were sunken seats upholstered in Polrona Frau leather, and each seat had a 73-inch flatbed customized from all natural materials with a massage function, which was a pleasure to sleep on. A custom marble cabinet with a freezer opening has been cut into the top of the cabinet, where countless beverages and expensive wines are kept. Seats in front of the TV set and the panel can be used to play movies for entertainment, connected to the dining table with a good crystal panel. Very noble and luxurious. Lu Hansuan took out a bottle of white wine from the freezer and helped Li Fan pour it on. "Sir, we also have a spa here, which is equipped with Bulgari's toiletries, so if you need it, you can bathe there at any time." Then Lu Hansuang served Li Fan some Western desserts for him to enjoy. When placing the meal, Lu Hansuang was in a half-squatting position. The perfume odor that came with her body drifted into Li Fan's nose, if not at all. "Your perfume. It suits you," Li Fan couldn't help but say. When Lu Hansuang heard Li Fan's sudden comment, she raised her eyes to look at it and instantly bumped into Li Fan's eyes that were full of tenderness. Thank you, sir, for the compliment." Her heart suddenly beat a little faster. It shouldn't be. She had flown for so long. What kind of rich and handsome men hadn't she seen before? But it had to be said that this gentleman in front of her seemed to give her a completely different feeling from the others. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the active girl flirting hidden mission. Congratulations on obtaining the favorability skill. At this time, Lu Hansuang had already left for the time being after helping Li Fan set up his things. Good sense skill? System. What is this? Good sense skill. That is, the host can directly view the index of their good sense towards them at will on the target they wish to use. This skill can be invoked at any time. Higher than 90% is a good trend. Higher than 95% is a high probability of success. After hearing the system introduced like this, Li Fan sort of understood. This thing doesn't sound similar to mind reading. In that case, wouldn't he be able to do a lot of things like a fish out of water? Moreover, right now there is a ready-made opportunity for him to verify the power of this skill. Lu Hansuan was busy in the cabin at the moment, and when she passed by Li Fan invoked the favorability skill. Then, an illusory image in the shape of a love heart appeared above Lu Hansuang's head, with a flashing value on it. 90%. He hadn't done anything yet, and this Arosta's favorability towards him was that high? Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little smug. It's really a pain in the ass for people to be too charismatic. After watching a movie, it soon came to dinner time. Lu Hansuan carried Li Fan's food to the side of him. "Hello sir, this is your dinner, please enjoy." After Lu Hansuan placed the food for Li Fan, she was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Li Fan. "Miss, is it convenient for you to squat down a bit? I have something to ask you." "It's okay." Lu Hansuang bent down and bent over, and Li Fan clearly saw that her favorability was constantly shifting between 91% and 92%. Since he could already see the heartbeat index completely, Li Fan suddenly wanted to say something different from usual, something bold. Anyway, if the situation was not right at that time, he would be able to notice the change in favorability and find a remedy in time. Perhaps, would Miss be willing to go on a date with me after getting off the plane later? Suddenly, Lu Hansuang's face turned red and her favorability immediately flew to 100%. Li Fan was also shocked when he saw the result. He could be considered to have realized those true meanings between men and women now. Handsome appearance plus having money equaled a one-hit kill. According to this kind of words that used to sound like harassment, now it actually turned into a titillating conversation. Lu Hansuang froze and maintained her semi-squatting posture, and she didn't react until another customer called her. Although she didn't reply to Li Fan's words, Li Fan also knew that he was winning. It was late at night and Li Fan was resting in his position. Lu Hansuang walked by and looked at Li Fan's side face with his eyes closed and couldn't resist stopping for a long time. She had never seen a man who was so frank. Although there hadn't been any men in the first-class cabin who had made similar requests for a date before, but those men always looked like they were putting on a show. Li Fan's straightforwardness was right up her alley. When Li Fan woke up, he realized that he had an extra blanket on him. Lifting it up to see that there was a note hidden inside, on top of which was a string of cell phone numbers. On the note was a very familiar scent. Li Fan secretly smiled and entered the cell phone number into his cell phone. Early the next morning, the airplane arrived in Zhangchang. Li Fan shook the cell phone in his hand at Lu Hansuang as he passed her. Lu Hansuang slightly shyly looked away. When the guests all got off the airplane, Lu Hansuang's group of stewardesses also got off their shifts. After Lu Hanswang changed into civilian clothes early in the lounge, she began to stare at her cell phone expectantly. Sure enough, not a moment later, Li Fan called. Ms. Lu, I'm waiting for you at the south gate of the airport. Seeing that Li Fan had indeed come to ask for an appointment, Lu Hanswan leapt forward and followed a few flight attendants who were also going to the south gate. Chapter 45, Extended Lincoln picks up the plane and takes Lu Hanshuang to do dinner styling. At the south gate of the airport, a stretch Lincoln stopped in front of Li Fan. After receiving the news that Li Fan was coming to Jiangchang, the senior management of Juanheng Group's branch in Jiangcheng had been preparing for Li Fan's reception without stopping, and this Lincoln was sent by them. Li Fan's appearance alone is very eye-catching, and with this Lincoln, the passers-by can't help but take a peek at Li Fan. Lu Hanswang and a few fellow flight attendants arrived at the south gate with a smile on their faces. Ms. Lu. Li Fan stood next to the Lincoln and waved at her. Lu Hanswang and a few colleagues looked over, and the stretch Lincoln immediately broke into their line of sight. Wow! Why is there a Lincoln parked here? Listening to that man shouting, it seems like he's calling Han Shuang? Several co-workers threw glances at Lu Hanswang, both curious and those who couldn't hide their jealousy. Lu Hanswang returned a nod towards Li Fan in embarrassment and said towards the colleagues around her, sorry sisters, I still have an appointment. I won't go to the small gathering later. You guys have fun. After saying that, Lu Hanswang walked towards Li Fan's side. Mr. Li, sorry for the delay inside. Have you been waiting here for a long time? It's okay, the car just arrived not long ago as well. As soon as the car was mentioned, Lu Hanswang cast her eyes on the stretch Lincoln again. She also didn't expect Li Fan to be so generous as to use this kind of car to drive her to her date. However, did this mean that she was indeed very important in his heart? Thinking of this, Lu Hanshuang's heart was suddenly sweet. Please, Ms. Lu. The two sat in the car. Sorry Ms. Lu, the company over here has thrown me a dinner party because they heard I was coming, so they may need to trouble you to attend with me as a female companion. In the car, Li Fan received a message about the dinner party from the Juanheng branch. In that case, no problem. Lu Hanswang instantly became curious. What kind of company would have such treatment? It even took the initiative to throw a dinner party for Li Fan? Usually hosting dinners were for those highly respected directors and presidents, but looking at Li Fan's young appearance, she really couldn't imagine that he would be in this kind of position. Just now on the airplane, she also thought that he was just a rich second generation. Seeing that Lu Hanswang agreed, Li Fan immediately instructed the driver to drive towards the top styling studio in the center of Jiang City. Attending this kind of dinner party, both he and Lu Hanswang needed to change their attire. In the top styling studio, stylist Linda was counting the most valuable clothes in the entire store and took them out to display them together. Just now, she received a call from Juanheng Group, saying that their chairman would come here to do the styling for the dinner party. To give this kind of family to do styling, a time of revenue up to their quarter, naturally must pay attention to. Not a moment later, a long version of Lincoln parked in front of the door. Two young men and women walked out of the car. Linda looked left and right for half a day and realized that apart from the two of them, there was no one else coming down from the car anymore. Wasn't it said that the chairman was coming? How come we didn't see it? Assistant Xiaoqiu said in a puzzled manner. Yeah, it's really strange. Forget it, I'll just go over and ask them directly. Linda herself was so puzzled that she rushed forward to greet Li Fan and the two of them. May I ask if you are the staff of Juanheng Group? Is the gentleman who needs styling coming later? No. We are the ones who need to do the styling, Li Fan replied as he looked around the store environment. What? Could it be that you are? Linda had an instant epiphany about Li Fan's identity and hurriedly welcomed the two in. Miss, our store's seasonal high fashion is now placed here. You two can first look at how you like the style and color, and then we will shape your look as a whole according to the clothing. Linda introduced while not holding back from secretly observing Li Fan all the time. Before seeing the real person, she had never thought that the chairman of the board, who should be a middle-aged man's image in her impression, would actually look this young. Doesn't this mean that the man in front of her has at least $1 billion in assets to start with? This was much better than most of the rich second-generation men she had styled before. I'll just take this ink black suit, mainly just to give this young lady the good look she wants. Li Fan picked the newest high-fashion suit in the store, and the one with the highest price tag. Linda was surprised again. Not only is this man handsome and gold, he also has such a good eye. Seeing that the love bubbles in Linda's eyes were about to overflow, Li Fan coughed and used the favorability skill. A look at the good guy. Directly 100%. Li Fan was stunned, but now he had a Lu Hanswang on the side. He would not take the initiative to do anything. Lu Hanswang picked her eyes between several diamond-embellished dress skirts. Each one she liked, but it was too expensive. She had only met Li Fan on the first day, so it was not good to let him break the bank so much. Seeing that Lu Hanswang was half tangled up, Li Fan saw her concern and directly chose a dress skirt that was covered with diamonds and various kinds of gemstones for almost the entire skirt. Ms. Lu, you can worry about everything for me. You just don't have to worry about money for me. Just take this one and try it. That's good. Lu Hanshuang obediently took the dress. People have said so. It's not appropriate for them to refuse. Li Fan's clothes were good to change, and he soon changed and sat on the sofa outside. Lu Hanshuang's clothes were a bit more troublesome to wear, and it took several assistants to go in before she was almost sorted out. Once the curtain was pulled open, Lu Hanshuang's body, which was already convex and curvaceous, was even more charming under the lining of the tight gowns. And once the lights hit, the delicate face was reflected in the diamonds, which was called a chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu-chu. Beautiful. Li Fan's simple praise made Lu Hanshuang blush. Mr. Li, as long as you like it. After all, it is attending as your female companion. The employees on the side couldn't help but praise it. Wow, I've never seen anyone who can wear our family's dress in such a glorious way. Yes, it's just like a fairy descending from the heavens. It's so beautiful. Linda was also very happy to see the clothes she designed being shown so well by the two of them. Although it was true that she was attracted to Li Fan, she didn't treat Lu Hanshuang as a love rival either. She felt that would be too stupid. Since both of you have chosen your favorite outfits, please move to our hairstyling room next. The hairstyling room was on the second floor of the entire studio. It was also a large flat floor with extremely luxurious decorations, and a dozen hairdressers were already there ready to go. Taking advantage of the gap between Lu Hanshuang being taken to the sitting chair, Linda came to Li Fan's side. Mr. Li, let's take off your suit first and we'll iron it for you again, so that the shape will be a bit more upright and look better on you, she said, while also intentionally casting a meaningful look at Li Fan. Chapter 46. The press and media are shocked that the major shareholder of Juanheng Group is actually him. Levan understood and took off his suit and handed it to Linda. With pleasure. Li Fan was then brought to his seat as well, and the hairdresser gave him a wet hair without bangs look. It looked a bit more mature than the usual look, but with Li Fan's handsome face, it instantly added a bit of a tough guy vibe, and the slight maturity was just enough to overwhelm the field of such a large dinner party. Lu Hanshuang, on the other hand, permed a big wavy hairstyle, although the name seems to be no different from ordinary. However, the volume used here is very careful, coupled with the hairdresser's fine techniques, completely inspired Lu Hanshuang, that kind of flirtatious woman's temperament, together with the exquisite makeup. The whole person looks both the young girl's delicate and has a kind of Hong Kong-style beauty of the atmosphere. Linda put on a suit jacket for Li Fan and gently patted his chest as she left. Li Fan then touched the suit pocket on his chest, and as expected there was a note with a number hidden inside. After putting on the suit, he came to Lu Hanshuang's side. The two stood in front of a large mirror. Their height and appearance were extremely compatible. A living pair of wallflowers. Is this still me? Lu Hanshuang looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Usually for the sake of work, although she also mastered a lot of makeup skills, but far less than the high skill of this professional studio. The makeup harmoniously as if it was growing on her face, depicting her features as more bright and moving than ever. The customized diamond dress even made her look more than 10 times more expensive. No wonder the old saying always said that people depended on their clothes. Looking at Li Fan again, his temperament was a little more manly than when he first met her, making her even more impressed. After swiping the card, the two of them got into the car and went to the dinner party. The location of the dinner is in the famous Palace restaurant in the center of Jiangcheng. As the name suggests, the entire restaurant looks like a gorgeous palace. When they were still some distance away from the restaurant, they could see the towering building through the window. On the red carpet in front of the restaurant, a large number of reporters and photographers had gathered. The flashbulbs flashed into a blur. Today, all the media in Jiangcheng had gotten the news that the mysterious major shareholder of Juanheng Group would show up at the Palace restaurant in the evening. So they all squatted in front of the restaurant early, just to get the first-hand information in time. When Lu Hanshuang saw the dense crowd of people and cameras, she instantly became nervous. Having flown so many flights, she had never seen such a big scene. Li Fan also couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw the scene in front of the restaurant. This Jiangcheng branch's people were doing it too ostentatiously. He put his hand on the back of Lu Hanshuang's hand. Don't worry, I'm here. Just relax and enjoy the dinner. Lu Hanshuang could only calm down and nodded. As soon as the car door opened, the porter in front of the restaurant rushed over to open the door for the two Li Fan. The reporters were sticking their heads up high, and the cameramen were disliking the camera lenses straight to this side of the Lincoln's door. Wow, that man is so handsome. The woman is also very beautiful. It seems to be the star who is invited to cheer tonight. Juanheng Group is really big. The dinner party also invites stars to help out. Che, make me still expect half a day to think it's the new director. Camera operator, don't be slack. The real chairman should almost arrive. When several reporters saw Li Fan and Lu Hanshuang, they hurriedly retracted their eyes in a lack of interest. Although the two of them are very eye-catching, yes, but there is no news value for them. Today they came here with only one mission. That is to report the true face of Juanhong Group's major shareholder. Other stars and other things are all to the side. Just when the crowd gathered their eyes back to the blank parking strip that hadn't arrived yet, Fang Gaofei, the president of Juanhong Group, ran out in a hurry. The president of Juanhong Group has come out. That proves that the major shareholder is also arriving. Everyone, get in the spirit. Let's hurry and follow the president a little closer so we can get the first shot of the chairman's true colors. The reporters were instantly on the move, their eyes staring at Fang Gaofei without moving. However, Fang Gaofei did not stop his steps and ran straight to Li Fan. Chairman, I can finally see you in person. As soon as these words came out, the entire room, except for Li Fan and Fang Gaofei, the others were almost instantly shocked beyond words. He, what did he say? That male celebrity is the major shareholder of Juanhong Group. This can't be possible. So young? And so damn handsome? A few reporters who had seen the world were already stupefied at this point, and the photographers had all forgotten to press the shutter. They were all trying very hard to digest this terrible fact. Lu Hansuan was even frozen in place on the spot. Li Fan was actually the biggest shareholder of Juanhong Group's child. Previously, when the industry news came out, she had heard from her friends that Juanhong Group had been bought 55% of its shares by an unknown mysterious man, but she had never thought that this person would be Li Fan. If she had known that this was the case, she wouldn't have dared to agree to Li Fan's date invitation on the airplane. If it is a general wealthy rich second generation, they can at least have a little bottom, but like Li Fan such tens of billions of people, that is not their own can provoke awe. Li Fan had long since gotten used to the shocking things that happened wherever he went, and he reached out his hand to shake Fang Gaofei's. First time meeting, nice to meet you, Mr. Fang. Where are your words? It's my great luck to meet you in person. At this time, the reporter with eyesight finally reacted and immediately brought a photographer to come up to interview Li Fan. The other media even clicked on Li Fan. Mr. Fang. Wait, I don't want to see the appearance of my picture in any public reports. Fang Gaofei didn't expect his own director to be so low-key, so he quickly assured him, don't worry, I will definitely not let a single photo get out. After saying that, Fang Gaofei immediately made arrangements and had people escort Li Fan and Lu Hanshuang inside. It took a lot of effort before Li Fan brought Lu Hanshuang to break through and enter the aisle inside the restaurant. I'm really sorry, Ms. Lu. Did they scare you like that just now? No. Lu Hanshuang hurriedly replied, thinking that they didn't scare her. On the contrary, it was Li Fan who scared her half to death. For Li Fan's real identity, now although Lu Hanshuang accepted a little bit more than just now, but she still needed time to digest it. The two were led down the aisle to the entrance of a banquet hall. The banquet hall was 5 meters high, empty and at ease. As soon as Li Fan stepped into the door of the hall, several lights instantly hit his body and feet. On the stage, the host's impassioned voice rang out. Let's give a warm welcome. The first major shareholder of Juanhong Group, Chairman Li Fan Li enters. On both sides of the stage were the top classical musicians specially invited, who immediately played majestic classical music to pave the atmosphere for Li Fan's path. Applause rose in the arena and all eyes were focused towards the entrance. Li Fan held Lu Hanshuang's hand and slowly walked in, living like a prince with extraordinary temperament. Oh my god, did this new chairman turn out to be so handsome? That's right, I thought it was another bad old man like my dad. This face value, it's 100 times better than the artists under my banner. Chapter 47 Arrogant Woman Looking for Trouble, exposing the airline's major shareholder on the spot. The applause was long-lasting, and the host found the right opportunity to speak at the right time. Okay, then next let's once again welcome Chairman Li to the stage with enthusiastic applause. Li Fan had to whisper a few words to Lu Hanshuang before going on stage. The female guests present saw Li Fan and Lu Hanshuang as if they were very close, and their eyes were filled with jealousy. One of the women who had dark skin and was slightly fat even glared at Lu Hanshuang with hatred, looking like she wanted her to look good. Li Fan originally did not have anything to say, casually exchanged a few pleasantries and came down. Before he could walk next to Lu Hanshuang, the woman with the hateful gaze just now walked straight in front of Li Fan. Director Li, my name is Lin Shanshan. I'm very interested in getting to know you. She stretched out her hand as she spoke, exuding a haughty air around her. What's wrong with that woman? How dare she tug so much in front of the chairman? Your news is too lagging. Her father is also the chairman of a large company to come. This person is the rich second-generation circle is famous for the arrogant princess disease patients. Usually a lot of people see her to go around. Big company? Bigger than Juanhong? Seems to be about the same. Otherwise how do you think she dares to say she wants to recognize the chairman in front of everyone? The surrounding good people were chattering and discussing. and several of those who had wanted to secretly ask for Li Fan's contact information didn't dare to come over. Before Li Fan could reply, Lin Shanshan started firing at Lu Hanswan on the side again. Miss, instead of using a useless skin to keep a man, you should recognize the reality earlier. What's the use of being good looking for a daughter of a penniless family like you? Only my kind can be worthy of a man like Li Dong. You can leave now if you are sensible. Lin Shanshan was very confident that Li Fan would definitely choose herself. She was the grand miss of the Lin family. Her family history and appearance were all first-class matches for Li Fan. She really couldn't think of a reason for Li Fan to reject her. So she had already spontaneously substituted herself into the position of the main court. Li Fan frowned at the woman in front of him. Not to mention that this woman's looks were not in his favorite range. Just because of this pair of nostrils facing the sky, it was already enough to make his stomach turn. Moreover, Lu Hanswang was brought by him. This woman is now talking about her like this. That is not just hitting his own face. Miss, I'm not interested in you. You should be the one who should have the sense to get out of the way. Li Fan directly disliked back. Lin Shanshan's face suddenly turned green and white. She had condescended so much to personally recognize Li Fan. And this Li Fan was actually so insensitive. The others here might be afraid of Li Fan's identity. She wasn't. Do you know who I am? How dare you reject me? You know, in the past, it was all men who ran after me. This young lady personally threw out the olive branch to you, and you actually dare to treat me like this? Oh, since there are so many men chasing after you, then why do you still need to sell yourself to death here? Li Fan snorted and disliked back venomously. The crowd of onlookers didn't hold back their laughter. What are you talking about you? I'll tell you. I'm the daughter of the chairman of Hualien Airlines. How can I say that we, Hualien, are also much bigger than you? Juan Hung, if you treat me like this, I'll make sure that my father won't even cooperate with you Juan Hung group in the future. Lin Shanshan had completely disregarded her own decency as a rich family's daughter, and was living like a shrew with her teeth and claws. As soon as Li Fan heard the name of the company she burst out. He almost didn't laugh out loud. Hualien Aviation. Wasn't it the one he had just recently taken? How come? As the first major shareholder, he still had to be taught a lesson by some unknown minions? Seeing that Li Fan didn't respond to himself, Lin Shanshan thought that Li Fan was regretting it, and she was suddenly godly. To tell you guys the truth, my father is in possession of a full 5% of the shares of Hualien Airlines. If you regret it, this young lady can still mercifully give you another chance. But if you miss it again, I won't give another chance. After saying that, Lin Shanshan also arrogantly pouted, which almost didn't make Li Fan sick to his stomach and raise goosebumps. At this moment, a middle-aged man arrived late and walked in from the entrance of the banquet hall. As soon as Lin Shanshan saw him, she immediately pounced over intimately. Daddy, you finally come. They're all bullying me. Who dares to bully my little princess? How to say that he, Lin Yongxiang, had stayed in Hualien Aviation for so many years. Even the major shareholder of Juanheng Group who showed up today had to respectfully address himself as Lin Dong for the sake of the two companies. Lin Shanshan immediately pointed her finger towards the Li Fan duo. That's them. This princess wanted to get acquainted with him and he actually refused directly. Daddy, do you think he's not giving our Lin family any face at all? Lin Yongxiang would like to take a good look at just which brat did not have the eyes to dare to make his daughter suffer. As he turned his gaze to the Li Fan duo, his entire body instantly froze. Dong, chairman, daddy, it's true that he's the chairman of Juanheng Group, but our family doesn't need to call him this way on purpose. Lin Shanshan complained in dissatisfaction. What? You said that this Mr. Li is still the chairman of Juanheng Group. Yes daddy, didn't you call him that just now? But what I called was the chairman of our Hualien Airlines. When Lin Yongxiang said this, the people around him instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. This Li Dong, together, was still a shareholder of two companies, and still, Juanheng and Hualien are the companies that can reign supreme in Jiangcheng if they are taken alone. How rich does this have to be in order to achieve such a degree? Lu Hanswan was also staring at Li Fan with an expression of disbelief. The chairman of Hualien Airlines, isn't that his own top boss? If she knew that Li Fan had this layer of identity, she would not have agreed to Li Fan's date invitation. After all, if the two of them accidentally broke up in the future, one still had the leeway of job security. But now, Lin Shanshan was obviously a bit shocked as well, but a moment later she put on an expression of indifference. A little bit of shares can be called chairman these days. Daddy, I think he should only have 2% of the shares at most, right? Then that way we don't have to put him in our eyes at all. Lin Shanshan finished precisely in triumph. Suddenly, with a snap, Lin Yongxiang directly gave Lin Shanshan a heavy slap. The loud sound was so loud that the melon eaters were a bit startled. The shares owned by Chairman Li, that's 55%. It's the #1 major shareholder of our Hualien. How did you? This dead girl. Dare to be so reckless. Lin Yongxiang tried to put on a tone of hatred. Boy, if his daughter's arrogant words were really listened to by Li Fan, then their Lin family would be finished. Chapter 48. Lin Yongxiang slaps Lin Shanshan wildly. Hualian Airlines sends a plane to make reparations. Lin Shanshan, who had wanted to scold angrily, covered her mouth in surprise when she heard Li Fan's status as a shareholder who owned 55% of the shares of Hualian Airlines. Her family only owned 5% of the shares, and she herself could be so clothed. 55%? Wouldn't that be an entire city to buy? On this side, Lin Shanshan was still in a state of dismay, and on that side, Lin Yongxiang observed that Li Fan's face still did not look good. He immediately flung one slap after another towards Lin Shanshan. I told you not to be long-sighted, running roughshod over people outside all day. As your father, I must teach you a good lesson in front of everyone, so that you'll never dare to do these bad things again. Lin Yongxiang pumped one by one, his heart aching, but there was no way out. If they didn't make Lin Shanshan look miserable now, if Li Fan didn't let their Lin family go, it would be even worse to eat the northwest wind in the future. Most of the people around were gloating. Lin Shanshan had long been infamous in the circle of rich second generation in Jiangcheng, and there were more than 1 or 2 people who wanted to clean her up. Li Fan just watched with cold eyes, not looking like he was going to call a halt. Lin Yongxiang then hurriedly pulled over Lin Shanshan to kneel in front of Li Fan. Chairman Li, you are generous. Forgive my unintelligent daughter. Lin Dong, you're really good at putting a hat on me. If this gets out, people who don't know will think that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you father and daughter. No. These are all things that we are to blame for. Whoever dares to say a word against you, our Lin family will be the first to tear his mouth off. Lin Yongxiang hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his fault. Get lost, don't let me see you guys again. Okay. Lin Yongxiang climbed up from the ground as if he had been pardoned, tugging Lin Shanshan to hurry away. The melon crowd also immediately dispersed, did not dare to stay and talk more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the no anger self-defense achievement. Obtained a full scorecard in the medical path. It has been automatically assigned to you. Another perfect score. Not bad. The banquet was almost over, because there was still a large group of reporters squatting at the main entrance. Li Fan took Lu Hanswang and sneaked out the back door. However, as soon as they came out, Lu Hanswang was in a hurry to say goodbye to Li Fan. I'm sorry Mr. Li, I just suddenly remembered that I have an appointment with my friend tonight, so I may not be able to go out with you for the rest of the day. I'm really sorry. Li Fan was a bit puzzled by Lu Hanshuang's sudden move. He called up his favorability skill and realized that Lu Hanshuang's favorability had become 88%. How did it suddenly? Alright, then I'll have the driver send you there. No. I'll just go there by myself. Then, it's fate to meet Mr. Li again. Also, thank you for the dress. Lu Hanshuang immediately left after saying that. Her brain was still in a mess right now. She didn't know how to deal with it for a while regarding her relationship with Li Fan. This was the first time Li Fan had eaten a closed door, and he had to say that he actually found it a bit interesting. Suddenly, Fang Gaofei called Li Fan. Dong Li, why are you leaving first? Tonight, we also chartered the top-class box at the Phantom Han KTV. You can't not come. Anyway, now that he was free, Li Fan replied back. Send me the address. I'll go over. Soon, the driver drove Li Fan to Meihan KTV. Fang Gaofei first brought a few of his men to wait respectfully in front of the KTV, and as soon as he saw Li Fan get off, he immediately wanted to welcome him. However, a middle-aged man standing in the middle of Li Fan and Fang Gaofei's crowd suddenly covered his chest and collapsed. Li Fan subconsciously went over to check for him. Li Dong, you don't have to do this kind of thing yourself. We'll just ask the waiter inside to come out and deal with it. There's no harm. I'll take a look for him first. Li Fan immediately came to the uncle's side and half squatted to check him out. Fang Gaofei couldn't help but wet his eyes as he watched the scene in front of him. This major shareholder was not only young and capable, he was also so warm-hearted. Having a presence like Li Dong is really a blessing that their group has saved for several lifetimes. The current Li Fan is already a person with full medical value. His current level of medical skills is equivalent to the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Curing people's illnesses is not a matter of course, and even raising the dead is a handy thing. As soon as Li Fan touched him, he knew that this uncle was suffering from a sudden myocardial infarction, and he immediately clicked a few points on his body, and silently in a few locations with a palm slapped his counterparts in the face. Dong Li, if it's really not possible, we'd better hurry and call an ambulance, Fang Gaofei carefully suggested. Mainly in their opinion, this was too unlike healing. As a result, not long after Fang Gaofei's words were finished, that uncle suddenly coughed and gasped for air. He slowly opened his eyes and his entire body recovered. Truly divine. Li Dong, You really saved the person back. Small matter. Li Fan got up and dusted off his clothes and helped the man up again. Uncle, are you better now? The man hurriedly nodded his head and thanked Li Fan. Thanks to you, young man. I'm much better now. At this moment, a woman ran out of the KTV in a hurry. What are you doing around my dad? She hurriedly grabbed the uncle from Li Fan's hand and looked at Li Fan warily. Boss's wife? Mr. Li? The woman who ran out was none other than the bar owner's wife who had left her contact information for Li Fan earlier. Nui you misunderstood. Just now it was this young man who saved me. Otherwise you may not even see me now. Wan-ro realized that it must have been her father's heart attack again just now. She hurriedly apologized and thanked Li Fan. I'm really sorry, Mr. Li. I was too anxious just now. Li Fan waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. I can understand. Boss lady don't need to take it to heart. Although Wan-ro's father's life was not in danger now, but just in case she still had to take him for a checkup. Mr. Li, I will take my father to the hospital first now. Let's get together again when we have fate in Magic City. Li Fan nodded. Then Wan-ro hurriedly left with her father. After listening to a good number of songs that Fang Gaofei offered in order to welcome himself at the KTV, Li Fan's head was about to explode. And because saving Wan-ro's father still consumed a lot of Li Fan's chi, he gradually became a little sleepy, and after returning to the arranged hotel, he fell into a deep sleep in no time. Early the next morning, Li Fan, who had had a good night's sleep, was planning his next trip. Suddenly, the senior management of Hualian Airlines called. Hello Director Li, we've heard about what happened at the dinner yesterday. The board of directors has officially removed Lin Yongxiang from his position as a shareholder. The response was quite fast. Li Fan was quite satisfied with their handling of the situation. In order to show our apologies, we will send you a plane of the company's latest model. Please also provide us with the next location so we can fly and park there. Chapter 49, Private Jet Crowds. Hiring Linda's exclusive stylist. An airplane? What an airline. Apologizing for giving such an original gift, but it's about time for myself to have an airplane of my own. How about this? Then you can just park directly at the top floor of Juanhong Group's branch, and I'll board the plane directly there tomorrow. Okay, Director Li. The next morning, Li Fan went out early. The building of Juanhong Group's branch was not as big as Magic City's, but the design was very modern and novel. Li Fan didn't tell anyone about his trip today, plus he purposely dressed low-key, so no one recognized him. He took the exclusive pass card that Fang Gaofei gave him yesterday and prepared to head to the exclusive elevator. Suddenly, while walking, a man accidentally bumped into him. Why was this man so bonkers hard? Li Fan raised his head to look, only to see that the man quickly bowed his head and said he was sorry before leaving in a hurry. Although that sorry sounded cold and the man's expression looked half dead, but both apologized, so Li Fan didn't say anything else. Li Fan rode the elevator to the top floor. Don't say it. It's really a bit exciting to see my own big airplane. Li Fan excitedly stepped into the rooftop of the top floor. However, he only saw a small helicopter. Li Dong, I'm really sorry. We just realized before we left that this open space on the top floor is too small for the aircraft to land here. Please also come up here first and we'll drive you to the square where the aircraft is placed. Xiao Lu, the special assistant that Hualian Airlines had arranged for Li Fan, immediately ran over with apologies and explained. I see. I should have said so earlier. I thought we are so stingy. Don't worry about this. Hualian's is yours. This way please. Xiao Lu welcomed Li Fan to the helicopter. On the helicopter, Li Fan took in the whole scenery of Zhangcheng. He took out the note that Linda had given him and dialed a phone number. Which one? Juanhong Li Fan. Chairman Li, I've been waiting for your call for half a day. Why are you only contacting me now? It can't be that you've forgotten about me because you've been playing with that sister before, right? Linda deliberately said with a small temper. But she knew that the fact that Li Fan could contact her now proved that the woman from before would definitely not be by Li Fan's side for a while. So she dared to tease him like this. Li Fan let out a light laugh. This woman was quite direct. Do you have any interest? To be my dedicated stylist? Your dedicated stylist? That's right, but in that case you need to follow me around. I'm afraid your store will have to close down. As for the salary, I'll pay you $1 million a month. How about it? Linda's side pinched the phone and got 3 feet high. $1 million a month. She didn't know how long it would take for her to reach this level by struggling on her own. Moreover, staying beside a successful person like Li Fan, she would be able to know more people from this class, broadening her horizons in business map, which was a good deal to the point of bursting, since Chairman Li has personally asked for it, and has also given me such a high treatment. If I still refuse it would be really ungrateful. I am more than willing to accept your offer. Very well, then you can come directly to Taihua Plaza in a while, and we'll depart immediately. After flying for a few more minutes, the helicopter reached the sky above Formosa Plaza. The ground side of the Formosa Plaza was directly surrounded by a large plot of land. Right in the middle of the ground was a Bombardier Global 7000, measuring over 111 feet in length. Passers-by were curiously gathering at the fence of the field to watch what was going on here. The helicopter slowly came to a stop on the ground, and Li Fan lightly jumped down from it. The reserved and upright figure instantly made the onlookers understand that he was the real owner of this airplane. The passers-by hurriedly picked up their cell phones to take pictures of him and the plane, and sent them online. Xiao Lu, you go and deal with it. It's been enough fanfare for the past 2 days. Li Fan looked at the constantly flashing strobe lights and frowned. Xiao Lu immediately understood and sent instructions to the PR department of the company's headquarters. In no time, the passers-by realized that the posts they had uploaded to the internet had inexplicably disappeared. In particular, the diagram that captured the image of Li Fan's portrait was not even a single one left. At this time, Linda rushed to the outskirts of Formosa Plaza. The fences were surrounded by sturdy bodyguards maintaining order. Strange, didn't Director Lee ask me to come here to find him, but right now I can't get in. Just as Linda was agonizing, Xiao Lu came over in a sightseeing convertible. Excuse me, is this Ms. Linda? Yes, I am. Linda looked at the man in front of her suspiciously. Our Director Lee has been waiting for a long time. Please get in the car. Linda nodded and the bodyguards immediately opened a path for her to pass through. The passers-by on the side were all curious and envious. Something like being specially picked up to go on a private jet was too good to be true. Linda was a little embarrassed by the gazes of the crowd, but inwardly she was cool to the core. At this time, she saw that there was actually an airplane parked in the center of the square, and thought to herself that this Li Fan was also too rich. He was actually able to deactivate a square with such a large amount of foot traffic, specifically to place his own airplane. Sure enough, he had more money than he wanted. Chairman Li Fan stood near the airplane. The wind blew his hair up and his whole person looked so handsome that he would glow. The convertible drove to Li Fan's side and Linda immediately enthusiastically got out of the car and swooped down to Li Fan's side to greet him. You can just call me Fan directly from now on. It's almost time. Let's go. Aha! Xiao Lu thoughtfully took Linda's luggage, while Linda took Li Fan's arm and walked onto the airplane together. Is this the way rich people pick up women? I adore it. People are more angry than people. There's a new subject for dreaming tonight. The onlookers watched the plane slowly take off as their cell phones continued to click and click and click. On the internet, pictures of the mysterious airplane circulated. However, the netizens could never find any trace about its owner. On the airplane, Li Fan learned that Linda's real name was Su Ziyu. A hot spring pool was set up on the private airplane, and the airplane window had a unique vertical design that would allow the user to enjoy the beautiful view of the clouds while soaking in the hot spring. Ms. Linda, would you be interested in accompanying me to relax in a hot spring? With pleasure. Linda immediately pulled out a chicly designed swimsuit from her small bag, changed into it, and then sat directly in the seat beside Li Fan. There was a cooler opening by the poolside, and Li Fan grabbed a glass of champagne and poured a glass for both of them. Cheers! Linda smiled sweetly and leaned into Li Fan's arms. By the way, why isn't the sister who went to the store with you earlier with you? She asked softly as she stroked her right hand on Li Fan's chest. Chapter 50 Warming up in the cabin with Linda. Bullies raising the gym. She said she had an appointment with a friend. Li Fan took a sip of wine sullenly. He was still a bit confused about what was going on with Lu Hanshuang's favoritism. Linda couldn't help but snicker when she saw Li Fan's appearance. This can't be blamed on other people's sisters. Who told you that your identity really scares some little girls easily? Are you saying that she's afraid of me? I can't say I'm afraid, but faced with the disparity, it's normal that there would indeed be some apprehension. Linda took a sip of wine with a look of seeing through people's hearts. Come to think of it, Lu Hanshuang's change was indeed after her identity as the major shareholder of Hualien was exposed. Lu Hanshuang, again, happened to be a flight attendant for Hualien Airlines. If you explain it this way, it does make sense. That is to say, how can not be Li Fan's charm problem? Li Fan's doubts were solved. Looking at Lu Hanshuang who was close at hand, he suddenly fished with his hand and put her into his arms fiercely. What about you? Any concerns? Linda raised her head from Li Fan's embrace. Her eyes rippled with light and her hands directly wrapped around Li Fan's neck. I can't be happy enough to be close to a man like you. How could I have concerns? Afterwards, the airplane passed through the stacked clouds, accompanied by the starlight in the sky, and the color of spring filled the pool. A number of hours later, the plane landed without incident in the Magic City. Linda got up from the king-size bedroom in her bedroom and matched Li Fan with an understated, luxurious look. In the mirror, she looped her hands behind her back through Li Fan's waist and helped him tie his sash. Take a look. Are you satisfied? Linda asked as she straightened Li Fan's collar. With your vision, there's nothing bad about it. A double entendre. which both complemented Linda's excellent professional strength and could also be said to be complementing her gaze on men. Linda hammered Li Fan with an angry smile. Suddenly, Li Fan's phone rang. It was Ian Kier calling. It had been almost a few days since the last time she had gotten into the soccer team as the leader. Core? What is it? Brother Fan? It's not good. Just now, a group of people suddenly came and said they want to take away our stadium and tear it down. You'd better come back and take a look. There's such a thing? Li Fan looked unhappy. What kind of people actually dared to come and tear down his arena? Don't be in a hurry. You guys stole them first, don't let them act rashly. I'll go over right away. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan explained a few words to Linda and then drove the Pagani that he ordered to drive over to the stadium. When Li Fan arrived at the stadium, there were already several BMW Mercedes parked outside the gates. He frowned slightly and hurried to the soccer playground. At this moment, a group of big and thick men were confronting Ian Kier and the players face to face. Seeing Li Fan coming, Ian Kier hurriedly ran to Li Fan's side. Brother Fan, it's them. All of a sudden, they came in and said they wanted to demolish our field, and they even had an excavator ready. Outside the back door, a large excavator was moving stupidly, emitting an unpleasant roar. Where are you guys from? Dare to sow your wild oats in my territory? Li Fan immediately questioned. A few big men looked at me and I looked at you, and as soon as they saw that Li Fan, the real master, had arrived, suddenly their voices went down all of a sudden. What a bunch of useless things. I still have to come out myself. Suddenly, a sharp male voice came from behind the big man, and out walked a bald man with a big belly. Wei Xiaohui? How come it's you? Ian Kier immediately recognized the man and exclaimed in shock. That's right, it's me. Today I'm here on behalf of my old man's group. You've all heard of Shunfeng Real Estate, right? My family's. This piece of land, now we have the right to dispose of it. If you're sensible, you guys should hurry up and give the place up. After saying that, Wei Xiaohui took out a stamped paper announcement, waved it around and then took it back in triumph. Li Fan had to ask the system in his mind. System, didn't the attribution of the things you gave out divide cleanly? Host, this system is fair and square. All the prizes given are completely compliant and reasonable. This incident may be caused by human factors. Human factor? If the system doesn't make mistakes, then it can only mean that this Wei Xiaohui did collusion with the relevant department personnel. Kier, do you recognize this person? Li Fan turned towards Ian Kier and asked. Well, I've seen him before in the Chinese Super League, and the team under his name finished 6th at that time. Brother Fan, if it's him, then it's highly likely that he's doing this today because he's eyeing our new venue. So he's trying to take this place for himself in the name of demolition and construction. It's really too detestable. Li Fan nodded. He also had this speculation. Here it is in black and white. Along with the seal, obediently give up the site and I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Do you hear me? Wei Xiaohui looked like he was winning. Fighting with him? Small fry. Such a good training ground certainly went best with his soccer team. Li Fan frowned tightly. Although Juanhan also involved in real estate projects, but the degree of depth is far less than the real estate origin of the Shunfeng Group. And this way Xiaohui has a good relationship. This matter is indeed a little tricky. Ding! Trigger mission, win the match with Wei Xiaohui's soccer team. Will obtain 6 parcels of land around the stadium. 6 parcels of land. Suddenly, Li Fan had an idea in his mind. However, how to convince Wei Xiaohui to play against his team? Mr. Wei, for you to come all of a sudden and ask us to withdraw, it's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Li Fan suddenly snapped. Wei Xiaohui glared at the man in front of him who was a bit overly handsome. He hated these men with good looks in his life. It was because of those so-called handsome men that made all those women reject themselves before. And it's good that he didn't just drive them away. And he's still saying that he's being unreasonable? It was really funny. What's so much nonsense? If you don't leave, I'll send someone to kick you out. Seeing that Wei Xiaohui's emotions were indeed easily provoked, Li Fan secretly smiled and cut to the chase. Let's put it this way. I heard that Mr. Wei's team is one of the top 5 in the country. Why don't you let your team compete with mine? If we lose, then we won't say anything. And we will obediently give up this stadium for you. And if you lose, then how about giving us some more time to relax? Wei Xiaohui laughed out loud at his words. You want to win against my team with this completely nameless and faceless team? Fine. I'll give you this chance, so that people won't say that we came to the door at the last minute and bullied you. This is your own competition. If you lose, you guys will obediently get the hell out of here. Wei Xiaohui was full of ambition. Joke. It wouldn't take minutes for his soccer team to beat up a cat or a dog. It was really thanks to this person who came up with such a useless method in order to stall for time. Thinking of his team beating the other team to a pulp, Wei Xiaohui's face was full of flesh and wrinkles. Chapter 51. It's time to call him in for a consciousness comprehension card reward. Then it's a deal, kid. See you on the field in 3 days. Then you'll wait to obediently give this place up. Wei Xiaohui left with his men after giving his harsh words. Kor looked worried. Brother Fan, according to the strength of our team, it would be almost completely impossible to defeat Wei Xiaohui's team. When she thought that such a good training ground would soon be given away, Kor's face was full of unwillingness. Don't worry, I know in my heart. Li Fan patted her shoulder and comforted her. Let's do it this way. You let everyone play a game first for me to see, to understand what level we are at now. Kor didn't say anything else and nodded her head to go get everyone organized. Soon, a soccer match that tried to show the full level was played on the field. Although everyone did work hard, the overall level effect was really rather poor. There was a lot of room for improvement, not only in the hardware strength of the members, but also in their sense of formation. It seemed that it was time that he could be called in. Li Fan immediately called Lin Xiaohu and asked him to come to the gym. When Lin Xiaohu came to the stadium humming and hawing, he was almost not blinded when he saw the soccer stadium gold built by diamonds. Brother Fan, you really got a soccer team. Lin Xiaohu was surprised and envious in his eyes when he saw the spirited teenagers on the field. He also didn't expect that what he had casually mentioned at the dinner table before. Li Fan actually really took it to heart. Yes, originally thought that I would invite you again when it was almost time, but I encountered a special situation, so I had no choice but to ask you, the military division, to come out first. Military division? Me? Lin Xiaohu scratched his head. In the past when he was in the varsity team he was indeed praised quite a few times for his good tactical setups, but in a blink of an eye so many years have passed. Is he still really qualified to teach such a young team now? Of course, besides you there is no one else qualified to teach my Li Fan soccer team. Li Fan was very optimistic about Lin Xiaohu from the past, and now with the added power of the system, his vision of people had even gone up a few more steps, and he knew very well that Lin Xiaohu could definitely make a big difference in the field of soccer strategy. Then, alright then, right, you just said that your match with another soccer team is in 3 days, right? That's not enough time. I need to hurry up and find out the level of your team now. Li Fan trusted himself so much, so naturally Lin Xiaohu quickly got into the mood. Prepared it for you a long time ago. Li Fan gave Kir a look, and the latter immediately opened the video of the match that he had just filmed. Lin Xiaohu watched each member's performance intently, then asked Kir for the match video of Wei Xiaohui's team. After watching them all, his face was slightly gloomy. To say that our team's strength is actually not too bad. It's true that there's almost no chance of winning if we have to compare ourselves to the opposing team. Hearing Lin Xiaohu's words, Kir's slightly hopeful expression quickly went down again. Surely there's still no way? That's not entirely impossible. I'll copy away these 2 videos first. I'll study them well. Lin Xiaohu nodded heavily to Li Fan, who of course believed him. Moreover, Li Fan wouldn't put all the pressure on Lin Xiaohu. On top of the hardware technology, he himself would also contribute. Only, in what way? Li Fan himself had not thought about it. Thinking about it, Li Fan drove his Pagani to the red light. The green light came on and he forgot to start the car for a moment. A loud car horn blared, but not at him. A slow-moving old woman on the sidewalk in front of him was at a loss for words, looking at the red light in a dilemma. Damn old woman, what are you blocking for? Get out of the way. The owner of a white Mercedes-Benz cursed loudly with his head sticking out of the window. Li Fan frowned and got out of the car, kicking the white Mercedes hard. What's so fierce about it? Can't you speak properly? The car owner immediately turned his head to curse at Li Fan, but as a result, he saw the Pagani that he couldn't ignore even if he wanted to, and hurriedly drove his car around the old lady and slipped away. Granny, you're not scared, right? I'll help you over. Li Fan carefully assisted the old lady to the opposite side of the road. The old lady thanked Li Fan gratefully and left slowly. Ding! The host has been detected completing the high-risk task of helping an old granny cross the street. Rewarded with awareness comprehension card *11. High risk? Li Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, but in a moment he had an epiphany. Thinking of the act he had just done subconsciously without hesitation, Li Fan was deeply aware of what it meant to reach the world. However, this reward given by the system is quite useful again. Li Fan pulled out a smile and had a countermeasure inside. After Lin Xiaohu had formulated the initial tactics, the players of the soccer team practiced day and night. However, because they didn't have time to polish, the cooperation between teammates was still a bit rusty. Soon it was the day of the match. Everyone, although tactics are important, on the field, the spirit of hard work and never letting up is even more important. So please make sure to hold on until the last minute. Victory will belong to us. Before going on the field, Lin Xiaohu was explaining his final instructions to the players. Hearing Lin Xiaohu's encouragement, the players were also fully demoralized and vowed to fight to the death for the training ground. Wei Xiaohui brought his players onto the field. I have to say, the quality of their players looks really good. Li Fan secretly sighed. At this moment, Wei Xiaohui swaggered to Li Fan. How about it? Seeing my team? Scared? But it's useless to be afraid. Today you are destined to be beaten by us and then immediately give up the training ground with both hands. Wei Xiaohui clamored divinely. With a look of determination. Li Fan didn't bother with him because he knew very well that the winners would definitely be them. When Li Fan's soccer team took the field, they completely adopted Lin Xiaohu's newly formulated stance and offense route. Everything was going smoothly. To Wei Xiaohui's surprise, Li Fan's team actually managed to keep chasing them for points. Originally, they should have been the ones to take a substantial lead. This team hasn't even been heard of in the industry before. How could they be at such a good level? Wei Xiao, it's true that their team's strength isn't as good as our team's, but look closely at their formation layout. Although Wei Xiaohui was the owner of this soccer team, he himself could be said to know nothing about such on-field strategic layouts and such conscious things. He didn't see anything even after looking at it for half a day. What can this tell? It's not just a randomly scattered stand, and it doesn't look like our team is working together at all. Chapter 52, Losing on the Field? Amazing match shocked the whole audience. Although the leader standing beside Wei Xiaohui felt helpless at Wei Xiaohui's ball blindness, he could only patiently explain. Wei Xiao, although they are standing in a seemingly scattered manner, yet they are completely scattered in form but not in spirit. This stance is completely set up according to each of their players' specialties, especially for the players who are good at side running and diagonal running to provide a very good vision of the offense. Coupled with the 2-on-1 localized tactics, it doesn't fall behind us at all. Wei Xiaohui wasn't blind. Seeing the gap in the score on the field, which had barely widened, and the increasingly tired look on the players' faces, he naturally knew that what the coach had said was true, but he wouldn't admit his worries. What's the panic? What are you doing here to grow others' ambition and destroy your own? Just wait until they come off the field this game and you'll just move their positions. What a fuss! The leader didn't hold back from rolling his eyes. That was easy to say. The biggest advantage of their team was that their members were all strong at an even level. But while this was an advantage, it also turned out to be the biggest disadvantage, which also meant that between the members everyone could stand in any position. There was no position that they were particularly good at or lost points in. Coupled with the fact that the members of their team had been held in high regard by Wei Xiaohui all day long, they had all caught Wei Xiaohui's dog-eyed temperament, and all felt that they were the strongest on the team, and no one was allowed to do anything. As a result, their teamwork has always been poor. Just now on the field there are a lot of points lost because of this reason. However, the team leader only dared to say these words in his heart, because Wei Xiaohui would only blame him for being a useless team leader. On the other side, Lin Xiaohu was concentrating on the battle on the field. Good. Everyone has taken my words to heart and is working well together on the field, but the chance of winning is still only 50%. I hope they won't be gullible because of their temporary gains. Compared to Lin Xiaohu and Yin Qir's nervousness, Li Fan appeared to be very calm and relaxed, as if he was coming to watch an irrelevant match. Soon, in the first half of the match, Li Fan's team won in a cold victory. Bravo everyone! Yin Qir hurriedly gave the team water, and everyone looked like their morale was on a high. Everyone did very well. Let's use the second tactic in the next game and see how it works, so that if we need overtime when the time comes everyone will have a process of getting used to it. Lin Xiaohu synchronized the arrangement with everyone as he saw fit. He was always prepared for multiple tactics, so the fact that he had formulated multiple tactics was not a surprise to Li Fan. Wei Xiaohui's side was already furious and began to curse at the leader and his teammates. What are you guys doing for food? How could you not even win against this kind of 3-less team? It's because I've been raising you guys too much lately. Wei Xiaohui's angry look made the players feel a bit bad, and a few of them had already blamed each other. It's not all Xian's fault. He didn't pass the ball to me just now even when I asked him to, only focusing on his own playfulness. How dare you talk about me? Why don't you say that you lost us points by shooting off the goal yourself? Cursing, a few people were about to start a fight. Have you guys had enough? Wei Xiaohui shouted angrily. If you guys lose another game, you don't have to do it anymore. Just get the hell out of here. My club isn't used to support idle people like you. Hearing Wei Xiaohui's words, the few players immediately quieted down. After all, noisy as they were, they didn't want to quit such a well-paid team. In the second half of the game, because Li Fan's team's new tactics were not enough, Wei Xiaohui's team's coach also gave a few players to pay attention to the points. Plus the players did not want to lose the job. Wei Xiaohui's team took the points. Back to Li Fan's side of the rest area. The mood of several players were a bit down. Everyone did a good job just now. The opponent was already stronger than us. It's already impressive that we could bite so hard. Don't be so discouraged. Yin Qir handed hot towels to her teammates. As a leader, it was very important to pacify the psyche after a loss. Lin Xiaohu was frowning at the moment, mainly because Wei Xiaohui team players were too quick to respond. and their coach was also very good at it. He is now agonizing over whether to continue the tactics of the first half or to continue the second half tactics that have a greater chance of winning if used well despite the loss. Li Fan gently patted his shoulder to make his thoughts drift back. Xiao Hu. Otherwise, let's just let everyone continue with the second half tactics. Lin Xiaohu actually preferred the second half tactics in his heart, but looking at everyone's demoralized appearance this game, he was still a bit hesitant. Don't worry, they will definitely win. Li Fan's eyes flashed out Lin Xiaohu's familiar confident luster. More than 10 years ago, Li Fan won the championship for the school with this confidence together with his teammates. I believe in you, brother Fan. Everyone, continue the tactics for the second half, or as the saying goes, only the spirit of perseverance can lead us to win the game. The players' stamina was restored and their morale returned slightly. They all nodded firmly and stepped onto the field for the overtime match without any hesitation. On Wei Xiaohui's side, naturally, they were all in high spirits. They thought that they had already seen through all the characteristics of Li Fan's team after 2 matches, and 1 or 2 of them had unbeatable expressions of disdain. However, not long after the match started, the coach of Wei Xiaohui's team sensed that something was wrong. They're actually using the same failed tactic, but why? This one, it looks so much smoother than before, and their coordination, simply skillful and tacit understanding to a level comparable to that of a first-class team. The more Wei Xiaohui's players played on the field, the more they struggled, and before a while, the rhythm was completely in the hands of Li Fan's team. No matter how hard they tried, it was difficult for them to take points from Li Fan's team. With 2 or 3 short and then long whistles, the overtime was completely over, and Li Fan's team won the game with a big lead, defeating Wei Xiaohui's team 2-1. How is this possible? Wei Xiaohui was so shocked that he got up violently and almost fell backwards without standing still. His proud top 5 team had actually lost to an unknown small team. At this moment, Li Fan was calmly watching the 2 of them, Lin Xiaohu and Yin Kor, ringing with their teammates in celebration of their joy. During the overtime, he had used the consciousness comprehension cards given by the system, allowing the team to achieve a state of tacit understanding as if they were one person, and naturally brought into play the full power of the tactics formulated by Lin Xiaohu, against people like Wei Xiaohui, who was persecuting innocent people like them because of his connections. It was only reasonable to use some plugins on his own. Besides, what the team members lacked was just the time to hone their new tactics, so Li Fan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with winning. However, Wei Xiaohui still looked unconvinced. Chapter 53, 6 land parcels pissed off Wei Xiaohui, going to Netflix barbecue restaurant to celebrate. So what if I let you guys win by fluke? This training ground, I still want it today. Wei Xiaohui changed his anger from losing the match, and his nostrils rushed up to the sky horizontally. Even if he went back on his word, what could Li Fan do to him? Those without backstage were destined to be stepped on hard by themselves. Wei Xiaohui, you are also too despicable. It was clearly agreed before, willing to gamble and accept defeat. Why don't you even have a little bit of a man's commitment? Yin Kor was furious and couldn't help but curse. It was so hard for everyone to break through all the difficulties to win the game, but it turned out that this Wei Xiaohui actually went back on his word. Moreover, the players had already gotten used to this venue. If they let it out and then had to re-establish their familiarity with the new venue, they simply didn't have so much time to spend here. Li Fan had known that Wei Xiaohui would be like this. He actually didn't even put the bet in his mind before. What he wanted was just to win the game to get the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating Wei Xiaohui's soccer team. Ownership of the 6 plots of land around the stadium has been issued. Wei Xiaohui was very satisfied with watching Yin Kor and the others being pissed off by himself. Taking charge was nothing. Profit was the most important thing. However, Li Fan, who hadn't said anything, suddenly burst out laughing. Wei Xiaohui looked over with a suspicious face. Could this guy have been stimulated by himself and gone crazy? How could he actually laugh out loud? Mr. Wei's shamelessness really didn't disappoint me. Fortunately, I didn't expect you to keep your promise in the first place. You want this piece of land, you can take it. Only what? Wei Xiaohui was a little numb by Li Fan's calm and laughing look. Damn, what is this guy laughing at? Only, Mr. Wei, do you know who owns the land around the stadium? Wei Xiaohui was stunned by Li Fan's question. It's none of my business who owns the other land. I just need to take this piece of land from you. Truth be told, the 6 plots of land around the stadium are all under my name. As long as I want, I can now send people to build up high buildings. When the time comes to encircle the gymnasium, that is, a little sunshine breeze can't penetrate. Such a training ground, you guys like you can take it. Li Fan had hit upon this idea as soon as he started to hear the content of the reward. His soccer training ground in this stadium, although the decoration is luxurious and high grade, is a good aspect. However, The real value is still here, surrounded by no high-rise block. 4 sides of the pattern of the breeze. The sun is full of sunshine but not strong advantage. Very suitable for the players to exercise and maintain a good mental outlook. And by the time if really high buildings a block, these advantages will no longer exist. This training ground will even become a dead land without vitality. Completely lose its value. Since Wei Xiaohui is so shameless, he also does not mind fish death. He had plenty of land anyway. The training ground could be rebuilt, but he couldn't let these evil people take advantage of it. Wei Xiaohui's face changed drastically. How could he not expect Li Fan to come with such a move? In Kor also didn't expect Li Fan to be so resourceful and choked Wei Xiaohui at once. Hear that? Wei Piggy, didn't you want to grab this piece of land from us? Let's see how you can still play the scoundrel this time. Wei Xiaohui was furious and suddenly realized something. Humph. You say you can build it if you want to. Ha! By the time you're done building, we've already used enough of this land. It won't be affected in the slightest. Thinking about this situation, Wei Xiaohui's villainous face popped up again. What a pity. This Li Fan can only fight with words. Still think that he can really bluff him. Li Fan was really dumbfounded by Wei Xiaohui, and the scorn on his face was too lazy to suppress. Mr. Wei, construction takes time, but not to mention that with my financial strength to be fast is not a problem. As far as the sound during construction is concerned, there is no residential area around this piece of land. That is to say, we can make it as loud as we want to make it. You guys who are being attacked by sound waves every day, will you still be able to train on this field? Wei Xiaohui's expression quickly froze. The noise level was directly linked to the mental state of the team members, so if they made it like this, their own team members might have a nervous breakdown as a result instead. You're so damn shameless, Wei Xiaohui roared. Not as good as Mr. Wei. Li Fan sneered back. Humph. You wait for me. I'll find you to settle the score sooner or later. The flesh on Wei Xiaohui's face trembled a few times as he turned his head back to scold his team members. What are you still looking at? Why don't you come back with me to reflect on this blunder? The group of people left as if they were lost dogs. Brother Fan, this move of yours is just too good. Let's see if this Wei Pigget dares to come looking for trouble next. In Kura said as she swung her hook fist in the air at Wei Xiaohui's pig-headed face that she imagined in the air. Li Fan looked at her noisy appearance with a smile under his eyes. Right, but it was really strange during the overtime just now. It felt like our players had suddenly opened the eyes of heaven, and their tactics were implemented in a seamless manner. In Kir put her finger against her mouth and recalled. Yes, Sister Kur, we also felt amazing just now. It was like we suddenly had telepathy. I only glanced at Archie just now and it was as if I knew the other team's next move. Team member Ajin said with gusto. That's right. Li Fan listened to the chattering discussion of several team members and rubbed his nose pretending not to know anything and said, everyone has worked hard this game. Let's go. Brother Fan will treat you all to some meat. Brother Fan is mighty. Then why don't we go to the recently popular Netflix barbecue restaurant? Ajin immediately suggested. And the others immediately agreed. Yes. I've been craving their house for a long time. Let's go to this one. The group of people headed to the Net Red Barbecue restaurant with great vigor. There was already an extremely long line in front of the Net Red Barbecue restaurant when they arrived. Ah, such a long line. It's going to take until the monkey's age. Jean couldn't help but spit out. Seeing the disappointment of several people, In Kor's mouth quirked and she lit up her cell phone page. Just now before I came here I already made a reservation online. The next one will be ours. Oh, really? Everyone raised their heads towards In Kir. Really? The atmosphere instantly became active again. A211. Here. The number was quickly called, and In Kor gleefully walked over to the counter to check her ticket. Suddenly, an exquisitely made-up girl wearing sunglasses bumped right through In Kir and walked in, and she was followed by a man with a video camera. Hey, why doesn't she have to wait in line to go in? Jean immediately fought for In Kir in dissatisfaction. Chapter 54, Unscrupulous Netizens Looking for Trouble. Li Fan a phone call to the whole network to expose the black information. The woman walking in front turned her head with a disgruntled face when she heard the voice and took her sunglasses off saying, I'm a store scouting blogger hired by the store. Are you guys qualified to compare with me? After saying that she even snorted and deliberately walked in with a twist. What kind of people? So unqualified. Jean was furious. In Kir was also infuriated and her eyes unconsciously held red. Li Fan came to the front of the store only at this time after parking his car. However, everyone's expressions didn't look quite right. What happened? It was just now. Jean was about to complain, but was stopped by a look from In Kir. It was not easy for everyone to come out for a meal. She did not want to affect Li Fan's mood because of these unnecessary things. There's nothing going on, La. It's just that it's our turn in line now. Brother Fan, let's go straight in. In Kir said and came to take Li Fan's hand and walked in. Li Fan was a bit puzzled but didn't ask again. The store was quite spacious, but the tables were pitifully few. Li Fan sort of understood where that door-to-door look outside came from. A few people had just sat down when they heard a snarky voice ring out. "Boss, why is it suddenly smelly and noisy? How can I shoot like this?" Or the woman she had just met at the door. She just happened to be sitting directly behind Li Fan's table. And at this moment, her disgusted eyes were clearly shooting towards Li Fan and the others. It was clear that she was talking about them. "You're not finished, are you?" Ah Jin was young and vigorous. He was already upset just now. And now this woman was deliberately looking for trouble. He didn't hold back and disliked back. "Just now you guys and this woman had a conflict?" Li Fan asked towards Encore beside him. Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Encore could only nod her head. "That's right. Just now that woman cut in line at the door and had a few verbal altercations with us. But I didn't expect to actually come in and she had to target us." The boss, who heard the woman shouting, immediately ran out and nodded at the woman. "What's wrong, Ms. Su? What requests do you have? Just mention them. We will definitely fulfill them all." Su Jili was satisfied with the boss's attitude and quickly threw another blank stare towards Li Fan's side. "Mumble, boss, look, it's them. Dirty and smelly. I feel like the air has turned cloudy when I come in, so my mood won't be beautiful, and the food won't taste good when I'm not in a beautiful mood. Boss, you can understand this mood of mine, right? Understand. Miss Su, please wait a moment. I will definitely help you with this." When the boss turned around to face Li Fan and the others, his face immediately switched from being fawning to being full of impatience. "Guests, you've heard it. You've already affected the other guests' meals. It just so happens that the store is understaffed right now and can't entertain you. So I hope you'll hurry up and find another place to eat." Ah Jin was instantly displeased. "We worked hard to get the number and line up a spot, and now you're making a large group of us go somewhere else on a hungry stomach. Is this your attitude of doing business?" "That's right. How can there be such a bullying store?" However, the boss didn't care what they would think. In his opinion, the most important thing right now was that store visiting blogger. He had spent a large sum of money to invite her over, and the stores that she had visited would invariably become particularly hot. His face became even more impatient. "I've spoken kindly, and I'm in charge of my store. I'm just going to kick you guys out today, so what? Hurry up and leave if you know what's good for you. Don't make a mess for everyone later." Su Jili was very pleased to see the way the boss handled the situation and started to take pictures beautifully. Li Fan's eyes narrowed as he got up and prepared to have a seizure. Ding! Trigger mission: expose the true colors of the barbecue restaurant and the unscrupulous netizen, and you will receive ownership of the Magic City Rueishin Private Hospital. The corner of Li Fan's mouth pulled up a smile. This was completely coinciding with his idea of doing justice then, only to see Li Fan get up unhurriedly, take out his cell phone and take a picture of his boss, and then take a picture of Su Jili's disgusting mouth. "What are you filming? If you shoot again, believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to leave this store today." The boss was furious and hurriedly called for a group of helpers from the back kitchen. The soccer team members also consciously formed a human wall in front of Li Fan. Li Fan was still shooting leisurely, calmly, like he was taking landscape photos, and also focused on zooming in on Su Jili's picture. But Su Jili also looked like she wasn't worried as she pulled the corner of her mouth and spoke. "Alas, an outsider is an outsider. So go ahead and take pictures and post them. Anyway, as soon as my company steps in later, what you post will be immediately deleted without a trace. And I'm not like you ordinary people. I have millions of fans all over the internet. When they see you posting this, they'll definitely fight for me and defend me. And by then, you'll be the ones who get cyberbombed," she said while playing with her nails, completely unafraid. "By the way, boss, you don't have to worry. As long as I give the word, your store's image won't be damaged in any way." Su Jili's words gave the boss a great deal of confidence, and he wasn't in a hurry to stop Li Fan. "Hear that? Miss Su is generous. Why don't you all get lost?" When Li Fan heard Su Jili's arrogant words, the mocking meaning on his face grew stronger. "Since Miss is so powerful, I wonder what the name of the company is." Su Jili laughed a little and put on a face of charity. "My company, but one of the top 5 in the country. Use in media, how about it? Now you're afraid? Oh, so it's just one of the top 5? Li Fan moved his fingers, sent out the ugly faces of the 2 people he had photographed, and made a phone call. When Su Jili saw Li Fan's action, she couldn't help but spit out, "Che, pretending." However, not a moment later, a call came into Hyojiri's cell phone in a fiery rage. "Boss, what's wrong? Right now the internet is full of videos of you cursing and black material being dug up. What the hell have you been doing out there?" What? How is this possible? Didn't the company do a good job of monitoring public opinion?" Su Jili sniffed and completely lost her previous calmness, her entire face becoming twisted and horrifying because of her anxiety. At first, the technical department tried to intercept it, but it didn't stop it at all. and now almost all of the hot search pages are you. Look for yourself. Su Jili hurriedly tapped her cell phone in a panic, and the platform of operation was flooded with private messages and curses, and her own face in the restaurant just now was also spread all over the internet. Her account even lost 100,000 fans in a few minutes, and it was still growing, and the angle of that video was exactly the angle that Li Fan shot over. She jerked her head up to look at Li Fan with a face full of horror, yet the latter still had a calm expression, as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. At this time, the employees of the restaurant also hurriedly ran to the side of the boss with their cell phones. Chapter 55, Blocking Netizens and Restaurant Owners. Private hospital saving Yi Qianer's father. Boss, look at that. Your lookalike has been posted online. And there's a lot of people cursing our restaurant. What? Let me see. The owner's face changed drastically and he hurriedly grabbed the employee's cell phone to check it out. Such an arrogant restaurant owner? To actually drive away guests who came to spend money for a visiting blogger? Crazy. This restaurant has finally been exposed. I went to eat there once before because I heard about the fame of his store, but the food was awful. Not to mention that the employees inside were all like what they were doing. The black-hearted store should close down quickly. I've long said that these Netflix restaurants are unreliable. They're all marketing, and now they've flopped. The restaurant's official backstage was also flooded with a large number of netizens cursing angrily, and complaints came one after another. The restaurant owner's face was as white as death at this point, and he turned his head and started to go to Su Jili to settle the score. Didn't you just say that your company would stop it? How come the internet is now covered in cursing our restaurant? You ask me, who do I ask? It's not just you, but now I'm having trouble protecting myself. Su Jili angrily disliked back and quickly shot her gaze at Li Fan again. This is all your mess, right? Who is the company behind you? I will definitely not let you off. Li Fan sneered and put his cell phone away. Crowdstar Entertainment. Can you clean it up? What? Su Jili's face, which was still fierce, turned pale. Zhongxing Entertainment, the top one entertainment company in the country, backed by Juan Hong Group, just by moving a finger could make other entertainment media companies quake. What? Now you know you're scared and don't dare to speak? Li Fan proudly picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one go, and even the soccer players beside him were also full of energy. Su Jili has long been panicked and do not know the southeast and northwest. If he really offended the people through, and then be blocked and snowed how to do. She hurriedly smoothed her hair and wanted to pounce on Li Fan's side. However, she was blocked tightly by the players. Sir, I know I'm wrong, please forgive me. I apologize to you, please let me go. Don't ever block me, please. Su Jili slapped herself vigorously as she spoke in order to make her apologies seem a bit more sincere. I almost forgot if you didn't say it. There's still the blocking trick. Li Fan made a phone call over, and Su Jili's side also immediately received a call from the company. Star Entertainment sent word, you won't be coming from tomorrow. The account number we take back. No one in the whole industry will take you again in the future. Behave yourself. Su Jili held her cell phone, her body weakly paralyzed on the ground. She only played a little temper. How did she end up in this situation? At this moment, she didn't care about image or not. Sitting on the ground was a bawling. Seeing what happened to Su Jili, the owner of the restaurant didn't dare to let out a single fart and stood next to the employees with their heads down, hoping that Li Fan wouldn't focus on their side anymore. You guys, who's the boss here? Suddenly, a group of uniformed inspectors walked in. We received a complaint from the public that there are obvious improper business practices and food safety issues here. Please have the owner come with us. The interior of the restaurant was already extremely problematic, and after being investigated this store would definitely not be able to open. The owner of the restaurant couldn't walk on his legs at all and could only be taken away on a frame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The ownership of Magic City Ruweixin Private Hospital has arrived. The corner of Li Fan's mouth lifted up in a smile, and the team members were out of breath as well, saying, Humph, letting them bully people here and still be so arrogant. Boss Li, you're too magical. A few phone calls and you've beaten these two evildoers to death. Everyone on the soccer team was in a great mood, and they were even more convinced and worshipful of Li Fan. Yeah, brother Fan, you're really great. Cora looked up at Li Fan, thinking that if only she had someone like brother Fan to help her out back then. But if it wasn't for that incident, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come to serve on Li Fan's team. Maybe everything was arranged by fate. The good get-together was ruined, so Li Fan had to take them to Yunxiang Hotel. However, on the way, Li Fan received a call from Yi Qianer. On the phone, Yi Qianer's tone was anxious with a crying tone. Brother Fan, what to do? What's wrong, Qianer? You calm down. Speak slowly. Yi Qianer sobbed 2 more times and said, Brother Fan, my dad, he was just hit by a car near my house. He's in a particularly bad condition now, but you also know about our house. There's no good medical conditions at all. What should I do? Brother Fan. I'm really scared. Chiener, don't be anxious. I'll immediately help Uncle to contact a transfer hospital now. And make sure that Uncle gets treated immediately. Li Fan hung up the phone and turned to Kor. Sorry Kor, there is a little something I need to take care of on my side right now. You take everyone to eat first. Good. Then take care on your way. After the explanation, Li Fan immediately drove to Ruweixin Private Hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, Li Fan's mother, Lin Xilian, and Yi Chiener's mother, Aunt Wang, were waiting at the entrance with anxious faces. Just now, Li Fan had sent someone to pick them up, while Yi Chiener's father was still in the transfer car because of his serious injuries. Mom, Aunt Wang. Li Fan got off the car and hurriedly walked towards the two. Son, you've made all the arrangements, right? Your Uncle Wang has watched you grow up since you were a child. You have to pay more attention. Lin Xilian hurriedly said towards Li Fan. Don't worry Mom, I've made all the arrangements. As soon as Uncle Wang's car arrives, he can immediately send it in for surgery. Lin Xilian heard Li Fan's reply and only then did she reveal an expression of putting her heart down. However, when Aunt Wang looked at the brand new and luxuriously decorated Ruweixin Hospital, the expression on her face was a bit difficult. Little Fan would it be too expensive for you to bring your Uncle Wang to such a good hospital? Otherwise, let's send your uncle to a public hospital. I heard people say that these private ones are old and expensive. Li Fan could only smile easily to appease Aunt Wang when he heard this. Aunt Wang, don't worry. Let Uncle come here for treatment. No need to pay. Such a good hospital. It can still be cured without money? Aunt Wang was puzzled. Li Fan just smiled. Not long after, the transfer car arrived. A group of nurses and doctors rushed out of the hospital in great numbers. The dean even personally went to the door to give a command. You guys, be careful to carry the old gentleman to the car. Don't bump into anything. You go and inform the main surgeon that the operation will start immediately. Lin Xilian and Aunt Wang were dumbfounded by the operation. They had never seen a patient treated so seriously before. No wonder this private hospital is so expensive. The service was so good. In a place where the two could not see, the dean gave Li Fan a heavy bow, and Li Fan nodded in response. At this time, Yi Chiener also arrived. Dad. Chapter 56. The director of the private hospital is called Boss Li Fan, and the cafeteria cleans up the relationship. The nurses pushed Yi Chiener's father into the hospital, and Li Fan hurriedly put his arm around Yi Chiener who wanted to chase him in. Don't worry, Uncle will be fine after the surgery. Yi Chiener cried and nodded her head, unable to resist leaning on Li Fan's arms. The four of them went to the front of the operating room and waited. A number of hours later, the main surgeon walked out from inside. Dafu, my husband, how is he doing? Auntie Wang hurriedly pounced on him and asked. Don't worry ma'am, that gentleman is out of danger. Next just transfer to the ward to recuperate for a period of time and then he can be discharged. Thank you doctor. Thank you doctor. Auntie Wang and Yi Chiener let out a sigh of relief. A few nurses came out and pushed Wang Defa towards the topmost supreme single room within the hospital. Several people followed closely behind. Once they arrived at the ward, Lin Xilian and Aunt Wang were obviously shocked by the level of luxury within the ward. The entire single ward was almost more than 100 square meters, with a refrigerator, bathroom and washroom inside. And the decoration was so high-end that there were people who believed that it was a house in an expensive neighborhood. Not to mention that the instruments used here are all imported high-end brands. And even the beds are intelligent beds that can be elevated by partitions. This. Does this really cost nothing, Xiao Fan? Aunt Wang looked at the hospital bed that was expensive as hell at first glance, and hardened herself not to go over to her old partner's side. Li Fan was just about to tell Aunt Wang to rest assured when the dean came into the ward with a group of doctors in great numbers. The dean bowed deeply towards Li Fan and said, Good day, Boss Li. I have brought the doctors to see Uncle's post-operative condition. Li Fan nodded bashfully, and on the other side Lin Xilian and Aunt Wang looked at each other. Xilian, what is this about little Fan? This hospital is his. It should be. Why does this child keep everything bottled up in his heart, and doesn't know to tell his family when he opens such a big hospital? Before this child also said that he was starting a business with his friends. Why did he buy a hospital while he was creating it? Although Lin Xilian was confused, she couldn't help but sound proud. Mom, Auntie, let's leave this side to the doctors and nurses to take care of first. You guys had a long journey and didn't have time to eat. Or let's go to the cafeteria to eat something first. Well, it's still little Fan who is thoughtful, Aunt Wang said while looking at Yi Chiener who had been sticking to Li Fan's side since she entered just now. Knowing a daughter is like a mother. At a glance, this little girl has moved on to Li Fan. I have not seen this child with Li Fan for many years. Just can sit together to understand. Four people came to the second floor of the cafeteria. Li Fan inquired about the specific circumstances of the car accident. Auntie Wang, where is the perpetrator? How come I didn't see him come with you guys? As soon as this matter was mentioned, Aunt Wang's eyes reddened. That damn guy, after hitting your Uncle Wang, he threw down $1,000 and ran away, and said that he had someone above him, so let's not think we can blackmail him. And the place where the accident happened is the corner of our neighborhood. There is no surveillance. I watched him drive away in his car, but also blame your Auntie Wang is useless. Old eyesight can't remember the license plate number. Aunt Wang said to the excitement, cannot help but shed tears. Yi Qian'er was heartbroken and wrapped her arms around her mother. Son, you now have the ability. If there is a way to help your Aunt Wang's family to check your Uncle Wang this injury, do not know how long it will take to return to work. You must help your Aunt Wang to get justice back, so that they get the compensation they deserve. Lin Xilian's face was full of righteous indignation. She has always been a warm-hearted master. Hearing this kind of encounter with Yi Qian'er's family, her teeth were so angry that she wanted to bite them. Don't worry, Auntie Wang. I will do my best to investigate and find a lawyer to fight the lawsuit. These things you don't have to worry about. The company under me has a specialized team. Li Fan responded following his mother's words. Really, thank you so much, little Fan. You really helped our family too much. Yi Qian'er heard her mother's words and also looked at Li Fan with a face full of emotion. She would definitely do more for Fan in the future to repay him for being so good to her family. Directly behind the table where the four were sitting was another doctor, Sun Hang, and a nurse, Xiao Mei, who he was getting in touch with all the time lately. Xiao Mei, as long as you stay with me, I'll let my uncle promote you to head nurse. How's that? Aren't you very impressed with me? Sun Hang revealed a greasy smile and stroked his chin as he spoke, thinking he was handsome. However, Xiao Mei's eyes kept crossing over him to gather on Li Fan's face. Sun Hang realized that Xiao Mei didn't give herself a response for half a day, so he followed her gaze. Only then did he realize that there was actually a white boy and a few country bumpkins in the cafeteria. What was the meaning of Xiao Mei's eyes? She couldn't be looking at this little white boy. He was instantly enraged, got up and kicked away his chair, and rushed over to Li Fan and screamed, "Do you guys know what kind of place this is? Private hospitals don't allow you scruffy-dressed hicks to come in." When Aunt Wang heard Sun Hang's words, she immediately looked down in great embarrassment and checked her attire. Although it was true that she didn't have any designer goods on her, it wasn't as if she was unkempt. Lin Xilian immediately countered back and said, "What do you mean? Are you great because you are a city dweller? Why are you looking down on us? Yo yo yo." This country bumpkin will still talk back. Guys like you who affect the city's appearance should be thrown out. Sun Hang was so angry that he jumped to his feet, and with his teeth and claws open, he wanted to call the security guards over. Li Fan could usually ignore these brainless evildoers, but if they dared to bully his mom, he would never let them go. Li Fan immediately got up and grabbed Sun Hang's collar and said, "What kind of thing are you? Dare to yell here?" Sun Hang didn't expect Li Fan to actually make a move and patted his toes to let loose. "You still want to make a move, don't you? I'll tell you, if you dare to make a move you're dead. I'll make sure to let the security guards come and arrest you to throw you all out." Li Fan sniffed and laughed coldly. "Then I'd like to see if they dare to come and arrest me or not." After saying that, Li Fan quickly punched Sun Hang 10 miles away with a hook punch. The other nurses in the restaurant couldn't help but scream. Li Fan still wanted to go up and add another kick. Lin Xilian saw that she had just cleaned up about as much as she could and hurried over to discourage him. Okay, son. Almost mean on the line. Don't dirty your hands for this kind of person. And what if this thing blackmails you? We can't hitch a ride on this kind of person." Li Fan knew that his mother was for his own good, but he was now powerful, and being afraid was not his style. "Don't worry, Mom. Give him 10 guts. He wouldn't dare to blackmail me." After saying that, Li Fan walked over and slapped Sun Hang a few more times. "Only spray Fan's mouth. Do not repair a little later stink to other patients can do." 2. Sun Hang's face has been the whole pig head-like. Chapter 57 Industry-wide blocking of Sun Hang's father and son, transferring $1 million to Yi Qian'er on the spot. "You actually really dare to hit me." Sun Hang covered his face and suddenly felt a bloody flavor in his mouth. Opening his mouth, a few incisors fell out. You're dead, I'm telling you. You are absolutely dead this time." Sun Hang immediately took out his cell phone and made a call and said, "Dad, you quickly come to the second floor cafeteria. I've been beaten up." "What? Son, you wait. I'll be right there." Hanging up the phone, Sun Hang raised that pig-headed face, still trying to put on a godly expression. "You just wait for death. My dad will definitely clean you up for me." Li Fan was self-conscious and amused. "Fine, then I'll wait here and see how your good father is going to give you a revenge law." Not long after, a middle-aged man in a hospital gown walked over quickly. Li Fan couldn't help but spit out, "What a great filial son. You still want to move outside when your own father is in this state." The man cursed on his lips, but his eyes looked around. "Son, where are you? Who bullied you? Come out to me. Sun Hang heard his father's voice and hurriedly got up from the ground with difficulty. Dad! Dad, I'm here, Dad! The man hesitated for a few seconds after seeing Sun Hang's pig-headed face on the ground, visible to the naked eye, as if he was confirming that this guy who was no longer human was not his son. Son, how did you get beaten up like this? Who is it? Come out to me. Dad, it was him. He's the one who beat me up like this. Sun Hang pointed his finger straight at Li Fan. Sun Guoliang followed the direction and saw Li Fan, and was immediately enraged. Kid, you're the one who bullied my son. Who gave you the guts? No need, who gave it to me. He has a cheap mouth and owes a beating. I was kind enough to help you educate your son. You should be thanking me. When Sun Guoliang heard Li Fan say this, he was instantly furious. Eloquent. Do you know who I am? I'm the one who lives in the VIP ward here. Do you know what the concept of a VIP ward in Ruixin is? One night costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm staying in the top ward of the VIP. Only people with status and honor like me can enjoy such a right. The top class ward? Li Fan sneered. Since you said that you are staying in the topmost one, then I would like to ask you where the supreme ward has been placed by you? Sun Guoliang immediately scoffed loudly. Are you stupid? Is the value of the supreme ward something that someone like you can mention? Because of its rarity, no one has been able to stay in the supreme ward at all over the years. It's hard for you to actually know about the existence of the supreme ward. But unfortunately, just knowing about it won't raise your value. Auntie Wang on the side couldn't help but mutter as she listened to the conversation between the two. But I just looked at the front of my old partner's ward, and it says Supreme Ward. Sun Guoliang heard Aunt Wang's whispers and immediately looked disdainful. Country bumpkins are really country bumpkins. Still daydreaming here? Why don't you say you've already bought this private hospital, and you live in the Supreme Ward? I think the brain is broken. Sun Guoliang cursed and turned his head to see Sun Hang's swollen look again. Damn, why am I pulling this with you guys? Kid, you hit my son, but don't think that changing the subject will be the end of it. Do you know who my brother is here? I just need to tell him and you guys won't want to stay here anymore. Li Fan was curious in his heart as to who was backing this man up, so that he dared to be so unself-conscious, even bringing his own son to splash all over the world. Oh, tell me instead, who is your good brother? Sun Guoliang snorted coldly. His mouth had just opened when he was kicked off by the rushing Dean. Frightened nurse Xiaomei hurriedly raised her voice to stop it. Dean, he's still a patient. The Dean hurriedly retracted his foot and ran to Li Fan to make amends. I'm really sorry, Boss Li. I'm so sorry, Mr. Li, for letting these people disturb the peace of you and your family. The Dean was trembling uncontrollably as he said this, trying to give Sun Guoliang, who had been kicked, down behind him, a look. However, Sun Guoliang was dazed from being kicked and got up to question. Boss Li, this little white boy can still be a boss? Dean, tell me which company he's the boss of. How dare he bully my son like this? The Dean couldn't stand it anymore. He had clearly given a signal for Sun Guoliang to stop making trouble. But he still didn't know how to read colors. He yelled, Boss Li, he is the new boss of our Ruixin private hospital. The big boss of this hospital you're in now. The entire restaurant suddenly fell into a soundless silence. This young handsome man was actually the big boss of this Magic City top private hospital. The nurses all opened their mouths wide in shock. Sun Guoliang's entire body froze, and the hand that was still tugging on the Dean's pants leg was powerless and weakly loosened. Sun Hang, on the other hand, blinked fearfully at his eyes that had swollen into a line due to the beating. The Dean raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dean, I believe you should know how to handle this, right? Li Fan looked at him coldly, his tone resembling frost. Understood, Boss Li. The Dean immediately turned towards the crowd and announced, due to the fact that our doctor, Sun Hang, has been provoking trouble and destroying the image of our hospital, he is hereby dismissed and will have his license to practice medicine revoked, and will be blocked from the entire industry. Sun Guoliang, being a patient but disregarding the hospital rules, immediately withdraws the right to use the VIP ward. He will not be allowed to step into the hospital ever again. At the same time, all business cooperation between our hospital and Sun Guoliang's company is cancelled. Any employee of our hospital is strictly prohibited from working with Sun Guoliang again. Sun Guoliang was the small owner of a medical device company, and his main partner was Reliance. And now that Reliance had cancelled its cooperation, the market would definitely think that Sun Guoliang's device company was the one that had problems. It can be said that this termination of the contract explicitly refers to the matter of Credit Suisse Hospital. The actual is actually blocked in the whole industry. It's over. All finished. Sun Guoliang regretted too much, turned back and hugged Sun Hang and cried into a ball. After saying everything, the Dean came to Li Fan for instructions. Boss Li, I don't know if this is still satisfactory to you? Li Fan faintly swept a glance at him. It's okay, It's just that I hope that the dean won't deal with unsavory people in the future to ruin our hospital's reputation before it's too late. The dean knew that Li Fan was pointing at him, so he had to hurriedly lower his head to assure him. I will definitely keep Boss Li's words in mind. The little nurses who witnessed the whole thing were all blushing at this time, looking at Li Fan with stars in their eyes. Our boss is so handsome. I also wonder if he has a girlfriend. Trouble solved. Li Fan took out his cell phone and transferred $1 million to Yi Qian'er's account. Alipay has arrived with $1 million. Suddenly, a big loud beep echoed throughout the cafeteria. Aunt Wang and Lin Xilian both looked at Yi Qian'er in shock. Chapter 58. At least $50 billion. Scattering money to obtain a pedestrian street. Qian'er, what's going on here? How come someone else suddenly transferred $1 million to you? We can't just casually take so much money from others. Aunt Wang hurriedly picked over Yi Qian'er and asked. Lin Xilian also looked at Yi Qian'er with a curious expression. Yi Qian'er looked at her mother and then at Lin Xilian, and spat out her tongue to reveal the name of the person who transferred the money. It was transferred by Brother Fan La. Wang Xiaofan and Lin Xilian immediately turned to Li Fan with two shocked faces. Aga Xiao Fan. This won't work. You've already helped us so much. Why are you giving Qian'er so much money? Xiaofan's mother. You quickly persuade Xiaofan. This young man has a lot of money to spend. Even if he has money, he can't spend it like this. Wang Xiaofan was shocked to know that this money was given by Li Fan. How is it now that this little Fan is rich to such an extent? Even the bride price cannot have so much right. The young people show up wealth really scared people miles. Lin Xilian's face was also a bit complicated. She grabbed Li Fan to one side. Son, I know you heart good. Your mother I also feel that the townspeople should be more help to help. But you will not give too much For the original family almost 100,000 annual income. Lin Xilian also said. $1 million saved up, that is not 10 years although she is also a helpful person. But so much money to listen to their own, inevitably a little heartache Seeing his mother's appearance, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. Mom, do you know at least how much money I have right now? Lin Xilian didn't know why her son suddenly asked such a question, so she carefully guessed. $5 million? Li Fan shook his head. Mom, guess bigger. Guess bigger? $50 million? Li Fan shook his head again. Son, are you sure you heard it right? $50 million and you still don't win? Mom, just don't worry and guess upwards. Lin Xilian ruthlessly guessed again and said, $500 million. However, what replied to her was still Li Fan shaking his head from side to side. Lin Xilian's entire face was already filled with an expression of disbelief. She had just guessed 500 million and had already summoned up 10 times the courage before. This could still be guessed upwards. Son, tell Mom honestly, did you commit a crime? Did you rob a bank? Seeing his mother's look as if she was really worried, Li Fan almost didn't laugh out loud. Mom, just guess 2 more and you're there. $50 billion. Lin Xilian's entire face was in the midst of madly trembling from shouting out such a treacherous number. However, it was with such a number that Li Fan nodded his head. My goodness. Lin Xilian almost didn't stand still for a second. She had known that her son had made money before, but she hadn't expected it to be to this extent. Son, you really didn't do anything illegal. Li Fan cried and laughed. Don't worry, Mom. I really didn't. The money is all clean. It was only borrowed from the power of metaphysics. Hearing Li Fan's words, Lin Xilian sighed in relief. Her son. She knew. She had asked so many times. What Li Fan said would not be a lie. Lin Xilian instantly lost the heartache and tightness she felt just now, and the whole person was smiling happily. Following Li Fan, she came back to Wang Xiaofan's side. Qian'er, her mother. This $1 million you let Qian'er accept it at ease. Without your consent. You see, Qian'er, she doesn't dare to accept it. This. Wang Xiaofan saw Lin Xilian not only did not take the money back, but also let himself to let Qian'er accept. Face in doubt and surprise. Gu. Just 1 million only. You this period of time here to take care of Qian'er, her father. Cannot put themselves tired. Take this money, just can want to eat what, want to play what, directly buy. Lin Xilian in the end is a simple and honest mother. Know that the son is so rich after the inner joy cannot hide. The words cannot help the small complacency, but in the end it is all good intentions. Yes, and Wang. I give Qian'er to transfer these money is for you guys in Magic City during this period of time. You guys just accept it. No need to push it off anymore. Then, well then, Wang Xiaofan saw the two people persuade each other in 100 ways. So she could only let Yi Qian'er accept it. Qian'er, don't be quick to thank your Aunt Lin and your brother Fan. Lin Qian'er obediently did as she was told. Thank you, Aunt Lin. Thank you, brother Fan. After saying that, she also secretly threw Li Fan a small look that only 2 people understand. Ding. Detected the host completing the hidden wealth dispersal mission. Obtained Golden Water Pedestrian Street. Jinshui Pedestrian Street. the famous amusement street in Magic City. There are many specialty food stores and clothing stores on both sides of the street. And although the annual revenue is not much, there are still a few $1 billion. After the hospital side is almost done, Li Fan came to Jinshui Pedestrian Street alone. At this time, on the streets of Jinshui Pedestrian Street, four beautifully dressed youthful girls were walking on the road talking and laughing. Right. Do you guys still have contact with the others in your class now? It's all from elementary school. Except for a few of us who are more familiar with each other. Where else would we have the chance to run into our former classmates? Really? Alas. Thinking about it also feel a little pity. There was a boy in the class who confessed to me. I do not know how he is now. Yo. This is someone starting to think about spring. Lu Siyu, one of the four girls, started poking fun at the girl who just said she missed her male classmates. Suddenly, her words changed and she turned her head to Xia Huimei beside her. That's right, Huimei. Didn't you used to like that little desk mate of yours? How about it? Are you still in contact now? I remembered. The name seems to be called what Li Fan to come is not it. Lu Siyu with a gossipy smile approached to Xia Huimei in front. This is how many years ago? You still make fun of me. Xia Huimei did like her own little tablemate before. But how many years have passed since then? Maybe people have already gotten married and had children. There are some things that may just have to become regrettable after all. Xia Huimei thought, and walked a few more steps with a few of her friends. Suddenly, a figure with extraordinary temperament attracted her attention. The man turned his head. His face was handsome, but inexplicably made Xia Huimei feel familiar. It couldn't be him. Li Fan? Xia Huimei stopped her steps and asked towards Li Fan suspiciously. Li Fan fixedly looked at the girl who called out to him, with eyes as big as grapes, and each of the 5 features on his palm-sized face were fully 3-dimensional, with a slight sense of intimacy. You're really Li Fan! Xia Huimei shouted out excitedly, and her best friend who had originally walked a few steps faster turned around to look at her. Chapter 59, Encountering Female Deskmates in Elementary School. Walking Street Encountering Malicious Commercial Warfare. I'm your elementary school classmate, Megumi Sie. Do you still remember me? Looking at those big, translucent eyes, Li Fan's thoughts seemed to be pulled back to more than 10 years ago. So it's you, my little deskmate. Li Fan reached out his hand to rub the top of Xia Huimei's head like he did when he was a child. The 3 diehards all had a look of being surprised to death after seeing Li Fan's appearance, because the face value of the man in front of them was just excessively high. What are you guys waiting there for? This is Li Fan. Xia Huimei shouted towards them with gusto. Li Fan! The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief. They had only mentioned this name just now. As a result, they ran into a real person right away. This was too much of a coincidence. Li Fan looked at the few of them and some memories surfaced in his mind. He remembered these few people. In the past, Xia Huimei and the other 3 girls were the famous clique in the class. Because of their good academic performance and good looks, the 4 of them were very famous in the entire grade. I didn't expect the 4 of you to still be playing together now. Ha! What an enviable friendship. Li Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Genuine friendships from the student days were not seen much anymore. So you are Li Fan. Long time no see, old classmate. Lu Siyu greeted cheerfully, then looked at Xia Huimei with a smile on her face. Her good sister's peach blossom had come, so of course she had to give her a good assist. Right. Did the 2 of you just say that you wanted to go over there for a stroll? Lu Siyu hurriedly cast a glance with her 2 girlfriends beside her, and then took both of their hands and said towards Li Fan, Li Fan, the 3 of us still have our own things to buy. Can I trouble you to accompany Huimei for a while? Xia Huimei of course knew what Lu Siyu had in mind, and her face couldn't help but shy away. No problem. Li Fan readily agreed. The 3 of them left, and Li Fan and Xia Huimei chatted and strolled around. Both sides of the street were filled with girls' favorite knickknacks, and seeing how Xia Huimei seemed to be interested in each one, Li Fan smiled bashfully. Huimei, just take whatever you like and remember my name. It's fine. I can buy it all myself. Now that everyone was working class, the 3 melons and 2 dates on them were hard enough to feed themselves. Moreover, Li Fan hadn't seen her for so many years. How could she be so mean to spend his money as soon as they met? However, Li Fan acted in front of her in such a way that he regarded money as nothing. It couldn't be that he had a good feeling about himself, right? Xia Huimei brainstormed and her face reddened a few more points. She was also distracted while walking, and didn't notice an electric car driving straight towards her. Watch out! Li Fan was quick and fished Xia Huimei into his arms. The electric car braked urgently and almost missed Xia Huimei. Are you okay? Only at this time did Xia Huimei come back to her senses and realize that she was actually in Li Fan's arms. It's fine. I'm really sorry. I just thought of something at work and ran off a bit. Li Fan helped Xia Huimei up, and the latter bounced away from his embrace in embarrassment. Li Fan frowned. How could an electric car pass by in the overcrowded pedestrian street? What are the managers here for? And what if this hurts other customers? Is the management here so sloppy? No, I have to call the management here. Xia Huimei didn't think that Li Fan actually cared so much about himself and hurriedly stopped it. Forget it, Li Fan. It's not easy for the staff here. And I'm not hurt. I'm fine. Megumi, you don't need to persuade me anymore. This is a serious problem. Li Fan's heart was filled with worries about the walking street's future popularity. Not knowing in the slightest that Xia Huimei was inwardly in pink bubbles towards him, the two came to the management shed. Li Fan called the administrator out from inside and was about to open his mouth to reprimand him. That administrator then immediately cried out and kneeled down for Li Fan. Boss, you finally come. Li Fan and Xia Huimei were puzzled on their second faces. Li Fan was puzzled as to why this administrator had this reaction to seeing him. Xia Huimei, on the other hand, turned from puzzlement to deep shock. So Li Fan is the boss here. Then he just that was. When she thought of her self-serving inner drama just now, Xia Huimei suddenly wanted to find a pit to bury her head in. It was fortunate that she hadn't said anything strange in front of Li Fan just now, or else she was afraid that she would have already snapped a 3-story high castle with her toes by now. I haven't come to hold you accountable yet, but you're crying first. Speak properly, and by the way, explain to me what's going on with the few electric cars that occasionally scurry out on the pedestrian street. The administrator raised his hazel tearful eyes. Boss, what I want to report to you is exactly this matter. A while ago there was a Shang-Yi company that was interested in opening another pedestrian street next to the one we have now to steal our business. So they privately joined forces with the people in charge of this intersection and put the green light for passing through at the south entrance of our pedestrian street. So many citizens who didn't know about the situation took a shortcut by using this road of ours. And their company didn't allow us to take the green light away. They said if we take it away, we'll be in trouble. We really have no choice. Boss. The administrator was in tears, looking like he was really pushed to the brink of extinction. Li Fan also did not expect that there was actually such an operation. So this was plain and simple business warfare? Daring to engage in these things on my territory. I see that their company doesn't want to open. On the side, Xia Huimei heard the name Shang-Yi Company, but she got thoughtful. The company of the blind date that mom and dad had stiffed her on earlier seemed to be called this. She couldn't stand the thought of that man's fat head. I didn't expect that man to even have such a bad character. Although Li Fan was the boss of Jinshui Walking Street, but against the Shang-Yi company with a backstage, it was very likely that he would have to suffer a loss. Li Fan, I've had contact with the owner of this company before, and he does seem to be quite powerful. Otherwise you'd better not get tough with him. Don't worry, Huimei, there's still no one I can't get rid of. Hearing Li Fan say that, Xia Huimei's worried mood got worse. Li Fan was simply no match for that kind of thick-skinned pig-headed man. Why are you two strolling here? Lu Siyu's other three passed by here, and at a glance, they saw Xia Huimei and Li Fan, who had an extremely prominent appearance. How's it going? Is there any substantial progress with your little lover boy? Lu Siyu immediately dodged to Xia Huimei's side and asked in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense, Siyu. It's all childhood stuff, you still keep bringing it up. Although Xia Huimei tried to put on a reproachful tone, yet that shy look in her eyes when she looked at Li Fan was firmly seen by Lu Siyu. Chapter 60, Inviting Xia Huimei's four to dinner. Li Fan's boss identity is exposed. Lu Siyu didn't hold back from spitting in her heart. Alas, no wonder this girl Huimei is still a female single for so many years. This mouth is really harder than a rock. But spitting is spitting. The love of a good sister cannot be lost. It's so late now. It's almost time to go eat. Li Fan, do you want to go with us? Think of it as old friends catching up. How about it? The beauty's invited. Of course I have no problem with it. How about this? Why don't you just let me be the host directly? How about it, guys? Xia Huimei still wanted to stop Li Fan, yet Lu Siyu quickly pressed her hand. You're silly. This is just the right time for us to check out this man of your dreams for you. Why are you still stopping people from treating you? Fine, then I'll trouble you. 10 minutes later, the five of them arrived at the Yunxiang Hotel. As soon as they entered, the hotel manager greeted them. Good day, Boss Li. A total of 5, yes? Li Fan nodded his head. Guests, please go this way. Lu Siyu, who had been holding Xia Huimei's arm, heard the hotel manager's boss and hurriedly inquired with Xia Huimei. Why does the manager here still call him boss? I guess it's because he's the owner of the Jinshui Walking Street. What? Lu Siyu didn't hold back and yelled out, causing the customers in the restaurant to turn their heads towards her. She could only nod her head in apology with a sorry face. You said that Li Fan is the owner of Golden Water Walk? Yes. Why? Xia Huimei had a puzzled look on her face. A pedestrian street was just a pedestrian street. It should only be worth a few tens of millions of dollars. Although it was a lot compared to her. But in a place like Magic City, It was really just an average level, right? My sister do you know that last year? The pure profit of the Jinshui walking street alone reached $2 billion Lu Siyu's career is related to finance, and she has always known more than others about these asset information. What? Xia Huimei didn't hold back from shouting out either, causing another wave of impatience from the surrounding people. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Okay, either you don't engage in it, but once you do, you engage in such a golden son-in-law. You're still a bit progressive. Lu Siyu continued to tease Xia Huimei. However, Xia Huimei's mood at this moment was completely messed up, realizing that the gap between herself and Li Fan was as huge as the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. She suddenly backed out. How could she be so naive? One look at Li Fan's current temperament was not an ordinary person actually still deluded to use such irrelevant friendship like elementary school to get close to Li Fan. Oneself is also too stupid. However, Lu Siyu clamped down on her. Auntie, come all the way here. First poking around some situation and then consider those of you who have nothing. At least you've been the school beauty wherever you go for so many years. You're still a good match for him in terms of face value, okay? Settle down. Xia Huimei could only nod her head in resignation. But now that they're here, let's just finish the meal first. The hotel manager led them to the black and gold box that was not open to the public. As soon as they entered, the luxurious decorations decorated with obsidian almost didn't blind a few people. The marble dining table was already filled with all kinds of lobster and abalone. The black gold box did not have an a la carte menu. The restaurant would serve whatever was available. And there were even a few dishes that were exclusively for this box. Everyone will eat, don't get cold. Li Fan hurriedly greeted the crowd and sat down. In his own villa Li Fan ate dishes specially prepared by top chefs. So although Yunxiang restaurant itself was famous, Li Fan did feel that the flavors here were still slightly inferior. Xia Huimei looked at the entire table of delicacies and seafood, and inwardly repeated the cycle of the words Li Fan had just said. Let's just eat. If this is all considered to be just fine, then isn't what they usually eat all chaff? Is this the gap between elementary school classmates and elementary school classmates? After a long time, several people were seated. At the dinner table, Li Fan learned that several girls had agreed to come together to fight in Magic City after graduating from college. Now living together, the days were very nourishing. Lu Siyu was working as a financial consultant in a commercial bank. Xia Huimei was working as a graphic designer in an advertising agency. And the other two girls had opened a Taobao store together. Right, Li Fan. So what do you do now again? Seeing that Xia Huimei herself was still dumbfounded and didn't know to ask more about the situation, Lu Siyu hurriedly stepped in. As you can see, is the owner of this restaurant, and then there are some other 7 or 8 industries. What? This hotel is also yours. Lu Siyu lost her voice and screamed. If it was true, then this Li Fan's wealth was absolutely unimaginable in extent. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a reunion meal of old friends, she would have wanted to sell her bank's products to Li Fan. Xia Huimei, who was sitting next to her, was even more disturbed by what she heard. How come Li Fan's identity is still talking more and more? So do you have a girlfriend? Lu Siyu then asked while the iron was hot. Li Fan thought seriously for a moment. It should be considered. No. Did you hear that? He said he doesn't have a girlfriend. Oh. You have to seize the opportunity. Lu Siyu said in Xia Huimei's ear with an excited face, completely ignoring the 4 big words should be considered. What more could a top godly man like this ask for? It's really too coincidental. Our Huimei doesn't have a boyfriend right now either. Lu Siyu said while quietly bumping Xia Huimei towards Li Fan's side so that the two of them could get closer. Having said this, Li Fan of course saw that Lu Siyu wanted to set herself and Xia Huimei up. He picked up his teacup and took a light sip. Yet Xia Huimei on the side was still too nervous for words. And let me tell you our Huimei is miserable. Last time she was even introduced by her parents to go on a blind date with a guy, and as a result, that guy is still stalking Huimei. If our Megumi had met her true love, she wouldn't have had so many problems. That's right. The other 2 diehards followed suit and chimed in. There's actually such a thing? Megumi, if there are still people looking for trouble from you in the future, just come directly to me, and help you clean up an individual. I can still do it easily. This was the first time someone had made such a guarantee with Xia Huimei. Those men who had pursued her in the past, all of them were just paying lip service, and really ran faster than she did when things went wrong. She was touched inwardly and raised her wine glass and drank a toast as a show of courage. Thank you Li Fan. The 4 girls ate this meal with great satisfaction. After the meal, Li Fan drove the girls back to their shared neighborhood in his Pagani. Megumi, both of them are a bit drunk. I'll send them both up first. You and Li Fan haven't seen each other for so long. Just talk more in the car. Lu Siyu pretended to be normal and said to Li Fan and Xia Huimei, and secretly threw Xia Huimei a look. Xia Huimei had just drank a lot of wine. and after hearing Lu Siyu's words, her face flushed red and nodded her head. Chapter 61, Say Why Mei's Confession After Wine. Acquisition of Shang-Yi Company to develop 2 streets. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Xia Huimei was much bolder than when she was sober. Li Fan, did you have a favorite in elementary school? She turned her head towards Li Fan and asked, her eyes wet and bright. Why are you suddenly asking such a question? It's been so long, so I'll have to think about it. Li Fan started to think about it. In elementary school he was a total straight brat who didn't even know what liking was. No. Xia Huimei hadn't expected to hear her name from him, and no was a much better answer than saying any other girl's answer. But, I have a. Xia Huimei's jumpy tone actually made Li Fan dream of going back to elementary school. He was curious, oh, who is it? Xia Huimei, however, suddenly silenced her voice, and then mysteriously approached Li Fan's ear. I'll whisper it to you. You can't tell anyone else. Li Fan couldn't help but smile. Okay, I promise not to tell anyone. Xia Huimei was satisfied to hear Li Fan's assurance and came closer to Li Fan's ear again. Actually, it's you, my deskmate. Also, I will definitely help you. After saying that, Xia Huimei got drunk and buried her whole head on Li Fan's shoulder. What a silly girl. Such a big person. Actually even liking only dares to say it when she's drunk. But what is she going to help herself with? Li Fan instantly felt both heartwarming and amused, and gently shook Xia Huimei. However, she had already begun to huff and puff. There was no way around it. Li Fan had no choice but to carry her over and send her directly upstairs. The next morning, Xia Huimei woke up with a headache that had the tendency to explode. She didn't remember what she said in the car last night, but she remembered the thing she wanted to help Li Fan with. Quickly, she found a number from her cell phone and dialed it. Are you free? Meet me at the cafe near your company later. An hour later, Xia Huimei arrived at the cafe. The man she had asked out had arrived early, sitting by the window with a big back comb. This man was her previous blind date and one of the partners of Shang-Yi Company who disturbed the traffic on Jinshui Pedestrian Street, Shenwei. You're here, Megumi. Shenwei was very attentive as he stood up and pulled the chair for Xia Huimei. Mr. Chen, I came to see you today because I have something serious to say. After that I will leave. I won't drink the coffee. Xia Huimei pushed the coffee that Shenwei had ordered for her outward without moving. At a glance, she didn't want to get involved with him. Shenwei's face instantly became not very pretty. Although he did have his heart set on Xia Huimei's face, his patience was running out when it came to women who rejected him over and over again. What other business is there between us besides business like marriage? Mr. Chen, did you send someone to obstruct the traffic on Goldwater Walking Street? Xia Huimei asked bluntly. Shenwei looked puzzled. Our company wants to develop the new pedestrian street next to us, so it's normal to use some means, right? Besides, what does this have to do with you, Ms. Xie? Don't you think that what you guys are doing is too despicable? My friend's pedestrian street is now in chaos with its internal management because of you guys. I hope you guys can call it quits soon, or else everyone won't look good if it becomes a big deal in the future. Your friend? You mean the owner of the Golden Water Walking Street is your friend? That's right. That's why I came to you privately today in the hope that you can stop. Mr. Chen, how can we say that we're also acquaintances? I still hope that you can look at my face and not carry out this kind of behavior again. If Chen Wei remembered correctly, it was rumored in the outside world that the new boss of Golden Water Walking Street was a young man. Then Xia Huimei had now come to ask him to take back his arrangement for the sake of another mancluck. Chen Wei was furious, but suddenly an idea came to him. He smiled lewdly. I can agree to Miss Xia's request. Really? Xia Huimei was overjoyed. She had thought that she would have to go through a lot of trouble, but she didn't expect this Chen Wei to actually agree at once. It seemed that she had wrongly blamed him before. In fact, he wasn't that bad. However, I want you, Ms. Xie, to be good with me before I call back the person I sent to interfere. How about that? This request won't be disagreeable to Ms. Xie, right? A lustful smile appeared on Chen Wei's face, and his eyes couldn't stop glancing towards the cool parts of Xia Huimei's body. He wouldn't be that stupid to change his business arrangements because of a woman. Not only would he not take back the arrangement when the time came, he would also eat Xia Huimei dry. Xia Huimei's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Chen Wei to take advantage of someone's danger to make such a request. Don't agree to him. Just as Xia Huimei was still having an urgent brainstorming session, Li Fan's voice came from the main entrance of the cafe. Everyone looked in that direction, and at a glance, they saw Li Fan, who was so bright that it was as if a god had descended from the heavens. Today, he was wearing a well-tailored suit with advanced texture, looking elite. The girls who were originally chattering and chatting about gossip, the center of the conversation suddenly centered around Li Fan. Damn, I'm talking to someone here. Who doesn't have eyes to stir up my business? Chen Wei slammed the table and also looked towards Li Fan. However, beside Li Fan, There was another partner of their Sheng-Yi company standing at that moment. Li Fan sneered. I've already acquired your company. Does such a status qualify you to open your mouth in front of you? His eyes shot straight at Chen Wei, sharpened with a strand of superior's majesty. Acquire. Chen Wei looked incredulous. At this moment, another partner beside Li Fan walked over with a contract and vigorously slapped it on the table in front of Chen Wei. Chen Wei, look carefully. Li Fan is now the sole big boss of our company, and it has been decided through the deliberations of the other partners that you have been removed. This can't be. This can't be. Chen Wei hurriedly grabbed the contract to check it out, yet the black and white words on it had already told him the whole answer. Li Fan quickly walked over to the table and swept over Xia Huimei to protect it. See clearly and get lost. You should be glad that you didn't do anything to Huimei just now, otherwise I wouldn't dare that you wouldn't be missing an arm or a leg. With a look from Li Fan, the other partner immediately picked Chen Wei up from his seat and escorted him out of the cafe. Li Fan, how did you come here? Everything happened so fast that Xia Huimei didn't come back to her senses until she saw Chen Wei being dragged away. Originally, I went to their company today to do the acquisition thing, and when I was done, I wanted to have a drink with their partners, but then I saw that Chen Wei giving you a hard time. Acquisition? Why did you acquire them all? Obviously they treated you like that. Chapter 62, Wei Xiaohui sends another battle letter. Li Fan wins the bank in person? Li Fan picked up his coffee and took a sip and said, it's because they did that to my pedestrian street. That's why I'm going to use all their achievements for myself, so that both pedestrian streets are mine. Naturally they both make money for me, and there's none of those so-called competition, and this way I can also expand the scale of the pedestrian street. So why not? Only after hearing Li Fan's explanation did Xia Huimei understand the reasoning embedded in it. It's true that it's still big bosses like you who see things clearly. Luckily things weren't messed up by me. Xia Huimei muttered in a resentful whisper. It was only then that Li Fan realized that the original thing this girl said last night about helping him was referring to this matter. Huimei, I'm grateful that you took the initiative to use your power to help me, but don't forget to protect yourself, or else I, as an old classmate, will feel bad if something happens to you. Just because of an old classmate? Xia Huimei's heart was a little lost for some reason. Suddenly, she remembered that she seemed to have spent a short while alone with Li Fan in the car last night. Li Fan, last night Xia Huimei wanted to say did you say anything you shouldn't have said before she could say it. The client called to urge her to go back and hand in the manuscript. I'm sorry Li Fan, my client has rushed me. Let's see you next time. Xia Huimei had to say goodbye to Li Fan in a hurry. Li Fan returned to the gymnasium. He was still a little bit upset inwardly that he didn't accompany everyone to eat at the celebration banquet after the last competition. So he came this time and brought a lot of delicious and fun gifts for everyone. However, the atmosphere of everyone in the playground was slightly low. What's wrong with everyone? Li Fan asked Encore. Encore sighed and handed Li Fan the war book in her hand. Wei Xiaohui is clamoring for a match again, and said that if we don't agree, he's going to spread comments that smear our team. Li Fan couldn't help but sneer at the words. Don't worry everyone, with me here, he can't smear our team by half. When the players heard this, they raised their heads, their eyes filled with the hope that they had lost and regained. Ding! Trigger mission, win the ball game as a player and receive 60% of the shares of Jiangong Bank. Li Fan? He had just told everyone not to worry. That everyone, or let's just worry about it. Saying yes to their tournament invitation is just as good as cutting a deal. Crowd? Since the boss has said so, let's all get our spirits up. Work hard to meet the battle. Encore knew that the players had just finished a game not long ago and hadn't fully recovered physically and mentally, so she had to try her best to comfort them. No, everyone doesn't need to practice too seriously. Just practice casually on how you usually practice. Just practice as if you're going to play. The crowd was again full of questions. Li Fan wanted them to meet the battle again, but he didn't need them to practice hard? Encore was also puzzled. Boss, according to my understanding of Wei Xiaohui, he must have changed to a stronger team member this time before he took the initiative to invite us to fight. Last time, we were already narrowly defeated. If we don't practice hard, we might not have a single chance of winning. Anyway, you guys just eat and rest well. Put yourselves in a relaxed mood. I'll have my own arrangements when the time comes. Li Fan once again comforted. That's fine. Although Encore didn't know what kind of medicine Li Fan was selling in his gourd, but the boss's order, she just carried it out. A week later, the date for the match with Wei Xiaohui arrived. In order to avenge the last time, Wei Xiaohui specially set the venue for the match at the biggest soccer stadium in Magic City. Many amateurs came to see what team could actually make Wei Xiaohui make such a big deal out of it. As Encore expected, Wei Xiaohui gave the team a big change. The players on the field this time were all new faces, and I heard that they were all poached from other good teams. Inside, A foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes especially stood out. His height was almost 2 meters, standing in the crowd like a giant. On Li Fan's team's side, everyone was in an apprehensive mood. Everyone relax. The first round is just to go up there and warm up. Just kick them casually. The main thing is to let them expose their shortcomings. Li Fan instructed towards everyone. Got it, boss. Although apprehensive, the players still boosted their morale and decisively went on the field. The result was not the slightest surprise. Li Fan's team lost miserably in the first half. The audience was filled with boos. What the hell? I thought that Boss Wei had organized such a big show to have a battle of the century. Their opponents were too bad. Not a match for Boss Wei's team at all. That's right. Give me back my ticket money. What a garbage team. Go down. Go down. For a while, the entire audience was filled with complaints, filled with malice towards Li Fan's team. Wei Xiaohui had a smug look on his face. He didn't expect that Li Fan's team actually didn't change a single person. The last match had only ended not long ago, and the condition of this group of players couldn't have been good. Not to mention that they also encountered the strong and powerful team that he purposely newly formed. Humph. Amateurs are amateurs. How can such a person lead a good team? Last time they ate luck and won our team by fluke. This time they won't be so lucky. Boss Wei is right. How can such a garbage team be worthy of being compared to our team? The new soccer coach stood beside Wei Xiaohui and immediately complimented him. On the other side, the players of Li Fan's team had extremely low barometric pressure at this time. Yin Kor wanted to say something to comfort them, but realized that nothing could be said. Because of this situation, everyone knew that it was impossible and they didn't have the strength to fight back to win. How is everyone recuperating? In the second half, I'll replace Archie on the field. Li Fan changed into his uniform and came out, instantly startling the players and Yin Kor. Brother Fan, you're going to play? Yin Kor was in disbelief. She had never heard of Li Fan playing soccer before. Li Fan nodded. Boss, I know you're worried that we'll lose confidence if we think we can't beat Wei Xiaohui and the others. Don't worry, we'll fight until the end. You really don't have to go on the field with us. A Jean spoke out to dissuade them. A few players also nodded their heads in succession. They all thought that their own boss couldn't play soccer. This move should be to boost their morale. Why is everyone still stopping me? Don't worry, I'll play when I say I'll play in this second half. So let's all put our heads together? Li Fan held his hand out and waited for them to put their hands together. The players looked at each other in disbelief, but they could only follow the boss's wish. The boss had laid down his life to accompany them, so they naturally had to pick up full energy to fight. 1, 2, 3, go for it. Dozens of hands fell in unison, and the whistle on the pitch blew at the right time. The second half of the game officially begins. Chapter 63: A flying kick across the entire half-court, and a counterintuitive ball skill that shocks the entire court. Drumming up his morale, Li Fan went onto the field with a few players. Since the audience's minds were long gone from Li Fan's team, no one realized that they had made a change in players. Instead, it was arch-rival Wei Xiaohui who saw at a glance that the new player on the court was actually Li Fan. What a laugh! It seems like their team is really at their wits' end. It's actually pathetic enough to have their own boss personally take the field. Wei Xiaohui snorted as if he had already foreseen Li Fan's disgrace. That's even better. Let him personally feel what it's like to be brutally beaten by my favorites. Let's see if he still dares to be wild in front of me in the future. Wei Xiaohui was in a good mood, both hands comfortably propped up on the railing behind him, ready to enjoy the scene of Li Fan's defeated men. At this moment, Li Fan went up to the court and visually inspected the size of the entire field and the standing position of each player. It's simply so easy. Just be a good helper for the players yourself next. The game started. The players were all focused on the game in front of them. No one noticed Li Fan, who was quickly weaving in and out of every direction. Soon, the spectators in the gallery suddenly noticed a bizarre scene. On Li Fan's team, where the players were in key coordination, there was always a figure to fill in the position quickly and accurately, like an efficiently functioning intermediate pivot, easily connecting every difficult to cooperate place. But because the speed was so fast, even the players on the field didn't notice exactly where the smoothness of their direct match came from. Just now, did something flash past? A player asked suspiciously towards a kin beside him. The crowd on the court all paused in confusion, and the opposing team that didn't know why they were always having their points taken away also looked puzzled. Li Fan's fast-moving figure immediately appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Why have you all stopped all of a sudden? At this moment, Li Fan was in the midfield position following the ball passed by his teammates, and seeing that everyone was not moving, he simply shot himself. With a powerful flying kick, Li Fan actually kicked the ball into the opponent's goal at a very high speed across the entire half-court. What? Amazing cheers erupted from the audience. What kind of terrifying kicking power is this? Did I see it right? Across the entire half-court. And what the hell is that speed? Did you guys just see that the goalie of Wei Xiao's team didn't react at all? For a while, Li Fan's performance quickly ignited the passion of the entire stadium. The audience, who had lost confidence in Li Fan's team, put down their cell phones and began to stare at the battle situation on the field, fearing that they would miss a bit of the wonderful duel. On the other side, Wei Xiaohui's face was also shocked to the point of dismay. What was the origin of this Li Fan? How could he have such ball skills? Moreover, from the situation just now, it seemed that the big guy in his own team wasn't necessarily a match for him either. His gaze gradually became ferocious as he frantically thought about countermeasures in his heart. On the court, the players of Li Fan's team looked dumbfounded. That ball just now was kicked by our boss. Good lord, what's the point of forming a soccer team with this level of strength? He alone can completely top a team. Now that there was an expert like the boss on the field, it would be hard for them to lose. The players' expressions were visibly uplifted and happy, and they began to return to their own stations to participate in the game. Not far from them, the big foreigner stared at Li Fan with a face so hostile that it could drip water. With Li Fan's top-notch positioning and the team's good tacit understanding, in the second half, Li Fan's team easily won and equalized the game. A large number of people in the audience had already turned against Li Fan's team. Infuriating Wei Xiaohui, Li Fan followed his players back to the rest area. Boss, your soccer level is too heaven-defying. That's right, with you here, we can't lose at all. Unlike the gloom of the previous game, the players were obviously in a good mood after winning this game. All of them would be joking and laughing. Encore took a bottle of sports drink and handed it to Li Fan. Brother Fan, I didn't expect you to be this good. Why didn't I hear you say you could play soccer before? Encore was puzzled. With a strength like Li Fan's, he could definitely become a top player himself. So why go through all the trouble of forming a team? One person's strength holds up. Soccer is a cooperative sport. In my mind, the glory of an individual is far less than cultivating a good team. Li Fan said back. Encore nodded her head, seemingly understanding. Maybe this was the pursuit of the strong. At this moment, Wei Xiaohui's team's rest area, the faces of the people were ugly. You guys, after the last game, against that new guy of theirs, how sure are you that you can beat him? Wei Xiaohui forced himself to hold back his unhappiness and asked. These people were the ones he had managed to poach from other teams, so naturally he couldn't just yell and scold them as he pleased like he did in the past. However, the team members all just lowered their heads and didn't answer him. Akabu, speak! Wei Xiaohui turned his gaze to the foreigner. However, he only glanced at Wei Xiaohui and still didn't say a word. Of all of you, not a single one of you can beat that punk. Wei Xiaohui was so furious that his volume unconsciously increased by a few degrees. In that case, you guys will do it the way I tell you. Wei Xiaohui made a few people come closer and explained his plan in a voice that was barely audible. As the overtime began, Li Fan's side of the team was full of confidence and quickly took to the court to start preparing. Although Wei Xiaohui's team arrived late, there was a rare lack of a disheartened atmosphere. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of victory. The foreigner passed by Li Fan and glared at him fiercely. I will win. However, Li Fan was not in the mood to pay attention to his bull ***** foreign language, and after casting a disdainful expression, he went to his own field area. As the match began, several members of Wei Xiaohui's team premeditatedly pinned down Li Fan's team's main force. Jean, left and right. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. This time they switched strategies and focused on blocking people. In the next second, Jean suddenly lay on the ground in a painful position. Referee, someone kicked someone maliciously just now. He committed a foul. The player closest to Akin hurriedly signaled out. The other players hurriedly surrounded him. The referee, on the other hand, walked over unhurriedly. What happened here? The referee asked. Ref, just now he kicked me. Akin held his feet, his forehead oozing cold sweat as he forced himself to say, yeah. The referee immediately turned his head to Akabu. You just kicked him? Akabu's face, which still had a winning smile on it, tightened slightly and said, I didn't. He fell on his own. Chapter 64, Winning a Fight and Being Robbed of the Title? The head of the referee bureau is him. The referee nodded in understanding as he heard Akabu's reply. He said he didn't kick anyone. The players on Levant's team burst into flames. No, what's wrong with you, referee? Even if you didn't pay close attention to the situation on the field, how dare you say what he said? That's right, this is not bullying. The players were full of complaints. However, the referee suddenly launched a fire at Li Fan's players. What do you guys mean? You're openly contradicting the referee, aren't you? Yellow card warning. The referee pulled out a yellow card as he spoke. Li Fan's players were in disbelief, but they could only hold back their anger. After all, if the referee penalized them with another card, they would be the ones to suffer. Li Fan watched the referee's every move from a short distance away, and after leaving the spot of the incident, He clearly saw the referee exchanging glances with Ikebu. So that's how it was. This kind of despicable and shameless tactic was really Wei Xiaohui's style. Because of Akin's injury, only Archie, who had relatively average strength, could take the field. Ikebu couldn't help but show a look of triumph as he watched Li Fan's teams move to switch. Now that one of the most powerful generals of Li Fan's team had been replaced, could he still use one person as two if he was even more powerful? He looked towards Li Fan. However, Li Fan did not see any expression of panic. Li Fan moved his muscles, and his originally scattered eyes became focused. Previously, when he was on the field, in order to make the players play beautifully, he had only used less than 50% of his strength. Since this Wei Xiaohui was so fond of playing these unseemly tricks, he didn't mind letting them see how he could completely beat them to death. As soon as the whistle blew, just as the Li Fan players were ready to get up their spirits to face the opponent's offense, a figure darted out and snatched the opponent's ball in 3 or 2 strokes. Quick look, it's the boss. The players let out a cry of surprise as Li Fan had already controlled the ball and forced his way straight to the opponent's goal, kicking out and taking a point. Ikebu exchanged glances with his teammate, switching him to follow Li Fan closely. However, in just a few seconds, Li Fan quickly traveled across the field again. His speed was simply unmatched. With another flying kick, the crowd watched with bated breath at the ball's perfect line of travel. However, the ball suddenly reversed its direction and smashed straight into the referee's brain door. Who is it? Who the hell? The referee was furious, ready to look for the real culprit. I'm sorry, referee. It's normal for the ball to be kicked out of position. You should be able to understand, right? Li Fan stood in place, looking at the bald man who had received black money with a smile on his face. This kind of behavior that could be completely interpreted as an accident naturally did not allow the referee to have an excuse to punish Li Fan. He could only silently eat a dumb loss and return to his position. The game continued on the field. Li Fan was so dominant that the players from Wei Xiaohui's team couldn't even snatch a ball from his feet. It's too absolute. I have no regrets in dying to be able to see such an expert make a move. I apologize for saying something bad about that team earlier. Honestly speaking, that team of Mr. Wei's is nothing. It's simply not even good enough in front of the strongest. In the audience, there were already people who were so excited that they burst into tears. Li Fan had completely crushed the entire field with his own strength. The last shot ended perfectly with a full-court shot from Li Fan. Bravo! What an amazing game. Aha, I'm going to get in on the extraordinary team. With them, there's hope for our Chinese soccer. The entire audience cheered in waves. The players also all ran to lift Li Fan up and repeatedly threw him up high to celebrate the joy of victory. At that moment, however, the whistle blew and the referee raised Ikebu's hand. It has been verified that Team Extraordinary had improper cooperation as well as multiple violations in this match. Therefore, the winner of this match is Team Wei Protector. What? I can't understand. This is too damn dark. What's wrong with the referee? It's obvious that the Extraordinary team won. Okay, do you think we're blind? Strong dissatisfaction erupted in the audience. However, the referee acted as if he didn't see it, slinking towards Wei Xiaohui and shaking his hand attentively. How about it? Li Fan, you still lost to us this time. Wei Xiaohui smugly came in front of Li Fan and the team members. Fortunately, he was smart and prepared for everything. Anyway, there were only so many people in this game, and as long as the result got out, everyone would think that their Wei Protector team had won. What he wanted was only the reputation of trampling Li Fan under his feet. Wei Xiaohui, you are despicable and shameless. Encore couldn't get angry and pointed at Wei Xiaohui and cursed out bitterly. Li Fan also didn't expect this Wei Xiaohui to be shameless to this extent. Just as he was about to make a move, the voice of a righteous middle-aged man came out. Referee Liu, how come what I saw just now? Was that Team Extraordinary one? Who the hell? Who dares to question my judgment? Hearing this questioning voice, the referee looked towards the speaker with a face full of anger. However, in the next instant, his entire body froze. Bureau. The person who came was none other than Wan Changming, the director of the Magical Capital Referee Bureau, the father of Wan Ro whom Li Fan had saved in front of the KTV earlier. Referee Liu, so, did I see it wrong or did you see it wrong? Referee Liu sniffed and immediately knelt down in front of Wan Changming, trembling all over. Of course I was the one who misread the commissioner. The winner of this match is Team Extraordinary. Extraordinary team. Referee Liu couldn't even speak properly. Who in the entire Magic City did not know that Wan Changming was the most fair and unbiased, and it was with his iron eyes that he had been able to sit as the director of the referee bureau for so many years. And once Wan Changming discovered the referee who accepted bribes privately, in the past, without exception, or permanently expelled from the referee world. If Referee Liu really sat the results out today, he must be dead in the future. Moderator, you heard it all, right? Wan Changming commanded down towards the host beside him, who declared on the spot that Team Extraordinary was the true champion of the match. The audience immediately burst into cheers. Wei Xiaohui hated his teeth. How could he not expect Wan Changming to appear in this place today? He naturally understood Wan Changming's position, so he had no choice but to bring his defeated men and hurriedly sneak out through the side door while the crowd was cheering. This is really great. Brother Fan. Yin Kur was so excited about the late victory that she immediately jumped forward and hugged Li Fan. They and the players all happily went down to the sidelines, ready to go back and celebrate. However, a man in a suit who had been observing from the sidelines for half a day earlier walked towards them with an expression of seeing an old acquaintance. When Yin Kur saw the man's appearance, she immediately turned pale. Chapter 65, 55% shares in Construction Bank, casually giving Lu Siyu a promotion. Yin Kur, I was wondering where you've been. So you've evening a new gold master, father? Lei Mechanics walked up to Li Fan and Yin Kur, his eyes filled with sizing up Yin Kur. Yin Kur subconsciously hid behind Li Fan, her face looking ugly. Who are you? What are you talking about here? Li Fan's face was unhappy as he stepped forward to help Yin Kur out. Lei Mechanics looked at Yin Kur again with a smirk before he gave a cold snort towards Li Fan and then walked away with a few of his men. Are you alright, Ku Air? The way Yin Kur saw Lei Mechanics was like seeing a ghost. Li Fan saw that she was not in the right situation and felt like going up to comfort her. Brother Fan, I'm fine. It's just that I'm not too comfortable right now, so I might have to go back first. Yin Kur briefly explained a few sentences before leaving in a hurry. Boss, is Sister Kur she alright? Jean came over and asked. Li Fan shook his head and said, I don't know. The man who came just now. I've seen him before. It seems like he's also the owner of a team here and there. Looking at the way he treated our leader, he didn't look like a good person. Ajin mentioned a few words in passing before being called away by another player. Another team's boss? Yun Kuer did mention something about her tenure on another team before. Could it be that the man just now was her former boss? But why does it feel like Yin Kur is afraid of him? Li Fan thought in his heart, but failed to come up with an answer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtain 60% of the shares of the construction bank. The phone sounded. It was a call from the president of the construction bank, saying that he wanted to invite himself to visit the bank for a tour. After explaining a few things to his team members, Li Fan headed to the construction bank. The construction industry bank was located on the 3rd Avenue of Magic City. It was one of the most spacious commercial avenues, and one of the brightest sceneries was the Magic City's #1 bank, the Jiangong Bank. At this time, 2 rows of well-trained employees stood on both sides of the entrance of the bank, which was always clean and bright. Li Fan arrived in his own Pagani. Li Dong, greetings. Thank you for coming here in your busy schedule. The bank president quickly gave a look to the employees behind him, and as soon as Li Fan's feet stepped onto the red carpet that had been laid out, the employees bent down and bowed in unison. Good day, Li Dong. Li Fan nodded lightly and saw a familiar face among the employees. It was Lu Siyu, whom he had met not long ago. Although Lu Siyu's appearance was not as fair and bright as Xiaohui's, but she was also the kind of person who was pretty and smooth, and she stood in the crowd of employees who were wearing the same staff uniforms and appeared to be very eye-catching. Lu Siyu obviously also see clearly come Li Dong actually is his own elementary school classmate Li Fan. Only seeing Li Fan walking straight towards her, she didn't know why her heart suddenly beat a little faster. Bank president. I see that this employee looks very good looking. The bank president sniffed and immediately farted forward and flattered. Director Li really has a good eye. This Lu Siyu is our bank's outstanding employee. Oh, is that so? Li Fan asked with feigned curiosity. Then in that case, since I'm here today, as a good luck, let's give this employee a promotion. When the employees heard this, they all envied Lu Siyu, who had been ordered by Li Fan. We will definitely fulfill Director Li's orders. Lu Siyu, you go to the personnel department right now to go through the promotion procedures, and from now on, you will be the assistant manager of the bank. Lu Siyu was overjoyed. Was this the benefit of knowing a godly classmate? Thank you, bank president. Thank you, Li Dong. I will definitely work hard in the future. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Lu Siyu threw a thank you look at Li Fan, who just smiled. However, this scene was seen by the governor in his eyes. Did these two people see eye to eye? He played a small game in his heart. Director Li, or else this new assistant manager Lu of ours will take you on a tour next? Can. Okay. The bank president knew that he had kissed his own ass in place, and immediately came to Lu Siyu's side and whispered, Good hospitality, Li Dong. He is happy you can still be promoted later. Lu Siyu hurriedly nodded. It seems that 80% of the governor has misunderstood them, but can make their own life in the bank better. Borrowed some good little misunderstanding is nothing. Right. The crowd dispersed, leaving Lu Siyu to show Li Fan around. Li Fan, I really didn't expect that this time I saw you. You became the boss of our bank. Seeing as I'm your elementary school classmate, how about you reveal a little bit of your tiny little money-making method to me? As soon as the people left, Lu Xiyu resumed her previous appearance of flirting and joking with Li Fan. Li Fan smiled. If I say it's a pie in the sky, do you believe me? Che, don't say it. Just don't say it. You're making it up. Lu Xiyu brought Li Fan in the bank to see all the places all over, walking around and couldn't help but say, but thanks to you, once I came here, you let me pick up a big official to do. Li Fan smiled. You are Huimei's good friend and my elementary school classmate. Who will I help if not you? Lu Xiyu hears the reply, but her heart is a bit stuffy. So it's just because I'm Huimei's best friend? Just because the two of us are elementary school classmates? I don't know why, but for the first time, Lu Xiyu was so resistant to putting the benefits she received together with Xia Huimei's relationship. Then also, really thank you guys. Lu Xiyu's words were said in a sour manner. Although Li Fan felt that something was not quite right but didn't find out exactly where it was not quite right. After the visit, Li Fan went directly to Ruixin Hospital. After a few days of recuperation, Yi Qianer's father, Yi Changming, had recovered more or less, and it was also the day he was discharged from the hospital. Li Fan thought that he would just take this opportunity to bring his mother back to his own villa for a visit. After picking up his mother and Yi Qianer's family at the hospital, Li Fan drove them back to Jinghaoyuan. When everyone stood in front of Li Fan's villa, their mouths suddenly opened wider than one another. Son, you said that this villa is yours now? At this time, in Lin Xilian's eyes, the building in front of him was not called a house. It was clearly a palace of unrivaled splendor. Wang Xiufan and Yi Changming were also surprised. If not for the fact that they had already known Li Fan's family for more than 10 years, they would have suspected that they were actually from some noble family. A house like this could not even be imagined in a dream. Ah! Yi Qianer looked at the house in front of her, inwardly more than surprised. She was happy. Listening to Brother Fan, he said that he hadn't brought anyone else to this house, so wouldn't she be the first woman to come here? Did this mean that the weight of herself and Brother Fan's heart was actually still quite heavy? Mom, this is indeed my house. Uncle Ye's body is just fine. Let's not let him stand for too long. Hurry and go in. Chapter 66 Yi Qianer's family lives in Li Fan's villa. Midnight rendezvous discovered? Yes. Look at me. I forgot about this. He Aunt Wang He Uncle Yi. Hurry up and come in. After determining that this big palace is her son's house, Lin Xilian immediately took out the appearance of the mother of the house and invited the crowd to go in. Her own son had such a good house. It was understandable that Lin Xilian's vanity had risen a little. Wang Xiufan and Yi Qianer, on the other hand, carefully helped Yi Changming walk in. Going inside, they were even more shocked than when they were standing outside. The villa was extremely high, with crystal architecture and expensive furniture filling the eyes. With that kind of texture, even they who didn't recognize the brands could tell that these things must be ridiculously expensive. Lin Xilian was overjoyed, picking up her cell phone and starting to take a wild shot. I'm going to send the pictures to your dad, so he can see how accomplished his son is now. It's a pity that he didn't come to see it, otherwise I don't know how happy he'd be. Previously, Li Fan's status as the owner of a startup company and a hospital didn't give her any real sense of her son's success, but now that she had seen such a big house, she really realized that her son was really developed. When Li Fan saw his mother so happy, his heart was naturally very happy. He clapped his hands and several chefs came out pushing several food carts. Mr. Li, guests, please enjoy your meal. The food carts had all kinds of afternoon tea snacks, as well as a variety of expensive fruit platters. The people who suddenly came out of the house startled several middle-aged people. Son, what are these? Mom, these are the chefs who usually cook for me. And then there are some housekeepers and maids tending to it inside right now. All of this is normal. Lin Xilian nodded as if she understood. Yes, her son's house was so big, how could one person take care of it? It just so happens that it's getting late. Mom, uncle and aunt, let's eat and stay here with me tonight. Wang Xiufan and Yi Changming were still a bit embarrassed and wanted to refuse. Lin Xilian rushed over to persuade them. Lin Xilian rushed over to advise them. The child has a sincere wish, so you can stay here without worrying. It's expensive and inconvenient to live outside, but Fanner has a big place here, so you can stay here without worry. Hearing Lin Xilian say this, Wang Xiufan and Yi Changming stayed. Yi Qianer was now living in the neighborhood that Li Fan had arranged for herself before, but she also wanted to stay here today like her parents so that she could spend more time with Brother Fan. Brother Fan, before Yi Qianer could even open her mouth, Li Fan could tell what she was thinking. Qianer, why don't you stay too, so that you can have a care with your uncle and aunt? Aha! Yi Qianer was overjoyed. Sure enough, Brother Fan understood her the most. During dinner time, a few people were talking and laughing. Lin Xilian thought that Li Fan is now so successful in his career, but how is it that the family has not moved at all? Son now the money you also earned. When to marry a daughter-in-law let your mom I hold grandchildren Wang Xiufan also spoke up. Yes Xiaofan. You see you now live in this house. No hostess always feels something missing. This kind of big thing you still early to consider early good Saying this she looked at Yi Qianer by her side. Take my home Qianer, now are so big, but also a boyfriend did not let us see. Really to worry about dead me. According to me, the girl or marry early to have a big fat baby good. Yi Qianer sneakily glanced at Li Fan. A bit vain. Buried her head to eat. Hearing Wang Xiufan's words, Lin Xilian suddenly acted as if she remembered something. That's right. I still remember when I was little Qianer this girl loved to run after Fanner, and said that when she grows up she wants to marry my family's Fanner as a bride. Several adults couldn't help but stand up. Yes, the two of them used to be very close. Why do they feel rusty when they're older? Yi Qianer thought in her heart that it wasn't like that. She was now very good with Li Fan. So good that she couldn't let these adults know that kind of thing. But in the end is a young girl. Yi Qianer listening to their flirting words. Ears are burning red. Afraid of being seen for something, she had to hurriedly pick up a few mouthfuls of rice then said she was full. Qianer her mother. Is it that I just spoke to make Qianer unhappy Lin Xilian saw Yi Qianer's look and thought it was because Yi Qianer didn't like the fact that she had just rehashed her old story. You don't have to care about her. The girl is older and has a thin skin. She doesn't like to hear us talk about us. Wang Xiufan just thought it was her own girl's older shyness, and rattled it off in a few words. Lin Xilian nodded and turned her head to ask Li Fan. So son, what exactly do you think about finding a daughter-in-law? Mom, you old don't for heart. I have a number in my heart, to ensure that in the future will bring you a good daughter-in-law back into it? Li Fan helplessly returned. Did not expect that now he is so rich, or cannot leave the fate of being urged to marry. That's more or less the same. Lin Xilian was satisfied with the promise given by Li Fan, and then nagged Wang Xiufan's two elders about their old home. It was late at night, and the few guests were arranged by the housekeeper in the guest room area on the first floor. In the middle of the night, Yi Qianer was lying on her own bed, but she tossed and turned, thinking that her mom and dad should be asleep. Yi Qianer tiptoed out of the room. It was good that she didn't wake up her parents and Auntie Lin when she passed by the two guest rooms in front of them that were sleeping. Yi Qianer carefully came to the stairs, wanting to go to the second floor where Li Fan was. As she walked, she couldn't help but get angry. Today, Brother Fan actually didn't say anything to her, nor did he say that he was coming to find her or anything. She was a bit angry, but her feet couldn't help but step up the stairs again. Suddenly, around the corner of the stairs, a big strong hand scooped her up. She barely managed to hold back a scream. I was thinking of going to find you, but I didn't expect you to move faster than me. Li Fan's breath came from her ear, and his low voice teased her to the core. Looking back, Li Fan had a somewhat bad but handsome smile on his face. You're still saying that? Humph. You actually want me to sneak up on you? Yi Qianer was exasperated. Her puckered lips looked very cute to Li Fan. He didn't hold back and directly kissed her. Yi Qianer immediately lost her color. Brother Fan, what if you're like this when Auntie and my parents and they see you later? At this moment, the door to Lin Xilian's room suddenly opened. I ate too much salt at night. I'm strangely thirsty. Lin Xilian turned on the lights in the corridor and walked straight to the kitchen. The staircase that Li Fan and Yi Qianer were on at this time was right in the middle of the kitchen guest room corridor. Li Fan gently turned Yi Qianer's body and hid with her in the shadow position at the corner of the stairs. Then he directly confined Yi Qianer in his arms and kissed her firmly. Yi Qianer panicked because at this angle of theirs, as long as Lin Xilian raised her head slightly, she could see it. Chapter 67, Too Dangerous. Yi Qianer was almost discovered in Li Fan's room. Yi Qianer thought about breaking away from Li Fan's embrace. However, Li Fan's kisses were hard and fierce, with no sign of stopping. Yi Qianer was anxious and afraid. If she was really discovered, her parents would break her legs. Fortunately, after Lin Xilian drank the water, she returned to her room the same way. Li Fan also let go of Yi Qianer at this time, with a winning bad smile on his face. Yi Qianer grumbled and wanted to hammer him. However, she was grabbed by Li Fan's wrist and placed it on her mouth and kissed the back of her hand. Yi Qianer was instantly annoyed and ashamed, and then she was picked up by Li Fan's entire body horizontally and walked towards the third floor. The next morning, Yi Qianer woke up in Li Fan's arms. Looking at Li Fan's sleeping face, she suddenly felt so happy. Only this feeling of happiness didn't last long before she realized that she was about to be in big trouble. The clock on the wall was already pointing at 9 o'clock, the usual time when her parents would have gotten up long ago. At this time, on the first floor of the villa, Wang Xiufan opened the door to Yi Qianer's room and prepared to call her for dinner. Strange, why isn't this child in her room this early in the morning? Lin Xilian also came to the door of Li Fan's room on the third floor ready to call him for dinner. Finished. How did I oversleep? Yi Qianer glanced angrily at Li Fan who was still asleep. It was all because Brother Fan was just too tossable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to wake up himself. Son, have you gotten up yet? Hurry up and come out to eat. Outside the door, Lin Xilian's knock sounded. Yi Qianer hurriedly pulled up Li Fan who was on the bed. Brother Fan, don't sleep. You quickly go and drag Auntie Ah. The dazed Li Fan rubbed his eyes before he could see the anxious face of the person in front of him. Son, still not up yet? Lin Xilian's knock on the door finally made Li Fan completely awake. Yi Qianer's side had already packed up all her clothes into a ball and hugged and hid in the check room with a door in the bedroom. Coming, Mom. Li Fan also got up and opened the door. Mom, I just got up. Eating right, I'll go down in a while. Lin Xilian nodded and was just about to leave when she suddenly remembered that she hadn't visited her son's bedroom yet. She smoothly walked into Li Fan's bedroom door. I didn't have time to visit this house of yours yesterday. Mom, look at what you've decorated inside here. In the check room, Yi Qianer was shocked when she heard Lin Xilian talking about the idea of visiting the room. She looked at the check room at a glance and could only pray that Li Fan could make sure to stop Aunt Lin. Lin Xilian strolled around Li Fan's bedroom, and the moment she was about to pull open the check room door, Li Fan spoke out. Mom, I'm so hungry, so just hurry up and get out. I'll go down after I change. Li Fan said while naturally holding Lin Xilian's shoulders to lead her out. Alright, then you have to hurry down. It's not good for your stomach if you eat the meal cold. The crisis lifted. Yi Qianer heard no sound outside before she finally dared to pull the door open a small crack. Li Fan was standing in the doorway squinting at her with smiling eyes. Little girl, didn't freak out, did you? At this moment, Yi Qianer's small face was pale, but her face carried a few threads of red silk that floated up because of her nervousness, and she looked beautifully stirring. Without waiting for Yi Qianer to answer, Li Fan pulled the door wide open and hugged her as if he wanted to rub her into his arms. Yi Qianer wondered, Brother Fan, didn't you say you were hungry? Then you hurry down. Li Fan let go of her and smiled. It's hungry, so I decided. I'll eat you first to start my appetite. With a push of his big hand, the door of the check room was shut tightly, and fine ambiguous sounds came out from inside. After a good toss, Yi Qianer hurried to the bedside to pick up her own cell phone and send a message to Wang Xiufan. Mom, I had an urgent shift in the morning and went out rather early. I forgot to tell you. Oh, so that's how it is. Then you work well. Don't worry too much about me and your dad. Things were perfectly resolved. Yi Qianer was finally relieved. Li Fan, on the other hand, put on his clothes and came downstairs to eat breakfast. This food is almost cold. You child. Lin Xilian couldn't help but speak out and accuse Li Fan when she saw that he actually dawdled for so long when he said he was coming down. Right. Qianer, her mother. Where is Qianer? Did you find her? Wang Xiufan embarrassedly lit up the message that Yi Qianer had sent her. This child went to work early in the morning and didn't know to talk to me first, letting you worry blindly for her. Qianer, this girl is really letting people save their hearts. She's beautiful, and she's working hard to get ahead. If I hadn't taken her as my own daughter, I would have really wanted to set her up with my family's fanner. Lin Xilian glanced at Li Fan with a smile in her eyes. Wang Xiufan hurriedly opened her mouth and laughed. Don't laugh. Fan's mother. Now that Xiaofan is so good, our Qianer wouldn't dare to think of such a thing. The two old ladies joked back and forth. Li Fan rubbed his nose sheepishly and prepared to sit down to eat. Suddenly, there was a thud sound from upstairs. Son, what's up there? Lin Xilian and Wang Xiufan both looked at Li Fan with a puzzled expression. Li Fan drank a mouthful of porridge and calmly said, There are a lot of servants at home. It might be something that accidentally touched off. In fact, Li Fan's villa usually did have numerous servants no less, but he had always strictly forbidden anyone from entering or leaving his house during the morning hours. But things were urgent, and he could only find such an excuse now. Lin Xilian recalled that she clearly didn't see any servants up there just now, but it was possible that she didn't see them. Only after hearing Li Fan's explanation did a few people start their own conversation again. After eating, while a few people did not pay attention, Li Fan brought some milk bread up to Yi Qianer. As soon as he opened the door to his room, Yi Qianer revealed a miserable face. Brother Fan, you're finally here. I'm about to be starved to death. Li Fan reached out and pinched Yi Qianer's wrinkled little face and laughed. So I didn't feed you well in the morning? Yi Qianer was immediately amused and annoyed. Brother Fan, I'm going to be so hungry that I don't have the strength. And you're still making a scene. Li Fan was adorable by Yi Qianer's puffed up look and picked up the bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Finally, having eaten and drunk enough, Yi Qianer lazily lay down on the bed. But it's not a good idea to stay here all the time. Brother Fan, otherwise why don't you find a way to send my parents and Aunt Lin out? That way I can sneak down without them noticing. Li Fan smiled. Is it bad for me to hide you here? Or is it that you don't like staying here with me? Of course I want to, Yi Qian'er muttered in a small voice. Wanting to is wanting to, but right now her mom and dad are still living in Fan's house, so the risk factor is just too high. Please, my brother Fan, just help me support them away. Yi Qian'er could only use her pampering technique. Her two small hands grabbed Li Fan's arm and shook it from side to side. Okay is okay, only, just pampering is not enough. Li Fan looked at Yi Qian'er with another bad smile on his face. Chapter 68, Taking 3 Elders to the Park in a Helicopter. Yoon Cole quit her job. Yi Qian'er looked at Li Fan's bad smile. Of course she knew what he was thinking in his heart. No way, oh brother Fan, this is really my time to go to work. Please, hurry up and branch them out, Yi Qian'er said while showing a harmless smile. Li Fan was pestered to no end. I know. Now I'll make way for you little goblin to go. Li Fan pinched the tip of Yi Qian'er's tiny nose before going downstairs to prepare to take his mother and Mr. and Mrs. Yi Changming to the park. Son, this is a good suggestion of yours. We haven't even properly appreciated the scenery of Mordor for the 3 of us who came here. Wang Xiaofan also had a happy face, thinking that this Xiaofan was just thoughtful. Several people came to the grass in front of the villa. Yi Qian'er, who came down from the 2nd floor, saw the right time and slipped out from the side door. Son, aren't we going to the park? What are you bringing us here for? Why don't you get the car and go? Mom, there's no need to take the car. The transportation will be here in a while. No need to take the car? The 3 middle-aged men all looked puzzled. Not long after, a helicopter slowly flew from the distance and landed in front of several people again. A man jumped down from the helicopter. Hello boss, I've come to pick up you and your family. Lin Xilian and Wang Xiaofan looked at each other in disbelief. Son, what does this mean? This is the transportation to take us to the park. Li Fan looked as if he was not surprised. Yet Lin Xilian and the others' mouths could not be any bigger in shock. Taking a helicopter to the park? The world of the rich was really hard to imagine. Under the assistance of the assistant, several people successfully boarded the helicopter. The helicopter turned on and slowly flew to the Magic City Center Park. In the Magic City Center Park, adults and children were all playing comfortably. Suddenly, not far away, a black shadow loomed over an area of grass that was normally not allowed to be stepped on. What's the situation? Is it going to rain? The crowd all looked up in wonder, yet they saw a helicopter that was about to slowly land. Is there a show today? Why is there a helicopter? This is too cool. Quickly help me take a picture with it. Before the helicopter even landed, a group of people had gathered around it. When the helicopter landed, Li Fan came down from the helicopter. The crowd was stunned. I'll go. There's really an entertainer coming. He's so handsome, but why haven't we seen him online? Nowadays, inner entertainment is all about capital. Such a really big handsome guy has no resources instead. Inner entertainment is really going to be finished. The crowd was talking, and a few bold ones had already run up to ask Li Fan for an autograph. Li Fan? What's the situation? Are these people treating him like a star? The assistant hurriedly came down to help him stop the crowds that were surging up, and invited Lin Xilian and a few others down. Is it still necessary to bring family members to a roadshow now? But how come there are no cameramen or staff besides them? Lin Xilian was also shocked to see so many people suddenly surrounding her. They can't just be tourists, right? Someone in the crowd made a reasonable guess at the right time. It was then that the crowd realized that they had made a mistake and hurriedly backed off a few points. Awkward. So handsome, I thought it was a star. But isn't it more scary that this man can bring his family to the park by helicopter? How the hell can an ordinary person have this kind of operation? Just now was still captured by Li Fan's face value of the melon masses at this time, eyes full of envy. Then appearance of such things. This man showed the financial strength. Is really called horrible as There are a few girls who are even more moved by what they hear, and they want to ask Li Fan for contact information. Li Fan had to politely decline one by one. This time to make such a big sensation is not his intention. If not, he is worried about the bumpy ride will be on Uncle Ia's wounds. He will not use to the helicopter. However, it was not his fault that he had money, but next time he might need more bodyguards. Li Fan accompanied a few elders to stroll around, and for the sake of convenience, he asked his assistant to prepare a wheelchair for Yi Changming in advance. Both Wang Xiaofan and Yi Changming were satisfied with Li Fan's thoughtfulness. If only such an excellent child was really their son-in-law. However, they also knew that it might have been possible to think about it in the past, but now it was a remote hope. Li Fan wanted to accompany a few people back to their homes after they had almost finished shopping. However, at this time, the team's Ajin suddenly called him. Boss, I can finally find you. Something happened to the team. Li Fan frowned. Could it be that Wei Xiaowei who came looking for trouble again? What happened? You say it slowly. Sister Koyer left a resignation letter in the office and couldn't find anyone. What? How did Yin Care suddenly resign? Li Fan was puzzled. But he did recall the time when Incor's face wasn't very good after she met that man after winning the competition. Mom, you take Aunt Wang and Uncle Yi back first. I suddenly have some things to take care of and will go back later. Li Fan explained the few elders to his assistant and then immediately took a taxi to the gymnasium. In the office inside the gymnasium, several players had anxious faces. Seeing Li Fan arrive, they hurriedly ran up. What about that letter? Li Fan asked. A Jin immediately handed the open letter to Li Fan. However, the only reason for resignation written on it was not competent enough for the position of soccer team leader. And there was no other reason for Incor's anomaly. When was the last time you saw the team leader? I haven't seen Sister Kier since yesterday after the game. Several team members replied. It was the same as the last time he saw Kier, which meant that Kier did quit suddenly because of that man. Kin, did you say before that you knew the man who spoke to Kagome? Well, he's the owner of the third place team in the last Chinese Super League, called Lei Mechanics. I've heard that he's quite good at managing the team and has his own set of training methods, but I haven't heard anything else. What's wrong, boss? Could it be that Kor-san's sudden resignation has something to do with him? It can't be, right? Kagome-san doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be casually poached. Jean and a few players hurriedly said. It should have something to do with that man, but Kagome wasn't necessarily poached. There should be her own hardships in this matter. You guys, don't need to worry about this matter anymore. Just train well. As for Koer, I'll go back to understand the handling, and will definitely bring back your good leader to you, Li Fan assured. A few players heard Li Fan's assurance, and their hearts finally dropped a little. Afterward, Li Fan called Julia. Julia, help me look up someone. Chapter 69, beat up Lei Mechanic to get 70% of Fate Group's shares, only to apologize. At Li Fan's command, Julia quickly found out Lei Mechanic's identity and current location. Li Fan came directly to his office. Sir, Mr., you can't go in without an appointment. The receptionist wanted to stop Li Fan. However, with Li Fan's stature, the receptionist's interception was simply like a light feather. Lei Mechanics was sitting in his office drinking tea at the moment, and once he saw the visitor, he couldn't help but float up with a disdainful smile. You go out. Seeing that Lei Mechanics did not blame himself, the receptionist hurriedly left. This gentleman. What? You only met me on the field yesterday, so you can't wait to come to me for lessons today? If you have a good attitude, I wouldn't mind teaching you a few tricks to manage the team. Li Fan snorted coldly. Who's here to learn some bull ***** tricks from you? Let me ask you, what did you mean by those words you said to Inkor yesterday? It was then that Lei Mechanic reacted to the fact that Li Fan had come to find himself because of Inkor. Sir, I say, don't you have to check things out before you use someone? Inkor is known to follow whoever has money. I'm doing this for your own good, and I specifically reminded you of this yesterday. Why did you come back to me instead? Li Fan looked at the evil man in front of him. He wasn't stupid enough to trust this kind of person. Do you think I'll believe your words just because you're stirring up trouble like this? I know better than you what kind of person Koer is. Inkor, who was single-mindedly responsible for the logistics of the players, had never complained of suffering or tiredness, nor had she tried to fish for oil to make herself rich just because of the position she was in. Li Fan didn't believe that such a girl would be the kind of gold-digging girl that Lei Mechanics talked about, and if that was really the case, then Inkor would be most capable of raking in money right now with him by her side. And how would she suddenly choose to leave without saying goodbye? Are you clear? Jealousy suddenly rose in Lei Mechanic's eyes. Could it be that woman had really followed this man? Then she was still acting like she would rather die than obey in front of herself before. She really is a D-woman just like I thought. As soon as Lei Mechanic's words left his mouth, Li Fan immediately sent a fist over. Lei Mechanic's face was instantly knocked askew to one side, and a few teeth fell out. You dare to hit me? I'm telling you, you're definitely dead this time. Do you know who the boss is who is funding behind me? Our team is funded by the Fei Tai Group. Now that you've messed with me, I'll make sure that your team won't be able to make it in the future. Lei Mechanic began to swear, yet the few punches he swung in the air couldn't even hurt Li Fan's fur. Ding! Trigger mission, violently beat up Lei Mechanics for justice. Can obtain 70% of Fei Tai Group's shares. Hearing the system's announcement, Li Fan almost didn't laugh out loud. The system really didn't let him down, and was also a master of the road. You just said that behind you is Fei Tai Group, right? Li Fan smiled and asked the wretched Lei Mechanics in front of him. That's right, now you know to be afraid. Fei Tai Group is the top real estate company here. If you know you're scared, then stand there honestly. I'll beat you to death. Lei Mechanics covered his face and roared. Li Fan pretended to be very weak and stood straight in place. Seeing this, Lei Mechanics immediately lunged at him. However, Li Fan violently stretched out his fist and planted it on Lei Mechanics' already concave nose. Instantly, Lei Mechanics' face was dented like a basin. Then Li Fan picked up his collar and blasted him up and down, left and right, inside and out as if he was a sandbag, until his originally human appearance was completely unrecognizable. Li Fan only stopped. However, although it looks tragic, but Li Fan process completely avoided the lethal parts of lay mechanics. After all, he just want to let lay mechanics learn a lesson. Harmful things Li Fan cannot do. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 70% of the shares of Fei Tai Group. Lay mechanic's entire body shrank on the ground, but his mouth was still surprisingly hard. You're really dead this time. I won't let you go. You won't let who go? Outside the door, there was a sudden angry shout. Li Fan raised his eyes to look. It was a middle-aged man that he did not recognize. Chief Assistant Lu, you have finally come. This person suddenly rushed in and beat me up. This is a complete slap in the face of our Fei Tai Group. Lay mechanics hurriedly crawled to General Assistant Lu's feet and vigorously tugged at his pant leg, crying. However, General Assistant Lu kicked him away. Who's with you? It's us. Fei Tai Group is Fei Tai Group. It has nothing to do with you. Lay mechanics. After saying that, General Assistant Lu immediately came in front of Li Fan. Chairman Li, I'm really sorry for actually making you do it yourself. I assure you that I will now immediately go back and draw up a contract to cancel the funding for the lay mechanics team. General Assistant Lu had just received a secret message from the company's top management out of the blue when he was conducting a tour at the Thunderbolt mechanics team. It said that an extremely young man had suddenly purchased 70% of the shares of their business, becoming the only major shareholder of their group right now. Who knew that Chief Assistant Lu was just about to come to find lay mechanics? When he saw that the new chairman, who had only just seen the photo, was actually standing in lay mechanics' office at this moment, and that lay mechanics actually also badmouthed, is really bold. After showing Li Fan how he would handle the situation, Chief Assistant Lu turned around and glared fiercely at lay mechanics who was at his feet. Do you realize that the one in front of you is the chairman of our Fei Tai Group? Do you want me to help you teach our chairman a lesson? Chief Assistant Lu's resounding voice landed in lay mechanics' ears like a clap of thunder. General Assistant Lu, what did you say? I said that Mr. Li is the chairman of our Fei Tai Group. Are you deaf or have bad eyes? How dare you bully your superiors from below? In the future, your team won't be able to get any more funding from our group. Now why don't you apologize to our chairman? General Assistant Lu was looking at lay mechanics like he was looking at a piece of trash. Previously, he had thought that this person had quite the eyesight, but it turned out that the moment he came, he messed with the biggest boss of their group. Not to mention that Chairman Li wanted to beat him up. He himself wanted to smack this lay mechanics with a few big mouths. Lay mechanics froze in place, as if the whole person had lost his soul. Inkir that actually fell in love with this kind of big gold master. No wonder he left his team without looking back in the first place. Really shameless. I will definitely make the two of them look good in the future. You're really deaf, aren't you? Apologize. General Assistant Lu let out another angry shout. Lay mechanic hated his teeth, but he could only bow his head now. He crawled on his hands and knees to Li Fan. A look of resentment filled the bottom of his buried low head, but the words on his mouth could only be, I'm really sorry. Chairman Li. Chapter 70, Finding Inkor on the beach. Spending a night in an RV as a young couple. Li Fan sneered. Rather, it's still a dog that knows its mistakes and can correct them. You've sincerely admitted your mistake. Let's leave this matter as it is. Thank you Chairman Li for your forgiveness. Lay mechanic returned against his will. His heart's hate value for Inkor and Li Fan reaching its peak. After giving Chief Assistant Lu a look, Li Fan left the office. How's it going? Have you found out yet? Li Fan picked up the call from Julia. Checked it boss. According to Miss Inkor's friend, when Miss In is in a bad mood, she often goes to the Bena coast to take a break. It's highly likely that she's there right now. There are also some previous incidents about the indignities Miss Kaur suffered from that I've also sent them all together in your cell phone. Well done Julia. Thank you. It's my honor to help my boss out. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan immediately traveled to the Bena coast. Today was a normal weekday, so the number of people along the coast was extremely low, which was very conducive for Li Fan to find someone. On a relatively hidden sandy spot, Li Fan saw a familiar figure. Inkor was lying on the sand with her usual ponytail tied up, her long seaweed-like hair spread out on the sand, looking especially like a mermaid from the sea. Just as Inkor was listening to the sound of the waves and looking at the rosy blue sky, a shadow suddenly covered her, and then she saw Li Fan's clear eyes. Brother Fan. She was so scared that she immediately wanted to sit up, but was held down by Li Fan. You don't need to get up. It's fine for us to chat like this. Saying that, Li Fan lay next to her in the opposite direction, their faces facing each other exactly upside down. How did you know I was here? Inkor didn't think that Li Fan could actually find this place, knowing that there were very few people who knew this habit of hers. As long as I want to, I can find you wherever you go. These words caused In Kier's heart to suddenly tremble at the tip of her heart, inexplicably rising with a full sense of security. On the contrary, it's you. Why did you quit without saying a word and leave a note? The team was scared by you. Li Fan braced his hands under his neck and spoke in a lazy tone. In Kier suddenly remembered something else, her eyes flooding with a layer of mist. Nothing, it's just that I'm suddenly tired and don't want to do it anymore. It's me who has apologized to everyone. Brother Fan, you should find a more responsible leader next. I'm really not worthy of leading everyone. After saying that, In Kier tilted her head to the side, attempting to shed all her tears into the sand without being noticed. Kier, you're just about the most responsible leader I've ever seen. And with the players looking forward to having you back, I'm not going to replace you. Brother Van, you guys? In Kier was inwardly touched beyond words. But, if it's because of lay mechanics, you don't have to worry. I've already stopped Fei Tai's funding for his team. What? In Kier sat up from the sand in shock at the words. Fei Tai Group was a Magic City top real estate company. How could it be? Seeing In Kier's puzzled and shocked eyes, Li Fan faintly said, nothing, it's just that I have shares in their group now. So it's just a show of hands. Although Li Fan spoke as if it was casual, In Kier knew that to change the original arrangement made by Fei Tai Group, the shares owned by Li Fan would definitely not be small. She didn't think that Li Fan would actually be able to do this for himself. Thank you, Brother Fan. In Kier also completely opened her heart at this time, and told Li Fan about the past that was troubling her. Previously, In Kier had been working under Lay Mechanics as a team leader. Originally, her relationship with the players was quite cordial, and she and Lay Mechanics were also considered ordinary colleagues. However, after Lay Mechanic was dumped by his rich girlfriend, he turned his attention to In Kier, who had an innocent face that he had previously overlooked. When the team was unable to secure sponsorship, In Kier was desperate. Even after Lay Mechanics got the sponsorship from Fei Tai Group through his connections, he didn't tell her the truth, but instead said that he would only support the team with part of his money if In Kier became his woman. In Kier decisively refused Lay Mechanics' request. However, she was subjected to endless rumors and slanders by Lay Mechanics after that. He said that she had fallen in with other teams' gold masters, and that the funding that originally belonged to the team had been taken by her to honor her own gold masters. Gradually, the players in the team put on colored glasses on In Kier, and her situation in the team became more and more difficult. She had no choice but to resign. However, Lay Mechanics had been distributing these untrue statements in the industry even after she resigned, completely blocking In Kier's possibilities of finding a job. So last time when she came to Li Fan to present herself, she was already prepared to be rejected. However, what she didn't expect was that Li Fan actually hired her on the spot, and he had always believed in her so much and supported her. Speaking of this, In Kier's tears had completely stopped. It's me who's sorry for everyone. I should have been stronger. Obviously you and everyone else have treated me so well, but I just randomly said leave because of my own emotions. In Kier was now filled with guilt and self-blame. Li Fan swept her over and let her lean on his shoulder. Everyone won't blame you. And you've been working on the team for so long. You haven't had much rest. This time it's as a vacation for you. It's not too late to go back after you've rested. In Kier completely couldn't strain herself to cry on Li Fan's shoulder. After a long time, In Kier's emotions finally calmed down and only a trace of sobbing remained. She lifted her bright eyes from crying to look at Li Fan. Li Fan stretched out his hand to wipe away the teardrops hanging on her face. And suddenly In Kier's hands tightly grasped Li Fan's fingers that were wiping away her tears. The two of them looked at each other and Li Fan caressed In Kier's cheek with his right hand and kissed her. The sand was still empty, with only the sea breeze whistling. At night, in order to keep In Kier from catching a cold, Li Fan had his men transfer a caravan. The two of them spent a warm and romantic night cooking and watching movies in the caravan just like an ordinary young couple. The next morning, Li Fan sent In Kier to the gym early. Sister Kier, where did you go yesterday? You scared us to death. As soon as In Kier appeared, the team members immediately surrounded her. In Kier was apologetic. I'm really sorry everyone, for making you all worry, harm. Sister Kier, it's fine that you're back now. There's nothing to be sorry for in our team. That's right. What Sister Kier has done for us is obvious to everyone. There's nothing to be sorry for. Looking at the way everyone spoke for herself, In Kier was touched in her heart, and she would definitely not leave this group of children behind after saying anything. Chapter 71, Double Happiness. Renewed relationship with Wanru in the bar. Thank you everyone. I will definitely not do anything so capricious in the future. I will definitely stay with everyone until the day we take the championship. In Kier's eyes reddened again as she spoke. Li Fan subconsciously wrapped her in a hug. The eyes of the other players were suddenly filled with the odor of gossip. Why do Sister Kier and the boss look so well matched today? It's simply a proper pairing of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Everyone's eyes were curious as if they wanted to stare a hole through the two of them. Kura was so amused by everyone that she was shy and hurriedly left Li Fan's embrace. You guys don't joke about us? Now that I'm back. You can't fall behind in your training. Obey, Lord Kur. The players juggling made Kura laugh. Just as they were about to go out to train, Chief Assistant Lu suddenly arrived. Isn't this someone from the Feitai group? Why is he here? The crowd was surprised and looked at General Assistant Lu with eyes full of sizing up. Everyone, I'm sorry for disturbing your training. I'm here today on behalf of Feitai group, and I hope that your team will accept our financial support. When these words came out, the players instantly looked at each other. He means that Feitai group wants to fund us. Hasn't Feitai group always been the one that doesn't fund anything other than the top three? General Assistant Lu looked at everyone's puzzled eyes and sneaked another look at Li Fan, who signaled that he could continue. Ha ha, you don't need to doubt. Your team's strength our group has long heard about. We believe that you must be the leading force in Dragon Country soccer in the future. That's why we specially came to send out an invitation. I really hope that everyone can accept our Feitai group. Let us escort you all on your future path. Assistant General Manager Lu's words were genuine, and he even bowed deeply towards the players after saying that. Feitai group wants to subsidize us. Of course we are happy to accept it. Right, Boss Li? Feitai group trusted them so much and was one of the top big enterprises in Dragon Country. How could they possibly refuse such an opportunity that other teams couldn't even beg for? At best, the moment just now had really surprised them, and now that they had reacted, of course they had to take this olive branch. Truth be told, a big part of the reason we'll come to invest this time is because we've taken a liking to Boss Li's management ability. Chief Assistant Lu couldn't wait to speak out. Although Chairman Li told him not to reveal his identity, but his own boss's ability couldn't be covered up for so little. I told you how our team could suddenly get the favor of Feitai group. It turns out that it's still the boss who's carrying the weight for us. Our boss is really the best and most powerful boss in the whole world. The players were full of gratitude towards Li Fan. If they hadn't met such a good boss, they wouldn't have been able to get to this position so quickly. General Assistant Lu looked at the crowd as they all knew how great their boss was. His face was satisfied. If it is not Li Dong commanded, he really would like to now immediately ruthlessly expose Li Dong's identity, so that all these players are well shocked. After successfully signing the funding contract, because of the double happiness of Kir's return in Feitai Group's funding, Ajin proposed that everyone go to the bar at night to relax. Li Fan happily agrees, but Kir doesn't go with them because she has something to do at the moment. In the bar, the lights were dimmed. Men and women embraced each other and danced on the dance floor. A few players were sitting in the booths showing their muscles to each other, and Ajin brought a few beauties to play dice with them. As Li Fan sipped his drink, his eyes suddenly caught a familiar figure at the bar. The woman looked back and also caught a glimpse of Li Fan who was looking towards her. Wan Ro hooked her lips and signaled Li Fan to wait for him to come over by himself on this side of the dance floor. Li Fan understood, put down his glass of wine, and walked straight towards Wan Ro with his steps. If it wasn't for the dim lighting of the bar, according to Li Fan's appearance and temperament, it would definitely cause a commotion immediately. Wan Ro pretended to blame the tone and opened her mouth. Boss Li not only didn't take the initiative to contact me once after that, but now that you're out to play and specifically picked my friend's bar instead of going to mine, could it be that you're deliberately avoiding me, Boss Li? Wan Ro said and turned her face away pretending to be angry. Li Fan immediately smoothly circled her from behind her. How could I deliberately avoid you? This bar was chosen by my group of players. You've wronged me if you think so. The fragrance of the woman's hair in Li Fan's arms was refreshing. In fact, Wan Ro's graceful figure had always lingered in his mind, but the contact that she had given herself earlier was accidentally lost by himself. If he explained this, he was afraid that he would again be considered not to be on his mind. Li Fan thought about it and still decided to muddle through this. That's not because you don't contact me all the time. It's only natural that people would think more about it. Wanru turned from Li Fan's arms and turned back to look directly at Li Fan. Her hands that were coated with shiny nail polish touched Li Fan's lapel. But I still have to thank you for saving my dad before. The doctor said that resuscitation was timely. Any later in my dad's situation would probably have been dangerous. In that case, how are you going to thank me? Li Fan had a bad smile on his face and reached out to pinch Wan Ro at her waist. Really will knowingly ask. Wan Ro let out a pout and climbed onto Li Fan's neck with her hands. The two people's bodies got closer and closer on the dance floor. Warm breath sprayed between their necks. The music was strong, and the neighborhood was filled with men and women immersed in their own worlds, so naturally no one paid attention to this side of the situation. The two people were dancing close to each other, and they were very passionate. Suddenly, Wan Ro reached out and touched Li Fan's earlobe, hooking her lips. Take you to a good place. After saying that, Wan Ro clasped Li Fan's fingers tightly and left the bar together with him to disperse the crowd. It had to be said that Wanru's tantalizing energy was very much to Li Fan's liking. Wan-ro pulled him, and after coming out from the back door of the bar, she went through several alleys. Then he came to Wan-ro's private cabin, a small but well-kept house. The walls were covered with all kinds of precious vinyl records, and there was also a whole wall of famous wine collection. At a glance, it was the home of a person who knew how to enjoy himself and had good taste. Wan-ro opened a bottle of red wine that she had treasured for a long time and clinked glasses with Li Fan. Drinking slightly drunk, the two of them hugged together again, leaving traces everywhere on the sofa, in the bedroom, in front of the mirror. After counting how long, Wan-ro got up with a towel around her, and suddenly took out a bag of something from the cabinet and drank it. What's that? Li Fan asked curiously. This? Wan-ro raised the package in her hand towards him. This is fiber enzyme. I drink it every night. The secret to maintaining my wonderful figure. Chapter 72 Obtaining 55% shares of pharmaceutical group. Li Fan takes out an unparalleled medicine recipe. It looks like it's really hard for you girls to stay in shape. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh. Wan-ro, however, suddenly stepped forward and pinched Li Fan's lean muscles. That's right. After all, who can have such a good-looking body that doesn't need much maintenance like you? It's really a case of people being more angry than people. But does that stuff really work when you drink it? Li Fan asked. It should be more or less useful. Anyway, I'll just drink it for peace of mind. Usually I still have to rely mainly on running the gym more often. Wan-ro said and suddenly sighed. If only there was something in the world that could stop you from getting fat after eating it. While listening to Wan-ro's unconscious words, Li Fan suddenly got inspired. His previous medical path had already reached a perfect state, so it was logical that as long as he thought of it himself, he would be able to provide countless proven remedies. You know, medicine is also an industry that can be greatly invested in. Ding! Inspirational epiphany detected in the host, obtaining 55% of the shares of Token Pharmaceuticals. Li Fan sat up from the bed with a carp. Now he didn't even need to invest in the company himself. He really loved this humane system. Li Fan pulled over Wan-ro's face and kissed him fiercely. Wan-ro looked at his sudden excitement with a bewildered look. What's wrong suddenly this is? Thanks to my muse for the inspiration. You've been a big help to me. Really? Then you'll return the favor. Wan-ro smiled wryly, and the two of them teased again. The next morning, Wan-ro, who had been tossed and exhausted, was still lazily sleeping. Li Fan got up softly, took Wan-ro's cell phone and saved the contact information for himself, then left the house softly. He was about to go home when he suddenly received a call from his lawyer. Boss Li, I found the person who hit and injured Mr. Yi Changming. What did he say? Is he willing to apologize and compensate? He's not willing to. Moreover, things might still be a bit difficult. On the phone, the lawyer's voice stammered in reply. Oh, how is it a difficult way? Li Fan's tone was unpleasant. That person who hit and injured Mr. Yi is the only son of the chairman of Shengshi Pharmaceuticals, and because of this relationship with his father, it's hard for our team to move him. Shengshi Pharmaceutical? If Li Fan remembered correctly, Shengshi Pharmaceuticals and Shikong Pharmaceuticals had always been tied for the two leading positions in the Dragon Kingdom's pharmaceuticals, with no one letting anyone in, and the competition was fierce, rather like both of them were born in the same place. Since this is the case, then he himself can just raise Token Pharmaceutical to the throne this time, and after beating Shengshi Pharmaceuticals down hard, let's see what this so-called what's his name, has left to hide behind for shelter. Okay, I know, your side continue to collect information. As for this relationship behind him, I will see to it. Yes, boss. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan utilized the medical knowledge in his brain and wrote out a prescription. Then he brought it directly to the Shikong Pharmaceutical Group. As soon as Li Fan entered the Token Pharmaceutical Group building, he attracted the attention of many people. The crowd was puzzled. How could a pharmaceutical company still have an entertainer come? However, seeing Li Fan's outstanding temperament, no one stopped him to ask if he had a reservation. Li Fan gently and loosely came to the general manager's floor and knocked on his office door. Please come in. Li Fan opened the door, and when Fan Shuwei, the general manager of Shikong Group, saw the visitor's appearance, he immediately bounced up from his chair. Chairman Li, why are you suddenly here in person? Fan Shuwei looked at Li Fan's face, which was 100 times more handsome than his photos, and couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. The world says that a new official has 3 fires. This new chairman suddenly came here without saying a word. It can't be to inspect the work. Chairman, I'll immediately have someone send some drinks in for you now. Fan Shuwei was about to dial the intercom in a hurry to call his secretary to come in. Li Fan directly sat down on the sofa. Don't bother. I'm just here to provide the company with a prescription. A prescription? Fan Shuwei rubbed the back of his head in wonder. It was true that their pharmaceutical company needed a prescription, but they all had specialized laboratories to conduct experiments and ratios. This Chairman Li suddenly brought such a prescription that he didn't know whether it was real or fake. Will this work? Fan Shuwei spoke in a euphemistic tone. Chairman, all of our pharmaceutical departments have in very serious research and development. The prescription is currently sufficient for us, and all of our medicines and healthcare products on the market have high sales. But this prescription of yours is not from our laboratory, which I'm afraid will be risky when the time comes. Fan Shuwei said carefully, but his eyes didn't dare to look at Li Fanhao directly. Just rest assured that you can take it to production. I can guarantee that what is produced will definitely allow our medicine to take the position as the #1 medicine group in the Dragon Kingdom. As for the risk you mentioned, don't worry, I'll take the blame if something goes wrong. Hearing Li Fan's words, Fan Shuwei was still half-hearted. He could understand the chairman's good intentions, but something like medicines, really can't afford to joke about it. What? With my status as the first largest shareholder of the Shirkang Group, isn't that enough to guarantee this risk? Li Fan's voice had taken on a bit of impatience. Of course. Fan Shuwei hurriedly responded. The words had been said to this point. If he still stopped, it would be Fan Shuwei himself who had no eyesight. He took a look at the words written on the prescription for the classification of chewable health products, thinking that at most it was just something that didn't work, and shouldn't cause any trouble. As for Li Fan's words about making the Shirkang Group the #1 pharmaceutical group, he still didn't believe them. After all, the Shengshi Pharmaceuticals they were facing now was a strong and incomparable rival. Relying on a single product, or even just a healthcare product, it was simply impossible to defeat Shengshi Pharmaceuticals. Then the prescription will be accepted on our side. We guarantee that we will definitely put it into production as soon as possible. Do you see that you still have any orders, Chairman Li? It's okay, you just have to remember to give this matter to me to follow closely, as soon as possible to let me see the results is good. Okay, sure. After the explanation, Li Fan also did not stay in the Shirkang Group, returned home to accompany a few elders to play and eat. Late at night, Yi Qianer quietly came to the door of Li Fan's room. Before she could knock on the door, Li Fan opened it and carried her in. You little girl, your guts are getting bigger and bigger. What the heck? You don't want to think wrongly. Today I came just to tell you a good news. Oh, what good news? Although Yi Qianer said that, Li Fan still didn't let go of her, still hugging her tightly in his arms. My agent said that someone from Milan invited me to go to the runway show. Chapter 73 Yi Qianer compensates before going abroad. KTV party trouble appears. Yi Qianer's modeling work these days was widely praised by many partners, and she was considered to be a hot new star in the Magic City modeling circle. Together with Li Fan's identity, the entire company was especially attentive to her training. So naturally, she got this only invitation. That's really congratulations. I knew my Qianer was the most capable. Li Fan took Yi Qianer in his arms and kissed her like he was coaxing a child. Then on my side, I'll also share a good news for you. What's what? Yi Qianer had a curious face and moved towards Li Fan like a kitten. The person who bumped into your father. I've already found him. Really? Who is that person? I have to teach him a good lesson for my father. Yi Qianer immediately popped up from Li Fan's arms, her face full of righteous indignation. It's a bit of a tricky guy. I still need a bit of time on my side to get him. Li Fan reached out and stroked Yi Qianer's hair. But you don't have to worry. Just go to work at ease. I will manage this matter to the end. Aha! Just know that Brother Fan is the best. Yi Qianer in Li Fan's face a mouthful. Suddenly feels so reluctant to give up Fan brother you are. If it is not work, really do not want to leave you for a second. Looking at the humming kitten in his arms, Li Fan's heart was soft. If you can't part with it, you can compensate me a little more. Before Yi Qianer reacted, Li Fan had already grabbed the sheet to cover the two of their heads, and it was another romantic sleepless night. A few days later, Yi Qianer left for Milan on time. Fan Shuwei, the general manager of Shirkang Pharmaceutical, also called Li Fan to say that the products from the previous prescription had been produced. Li Fan went to the group to do the final inspection of the finished product. Looking at the clear and smooth chewable tablets that were produced, Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. No problem. It should be able to utilize 80% of the original prescription's efficacy. For those consumers who wanted to control their figure and slightly slim down, this potency was already enough. It can be put into the market. Li Fan's instructions were given, and Fan Shuwei didn't dare to delay, quickly spreading the product out to the offline-online market. The launch of Timecom Pharmaceuticals' new drug immediately attracted the attention of its competitor, Shengshi Pharmaceutical. But their attitude was not one of feeling threatened and bullish, but one of uncontrollable ridicule. Shirkang Group is afraid that its brain is not broken? Actually vigorously investing in weight loss health products? That's right. Who within us doesn't know that this thing is an IQ tax? Not to mention those consumers who don't have much trust in these products. Originally I thought that the new chairman of Shirkong Group was going to make some big moves, but I didn't realize that it was just a straw man. It seems that the top group of medicine in the country will be Shangshir Pharmaceuticals. In the internal communication network of Shangshir Pharmaceuticals, every employee was so happy as if they had won a battle, and they were all looking forward to the news of Shirkong Group's market defeat in a month's time. After dealing with the product, Li Fan received a party message from the college boys group. It was a KTV party initiated by a familiar classmate, and Li Fan's dormitory buddy Lu Tao would be there. Since the last time to participate in this kid's engagement banquet also some days, Hao has not heard the news of the two wedding. Li Fan was puzzled in his heart, thinking that he could just take this opportunity to ask about the situation, so he accepted the invitation. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Fan came to the 302 box of Jean King KTV. As soon as he arrived, Li Fan found that the brothers inside were almost all there. Seeing Li Fan come, everyone couldn't help but coax. Divine magnificent brother Li Fan is here. Everyone don't be blinded. The last time Li Fan sent 5 million emerald things have long been spread all over their level. Those who went last time and didn't, all knew that Li Fan was now a top tycoon. It was natural to make fun of him less. Don't make fun of me everyone. I'll have the waiter send some food in and see if I can plug your mouths. Then thank you to our great godly magnate. The crowd giggled and fooled around a bit more. Then they drank and sang. However, Li Fan looked around but didn't find Lu Tao's figure. In the past, at these parties and stuff, Lu Tao was the one who ran ahead. How come he's not here today when they're all here? It seems that people who have a daughter-in-law to be are a little more strict. Li Fan thought and shook his head with a smile. Not long after, Lu Tao came late and pushed open the door and walked in. However, his expression was wan. Lu Tao, here. Li Fan hurriedly waved at him. Lu Tao barely managed to pull out a greeting smile and came to Li Fan's side. You kid, didn't you used to come the fastest? What's the matter? Did you just check in with your daughter-in-law? Li Fan took a cup of wine to him and teased him. However, Lu Tao did not cheer up because of Li Fan's jokes, but instead had a more downcast expression. With a raise of his head, he instantly drank the wine in his hand. Li Fan could see that something was wrong with Lu Tao. What's wrong? Have a conflict with your daughter-in-law? I haven't heard anything from you about the wedding. Lu Tao hung his head. It would be good if there was a real conflict. Now I don't even know what the problem is. How? Originally, Lu Tao felt that this kind of family matter was not too good to bring out and talk about, but Li Fan was already his closest brother. If he didn't tell it out, he was going to suffocate himself to death. Originally, the last engagement ceremony was fine, but after that my wife was secretive all day long, and every time she was asked about her wedding, she said she'd talk about it later, and the attitude towards me is also much worse than before. In short, it is very cold. Ask her if she has any dissatisfaction with me, also not say. Alas. Lu Tao sighed heavily, picked up the wine again and poured himself a glass and drank it all in one go. Li Fan was also a little puzzled when he heard what Lu Tao said, although last time only saw Lu Tao daughter-in-law one side, but the feeling is a quite decent good woman. How two people suddenly out of this situation? Maybe there is really some misunderstanding. If you have the opportunity, you two will communicate again to see. Li Fan has no experience in this kind of thing, but it is said that it is better to tear down a temple than to destroy a marriage, so he can only comfort his brother so first. Lu Tao only nodded sullenly. I'll go out for some air. He stood up, probably a little dizzy from drinking, and opened the door to walk out. Just as Li Fan wanted Lu Tao to go and have a good quiet time by himself, the sound of glass breaking suddenly came from outside the door. Then there was a loud, angry and frightened voice. How did you walk out of the way? This is the wine that the guest specially ordered from the Mellow Winery. You really killed me. Lu Tao's hurried confessional voice rang out. I'm really sorry. How much for these broken ones? I'll definitely pay for it. Li Fan sniffed and hurriedly walked out the door. At this time, a strutting figure also walked out of the next 301 box. Chapter 74, 100% shares of Mellow Winery taken. Suzy Heo suffered greatly. Just say how much directly. Don't make things difficult for my friend. Li Fan stood beside the somewhat drunk Lu Tao and gave him support. The floor was covered with bottle fragments and wine liquid, and seeing Li Fan's aura, the KTV employees who were still looking fierce also tightened their expressions. However, when the man who walked out from box 301 saw Li Fan, his eyes revealed a maliciously bright light all of a sudden. It's you again, Li Fan. Li Fan turned around at the sound of the voice and saw Suzy Heo's pig-headed third face at once. What? Something is wrong with Mr. Su? Suzy Heo snorted coldly and stood next to the shivering KTV employee. Of course there's something. Your friend spoiled my wine. As the person involved, of course I have to seek justice for myself. The KTV employee felt Suzy Heo's aggressive aura and hurriedly nodded his head and explained for himself. Mr. Su, all these wines were really broken because that gentleman suddenly bumped into me. Su Zihao didn't even look at him. He didn't care if he broke it or not. Since Li Fan was there now, then he had to put this debt on Li Fan's head anyways. Alright, cut the crap. How much do I need to pay out? I'll directly help my friend out. At this time, Lu Tao was already completely drunk and couldn't find his way out. Li Fan had full authority to intervene on his behalf. Anyway, this Su Zihao now looked like he was also charging himself. When Su Zihao heard Li Fan's words, a triumphant smile immediately surfaced on his face. I don't need your compensation. I just need you to return to me the exact same wine as these broken ones. And not a single bottle should be missing. There were originally 12 bottles in the box of wine held by the employee, and 6 of them were broken by Lu Tao's touch. This box of wine was ordered by Su Zihao a year in advance at the Mellow Winery. Although the price of a bottle of wine itself was not too expensive, but the Mellow Winery family's wines had always been known for their superior quality to be ordered very early in advance. Even the richest tycoons have to follow their rules in front of Mellow Winery. Therefore, Su Zihao's request was a confirmation that Li Fan would not be able to accompany him with the exact same wine, and he has also previously understood the composition of the winery's senior management. Are a water of foreigners? Never heard of accepting the dragon people to invest and share things. In other words, this time Li Fan had to be completely planted in Su Zihao's hands. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you can't compensate me for the exact same wine, then kneel down and apologize and kowtow a few more times to me along with your reckless friend, so that I might even release it to you. How about it, Li Fan? I've been kind enough to you. Li Fan instantly saw Su Zihao's ill intentions from his hypocritical face. Looking at Su Zihao with this certainty, the wine from this winery must be very bad to take. Just as Li Fan was still thinking of a countermeasure. Ding! Trigger mission, smash all of Su Zihao's wines to get 100% of the equity of the Mellow Winery. The smile shifted to Li Fan's face. It seemed like he couldn't do it without pretending. Suddenly, he waved his hand violently, completely overturning the entire box in the employee's hand. The rest of those good wines crackled and fell to the ground, splashing juice everywhere. Some of them even splashed directly onto Su Zihao's pants leg, and he was instantly filled with iron. Li Fan, are you crazy? Very well, since you dropped all of these, then directly kneel on these glass pieces for me. Li Fan, however, pulled out his ears without a care in the world. Didn't you ask me to compensate you? Why don't you just forget about all these wines? I'll replace them all with new ones for you. Humph, you say it so easily. See, you are a frog in the well. Mellow Vineyard, that is in front of how many powerful people have not lowered their head. You think you can get away with it every time just because you have a few bucks? You'll be on your knees for me today. Don't talk too early. In case you get hit in the face later, won't it be a slap in the face? Li Fan smiled calmly and took out his phone to dial a number. Su Zihao looked at Li Fan's behavior with a disgusted face. This time is still dying here. Simply funny. However, not a moment later, downstairs at the front door of the KTV came the rumbling sound of a truck. Then there was the sound of heavy stairs. Everyone looked up to the stairway. What's that sound? It can't be an earthquake, right? A passerby had just raised a question when he saw several black-clothed bodyguards rushing up carrying cases and cases of wine. Then they were placed very steadily in front of Li Fan. Director Li, the wine you wanted is here. The crowd went up to take a look, and it was exactly the same as the wine bottles that had just fallen on the ground. And all of them without exception had the stamping mark unique to Mellow Vineyard printed on them. How can this be possible? Su Zihao was shocked and hurriedly picked up the wine and looked at it inside and out. Wasn't it said that Mellow Vineyard would not succumb to money? How is it that Li Fan now gently and easily got so many things that he had booked for a year to get? However, no matter how much he looked at it, these wines were indeed the same ones he had been spoiled with, and the amount in front of him now was only more. Su Zihao, how about it? I did what you asked for, and my friend didn't mean to do it in the first place. So are you satisfied? And to compensate, take as much of these wines as you want. I won't bother with you. The situation was completely reversed, and now Li Fan was completely on the side of being justified. Su Zihao was furious. How is it that every time he met this Li Fan, he was defeated? He was really his nemesis. Unlucky. Su Zihao had no choice but to order his staff to bring the new wine to his box. The crowd dispersed and Li Fan helped Lu Tao back to his box. Su Zihao sat in the box. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and called the KTV manager. Call a few girls to come in and drink with us. Okay, Mr. Su. You wait a moment. The manager hurriedly went and called a few girls in. A timid woman was particularly eye-catching among them. Obviously her face and figure were all first class, but her face was filled with the youthfulness of resistance. Su Zihao looked at Gu Yiting, who was hiding behind the others, and had a plan in mind. That one hiding at the very back. Come over here. Gu Yiting's heart tightened and she hesitated to come out. Mr. Su is calling you. Didn't you hear me? The manager was afraid that Gu Yiting's attitude would make Suzy Heo angry, and hurriedly dragged her to Suzy Heo. Mr. Su, the person you want. Suzy Heo sized up the woman in front of him and suddenly took out his cell phone to take a picture of her. In the photo, the woman was wearing inappropriate makeup. The cheap sequin dress on her body matched the KTV background, and at a glance, she looked like she would cause offense. Gu Yiting's eyes were shocked and scared. What was this man doing? Mr. Su, what are you doing filming me? Suzy Heo flashed out his cell phone screen. Do as I say, or I can't guarantee if this photo will be sent to your family. Chapter 75, Suzy Heo sends out a secret undercover agent. Li Fan transfers 200,000 to help a beautiful woman. Gu Yiting didn't know why all of a sudden Suzy Heo showed this face to her. Looking at Gu Yiting's overwhelmed appearance, Suzy Heo sneered. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid you haven't been in the industry for long, and you look like you can't let go of your face, so it's likely that you're in some kind of financial difficulty, and you can't tell your family about this, right? Suzy Heo picked up the red wine on the table and pretended to shake it, with an expression of seeing through everything. However, Gu Yiting's situation was really hit by him. She lowered her head and didn't dare to answer. I won't make things difficult for you, as long as you help me with my work. I naturally won't tell your family about the photos and you being here, but if you refuse, I'll be able to know all of your family's circumstances with a light touch. You shouldn't want to be pointed and spat upon by your family either. Suzy Heo completely pinpointed Gu Yiting's soft underbelly. She had come here to get money to cure her family's illness, but she also knew that with her family's conservative nature, if they knew that she was doing this kind of work, they would surely angrily scold her for making the family unable to raise their heads. Mr. Su, what do you need me to do for you? Gu Yiting compromised by firing a question. Still a sensible one. Suzy Heo pursed a mouthful of red wine. I'll have the manager send you and the girls to the next box later, so you can eavesdrop on them to see if they're talking about anything they shouldn't be talking about. Saying that, his tone suddenly became conspiratorial. Also, I want you to try your best to contact that man with the most gigolo-looking face. It's best if you can make him trust you completely, and if you can be his lover to pass information to me, I can even give you extra money. Gu Yiting's handle was now in Suzy Heo's hands, so she could only verbally agree to his plan first. The KTV manager, under Suzy Heo's authorization, brought the girls to the 302 box, pretending that it was to apologize for the previous unpleasantness. With a beautiful girl coming to drink and sing together, the crowd didn't refuse. At a glance, Gu Yiting saw the man that Suzy Heo had called a white boy through gritted teeth. That man's face was so handsome that it stood out, and anyone who wasn't blind could tell at a glance that Li Fan was the man Suzy Heo had told her to approach. Gu Yiting sat next to Li Fan with a slightly formal demeanor. In fact, she didn't understand why Suzy Heo chose herself to approach this Li Fan. Obviously she was a novice, and looked the most vulnerable to showing weakness. However, what she didn't know was that it was this youthfulness of hers that made Suzy Heo see her at once. The other women were not as beautiful as Gu Yiting, and the second was that each of them was an industry veteran, with desires and vanity written on their faces, and without a bottom line it was easy for them to fall back on it. Like her, she is afraid of being discovered by her family. Obedient and easy to pin down, is the best choice to be an undercover. Seeing Gu Yiting sitting beside herself, she didn't pour herself any wine, nor would she sweetly say anything a man would like to hear. Li Fan couldn't help but laugh. Drinking with your guests on your first day? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. Gu Yiting raised her head. That white and tender little face attracted Li Fan's attention at once. Just now he didn't look carefully. This close up, this girl's looks and temperament, is also too much like his first love. Hearing Li Fan's question, Gu Yiting didn't hold back in her heart to spit it out. How can all these men see that they are the first day to work? She is completely like a transparent person who has nothing to hide. Looking at the woman's timid appearance, Li Fan's heart inexplicably surged with a burst of pity. There are many ways to make money. Try not to come to this kind of place if you can. In this kind of place, sometimes your own will doesn't count. Li Fan poured her a glass of orange juice. This woman looked like a poor drinker. He didn't have the habit of getting people drunk. Gu Yiting's expression froze a little as she listened to the reminder Li Fan kindly gave her. He was completely different from the man who had just pushed himself. I really don't know how in the world such a nice man got into trouble with that Suzy Heo. If she had run into Li Fan first, would she not have been threatened by that Suzy Heo? Li Fan's words of persuasion were still going on. Mainly he really didn't want to see such a simple girl lost in such a place. Unconsciously, Gu Yiting also had some true feelings. If it wasn't for my family's lack of money, I wouldn't have come to do this kind of quick money job. She subconsciously muttered and sighed again. But only for a split second she realized that she had said too much. She was about to apologize when she heard Li Fan's faint voice ringing overhead. How much is missing? 3 simple words, but they suddenly struck Gu Yiting's heart like a lightning strike. This casual and sharp tone of his couldn't be trying to help himself. She shook her head to clear her head. She had been asked to come here to get information. Let's not talk about this. Guest, which kind of wine do you like to drink? I'll pour it for you. Gu Yiting poked out her body to get the wine. However, her hand was held down by Li Fan. How much is missing? After another shock, Gu Yiting finally couldn't help but say it. 200,000. The mother at home said that she was just short of this amount to give her grandmother an operation. When she thought of her grandmother who had raised her since she was a child, Gu Yiting's eyes involuntarily reddened. Li Fan asked her for her cell phone, and with a burst of operation, the $200,000 immediately came to Gu Yiting's account. Seeing the extra balance in her bank card, Gu Yiting was so shocked that her jaw dislocated. No. Guest, I'd better transfer the money back to you. I didn't do anything. I can't take this money from you. Li Fan's handiwork all but completely stunned Gu Yiting. Don't worry. These aren't for nothing. Gu Yiting, that heart suddenly hung up. Could it be that what this man had in mind were also those things that other men had mentioned to her? Gu Yiting's words of rejection were ready on her lips. My villa is short of a chief steward. You'll take the position, and this money will be taken as my salary advance to you. Chief steward? Gu Yiting's mood turned 180 degrees. How this man's every move was completely out of her expectation. That's right, chief steward. Or are you thinking of something else? Li Fan asked her in a deliberately snarky manner. No. Gu Yiting hesitated for a moment, then thought that she had already gotten this $200,000 from the person, so it would be better to honestly work for them. As for that person, he was still pinching his handles, and now she could only take one step at a time. Thank you very much, guest, for being able to give me this opportunity. I will definitely cherish it. Tonight she came over and didn't hear anything she shouldn't have heard in one night. It was just a very ordinary class reunion. She didn't even know why that Suzy Heo was so malicious towards this side and Li Fan. So when Suzy Heo sent a message to ask about the situation, Gu Yiting also said that she hadn't heard anything. And as for the contractual relationship that she had set up with Li Fan, she didn't reveal half of it either. Chapter 76, Gu Yiting to the villa as chief manager. Clear chewable tablets explode nationwide. Damn, you've grown a face for nothing. I can't even seduce someone. Suzy Heo in the other box received the message and cursed it at once. He thought that Li Fan would eat the first love goddess. He should have known to play around with it himself. No fun. Suzy Heo, who had been defeated all night, was in a very unattractive mood and left the box with a few beauties. Gu Yiting took the opportunity to go to the restroom to secretly observe the dynamics of Suzy Heo's box, and after seeing him leave, her heart was finally relieved. At least now she didn't have to be afraid that Suzy Heo would see the progress of her relationship with Li Fan. On Li Fan's side, the party also came to an end. Li Fan shouldered the huffing and puffing Lu Tao and turned his head to ask Gu Yiting, do I need to drop you off at home, by the way? I don't have much of a home. At most a dormitory where everyone lives together. Li Fan listened and sighed helplessly again. This woman really has the magic power to make people's hearts ache. Obviously there was no intentionally melodramatic emotions in what she said, but it was just that every time he was made to listen to it, it was easy to feel quite unfavorable. Li Fan didn't say anything, and his free hand directly pulled Gu Yiting away. After sending Lu Tao home, Li Fan asked for the address of Gu Yiting's dormitory. You go up and pack up your things, and stay at my villa tonight, as an early start. Knowing Li Fan's good intentions, Gu Yiting gladly returned to her dormitory and began to neatly pack her things. The other roommates were curious. Yiting, why are you suddenly leaving? Not working at Jinchan anymore? Well, no more. I found a new job. Gu Yiting's tone was one of relief and happiness. Originally, being an escort was not her intention, and now that she had the opportunity to earn money in other ways, she did feel a lot lighter. You found a new job on your first day on the job today? The other housemates whispered, their measuring and gossiping eyes glued to Gu Yiting all the time, itching to stare a hole through her. Gu Yiting walked out with her luggage. Li Fan's Pagani was parked downstairs with its lights on. The cool look attracted the attention of the housemates and they all crowded on the staircase fence to watch, until they saw Gu Yiting sitting in the car with her luggage. They all exclaimed in amazement. Li Fan drove Gu Yiting back to Kingho Park. As soon as she entered the park, Gu Yiting was amazed by the green environment and the gorgeous look of each villa inside. And when she arrived at the door of the center villa, she was so surprised that she couldn't even speak. Is this where I'm going to work in the future? Gu Yiting stood at the door with her luggage, her steps unable to move. This place was also too beautiful, simply hundreds of times more beautiful than those palaces on TV. That's right, don't just stand there, come on in. Li Fan walked in front. Gu Yiting carefully followed him, but her eyes couldn't stop looking around. You'll be staying in this guest room. I'll be staying upstairs. If you have any problems you can come to me anytime. During the daytime and the afternoon is the time for the servants in the house to start their work. You can find out about the content of the corresponding work management from them when you're there. Gu Yiting followed Li Fan to the room he had arranged for himself. Gosh! Such a large and luxurious room was actually a guest room. The size of this room was as big as a living room in someone's house, and it was also equipped with a bathtub and a giant projection. The level of luxury was equivalent to a hotel's top suite. Gu Yiting really didn't expect to be paid so well for this job, not to mention all the other perks. She could barely hold back her tears of excitement. Thank you, Mr. Li. I will definitely work hard. Gu Yiting's sudden chicken-blooded look caused Li Fan to hold his tongue. It's getting late. You should get some rest first. As for the work, there's a long time to come. In the next few days, Gu Yiting quickly got up to speed with the business within Li Fan's villa, and everything was well organized. The new product of Shirkong Group, which originally needed at least a month's validation period, also realized an online and offline all-channel fire in the first week. Walking on the road, everywhere you can hear slim women discussing and amenable to clear chewable tablets. The online sales are even more immobile and sold out. It's Harry. Our Shirkong Group has completely captured the market share this time. In the general manager's office of Shirkong Group, Fan Sherwei heard his subordinates report, and only then did he realize that what Li Fan had said earlier was not empty words at all. As soon as the clear smooth chewable tablets were put on sale, the first batch of consumers who used this health product discovered that it had a miraculous effect in removing stale fat from the body and blocking the absorption of calories after eating. Previously, some people who had been losing weight for years without the slightest change dropped a few pounds of flesh after taking clear smooth chewable, and according to feedback from current users, this chewable tablet has no side effects or discomfort at all after taking it. So word of mouth spread, and now almost the entire Dragon Kingdom knew that there was such a weight loss health product that was more effective than medicine. Fan Sherwei suddenly remembered how he had distrusted the chairman before, and he felt that he was a big fool. The chairman of the board of directors can take down such a large group. It must be very good at it, and the market has a very high sensitivity. According to the east wind that is blowing from the chewable tablets, in less than 2 or 3 weeks, Shengshi Pharmaceuticals will definitely be left far behind by them. Thinking of this, Fan Sherwei was overjoyed, and he hurriedly called Li Fan to report his good news. On the other hand, in the conference room of Shengshi Pharmaceuticals, Chairman Li Jingyi slammed the table and became furious. What are you people doing? When Token launched this chewable tablet before, didn't you guys follow up and analyze it in time? Now other people's products are in a full-blown blowout, leaving us far behind. This completely puts us in a passive position afterward. Do you know that? Li Jingyi got angrier and angrier as he spoke, almost losing his breath. The executives and employees at the bottom didn't dare to squeak. Previously, when Shirkong Group had launched this product, they had even laughed at it internally. Who would have thought that such a weight loss health product could actually create such a big storm in the market? Chairman, don't be angry. In my opinion, this product is estimated to have just come out, and those girls are trying to get a fresh look at it. Coupled with the fact that Shirkong Group is supposed to be spending a lot of effort on marketing this time around, and that's what's causing this temporary red-hot look right now. Manager Zhang De hurriedly slipped in, intending to appease Li Jingyi's fire first. Humph, if it's really like what you say, with my intuition, this product must not be simple. Otherwise why have so many manufacturers produced similar products in previous years? Why have they been shouted as IQ tax? Li Jingyi's face was grave, then asked again. Right. Has the R&D department analyzed and tested this product yet? Chapter 77, Shengshi Group's Great Difficulty. Li Fan opens the heavenly eye for treasure appraisal. Reporting to the chairman, the R&D department is still working on the specific ingredients and preparation method of this product, and it is estimated that the results will be given in the next 2 days. A relevant employee hurriedly responded. All of you must keep a close eye on Token Group's every move next. If Shengshi is beaten down by Shirkang because of this, all of us here will have to suffer. Li Jingyi's face was grave, and his gaze swept viciously around the crowd. Then he vigorously threw open the door and left. In the chairman's office, Li Jingyi's son Li Yangjia was sitting leisurely on the sofa with his legs crossed. Seeing Li Jingyi come in, Li Yangjia immediately put on a proper expression. Dad, can you call me some money? Li Jingyi was already angry, and when he heard Li Yangjia open his mouth to ask for money, he immediately lost his temper. Isn't the several $100,000 of pocket money that I give you every month enough? Why are you suddenly asking for money? It's not that my car crashed into a railing some time ago, and the car repair store said it's not necessary to repair it. So I want to ask you for some money to buy a new car. Okay, Dad? Li Yangjia tried to put on an expression of regret to make his words seem more believable. You don't let me worry about you all day long. I'll have Xiao Wang transfer the money to you later. Thanks, Dad. Right. Just as Li Yangjia was about to leave, Li Jingyi called out to him again. Recently, the company is not too peaceful. You must be more careful outside. Don't give me any trouble. Do you hear me? Li Yangjia looked like he had it all in mind on the surface, but in his heart, he didn't think it was a big deal at all. Anyway, his father had always managed the company well. He only needed to wait for his inheritance in the future. So now while he is young, he is to wave, is to play, otherwise it is not the waste of his youth. As for getting into trouble, it was true that he seemed to have bumped into someone a while ago, but the $1,000 he had dropped at that time had been completely enough to give alms to those poor people, right? Those people were poor and useless. They might as well die early to save some resources for Blue Star. So he was actually doing a good deed instead, wasn't he? Li Yangjia was satisfied with the conclusion he had reached, and after greeting Li Jingyi, he walked out of the office. As soon as he left the office, the money that Li Jingyi had promised to give him just now arrived in the account. Looking at the number of the account balance that had skyrocketed, Li Yangjia hooked his lips into a smile and immediately booked the latest flight to Australia to play cards. On the other side, Li Fan finished listening to Fan Shui's report on the clear smooth Chulbul's battle results. Well done. But don't slack off next. Make sure to capitalize on the victory and take this opportunity to directly knock Shengshi Group down. Good Li Dong. We will definitely take advantage of this wind and bring down the kingdom that belongs to our token pharmaceuticals. Receiving Fan Shui's emotional assurance, Li Fan hung up the phone in response. Ding. The host has been detected to have achieved the achievement of occupying the market, obtaining a pair of treasure appraising heavenly eyes. Treasure discovering heavenly eyes? Being worn automatically for you. Just as Li Fan was wondering, he suddenly felt a beam of blue light drilling into his eyes. A cold sensation filled the entire eyeball, and when he opened his eyes again his entire vision seemed to become clearer. Wearing completed. The host is free to use the treasure appraisal heavenly eye to appraise antiques and ancient books and the like, and genuine items emit a blue light within the field of vision. That is to say, he is now equivalent to a walking antique appraiser. In order to test his own pair of eyes with magical functions, Li Fan came to a famous antique fair in the far suburb of Magic City. The market was bustling with people. Just as Li Fan was about to show off his skills, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Ha, isn't that Lu Tao's daughter-in-law? Why is she here? Li Fan thought of going over to say hello. However, the next second, he saw a man appear beside Lu Tao's daughter-in-law, and he recognized that face. It was the treasure connoisseur called Tu who had helped him appraise the Emperor Green before. Tu and Lu Tao's daughter-in-law were talking and laughing, and the former even took the latter's shoulder and kissed Lu Tao's daughter-in-law on the face, and together they walked to an invisible corner. Li Fan hurriedly took a picture, combined with what Lu Tao told himself earlier, that he was in that strange state with his wife. This Lu Tao daughter-in-law is 80% having an affair with this Tu. Looking at the photo on the screen, Li Fan had a moment of entanglement. If he told Lu Tao, he would be very sad, but as a brother, he is the last person who should hide it from him. Li Fan put his heart on the line and still sent the photo to Lu Tao. Brothers, it's not convenient for me to get involved in your family affairs, but I still hope I can give you a heads up. Li Fan left a message for Lu Tao and took his cell phone back into his coat pocket after a long sigh. Before Li Fan could recover from the emotion of feeling sorry for his brother, the sound of a heated argument came from his right front. What I bought just now was clearly a genuine item. How come once I finished checking out, what I got my hands on was such a fake? Yuan waved the dull-looking Zisha pot in his hand and protested indignantly. Li Fan followed the voice and looked over, only to realize that the person arguing was actually a woman with a hot figure. Such an appearance seemed a bit out of place with the antique bazaar. Miss, what I'm selling you now is the exact same Zisha pot as the one you just took, and you want a refund now that you've looked away yourself? That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? The one who confronted Yuan was the owner of an antique stall. His bald head matched with a bulging stomach. He looked like an old fart in the Jianghu. I look away? I've been purchasing antiques for our company for so many years, and I've never looked away. It must be that you used some kind of blindfold to replace the real one I was looking at just now with this cottage. Either you bring me the real one, or refund my money. Not to mention, Yuan's reasoned and spirited look made Li Fan look very interesting. The antique stall owner faked a thoughtful expression and continued. Miss, I've been selling here for so many years, and it's all reputable. Since you're flat out saying that my stuff is fake, I can also say with a clear conscience that I didn't make any switches to the Zisha pots. How about this? You and I each take a step back. I'll take back this fake Zisha pot reluctantly and refund half of the money to you. Is that alright? The bald boss's words were so earnest that Yuan, who was still angry, couldn't help but unload some fire. Although she lost money by refunding only half, but looking at the boss's appearance, maybe he was telling the truth? Otherwise, let's just agree to the boss's treatment plan. Suddenly, Li Fan's voice however violently interrupted her thinking. Wait, this young lady, this Zisha pot in your hand is indeed the real thing. Chapter 78, Burning the Alabaster Pot to Check the Authenticity. Li Fan and Yuan are besieged. Just now, during Yuan's argument with the boss, Li Fan had taken a good look at the alabaster pot Yuan was holding through his treasure appraisal heavenly eye. In Li Fan's line of sight, the blue light of the alabaster pot was pure and strong. According to the system's instructions just now, this alabaster pot was a genuine item, yes. Moreover, Li Fan had also discovered where the reason for Yuan's sudden inability to identify the alabaster pot was. Hearing Li Fan's voice, Yuan turned back. Li Fan's handsome face made her freeze for a moment. This guy looks like this. Can he be a person who can read antiques? Yuan instantly became wary of Li Fan. I see. You must be the trust that the boss found, right? Are you guys just trying to one-up each other and then get me to give up on refunding my money? The owner of the antique stall, however, became a little nervous and fluttering in his expression because of Li Fan's remark. Miss, don't talk nonsense. I don't know this person of unknown origin. Let's do it this way. Just according to what we just agreed. Half of the money will be refunded to you. Let's turn the page on this matter. I still have to continue doing business on my side. Yuan nodded his head. There is no way out of taking a loss. Otherwise, if we continue to spend like this, maybe it is possible to be fooled into not having any money left later on. Li Fan shook his head helplessly, looking at the strange gray surface layer of the alabaster pot in Yuan's hand, reached out and snatched the alabaster pot, and then borrowed a lighter from the next stall owner, and then directly lit the pot. This action of Li Fan startled Yuan and the owner. What are you doing? I still have to return this. Yuan tried to stop Li Fan, but he was blocked tightly by one of his hands. Be patient. Look at the body of this pot. Li Fan raised the alabaster pot to Yuan. That grayish glaze on the surface of the original Zisha pot suddenly melted away like a layer of film, revealing the original flavorful color of the Zisha pot. This? What's going on here? After the flames finished burning, the alabaster pot in Yuan's hand changed back to the real one she saw at the beginning. This boss did indeed not tell a lie. He really didn't switch the Zisha pot, but instead put a layer of worthless raincoat on it. Worthless raincoat. Yuan's head was again filled with questions. The scene before her was beyond her ability to comprehend with her own knowledge and mind. This layer of ash on the outer layer of the alabaster pot is a mysterious substance from the distant western capital. As long as this ash is applied to the outer layer of the curio, it will form a layer similar to a protective film on the surface of the curio. This film is not soluble in water, but it can be burned off with fire, and the curio itself won't be affected while the fire is burning. So in the past, it was usually used by those gold-touching lieutenants to add an extra layer of protection for their trophies. I didn't expect that the boss here, but he turned it into a sharp weapon for poking and prodding. Li Fan's 40.1 Dao brain automatically ran through such a history just now after seeing that surface layer of substance. Naturally, he understood the entire process of Yuan's deception. The bald boss face was extremely ugly at this moment. He had never been recognized by any person in all the years he had used this trick, and this man looked so young. How did he know this thing about their Shidu? After hearing Li Fan's explanation, Yuan also finally realized that he was almost cheated. So when you asked me for the Zisha pot back, it wasn't at all the nice thing you said about one person taking a step back each, but rather this way you can get the real thing back again as well as take half of my money for nothing. In that case, I will absolutely not return this Zisha pot. The money and goods are clear. This Zisha pot is now mine. Originally, I should still pursue you for cheating, but seeing as it's not easy for you to make money, I'll let you off the hook for now, but you definitely can't use this method to cheat people again. Yuan was furious. Most of the people who come to this bazaar to look for antiques are collectors who have been in the antique circle for many years. Originally, the matter of looking for antiques is time-consuming and laborious. If everyone encounters such an unscrupulous boss, wouldn't it be a minute of people's money and too empty? The bald boss saw that he had been completely dismantled, and did not pretend anymore. His face was gloomy like a eunuch. Dead girl, just now weren't you the one who yelled and clamored for a refund? Now you have to return even if you don't. Just now, in order to get you into the game. The bald boss purposely used a slightly lower price to attract her to buy it. If this alabaster pot was really taken, he would have lost money, and this way he would have less tools to cheat in the future. No matter what, this alabaster pot is impossible for him to give to her. The bald boss showed his ferocious face and was about to rush out to grab the alabaster pot in Yuan's hand, only to see Li Fan flick the lighter in his hand, popping it straight onto the bald boss's forehead, causing him to wince in pain. Yuan quickly dodged the boss's attack. I've said I won't return it, and now you're still coming to grab it. Why are you like this? For the sake of safety, Yuan hurriedly ran to Li Fan's side. This man had just kindly reminded her and helped her, so he should be a good person to rely on. Humph. Do you guys think that you can still take away my alabaster pot after breaking my good deed? The bald boss was furious, and returned to his stall to pick up a whistle and blow it, and suddenly several brawny men rushed out from a store not far away. They surrounded Yuan and Li Fan with ferocious expressions. Dead girl, I advise you to hurry up and hand over the alabaster pot so that I can still let you off. The bald boss glared ferociously at Li Fan again after he finished speaking. As for this talkative brat, I will have to teach you a good lesson today. The brawny men took another step closer to the two. Yuan had never seen this kind of scene after all, and was a bit scared for a moment, but that man helped her just now. It would be too sinful for her to leave this man here to be beaten if she left safely on her own. I can return the alabaster pot to you, and then you release him as well, letting us both leave together. I can only return the alabaster pot to you if you agree. Yuan bravely walked up to Li Fan to protect him. Li Fan didn't hold back his laughter. This woman was quite righteous. Big brother, how can you still laugh now that a big disaster is on the horizon? Quickly stop laughing. Yuan hurriedly snorted to cover up Li Fan's laughter. How does this guy still dare to laugh? Is it really not afraid of being beaten? However, she was afraid. Don't worry, with me here, not a single hair on either of us will be hurt. Li Fan put on her shoulder and patted it. How come this man is still showing off at this time? Hey, Yuan inwardly growled. No matter how capable he was, could he beat these 7 or 8 muscular men? Boss, my proposal, you can accept it, right? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Yuan hurriedly asked the boss again. Chapter 79. Li Fan beat down a circle. Lu Tao caught adultery and was beaten. The bald boss looked at Yuan carefully begging for mercy, and his mood was much more comfortable. However, when he turned his head, Li Fan still had that disdainful and provocative face. He burst into anger again. There are so many of us. Do you think the decision to retreat or not is in your hands, dead girl? Any more nonsense and I'll even beat you together. Yuan didn't expect this bald boss to be so crazy when he started to be cruel. Forget it, just die. Thinking so, Yuan put the alabaster pot in his arms fiercely. If you don't let the two of us go, I won't give the alabaster pot back to you even if I die. You! The bald boss was furious at his words and copied a slap to greet Yuan's face. However, after waiting for a while, Yuan didn't feel the pain of the heavy blow as she should have. She carefully squinted up one eye to look and found that the bald boss's face in front of her had turned the color of pig's liver. Looking further up, Li Fan easily grabbed the bald man's pig's hoof with one hand and pinched it so hard that the sound of bones breaking came. Help! Help! Murder! The screams of the bald man suddenly resounded throughout the entire bazaar. Li Fan smiled coldly and flicked the pig's hoof, and the bald man's entire body fell to the ground together. The next few brawny men obviously froze, frowning tightly as if they had been crushed to the bone themselves. Li Fan moved his wrists and body, and then he swung the pugilists surrounding him and Yuan in turn flying with great speed. By the time Yuan opened his eyes again, all of these originally fierce and vicious villains were rolling on the ground covering their bodies. Whoa! You're too powerful, bro. Yuan couldn't help but vigorously slap Li Fan's shoulder. She had just thought that Li Fan was just a pure pretender, but she didn't realize that he really had 2 hands. Humph, just now I told you guys to let us go and you didn't stop. Now it hurts like hell. Yuan happily took the alabaster pot and output it towards the bald boss. Slowly and methodically took a packing bag from the bald boss's stall, packed the alabaster pot and then rushed away from the scene on Li Fan's arm. After waiting for a certain distance from the stall, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that we slipped away smoothly, or else I'm really worried that they'll call out people from somewhere again, and by then we might not really be able to get out. Yuan's fearful expression made Li Fan unable to help himself. There's no need to be afraid. How many people come is the same for me. Although Yuan felt that Li Fan's words still had an element of pretense, after what she had just experienced, she now had 50% trust in Li Fan's words. By the way, thank you very much for helping me to spot the scam just now. Let's get to know each other. My name is Yuan. I'm a buyer for an antique organization. Yuan extended his hand towards Li Fan in a friendly manner. My name is Li Fan, an ordinary tourist who happened to be passing by. Li Fan's introduction made Yuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and survey him with a look of not really believing him. Ordinary tourist? How can an ordinary tourist see the tricks that the boss used at a glance? Forget it, dating is supposed to be point to point. You don't want to say I won't ask too much. Li Fan smiled and looked at her. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to say, but he has so many identities that he doesn't know how to introduce himself. Just now, he said that he could fight and was treated as a liar. If he also said that he had tens of billions of identities, I'm afraid that this girl really wants to treat herself as a psychopath. But you are so strong in treasure identification. Are you interested in coming to work in our company? Yuan gleefully initiated a proposal with Li Fan. Our company's salary is at the upper middle level in the industry. Like your level, a monthly salary of 10W is definitely not a problem. Are you really not interested? A monthly salary of 10W. If placed in the past, it was indeed a job that Li Fan could not wait for. However, now that he was already a major shareholder of nearly $10 billion or more, it was true that he didn't need to spend time to earn such a small amount of money. Thank you for Miss kind words, but I'm a loose and freedom-loving person by nature, so this kind of job opportunity is better left to those who really need it. Oh well. Yuan helplessly bristled. Originally she was looking forward to working with such a treasure appreciation talent. Then in that case, let's add a V. Just as a formal friendship. This you won't reject me, right? Yuan winked in front of Li Fan with a cute expression. Obviously, she was a 1m7 dimpled imperial lady figure, but her heart was simple and cute. The two contrasts before and after made Li Fan couldn't help but be more and more interested in Yuan. Of course, Li Fan took out his cell phone and added Yuan as a friend. The two continued walking and chatting, when suddenly, Li Fan received an unfamiliar incoming call. Hello? May I ask what's up? May I ask if you are a friend of Mr. Lu Tao Lu? Mr. Lu is being beaten up right now, but he won't let us call the police. I don't know if it's convenient for you to come over to see him and take him to take care of it? Li Fan's face changed when he heard the other party say that Lu Tao was beaten up. I'll come over right away. What's the address of your place? Love Season Hotel 303. Also please try to come over quickly. Okay, understood. I will go over right away. Li Fan hung up the phone, and after briefly saying goodbye next time to Yuan, he immediately rushed to the Love Season Hotel. The Love Seasons Hotel is actually located 2 blocks away from the antique fair, and this time is not long before he sent that message to Lu Tao. It is very likely that Lu Tao has already seen the picture that he doesn't want to see before he will. Li Fan came to the hotel room 303. The staff let him in. As soon as Li Fan went in, he saw Lu Tao sitting in the corner with a deathly gray expression on his face. The bedding on the bed looked very messy and there were some bloodstains on the floor. Just now this gentleman seemed to have discovered his girlfriend and another man here. Then the two of them fought, and then those two men and women took off. The employee pulled over Li Fan and whispered to him about what just happened. Li Fan nodded his head to thank the few employees who were still here to look after Lu Tao. He came to Lu Tao. Lu Tao, let me send you back first. If there's anything we can deal with slowly when we get back. However, Lu Tao was like a puppet that had lost its soul, not responding to a single word from Li Fan. Li Fan sighed, and could only drag Lu Tao up from the ground without saying anything, and directly send him back to his home. As soon as he arrived at Lu Tao's house, he broke down the moment he entered and ran to the sofa to cover his face and cry. I really don't understand. I've been with her for 5 years and listened to her on everything, never had any other thoughts about other women, and as a result, now that we're both getting married, she's doing things like this with other men. And you know what? The man she's screwing around with is actually that bull **** treasure hunter she was talking about earlier at the engagement banquet. I didn't realize until just now that that man is actually her first love ex that she can't forget. Chapter 80, Lu Tao's deposits swindled away. Suzy Heo finds Gu Yiting at Li Fan's house. Li Fan just now was to see the face of Ah Tu, but he had thought that it was the two were suddenly see eye to eye, did not realize that the original before they had already in the eyes of Lu Tao secretly. Brother, don't be too sad. It's good that this was discovered before the wedding. Let's first cancel what should be cancelled, take back what should be taken back, and then think about how to punish this pair of dogs. Li Fan could only pat Lu Tao's shoulder to comfort him. It's useless. My money has already been cheated away by that woman. Before we bought the wedding house, she said that she would put my money that I had saved to pay back the loan to her, but as a result, she has already given all of this money to that lover, and now I can't even prove that the money is mine. Li Fan didn't expect those two to even do such a disgusting thing. For Lu Tao, it wasn't easy to save such a sum of money, and if he couldn't get it back, his next days would definitely be incredibly difficult. And there was also the matter of his sudden cancellation of the wedding. There was also a large number of human affairs to deal with. Li Fan felt bad for Lu Tao. Although on the surface he couldn't say anything else, but in his heart he had already made up his mind to help his buddy get justice. Brother Fan, thank you for telling me about this today. And thank you for sending me back, but I still need some time to digest it myself. I'm really sorry. Li Fan understood what he meant. Good. Then you take a good rest on your own first. If you need anything just tell me. Brother will always be on your side. Lu Tao held back his choked voice and said thank you again. After Li Fan left Lu Tao's house, he had mixed feelings. This good brother of his used to be the most simple and enthusiastic. I do not know after encountering such a thing, the heart must be hurt into what kind of. When Li Fan returned to the villa, Gu Yiting had already put the bathwater for Li Fan. In the past, when Li Fan returned to the villa, the first thing he would do was to take a hot bath. However, today, he looked preoccupied, sitting on the sofa with a grave expression on his face. Gu Yiting could tell that Li Fan was not in a good mood today, so she went out to buy Li Fan his favorite sweet soup from a restaurant next door to King Hope Garden. Gu Yiting walked out of the side door of the center villa with quick steps, and not far away, Su Zihao, who was coming to visit Su Mansion, saw Gu Yiting's figure, and his face was astonished for a while. Why is this woman here? Looking pure and innocent before, could it be that she is the adopted lover of one of the tycoons here? However, it seemed that he had never seen the owner of this center villa, only knowing that it would probably be a very rich lord, because Grandpa had told himself that the center villa, that was the villa within the villa of King Hao Yuan, was not something that super rich people couldn't afford to buy. Su Zihao thought as he walked into the Su residence. Grandpa, have you heard of the owner of the center villa? As soon as he entered, Su Zihao inquired with Su Jinglai. At this moment, Su Jinglai was drinking hot tea and listening to a little song. His mood was just right. When Su Zihao asked, he answered in passing. You asked about the center villa? Ah, that's old brother Li's house. Lived there for a while. Elder brother Li? Su Zihao suddenly felt bad inside. Could it be the one who was rumored to be with cousin who came to our house for dinner last time? That's right, it's him. Su Zihao's face changed drastically. Before the auction, he thought that Li Fan was just the owner of an ordinary villa. He didn't expect that the center villa was actually owned by this guy. Seeing Su Zihao suddenly asking, Su Jinglai immediately said, I warn you kid people Mr. Li and have the financial strength and good people. You cannot play you those careful eyes to destroy your sister in Mr. Li's matter, or I will be the first to disapprove. Here. Su Zihao inwardly rolled his eyes, but on the surface he pretended to be obedient. Grandpa instructed. I definitely put it in my heart. Bah! Before that Li Fan had disgraced him 3 times, he definitely wanted to make him shed a layer of skin. There was absolutely no way he could let him off so easily. So what if he is rich? He is in the dark and he is in the light. He still has many ways to get him. Su Zihao came to the courtyard where no one was. Just now, Gu Yiting came out from Li Fan's villa. That doesn't mean that woman was completely lying to herself before. Not only did she get close to Li Fan, she had even gotten to his house. This woman is really ate the bear heart leopard gall. How dare she lie to him? Su Zihao was angry, but he was vaguely excited. In that case, his own chess pieces, but again can be active again it. At this time, in the center villa, Li Fan was resting his eyes on the sofa. Gu Yiting gently entered the house and put the sweet soup he bought back in front of Li Fan's eyes. Brother Fan, seeing that you are in a bad mood, this is your favorite sweet soup. Eat some, maybe your mood will be better. Li Fan opened his eyes and also smelled the familiar flavor. He smiled and thanked Gu Yiting for her kindness. It had to be said that Li Fan's mood did get better after drinking the sweet soup. Ringing bell. Suddenly, an abrupt cell phone ringing sounded. Gu Yiting hurriedly pressed the noisy ringtone, not wanting Li Fan's better mood to be affected by irrelevant noise again. She looked at the unfamiliar number and ran to her room to answer it. Hello? The other party grunted coldly before she could speak. Gu Yiting, you're playing quite well under the lights, aren't you? Obviously you followed me to someone's home, and you're still telling me that you can't get close to Li Fan at all. You really think I'm a vegetarian, don't you? Su Zihao's vicious words went straight to Gu Yiting's brain. Why was this guy looking for her again? And listening to these words, he even knew that he was at Li Fan's house. Mr. Su, I don't understand what you're talking about. What are you still pretending with me? Believe it or not, I will immediately send your picture to your family now. Gu Yiting was so scared that she dropped her cell phone at the words. Don't, Duke Su. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. When I reported to you before, I really didn't cross paths with Mr. Li. And then it was only because I was looking for another job that I just happened to find Mr. Li's family again. Because this happened later. I thought that you might not be interested in these things anymore either. So that's why I didn't make a point of mentioning it to you. Gu Yiting hurriedly racked her brain and made up a story, hoping to stabilize Su Zihao. I don't care what reason you showed up at Li Fan's house. In any case, now, your undercover mission is restarted. From now on, you will have to be my eyes and ears by Li Fan's side. Do you hear me? Gu Yiting did not expect Su Zihao to actually still be undeterred by the matter of screwing over Li Fan. Li Fan had helped her so much. How could she possibly go and betray him? Gu Yiting hesitated and did not make a sound. With a ding, Su Zihao sent 2 photos to her cell phone. One was the one taken in the KTV before, and the other was a maliciously synthesized picture using AI. Chapter 81, To Spy? Hill House Auction True or False Scam? Gu Yiting looked incredulously at the image on her cell phone. How could there be such a despicable and shameless person? See, this picture is still just the first step. If you don't do what I say, I guarantee that your family will receive them tonight. Gu Yiting had no choice but to agree to Su Zihao's demands first. I agree to be your undercover agent. But please make sure you don't send these to my family. Suzy Heo laughed with satisfaction on the other end of the phone. How nice to be so obedient earlier. It wouldn't have been necessary for me to still spend money to help you get such a beautiful photo. But not to mention, this face of yours is a real match with this body. Suzy Heo's sticky and lewd words came out. Gu Yiting forced herself to hold back her nausea. Is there anything else? There's nothing else. I'll hang up first. Otherwise Li Fan will get suspicious. Rather, there is also nothing else. But I warn you, don't play tricks on me. Otherwise, there will be a good time for you. Suzy Heo gave another vicious warning and hung up the phone with a bang. After going through this, Gu Yiting's entire mind was in disarray. Just now, she had agreed to Suzy Heo's request in order to temporarily cope with him. But in her heart, she did not want to betray Li Fan at all. At the beginning, after knowing that she was short of money, Li Fan transferred 200,000 to himself without saying a word. Just based on this favor, she could never betray him like this, let alone let him fall into the hands of such an evil person as Suzy Heo. But the power is as thin as she. Now what can be done? Inside and outside the door, the two people have their own matters of the heart, have spent a not too peaceful night. The next morning, Yuan called Li Fan. Hello Li Fan, are you free today? There is a big boss's personal auction to be held in the afternoon. I would like to invite you to go with me and help me with your discerning eyes. Is that okay? Yuan's pitiful voice came out, sounding particularly sincere. And this auction has the hottest appraiser in the antique world right now. too. Sitting in it, maybe with your level. The two of you can even become like-minded buddies. When Li Fan heard the name Tu, he didn't hold back a cold snort. The guy who had taken someone's wife was quite prosperous outside. Moreover, with Tu's behavior, he was worthy of being friends with him? Originally, Li Fan's interest was still lackluster, but when he heard Yuan say so, he wanted to go and give this Tu a little lesson. Okay, then we will see you in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Li Fan received Yuan, and the two of them rushed together to the location of the auction. The wealthy villa. In front of the entrance of the affluent villa, there were already all kinds of luxury cars parked all over the place. It seems that the boss here has made quite a big show. Li Fan snorted coldly. For some reason, he intuited that the person who got involved with this Tu would not be a good person either. That's for sure. The boss of this private auction today is a resounding figure in the antique world of Magic City. This event is also specially organized by him for charitable purposes. That's why he took out some of his own expensive collections to auction. And Tu is so difficult to invite the popular appraiser he invited to work together. This is more proof of the importance he attaches to this event. So naturally people in the antique industry will be very concerned about this event. Yuan couldn't help but give Li Fan a popularization of the event. As soon as she talked about the antique industry, she was so excited that her mouth couldn't stop. However, Li Fan smelled something unusual in it. Taking out his own collection to auction for charity purposes? And also specially pulled Yuan mouth celebrity appraiser. How is this more and more listen to the more is in order to give themselves to raise the price of the code? Li Fan intuited that there must be something fishy in it. At the door, Yuan showed the invitation letter. Li Fan as her male companion smoothly into the field, turning 7 times along the mountain village. The two finally arrived inside the hall of the auction. The seats inside were already filled with social celebrities, and Boss Chi, as Yuan called him, was weaving his way through the crowd to climb into the conversation. At this moment, Tu and Lu Tao's wife, Sun Lily, were sitting in the first row of seats, rubbing their ears together. In Li Fan's eyes was a cold light of disgust. Li Fan, look at those collectibles inside the display case above the stage. How are they? Doesn't the color just look great? Yuan excitedly pointed at the antiques lined up on the stage to show Li Fan. Li Fan glanced at them. However, the blue light that should be there did not appear. And even each of the displayed collectibles did not have the slightest hint of authenticity. No need to look. They are all fake. What? Yuan was shocked by Li Fan's words. It can't be. These are the ones that Boss Chi and Mr. Tu have done the certification together. Could it be because we're too far away? So you're looking at it wrong. Yuan endeavored to stretch her neck to observe those collectibles. With her so many years of experience, the color of these collectibles are very good. Just based on the appearance of the observation from this distance, the probability is true. Not to mention that the guarantor is a well-known person in the industry. It is estimated that Li Fan looked at it wrong in a moment of haste. She thought. Li Fan did not speak again. After all, now the antique world for the authenticity of the identification, often based on the observation and certification of the respected expert inspection team. So in the eyes of these buyers, Chi Boss and Tu said it is true that is true. Not to mention that this batch of goods and the degree of simulation done very superbly, has been able to fool a bunch of professionals. Although he himself could determine that the collection was a fake, he was unable to prove it. And at this time, He also completely understood the collusion that Boss Chi and Ah2 had done. The two must have discussed in advance to endorse these fakes together, thinking to make a big profit after selling them. Li Fan snorted coldly. It seems that this Ah2 is relying on these pitfalls to attract Lu Tao's daughter-in-law away, right? Ding! Trigger mission, expose the antique scam. You can get the position of the new president of the Eugene Auction House. Knowledge flooded into his mind, and the history of the position of Eugene Auction House flooded into Li Fan's brain. He smiled in understanding. Today, he had to uproot this tumor. Li Fan thought for a moment before calling Julia. The auction began, and Boss Chi stepped onto the stage with a glowing face and invited Ah2 onto the stage. The two made a speech about their concern for charity, earning a few tears before pretending to be reluctant to start the auction process. Yuan counted which of the collections on the stage were up for auction with her eyes, and when the one she had her eye on began to call for a price, she fiercely tried to raise her card, only to realize that her hand was being held down by Li Fan. Boss Chi, you talk a good game, but you end up taking some imitation items to auction. I'm afraid your reputation won't be good if this gets out, right? After Li Fan pressed down Yuan's hand, he smoothly stood up and shouted towards the two people on the stage with a strong voice. Chapter 82, Exposing the Video of the Antique Scam. Li Fan reveals the identity of the auction house. The gazes of the crowd were attracted, and at once they saw the superiorly built Li Fan resoundingly questioning in the center of the full seats. Who is this person? How come it seems like I haven't seen him before? That's right. Can the words of such a nameless and faceless guy be trusted? It can't be that he's intentionally planting evidence against Boss Chi, right? Looks like it to me. After all, Boss Chi's reputation is far-reaching, so it's really easy to attract the jealousy of other peers. The guests chattered. Li Fan was unassuming, glancing at the video from Julia in his cell phone. He took a step and walked to the stage. Just now, after realizing that the collection on the stage was fake, Li Fan guessed that Boss Chi and Ah2 must have a deal in private. So he asked Julia to find a hacker to invade all the places with surveillance in the affluent villa. And it might be that Boss Chi and Ah2 were too confident, so it really did let Li Fan's side find an interesting video. Ah2 on the stage looked at Li Fan walking towards him, but he recognized him at once, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Although this guy's last Imperial Green is indeed very precious, but now he is one of the top appraisers in the circle, can earn not less than Li Fan. He will not be afraid of this little mole looking for things. Boss Chi, however, was in a hurry, visible to the naked eye. You this guy, where are you? You go out and ask around. Which of the collectibles that have passed through my hands are fake? You slandered me like this. What is your intention? Li Fan looked at him and smiled. The one I want to identify is not just you. There is also this what's her name too standing next to you. The two of you have been working in private, attempting to use fake goods to cheat money for all those things. I don't need to point them out to you, do I? Ah2's eyes narrowed and his eyes showed a fierce light as he said, I don't know which appraiser your excellency is. You claim that what we have here is fake. Why don't you give us your name and number, so that we can all judge whether what you said is true or false? As expected, as soon as Ah2 finished speaking, Boss Chi followed and mocked. That's right. Since you're flatly asserting that these collectibles of mine are fakes just by looking at them with your eyes, why don't you just give your name and see if everyone is willing to believe what you're saying? The guests under the stage also began to stir. Which family is this sent to cause trouble? Boss Chi and Mr. Ah2's ability to identify treasures is obvious to everyone. Why is it that now a random person comes out and dares to throw dirty water at will? That's right. We only trust Mr. Chi and Mr. Ah2. Some of Boss Chi's henchmen brought up the tempo at the bottom, causing the audience to be upset with Li Fan, who suddenly disrupted the auction process. Yuan was fidgeting in her seat. To be honest, she actually believed more in the abilities of Boss Chi and Mr. ATU, but Li Fan was brought by her after all, and she didn't want Li Fan to be treated so badly by everyone. Just as she hesitated to go up to the stage, with a bang, Li Fan actually reached out and smashed a display cabinet, and then slammed the collection inside at the feet of the person who brought the rhythm underneath with the most vigor. The crowd was stunned. This auction starting price of the lowest collection also want 50 million. Is this person really crazy? Are you out of your mind? How dare you drop my treasure? You're not allowed to leave until you pay up. Boss Chi roared out in anger and was about to grab Li Fan with open teeth and claws. Li Fan flicked his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly a picture appeared on the big screen behind the three of them. Boss Chi, this time I'll help you set up this stage. After selling these simulacra, you have to give me at least 30%, right? On the screen was Ah2's villainous face. Don't worry about it, Ah2. As long as this batch of goods are sold, the benefits will definitely not be missing you. Before we cooperated a few times are not very pleasant. I'm looking forward to working with you as my partner. In the screen, Boss Chi also laughed out loud, and the faces of the two people who were hooking up and thinking about how to pit the money in front of all the guests were clearly visible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the position of the president of the Eugene Antique Auction House. Li Fan smiled with satisfaction and coldly looked at Boss Chi and Atu, who had already panicked. No! Everyone must not believe everything in this video. This video must be synthesized. This is slander. After all, Boss Chi was an old man who had been walking for many years, and immediately opened his mouth to find words for himself to shrug it off. However, in the discussion of the guests underneath, it was clear that there were already people full of skeptical tones. If this video is really synthesized, then it's too real. That's right, the voice and appearance of the screen Boss Chi and Atu are exactly like their real counterparts. To say that it's synthesized is a bit hard to justify. Boss Chi broke out in a cold sweat in a hurry, and seeing the calm and collected culprit Li Fan beside him, he immediately began to lash out to divert everyone's attention. You, a peer who was sent here is too malicious, to actually cause me, Mr. Chi and Mr. Atu, to come to this point. I will definitely call the police to arrest you and sue you for libel. And the matter of verifying the authenticity was not in the hands of you, an unknown junior. If you are capable of doing so, go and report to the auction house and let them appraise the inspector. The kingdom that I, Mr. Chi, have built up for so many years is not allowed to be destroyed by a few words from you, a yellow-haired kid. The reason why Chi Boss dares to say so is because this magic city now has an only one in the top position of the Eugene Antique Auction House. But Eugene never accept our national auction appraisal, will not take care of this kind of private type of activities, so Chi Boss expectedly Fan cannot set off what splash. Boss Chi has been in the business for so many years. The only people who can overpower him in terms of reputation are the people of Eugene, and he has not been afraid of the other people. Li Fan sneered. Boss Chi, what if I am here as the inspector of the Eugene Auction House? Boss Chi and Atu immediately burst out laughing at his words. Laughing me to death. At your age, you still claim to be an inspector? Before you come to plant evidence, you'd better finish doing your homework to understand the antique organizations and history of Magic City. Atu said sarcastically. And the guests on the stage also had the balance of trust shift back to Mr. Chi and Atu's side because of this conversation. Li Fan laughed helplessly and coldly. He felt pity for this group of ignorant frogs at the bottom of the well, and slowly and methodically fished out the token engraved with his name from his body. This token was put on him just now after the system announced the reward. It was exactly the identity token that only the insiders of the Eugene Antique Auction House would have. Moreover, what Li Fan took out was even the unique golden token that represented the highest position, the governor. The lights on the stage hit the token that Li Fan had taken out, and the dazzling golden light made every detail of the token incomparably clear. The entire audience was suddenly in a state of shock. Chapter 83, Sun Lily gets slapped and takes you in to visit Eugene Auction House. I didn't see it wrong, did I? That's the token of the Eugene Auction House. That's right. And he's holding the governor's token. My goodness, such a young governor. The crowd at the scene was buzzing with discussion. One must know that the people who could enter the memory of the present antique auction house were all figures who had made a profound impact on the antique world. And in the past, their average age would never be lower than 50 years old. Even an old geezer like Boss Chi who had been in the business for 30 years or so couldn't even touch the threshold of entry. And actually let this kid take it. Moreover, he was even the supreme governor of the bank. This was too terrifying. Both Boss Chi and Atu sucked in a breath of cool air and completely panicked. In front of the people from the Eugene Auction House, they didn't dare and weren't qualified to make a scene anymore. When Sun Lily saw how Atu suddenly wilted up there, she immediately blamed Li Fan for her fault. If it wasn't for him suddenly coming up with this, how could the otherwise good auction between Atu and Boss Chi be interrupted? She rushed onto the stage in 3 or 2 steps. Li Fan, there's no need for you to target Atu like this. Who do you think you are? Still pointing fingers at an occasion where these big shots are present. With a snap, before Sun Lily's words even landed, the right side of her face received a heavy slap from Atu. When is this your turn to speak? Get the hell out of here. Sun Lily looked at Atu with an incredulous face. I'm helping you. Slap. Another slap. What kind of onion are you? Daring to offend Governor Li's name here. Hurry up and get down. Atu's face was red as he rushed at Sun Lily with a burst of anger. This stupid woman. Not knowing what the concept of Eugene Auction House was, she actually came up to cause trouble for him. Originally, if he and Boss Chi had pretended to be weak, maybe this Li Fan would have let himself go. Now by this one, they want to be cold. There is no way. Sun Lily immediately cried Pearly and ran off the stage. Li Fan coldly watched this pair of dogs and men biting the dog, and in his heart, he could be considered to be out of breath for Lu Tao. Governor Li, just now it was all that unintelligent. Today is all a misunderstanding. Atu hurriedly opened his mouth and gave Boss Chi a look. That's right, Governor, if you had said you were coming, we wouldn't have slowed down. Boss Chi and Atu sang in unison. taking the opportunity to try and cover up the source of the conflict. However, Li Fan would not give them this opportunity. You two don't need to pull some nonsense. Let me just ask you, if I say that these are fake goods of yours, do you recognize them or not? Li Fan glanced at them. His eyes were full of coldness. Boss Chi knew that there was no escape and could only nod. In the entire antique world, the eyes of Yijin Antique Auction House is the ruler, because the strictness of the standard to enter Yijin is recognized by the entire industry. Yijin Auction House appraisal is a fake thing. The King of Heaven to come it also cannot be true. Not to mention that the video of the two men in private practice has been playing on the screen in a loop. This time the whole audience guests completely unable to sit still. Human evidence and material evidence are all in. This Chi Boss and Ah2 forgery thing completely nailed. Really ing did not expect Chi Ju Hong, who has always had the highest reputation, actually joined forces with Ah2 to do such a thing. This makes the future of the antique world between the letter of any survival. I remember. Before I also bought something in the hands of the two of them. Will not be from that time onwards they are in the forgery, right? For a while, the crowd was furious, and many guests rushed onto the stage, grabbing Boss Chi and Ah2 to make them pay up. Li Fan easily dodged and let the angry crowd come up, pacing himself unhurriedly to the stage. Yuan has been completely dumbfounded. How a good auction. Hard to perform the feeling of dog blood drama. The filter she had in her heart for these expert bosses was also completely shattered. She also didn't expect that Li Fan would actually be the governor of Yijin. As soon as she remembered that she had to introduce people to live before, she felt like she was purely a sizable cutie. Li Fan, today is really thanks to you. Otherwise, if this batch of goods had gone out, the people present here would have lost a lot of money. Yuan covered his fanny pack tightly with hindsight. Luckily the scam was uncovered. Otherwise, if he spent the company's money to buy back a bunch of fake goods, 10 of himself wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it. By the way, Governor Li Fan, I wonder if you can take me to the Yijin auction house to see the world. That place has always been mysterious. I wonder if you can fulfill this small wish of mine. Yuan suddenly grabbed Li Fan's sleeve and pouted. I really can't do anything about you. Let's go. Li Fan laughed and held Yuan's hand to leave the scene of a scene. After recalling the location in his mind, Li Fan brought Yuan to the underground bazaar of Magic City, and after a lot of turning around, he finally arrived at the headquarters of Yijin. Strangely enough, although the road on the way here was through hidden alleys, yet the store in front of him, which was as ancient as a pawn shop, was very atmospheric and covered a huge area. Wow, this place is like a hidden paradise in the city. As soon as he entered Yijin's headquarters, Yuan was mesmerized by the ancient flavored decoration inside. The rockery and the flowing water were a picture of each other, and the courtyard was filled with dozens of green plants. Inside, 3 transparent display cabinets were displayed in front of the two of them, in which were placed all kinds of antiques of great value, and they were all treasured collectibles that were absolutely not circulated in the market. Yuan couldn't help but pick up his cell phone to take pictures. The butler of the auction house hurriedly came over to stop him, but Li Fan gently raised his hand to stop him. When he saw that the person coming was the president of the auction house, the butler's face was shocked, and he hurriedly bowed slightly and apologized to Li Fan and then retreated. Yuan was happily taking pictures with his cell phone. The smile on his face was as satisfied as a child who had eaten candy. Even Li Fan's not-so-good mood just now was swept away. Today is so satisfying. Thank you, Li Fan. Yuan's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Li Fan and clapped her hands together as if she thought of something. To thank you for bringing me to Yijin. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. You can't refuse me. Oh. It was the familiar sappy look again. Then I'll respectfully accept. Li Fan smiled back. Yuan also smiled. And with a big grin, she took Li Fan's arm and advanced towards the restaurant she was familiar with. On the way, people were coming and going, and a man holding a bouquet of flowers accidentally bumped into Yuan because he was in a hurry. I'm really sorry. I'm running late for my date with my girlfriend. I'm really sorry for bumping into you, miss. The man apologized to Yuan with an apologetic face, and after getting an understanding look from her, he hurriedly ran to his girlfriend to give her the flowers. Yuan couldn't help but feel envious in her heart as she watched the scene. So romantic. Chapter 84, 1 million for membership cards and the legendary penthouse garden. Li Fan looked at Yuan's face full of envy and had an idea inside. The two of them arrived at the Western restaurant that Yuan frequented. During the waiter's journey to take them to their seats,